Chapter 1. The Meeting of Three. On that day, Suyi had a dream. In his dream, a mysterious voice revealed to him that he possessed a unique, innate spiritual root, unparalleled in the world. The better news was that his path to immortality would be extraordinarily smooth, however. Prior to this, he must endure a grueling trial to temper his heart and mind. As a transmigrator, Suyi firmly believed this revelation and thus embarked on his journey of cultivation. In the eastern Huanli prefecture, within the Yunzi domain, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, its rays searing, turning earth and stone to scalding heat, while the distant official road shimmered with rising steam. On the great road, a figure trudged forward, panting like a dog. It was none other than Suyi, making his way to the Taoist sect to participate in the annual grand ceremony for disciples. The Taoist sect ranks among the top 5 cultivation sects in eastern Huanli prefecture. The soaring Yunmiao Peak was visible in the distance. Little did he know, the adage a mountain too far to reach would prove true. After 2 days of travel, Yunmiao Peak remained as distant as it had appeared 2 days prior, leaving Suyi parched and weary, on the verge of tears. With such a lack of progress before even beginning his cultivation, he began to doubt the authenticity of his dream. At last, he spotted a lush tree by the roadside and took refuge from the scorching sun, feeling refreshed yet drowsy. "Brother, are you all right?" Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared before him, her radiant eyes fixed intently on Suyi. "Are you all right? Are you all right?" Suyi jolted awake, sitting up straight. Before him stood a dark-skinned youth with sharp brows and bright eyes. "Do not be alarmed, brother, I mean no harm. I noticed you sleeping alone by the roadside. Are you well?" Suyi realized the source of his distraction. To his surprise, the youth bore a striking resemblance to the beautiful figure from his dream. "Thank you for your concern, I am merely a bit fatigued." The youth nodded slightly and turned to leave. Suyi caught sight of the patched-up satchel and the water flask at his waist, and his spirits lifted instantly. This friend is worth befriending. "Hold on, brother. I have fallen ill from consuming spoiled food, which has left me feeling weak and drained." The youth paused, offering sage advice. "An upset stomach can be remedied with a good purge. That's how we've always handled it." "You misunderstand. I observe that your satchel is filled with provisions that may spoil easily in this sweltering heat. I fear you might also suffer from similar misfortune." The youth stood in contemplation. "I am Suyi, and I am on my way to Taoist sect to become a cultivator. A future cultivator speaks, no falsehoods." Hearing this, the youth's face brightened. "I am Lin Yi, also heading to the Taoist sect for selection thus. It seems we are destined to be future immortals together. Fellow travelers? This friendship was surely meant to be." Suyi stood up, embracing Lin Yi warmly. "Brother Lin, amidst this vast sea of humanity, our meeting is indeed a stroke of great fortune." Lin Yi gazed at the desolate official road, a vast sea of humanity. In such a barren place, finding a companion was indeed serendipitous. "Suyi speaks true. It is fortunate that we journey together. The path is not solitary." On the rugged road, 2 figures, filled with aspirations of the immortal realm, walked side by side. "What is this?" "Dried flatbread." "And this?" "For self-defense?" "Soy sauce marinated, sun-dried flatbread." A day later, Lin Yi's previously empty satchel transformed into a headscarf, shielding his head from the sun. "Thank you, Suyi, for sparing me from the agony of a stomachache. I was unaware that the shelf life of these provisions was so short. Let us dispense with such formalities. Good brothers should share burdens." A stomachache is trivial compared to the grand pursuit of immortality. As they spoke, both of their stomachs betrayed them with resounding growls. The atmosphere became momentarily awkward. After a moment, Lin Yi could no longer hold back and spoke first. "Suyi, it seems the mountain peak remains unchanged at this rate. We may collapse from hunger before reaching Taoist sect. I have underestimated the distance. I did not anticipate this journey would be so long. However, the path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges. Perhaps this is the heavenly Tao testing us." Lin Yi nodded. Suyi's words were always so reasonable, earning his respect. The two fell silent, wary of speaking further lest their throats ignite with thirst. As they rounded a bend, they spotted a solitary small inn by the roadside. The sign hung askew, its letters barely legible, with a few shadows faintly visible within. Both felt a surge of energy, their glances exchanged, hastening their steps. The inn had crumbling earthen walls, a roof of sparse and tattered thatch, dilapidated tables and chairs outside. Despite this, when Suyi saw the crooked character for tea, he couldn't help but feel a swell of excitement within. It was as if he had returned to a previous life, parched and desperate, suddenly encountering a vivid red sign and a white snowman. After spending lavishly, he would savor a glass of cool, tangy lemonade, instantly refreshing his spirit and indulging in the utmost joy of existence. As they approached to take a seat, hesitation washed over them. "Brother Lin, I have no parents and no possessions this tea money." "Neither do I." Su Yi was momentarily dazed. Could it be true that he, like Lin Yi, had ventured out without a single coin? However, their predicament caught the eye of a young gentleman at the neighboring table, dressed in white with striking features. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, smiling as he shook his head. "Gentlemen, I have ordered too much food if you do not mind. You may join me at this table." Su Yi was overjoyed, pulling Lin Yi to sit before Zhuang Bourgeois. "I am Su Yi, and this is my good brother Lin Yi. Thank you for your generosity. A mere trifle do indulge yourselves. I, Zhuang Bourgeois, the young master of the Gue Jian Mountain Manor, can certainly afford this small expense." Zhuang Bourgeois raised his chin, gazing 45 degrees toward the sky. Though the scorching sun made it difficult to open his eyes, he maintained an air of composure. The young master of Gue Jian Mountain Manor, generously alleviating the plight of the needy, would surely become a tale worth telling in the future. Zhuang Bourgeois endured the sting and awaited their compliments. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the two, one pouring tea down his throat, while the other licked the food tray clean. They exhibited no gratitude whatsoever, a display of utter crudeness. He straightened up, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. Savages from the countryside, utterly disregarding his kindness. In the past, merely mentioning Gue Jian Mountain Manor would earn him respect and admiration from all. Yet here they were, behaving like starving ghosts, clearly unaware of the esteemed name of Gue Jian Mountain Manor. Even with one fair as jade and the other possessing striking features, their true natures were laid bare. Once their hunger was sated, Su Yi finally regained his composure and sized up the young master before him. He set down his teacup and bowed respectfully, saying, "Do not take offense, my friend, we were simply famished and parched, thus neglecting our manners. In the future, should my brother and I cultivate supreme immortal techniques, we shall repay you 100-fold." Zhuang Bourgeois felt a flush of warmth had he wasted his lengthy self-introduction on two who had scarcely listened. "Ahem, I am Zhuang Bourgeois, the young master of Gue Jian Mountain Manor. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Ah, so is the renowned young master of Gue Jian Mountain Manor. I have long admired you." Su Yi hurriedly smoothed over the situation, though he had never heard of Gue Jian Mountain Manor. It seemed the name carried some weight. Zhuang Bourgeois' expression slightly improved, raising an eyebrow as he inquired. "You mentioned you seek to cultivate immortal techniques. May I ask if you intend to participate in the Taoist Sect selection?" Chapter 2. Two Craftsmen of Little Renown. Upon hearing this, before Su Yi could respond, Lin Yi eagerly interjected. "My brother and I are indeed on our way to the Taoist Sect to become cultivators. Once we attain supreme immortal techniques, we shall soar through the heavens, and earth all mortal forces will be mere trifles, akin to what you refer to as ghosts." Before he could finish, Su Yi kicked the leg of the stool, causing Lin Yi to lose his balance and fall. "Ha! He was jesting. I observe, young Master Zhuang, that you possess an extraordinary demeanor and carry a fine sword. Are you here to hone your skills in the martial world? Or?" Lin Yi retorted defiantly, "I am not jesting." Zhuang Bourgeois snorted coldly, but did not hold it against them, continuing to speak. "People yearn for the ethereal path of immortality, yet how many truly enter the gates of the immortal realm? In the end, it is but a fleeting illusion." Feeling the weight of his words, Su Yi could only echo Zhuang Bourgeois' sentiments. "You are truly worthy of being the young master, even at such a young age. You possess such clarity. With a mind as sharp as yours, should you attend the Taoist Sect selection, you would undoubtedly become a paragon among the gifted." Pausing, Su Yi sighed and shook his head. "Alas, what a pity for your talents. What is there to pity? I have embarked on this journey precisely to reach the Taoist Sect." Su Yi's lips twitched. If he continued this way, how could they carry on with their conversation? "Ahem, I merely meant to say, with your appearance, you are certainly of immortal stature. It would be a waste not to try your luck at the immortal gate. Su Yi, while young Master Zhuang may possess favorable looks, he is still somewhat beneath us. We need not be overly modest." Lin Yi dusted off his trousers, returning to his seat. A gust of wind blew, carrying dust toward the two. They exchanged silent glances, holding their breath. As the dust settled, Zhuang Bourgeois finally retorted, "This esteemed brother Lin, one's cultivation does not rely on mere appearance. What truly matters are the innate spiritual roots. And, might you refrain from taking pictures for a moment?" The two individuals promptly rose and distanced themselves from him, leaving Lin Yi puzzled. What reasoning lay behind not allowing a photograph due to a bit of dirt on his person? Brother Zhuang, my companion speaks with unvarnished honesty and possesses a simple heart. I hope you will not take offense. At this juncture, Su Yi felt a twinge of helplessness. It was only after the addition of another person that he realized Lin Yi's profound comprehension of the Tao. Frankness is merely the excuse of the dim-witted, however. As the esteemed young master of the mystical sword manner, I shall not stoop to quarrel with such a person. The young scion of a prominent family truly stood apart. Su Yi regarded him with a hint of admiration. Damn it, it is indeed exasperating to consider let him pay for himself. Su Yi secretly lamented his own superficiality. At this moment, Lin Yi rose and rubbed his round belly. Brother Zhuang, since you are also headed to the Taoist sect, why not let the three of us travel together? After all, you're the only one with silver, and it would be beneficial to have someone to look out for each other. Could he truly be so astute? Su Yi, standing nearby, was growing increasingly anxious, making frantic gestures at him. Had he not added that remark, perhaps there would still have been a chance to travel together yet now. Had he not blocked their way entirely? It was akin to the relationship between a woman and a wealthy man. The woman seeks wealth. The man is aware of her intentions. Yet their connection must still be cloaked in the guise of love. Lin Yi's blatant honesty was no different from that of a courtesan. As expected, Zhuang Buchuo grew visibly displeased once more. Brother Lin's good intentions are duly noted. Yet as for traveling together, I shall forego that. I will procure a fine steed in town to spare myself the effort of walking. Upon hearing this, Su Yi realized that if he intended to buy a horse, abandoning their plan was out of the question. After days of travel, their legs had grown thin at this pace. They would miss the selection for the Taoist sect altogether. However, he knew that attempting to salvage the situation now would be quite challenging. The young master of the Zhuang family, being of noble status, naturally looks down upon us impoverished souls. Very well. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall repay this kindness as our paths diverge due to differing dispositions. We shall part ways here. Yet, Zhuang Buchuo hesitated upon hearing this. He held no fondness for Lin Yi, but his impression of Su Yi was rather favorable. This journey into the mountains would signify a separation between the mortal and the immortal realms. If one did not hail from a family of cultivators, their background would bear little consequence, as success would depend entirely on individual talent. Should he forsake the two, he would earn a reputation for being narrow-minded, which would not bode well within the sect. Moreover, he could not be certain that his own talents surpassed theirs. If, in the future, someone were to ascend first and then look back, transforming a once amicable bond into enmity would be a regrettable outcome. Furthermore, Su Yi was certainly a sensible individual, though Lin Yi was brash and foolish. He was not without a certain innocent nature. Zhuang Buchuo pondered this, and his expression gradually softened. He cleared his throat and spoke. Brother Su, hold on, this young master was merely jesting. Having two more companions would indeed alleviate the solitude of the journey. How can one be so fickle? Such indecisiveness will not serve one well on the path of cultivation. Lin Yi's interjection left both men momentarily speechless. Even Su Yi began to question whether encountering him had been a boon or a bane. Zhuang Buchuo cast a glance at Lin Yi, suppressing his discomfort as he took a seat at the table. Waiter! After calling out, he reached for his money pouch, only to find it empty. His face instantly darkened, and he hurriedly stood, frantically searching his waist. His eyes fixated on the spot where his money pouch had hung, as if it might magically reappear. Then he began to search throughout his entire person, examining every conceivable nook and cranny, ultimately even removing his shoes to shake them out. Su Yi and Lin Yi, witnessing this, sensed that something was amiss. Brother Zhuang, what is wrong? Is your money pouch missing? Zhuang Buchuo was now akin to an ant on a hot pan, entirely devoid of the calm demeanor he had previously exhibited as a young master. He muttered, "Impossible, where's my money pouch? How could it have vanished?" At that moment, the waiter rushed back from the tea house. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Zhuang Buchuo regained his composure and adopted a theatrical tone, asking, "What time does this establishment close?" The waiter glanced at the blazing midday sun and thought him rather peculiar. "This establishment closes at sundown. You need not worry, esteemed guests." "Very well, you may go." The waiter left in a daze, and Zhuang Buchuo's expression fell once more. Brother Zhuang, could it be? Before Su Yi could finish, he nodded emphatically. Su Yi's expression shifted. This had escalated from simply sharing a meal to a free meal. "What shall we do?" Su Yi inquired. "What indeed?" Lin Yi echoed. "What do you think we should do?" Zhuang Buchuo asked. The three men stared at each other, momentarily at a loss for a solution. With a sudden smack, Lin Yi slammed his hand on the table and pointed an accusatory finger at Zhuang Buchuo, indignantly declaring, Zhuang, it seems you intend to partake in a free meal, deliberately bringing my brother and me along as scapegoats. You. Zhuang Buchuo was infuriated, his face contorted with rage, yet he could not utter a single word. What of it? As the ancients say, those who feign ignorance also lack wisdom, and one who possesses not a single coin yet acts the big shot. How dare you, you gluttonous scoundrel, consume everything and then curse your benefactor. I even felt a pang of pity for you. Initially, Su Yi had harbored some doubts, yet upon deeper reflection, his suspicions crumbled under scrutiny. If Zhuang Buchuo truly wished to deceive them, he could have simply left at any opportunity, rather than subjecting himself to such embarrassment before them. Feigning ignorance. Gluttonous scoundrel. Feigning ignorance. Gluttonous scoundrel. As the two continued their heated exchange, red-faced and determined to outdo each other, Su Yi furrowed his brow. 3 inept craftsmen could rival Zhuge Liang instead of seeking a resolution. These two were merely indulging in their petty squabbles. In light of the circumstances, he realized he would have to rely on himself. Su Yi tapped the table, halting the incessant bickering. At present, we face our first trial on the path of cultivation. I, being of modest ability, have devised 3 potential strategies, and I wish to discuss them with my 2 foolish brothers. Soon, the celestial being Tianshu and a multitude of nascent soul cultivators, along with 2 or 3 dozen golden core practitioners, appeared outside the stone abode of Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun? He has actually commenced his foundational cultivation? And he has even attracted the heavenly tribulation. What astonishing talent is this? The esteemed Jianjun. Upon discerning that the individual within the dwelling was indeed Chu Tianjun, was rendered momentarily speechless with shock. Such extraordinary prowess. He has only been in the sect for 10 days, has he not? Historically, to establish a foundation in 100 days is already a mark of exceptional genius. To achieve it in 10 days is truly unprecedented. Another elder shook his head in disbelief, his expression a tableau of astonishment. In the next moment, a statement from the illustrious Long Yu further underscored Chu Tianjun's remarkable nature. Esteemed elders, you may have overlooked a crucial detail. This child has not received any resources. At most, he has been given 2 low-grade spirit stones and 2 qi condensation pills upon his entry into the sect. Long Yu's tone remained relatively calm, yet her eyes betrayed her agitation. Upon hearing Long Yu's words, an audible gasp reverberated through the assembly of elders. At that moment, many nascent soul elders were consumed by regret. Had they nurtured such talent under their own tutelage, what heights might he have reached? Why had they not insisted a little more at the time? Perhaps if they had promised Chu Tianjun greater rewards, they might have secured an extraordinary disciple. But wait. Not only the heavenly tribulation, but also the heart demon tribulation? How could this be possible? Suddenly, Tianshu was struck with alarm, losing even the composure befitting his position as sect leader. Among them were numerous nascent soul cultivators, all of whom had faced tribulations. Yet none had ever encountered the heart demon tribulation. This particular trial only manifests when one strives for the transformation stage. In truth, at this moment, Chu Tianjun was indeed grappling with the heart demon tribulation. He was perplexed as to why he was experiencing it at the foundational stage, however. He did not dwell on the question, but rather focused on confronting the heart demon. The heart demon tribulation, as it is known, arises from the subconscious confrontation of one's deepest fears, a reflection of the most vulnerable aspects of the soul. Overcoming this tribulation is independent of one's strength. No artifact can aid in this endeavor, for it is a pure test of one's mental state. At this juncture, Chu Tianjun was undergoing such a trial. As visions from his previous life materialized in his consciousness, scenes of betrayal, false accusations, and abandonment. Senior brother, it was clearly you. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You were the one who injured the junior disciple. Just admit it. If you acknowledge your mistake, I will still regard you as my senior brother. A young woman with delicate features gazed at Chu Tianjun with profound disappointment. She was once his most cherished junior sister. Did you truly see it? I have told you it was not I who committed the act. Will you not relent? Suddenly, Chu Tianjun's sword flew from his hand, a mere beam of light piercing through the chest of his beloved junior sister. In his previous life, when faced with the same unjust accusations, Chu Tianjun had exerted himself to explain, yet the distance between them only grew. However, within the current heart demon tribulation, he unleashed his sword without hesitation, uttering not a single extraneous word of explanation. Chu Tianjun, do you acknowledge your crime? As the scene shifts, the elders of the sect confront Chu Tianjun with pointed inquiries. At this moment, Chu Tianjun remains perplexed by the accusations laid upon him by the elders during the trial of the heart demon. He knows in his heart that he has never committed any act detrimental to the sect. I beseech you, esteemed elders, how can you, in your positions of authority, fail to discern the truth, choosing instead to embrace hearsay and unjustly cast aspersions upon my character? Are you aware of your transgressions? Standing resolutely against the elders' interrogations. Chu Tianjun retorts with a question before brandishing his sword and advancing forward, effortlessly cutting down several elders as though they were mere stalks of cabbage. In his previous life, he had been a half-step into the god transformation realm, and with his formidable strength and myriad skills, dispatching a few nascent soul elders was indeed child's play. Yet, in that past existence, he had behaved like a submissive victim, allowing others to impose their judgments upon him. Chu Tianjun, you have thoroughly disappointed me. Had I known you were of such character, I should have ended your life with a single strike 30 years ago, laments the elder Hongwei. Her expression one of profound disillusionment. Once, her gaze towards Chu Tianjun brimmed with pride, but now it is transformed into indifference and disdain. You have let me down terribly. For these 30 years, I have treated you with greater care than my own flesh and blood. Years ago, I could have achieved the god transformation. Yet I dedicated all my resources to your advancement, risking everything to venture into the demonic path to procure rare treasures for you. Time and again, I have sought to explain my intentions, yet you have never trusted me, preferring the words of unrelated outsiders over the loyalty of a disciple who has stood by you for 3 decades. Chu Tianjun regards Hong Yue with a similarly cold demeanor. There are unspoken words that linger in the air between them, and with a chilling glance, he unsheathes his sword for the first time against his master within the realm of the heart demon. The release is exhilarating, a wave of clarity washing over him as he swings the sword. Liberating, refreshing. In that moment, Chu Tianjun feels an overwhelming sense of enlightenment. The next instant, the trial of the heart demon dissipates, along with the celestial tribulation, and all the formidable members of the Jiuxiao sect outside the stone chamber hear his exclamation of relief. Has he triumphed over the trial of the heart demon? He appears quite invigorated, indeed. Should we inquire about the nature of the heart demon trial? Surely, we shall encounter it in the future. Countless voices of speculation arise, some eyes wide with astonishment, others ablaze with fervor. Moments later, as Chu Tianjun steps out of the stone chamber, he is already aware of the presence of the elders from the Jiuxiao sect. Meeting their eager gazes, he maintains an expression of tranquil indifference. Chu Tianjun's audacity in disregarding the esteemed Yuan-ing realist stems from his backing by the enigmatic supreme ancestor of the sect, who personally brought him to the mountains. As long as he refrains from egregious conduct, these Yuan-ing experts dare not challenge him. Although it appears that the supreme ancestor may encounter issues in the future, for now, all remains well. Within a few short years, once Chu Tianjun restores his Yuan-ing cultivation, he will become his own pillar of strength, rendering the Yuan-ing realists within and beyond the sect inconsequential in his eyes. Indeed, he is at the foundation establishment stage, exhibiting a remarkably stable aura, unlike one who has only just begun. With such a prodigious disciple, it seems to herald a flourishing era for the Jiuxiao sect. Yet, without guidance or cultivation resources, how could he achieve foundation establishment in nearly 10 days? Could he possibly be a demonic infiltrator or a great demon in possession of another's body? Initially, the Yuan-ing elders and Jian stewards expressed their awe at Chu Tianjun's extraordinary talent, rejoicing in the sect's fortune of having such a genius. However, as time passed, their tone shifted, ultimately leading to skepticism. Indeed, an old dog cannot change its ways. Chu Tianjun scoffed inwardly, recognizing that the stagnant development of the Jiuxiao sect was largely due to these individuals' unshakable responsibility. What cultivation technique are you practicing? Suddenly, the ethereal Yuzhenren inquired, halting the discussions of others. The qi refining technique I received from the sect a few days ago. If the elders do not believe me, they may freely investigate the spiritual energy within me, Chu Tianjun replied with an unperturbed demeanor, even extending his arm as if inviting them to inspect. In the next moment, Sect Master Tian Shu Jinren appeared before Chu Tianjun, placing 2 fingers on his wrist and probing into his being with his divine sense. After a brief moment, Tian Shu Jinren withdrew his fingers and declared, "It is indeed the sect's technique. This child poses no issues." CHT Nujazi and exhibited no fear of scrutiny. The profound technique of natural transformation swiftly converted the spiritual energy within him into the essence of the Jiuxiao sect's methodologies. Chapter 4. The Rare Warm Sunstone. Subsequently, several elders extended their olive branches towards CHT Nujian, promising that should he choose to become their disciple, he would receive the finest resources, even the resources reserved for their own nascent soul elders. I appreciated the goodwill of the elders, yet Chu and merely replied with a nonchalant remark, leaving them once again disheartened. One by one, the elders departed, and Chu turned to enter the stone cottage. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him from behind. Chu Tianjun discerned that the voice belonged to the esteemed Master Longwei. He was perplexed as to why the typically aloof Longwei had chosen to linger until the end and call out to him, so he turned to glance back. Tianjun, having just established your foundation, you must solidify your cultivation. Here, take this bottle of elixir suitable for the foundation stage, Longwei said. Her face graced with a faint smile as she extended a jade vial towards him. Had this scene transpired in his previous life, Chu Tianjun would have been elated, unable to sleep for several days. Yet now, he merely offered a detached bow and replied, "Thank you for your kind intention, elder, but I do not require it." With that, he disregarded Master Longwei entirely, returning to his stone abode and firmly closing the rickety wooden door behind him. Longyue's hand lingered in the air, her smile becoming somewhat rigid. Does this child harbor some animosity towards me? Or is this simply his nature? Perhaps it was indeed his nature. For he had ascended the mountain through his own efforts, being the second disciple of the Jiuxiao sect to reach this height as mortal. It was only reasonable that he possessed some uniqueness. Longwei was filled with myriad thoughts, and even she was unaware that her usually indifferent demeanor focused solely on cultivation. Longed to understand this peculiar new disciple who had just embarked on his journey. In his current state, was disinclined to squander words in conversation with Elnju. He deemed ignorance and indifference as the most suitable means of interaction, remaining impervious to the sudden overtures of goodwill from Elnju. On the morrow, he intended to apply for an expedition down the mountain, anticipating that in recovering some opportunities from his past life, he would soon condense his golden core. In his previous incarnation, he had ascended to the golden core realm within merely 3 years. This time, he aspired to achieve it within a year. Was invigorated, reflecting on his earlier folly of neglecting his exceptional talents for the sake of playing the benevolent fool instead of dedicating himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. At dawn the following day, he proceeded to the hall responsible for managing disciples' affairs regarding descent from the mountain, seeking permission for his training expedition. Are you perhaps junior brother CH? You wish to descend the mountain so soon after successfully establishing your foundation? May I inquire as to the purpose? The disciple in charge of the registration, also in the foundational stage, was well aware of the news circulating within the sect about as 10-day foundation establishment. The disciple, now in the later stages of foundation establishment, regarded with profound respect. In the world of cultivation, strength always reigns supreme. I seek resources to challenge the golden core realm, replied with a sense of calm. This statement was undeniably valid. For all foundational practitioners inevitably shared a singular ultimate goal, the pursuit of the golden core, regardless of their actions. The fundamental purpose and starting point invariably centered around this aspiration. However, for one who had just established their foundation to begin preparing for the golden core challenge seemed rather peculiar. The registering disciple's lips twitched slightly, as if grappling with words that failed to materialize. Ultimately, after completing the registration, he granted permission to descend the mountain. With the ability to fly short distances and to refine magical artifacts, foundational practitioners could traverse the skies, yet lacking any materials. Had no means to forge artifacts, and thus could only take to the skies, departing from G11O Mountain. Chu Tianjun's destination was unequivocally clear, a location situated over 1,000 miles from the sect. This area, characterized by desolate wilderness, was seldom trodden by human feet. However, in his previous life, Chu Tianjun had stumbled upon the cave dwelling of a deceased cultivator in this very place. The cave's standing was modest, with the fallen cultivator possessing merely golden core cultivation. Some spiritual herbs, elixirs, and a few materials for crafting had been left behind. Given that the resources were only of golden core caliber, they were hardly exceptional. In his past life, Chu Tianjun had already attained the Yuanying stage. Thus he had chosen not to claim these items, instead bestowing them entirely upon his junior sister. Naturally, he would not extend the same generosity this time. These resources were sufficient for him to cultivate to the golden core realm. In truth, Chu Tianjun recalled many greater and more auspicious opportunities. Yet his current strength was insufficient to seize them, rendering such quest perilous. it was prudent to proceed gradually in the early stages. Upon arriving at a seemingly ordinary cliff, Chu Tianjun extended his hand and struck forward with a palm, causing dust to swirl as an entrance, roughly the height of a person, materialized. Entering the cave revealed a simple stone chamber. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun had discerned that this cave was the final resting place of the Golden Core cultivator. Everything within remained unchanged from his prior encounter. As a cultivator who had lost hope of advancing to the yuanying stage, most of the resources had already been consumed, leaving little behind. Chu Tianjun adeptly discovered various medicinal herbs and valuable items. This time, he refrained from hastily consuming the elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Instead, he utilized the materials collected within the cave to first forge a storage pouch, followed by crafting several rudimentary magical artifacts. Due to his presently low level of cultivation, the items he created were merely temporary, and he did not invest much effort into them. This process spanned 3 days. Afterward, Chu Tianjun consumed all the elixirs he had found, and it took him a month to fully refine them. At last, his cultivation level successfully reached the mid-foundation stage. It was time to explore other locations. As Chu Tianjun exited the cave, he casually flicked his sleeve behind him, causing the cavern to collapse with a thunderous roar. 2 days later, he arrived at a marketplace, selling off items he no longer needed and purchasing a considerable amount of spiritual herbs. After lingering in the market for half an hour, he departed. A few days later, Chu Tianjun reached Jiangzhou City in the Kingdom of Yu, a realm inhabited by mortals. This area also fell within the influence of the Nine Heavens Sect, which extended its power over 3 additional kingdoms. While Fufeng Prefecture alone encompassed numerous mortal nations of varying sizes, it was now late autumn, with trees wilting and grasses withering. However, outside Jiangzhou City stood a villa, where one courtyard thrived with lush greenery, exuding the vitality of spring. Chu Tianjun of the Nine Heavens Sect seeks an audience with the esteemed master of this residence, he proclaimed, channeling his spiritual energy as he called out from the villa's entrance. The name of the Nine Heavens Sect carried considerable weight, and soon an elderly man with white hair and beard, accompanied by a large entourage, appeared. These individuals displayed utmost respect, addressing Chu Tianjun as immortal. "What brings the esteemed immortal to our humble abode?" inquired the elderly man, the owner of the villa and the wealthiest individual in the Kingdom of Yu. Chu Tianjun cast his gaze towards the vibrant courtyard brimming with the essence of spring, his tone calm yet tinged with a hint of indifference as he declared, "I have come for the warm sun jade. I shall take it. Esteemed immortal, the warm sun jade is a treasured heirloom of my family, long enshrined within our ancestral hall. Your request seems rather unreasonable," a young man retorted, his voice laced with hostility. As he spoke, the guards of the manor brandished their icy blades, readying themselves for confrontation. Chu Tianjun regarded the matter with indifference, merely stating, "This object shall bring calamity upon you. It is better that I take it today than for you to face annihilation in the future." With that, he took a step towards the vibrant courtyard. And as he advanced, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, creating a ripple that caused those around him to collapse helplessly to the ground. The warm sun jade, as described by Chu Tianjun, is indeed a rare treasure. In his previous life, this precious item ultimately fell into his possession, though not acquired from this family, but rather seized from a wandering cultivator. That cultivator had obtained the warm sun jade by eliminating this very family. Chapter 5. The path adorned with peach blossoms. Ordinary individuals possess little to no resistance in the presence of cultivators. And Chu Tianjun effortlessly extracted a palm-sized jade emitting a warm aura from the ancestral hall. As this warm sun jade was secured within his storage pouch, the once vibrant courtyard, brimming with the essence of spring, instantly withered, reverting to the desolate appearance typical of autumn. This pill can extend your lives by at least a decade. Consider it an item for exchange. However, remember to dissolve it in water before consumption. Direct ingestion is forbidden. Once dissolved, it will suffice for 10 members of your family. Taking the warm sun jade, Chu Tianjun turned to leave, but not before tossing a pill towards the family. Upon seeing the softly glowing elixir, their initial resentment dissipated significantly. Having become the wealthiest man in the nation, material riches no longer held value for him. Only longevity remained precious, sacrificing an ancestral heirloom, which was more symbolic than practical. In exchange for extending the lives of 10 family members by a decade seemed a fair trade to them. Moreover, without the warm sun jade, the family could avoid the impending tragedy of extermination in a few years. Subsequently, Chu Tianjun journeyed southward with purpose, visiting several locations, some of which were inhabited by demon clans. However, his intent was not to vanquish these creatures, but to gather an abundance of spiritual herbs. A month later, He had departed from Fufeng State and arrived in the neighboring Yangzhou. Yet, in Yangzhou, he found nothing of value. Instead, he excavated dozens of peach tree saplings by a picturesque lake, storing them in his pouch before charting a different route back to Jiuxiu Sect. A journey that took over a month. His absence from Jiuxiu Sect spanned more than 3 months. Upon his return, he promptly reported to the sect. And news of his advancement from the early to mid-foundation stage in just 3 months swiftly spread throughout the sect. This revelation once again stirred a considerable uproar, with many believing that he had encountered fortuitous opportunities to leap a small realm in such a short span. In truth, he had only taken a month to accomplish that feat in this lifetime. Chu Tianjun was evidently the reclusive type of cultivator. Yet his prodigious talent and rapid cultivation pace led many to perceive him as the embodiment of genius. In reality, this was not his true disposition. He was quite cheerful, but simply chose to distance himself from the majority of Jiuxiu Sect's members. Those few he still cared about were either in seclusion or had yet to enter the sect. And these connections played a role in his decision to remain at Jiuxiu Sect. Additionally, he had invested considerable effort in his previous life, genuinely regarding Jiuxiu Sect as home. If the majority of the sect were malevolent, he would eliminate them. If 90% were corrupt, he would eradicate 90%. In this life, he aimed to improve Jiuxiu Sect, ensuring that those who treated him well would gain even more while the ungrateful would lose everything they had in their former lives. Jiuxiu Sect indeed had numerous issues, but he believed that eliminating those who caused problems would suffice. If the sect leader were also flawed, he would assume that role himself. Unfazed by the sect's discussions about him, Chu Tianjun returned to his stone dwelling and immediately began to busy himself. However, he did not commence alchemy or cultivation to enhance his realm. Instead, he centered his efforts around the stone house, first setting up a formation with the warm sun jade as the focal point. He then spent the entire day planting the peach trees he had unearthed in Yangzhou. By this time, winter had already descended upon Jiuxiu Mountain, blanketing most areas in white. Yet, due to the influence of the warm sun jade and the formation, the vicinity of his residence blossomed into a grove of peach trees, ensuring that this area would enjoy a spring-like climate year-round. This arrangement did not accelerate Chu Tianjun's cultivation speed. Rather, it was simply a reflection of his affinity for this environment. Despite the passage of decades, Chu Tianjun's habits remained untouched by his disdain for Long Wei. His affections for certain things did not wane simply because they were associated with someone he loathed. To do so would be to diminish himself, rendering future days unlivable. In his previous life, shortly after Chu Tianjun achieved the Golden Core stage, a serendipitous conversation with Long Wei ensued, wherein they discussed the mundane aspects of their former lives. Where does your master hail from? What is your hometown like? I was born in Yangzhou, though time has blurred many memories. I only recall that every March, the peach blossoms carpet the roads, marking the most exquisite season of the year. During those moments, Long Yue often engaged in light-hearted banter with Chu Tianjun, their camaraderie akin to that of family. It was during one such exchange that, days later, Chu Tianjun descended the mountain for training, a journey that lasted 6 months. Upon his return, he devoted 3 days and nights to cultivating the Tianshan Peak, transforming it into a haven of peach trees, rendering it perpetually spring-like. Thanks to the influence of the warm sun jade, the once annual flowering of the peach trees became a monthly spectacle. Although they ceased to bear fruit, their beauty remained unparalleled. The peach trees bloomed each month, with petals adorning the paths, eventually becoming a renowned sight in the Jiuxiu Sect. However, all of this was now dissociated from Tianshan Peak. Have you noticed? The residence of Brother Chu appears to be inexplicably warm even in the depths of winter, adorned with numerous peach trees, their blossoms carpeting the pathways, creating an almost heavenly beauty. Rumors regarding Chu Tianjun's dwelling swiftly circulated within the Jiuxiu Sect, primarily stemming from the female disciples. Though Chu Tianjun had only recently embarked on his journey, he had already reached the mid-foundation stage of cultivation, surpassing the majority of ordinary disciples. In terms of his cultivation level, many disciples naturally addressed him as senior brother. Master Lang Wei, on the other hand, was an anomaly within the Jiuxiu Sect. Her persona was one of serene detachment, and she was one of the rare geniuses the sect had seen in nearly a millennium. She devoted her days solely to cultivation, rarely engaging with others, and only attended the occasional meetings of the elders. Since her appearance during Chu Tianjun's foundation manifestation, she had spent the past few months in seclusion on Tianshan Peak. One day, having awakened from her seclusion, she intended to collect her offerings from the elders for the past few months. While other elders had their disciples attend to such matters, The solitary Lang Wei had to go herself. She ascended in a beam of light, swiftly departing from Tianjin Peak. However, en route, she inadvertently caught sight of Chu Tianjun's residence. In a fleeting glance, she beheld a scene of vibrant spring amidst a silvery landscape. With her nascent soul cultivation, she could distinctly see the peach blossoms carpeting the path, along with petals gracefully drifting down. How is that child's dwelling transformed into such a sight? Lang Wei thought, instinctively halting her flight. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of warmth welled up within her. It resembled a scene from her childhood memories, Yangzhou in March, with peach blossoms adorning the roads. Lang Wei could not help but recall numerous distant images she had been cultivating for nearly a century, which, although still quite young for someone at the nascent soul stage, was a lifetime compared to an ordinary person's span. Unable to quell her curiosity, Lang Wei redirected her path, and in an instant, her figure appeared amidst the fluttering petals. As she landed, Lang Wei spotted Chu Tianjun, who, in turn, recognized her as well. Both were momentarily taken aback. Lang Wei was astonished to see that Chu Tianjun had already attained the mid-foundation stage and was intrigued by his current demeanor. Nujzi, however, felt a profound sense of displeasure. Just as he was about to indulge in a delectable meal, the sudden appearance of Elnju was exceedingly unappetizing. At that moment, before Nujzi, a fire blazed, upon which a fish was delicately placed, its skin sizzling and turning a golden hue, the aroma wafting enticingly around him. Nujzi, have you truly reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment in just a few short months? Elnju inquired, her voice imbued with genuine delight. For she was sincerely pleased for this talented junior. It is noteworthy that achieving foundation establishment in 10 days and advancing to mid-stage within 3 months suggests he could very well condense a golden elixir within a year or two, a pace unheard of by Elnju, who herself had taken over a decade to accomplish the same feat in her youth. My extraordinary talent should pose no difficulty, should it? Yet, what met Elnju's inquiry was Nujzi's perfunctory and somewhat resistant tone. Elnju found it increasingly difficult to contain herself. As a venerable elder of the nascent soul stage, she was being disregarded by a mere foundation establishment disciple. Is there some misunderstanding between us? After all, I am a senior within the sect. Considering Nujzi's previous attitudes towards her, Elnju spoke with a solemn voice as she released the oppressive aura characteristic of her nascent soul stage. How could I dare to presume otherwise? You are the esteemed nascent soul elder, akin to the bright moon atop the mountain, while I am merely a humble foundation establishment disciple. Akin to the mire in the valley, what misunderstanding could there be? Nujzi's tone remained cold and detached. Elnju, for reasons unknown to her, felt an inexplicable discomfort at his comparison of them, one as the mountain's moon and the other as valley muck. Perhaps this child had endured too much hardship in his youth, adopting such a demeanor as a means of self-protection. I am nearly 100 years old. Why should I quibble with a child? Elnju reasoned with herself, forcibly suppressing her anger and attempting to smooth over the situation. Is that fish being roasted? It does smell quite delightful, she asked Nujzi, her tone unexpectedly softening. Chu Tianjun was momentarily taken aback. Had his demeanor not been sufficiently conspicuous? How could Lang Wei linger on? In his previous life, he had never realized the thickness of his masteress' skin. After all, she was a nascent soul cultivator. Did she not possess even a modicum of dignity? His appetite had vanished. He remarked that the elder was free to indulge as she pleased. After being so unsettled by Lang Wei, Chu Tianjun truly lost his appetite. He rose, retreated to the stone chamber, and firmly closed the door behind him, adopting a stance that suggested it was better to remain oblivious. Lang Yue's expression soured as well. Logically, she should have stormed off in indignation, yet the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafting through the air drew her closer. Instinctively, she picked up a piece of the grilled fish, standing gracefully beneath the peach tree, and delicately tore off a small morsel. The moment the tender fish melted in her mouth, Lang Wei's countenance shifted dramatically, and she murmured in astonishment, "How is this possible? This flavor? It's reminiscent of my childhood." Indeed, the grilled fish mirrored the taste embedded in Lang Yue's early memories. In his previous life, to assist Lang Wei in achieving a harmonious state of mind and to seamlessly navigate the tribulations of the transformation stage, Chu Tianjun had gone to great lengths to rectify all of her regrets. She adored the sight of peach blossoms carpeting the path. Thus, he arranged for warm sunlight to grace the peach grove. When she reminisced about the flavor of grilled fish, he dedicated 3 months in Yangzhou to mastering various techniques, ultimately discovering the taste that lingered in her memory. Because it was her preference, Chu Tianjun naturally grew fond of it as well. over time. This affection transformed into a habit he could not forsake in this new life. Why? Why do I always feel an inexplicable warmth in his presence? The ancestor claimed that I shared a master-disciple bond with him, yet he has explicitly declined my mentorship. Is there a chance for a change in this situation? At this moment, Long Yue's emotions surged. She too had received guidance from the ancestor, which rendered it impossible for her to regard Chu Tianjun as merely an ordinary disciple of the sect. Seated upon the stone bench, she savored the entire grilled fish, relishing each bite, to the point that she momentarily forgot Chu Tianjun's indifference. Once she finished, Long Yue approached the entrance of the stone chamber and inquired, "Did you also come from Yangzhou?" To which a voice from within replied, "Disciple is entering seclusion. Please do not disturb, elder." The response from the indifferent voice of the moonlight left her feeling a chill. In the next moment, she distinctly sensed that the stone house was enveloped by a barrier, confirming that Chu Tianjun had indeed entered seclusion. To him, the appearance of the moonlight was merely an unwelcome interruption. Upon returning indoors, he prepared to refine the spiritual herbs he had gathered during his excursion into elixirs. Although the resources he had collected were all below the golden core level, they were sufficient for him to condense a golden core, yet they were not ready-made. It was estimated that the process would consume the next 6 months. However, the moonlight was not in a favorable state. Moments later, she departed from the peach grove. But instead of soaring towards the place of offerings, her escape light descended upon the ancestral hall. This location was typically deserted, appearing to be long neglected, with noticeable dust covering the ground outside the hall. As she approached the steps of the hall, she did not venture further inside. Instead, she respectfully knelt on both knees and addressed the hall. "Esteemed ancestor, I humbly report that I have failed to take Chu Tianjun as my disciple as you commanded. This child seems to harbor animosity towards me, yet inexplicably, I feel a sense of familiarity with him. I am uncertain of the reason, and I hope the ancestor can enlighten me." On the surface, the Nine Heavens Sect appeared to be supported by a dozen or so nascent soul elders. But these elders were aware of the existence of a venerable ancestor who had reportedly attained the legendary Dongshin realm, a powerful being capable of divining the heavenly secrets. It could be inferred from the words of the moonlight that her initial intention to take Chu Tianjun as her disciple had been sanctioned by this venerable ancestor. "When I encountered that young lad, the heavenly secrets indicated that you indeed had a master-disciple bond. Otherwise, such an excellent disciple would not have been granted to you. Now, however, that bond has seemingly dissipated. Though I am not entirely certain of the circumstances, it appears the issue lies within you." After a brief pause, an exceedingly indifferent voice resonated in the moonlight's mind, its origin indistinguishable as either male or female. "The problem lies with me? Is there a remedy for this?" The moonlight felt a jolt. She had great faith in the words of the ancestor and instinctively sought a way to remedy the situation. The nature of fate is indeed most enigmatic. Perhaps it exists, or perhaps it does not. Were I to possess such knowledge, would I still be here? I would have ascended long ago. The voice of the ancestor resurfaced, and from the manner of his speech, it seemed he was indeed an intriguing figure. Having received no answers from the supreme ancestor, Long Yu returned to Tianjin Peak, her heart laden with thoughts. In the following days, she attempted to enter seclusion for cultivation. Yet the peach grove and that peculiarly temperamental youth lingered persistently in her mind. After several attempts, Long Yu relinquished her efforts in seclusion and decided to revisit the peach grove. Upon seeing that the stone house remained shrouded by the array, she felt a sense of ease wash over her. She strolled leisurely through the grove, occasionally resting beneath the peach trees, allowing the delicate petals to cascade upon her head and garments. Gradually, her visits to the peach grove became increasingly frequent, and her stays lengthier, at times. She would linger for the better part of a day, and on several occasions, she remained until the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended to its zenith. Long Yu discovered her profound affection for this place, the peach grove bathed in sunlight, the grove adorned by the rain, the one illuminated by the sunset, and even the serene night graced by moonlight. Unbeknownst to her, half a year slipped away. One day, seated beneath the peach tree, she noticed an additional stone table beside her, one she had procured not long ago. The table was adorned with tea utensils, suggesting a delightful ambience. Long Yu appeared languid, and to the unknowing observer, it might seem as though this was her domain. Suddenly, the array surrounding the stone house dissipated, and the wooden door creaked open, revealing Chu Tianjun, who emerged while stretching lazily. In that instant, their gazes met. Chu Tianjun frowned slightly, while Long Yu, taken aback, rose hastily, her demeanor betraying a hint of nervousness and shyness. The fish you grilled last time was exquisite," she remarked, gesturing toward the stone table. A faintly awkward smile graced her face as she continued. I noticed you were missing a few items, so I thought I would bring some for you. Chu Tianjun was once again taken aback by the unexpected actions of Long Wei. This was certainly not the master he remembered. Even during the 20 years of tender affection between teacher and disciple, Long Yue's demeanor, as pure as a chrysanthemum, would never have allowed her to behave in such a manner. Had this woman's mind been ensnared by a door? Or had she perhaps succumbed to the perils of her cultivation? Chu Tianjun could not help but entertain such thoughts. However, in the next moment, he coldly remarked, "What is a grilled fish compared to a bowl of plain congee?" Upon hearing this, Long Yue wore a perplexed expression. Unable to comprehend why Chu Tianjun would draw a comparison between grilled fish and plain congee. After uttering these words, Chu Tianjun felt a twinge of regret. The tale of the bowl of congee had yet to unfold, as it would occur more than 20 years later. During an outing, Long Wei sustained some injuries, and a youth named Yichen prepared a bowl of congee for him. It was on this occasion that Long Wei, heeding the counsel of only her sole disciple, decided to take Yichen under her wing and brought him back to the Jiuxiu sect. Thus commenced the tragic saga of Chu Tianjun, with Yichen emerging as the principal architect of his demise. What congee? Long Wei instinctively inquired. CHT New Jersey Inn did not respond. He was too apathetic to answer. Although his cultivation had not advanced during this retreat, he had successfully refined the elixirs sufficient to stimulate the formation of the golden core. He intended to apply for another excursion, knowing he would not be within the Jiuxiu sect when the time for his breakthrough arrived. Noticing that CHT New Jersey Inn was unresponsive, Elnju quickly interjected, "I plan to venture out for a while. Please accept these elixirs. With your aptitude, they should expedite your path to forming the core." As she spoke, she produced a jade vial, placing it directly upon the stone table, fearing he might refuse. "I do not require them. Save them for your future disciples," CHT New Jersey Inn replied without turning his head. In the next instant, he soared into the air. Heading towards the inner hall, Elnja felt as though her gestures were met with indifference, yet paradoxically, this only fueled her desire to understand CHT New Jersey Inn better. His words always seemed to carry deeper meanings. Later that evening, Elnja returned, but it appeared CHT New Jersey Inn had not yet returned. The following day, upon inquiring, she learned that after departing the Peach Grove, he had applied for an external training session and had left the sect entirely. This child truly puts in the effort. His talent is extraordinary, yet he works diligently. I wonder what level of cultivation he will attain upon his return, she mused. In that case, I shall also embark on a journey to seek opportunities. Perhaps I may encounter him once more. With that thought, Elnja returned to Tianjin Peak to prepare for her own expedition. Chu Tianjun was naturally unaware of Long Yue's movements. However, he was cognizant of certain opportunities associated with her, albeit predominantly those pertaining to the Yuanying stage, which he currently had no means to intercept. This time, instead of seeking any opportunities, Chu Tianjun made his way directly to the Liubo mountain range, a stronghold of the demon clan. This region lies at the confluence of 4 states, encompassing an expansive area equivalent to half a state, within which the demon clan has proliferated into tribes and even established a demon kingdom. It is said that there exists a formidable demon king at the transformation stage. Chu Tianjun, however, was not there to eliminate demons. He merely sought a secluded spot on the periphery, where he set up a rudimentary formation. Subsequently, he began to consume medicinal pills for refinement, aiming to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, preparing to break through to the golden core realm. The essence of condensing the golden core lies in the transformation of energy within the body, where an accumulation of power reaches a critical point, resulting in a fusion that forms a golden core. During this period of seclusion, 6 months swiftly passed. In the first 3 months, Chu Tianjun reached the latter stage of foundation establishment, and in the subsequent 3 months, he successfully attained the pinnacle of this stage. Now, it has been precisely 1 year and 3 months since he commenced his foundation establishment, and he has already advanced to a half-step golden core. The achievement of the golden core was imminent. Within Chu Tianjun's body, spiritual energy converged at a single point, where a thread of golden light continuously expanded. Thunder rumbled. Once again, the clouds of tribulation gathered in the sky, this time exhibiting a significantly greater power than during his previous foundation establishment. However, in this advancement to the golden core, he encountered no heart demon tribulation. As the heavenly tribulation descended, Chu Tianjun was still able to utilize demonic arts to refine the tribulation. While others grew increasingly weakened during their tribulation, he, in contrast, found his strength augmented, experiencing no period of weakness post-tribulation. With no heart demon tribulation to impede him, a golden core swiftly condensed within Chu Tianjun's body. Surrounding the golden core were ethereal manifestations of the dragon and tiger, symbolizing the auspicious union of these two formidable beings. This phenomenon indicated that the level of the golden core was exceptionally high, ranking among the most prestigious types recorded. In my previous life, although my cultivation speed was remarkably swift, my golden core bore no extraordinary signs, yet in this life, the emergence of the dragon and tiger union heralds a future filled with even greater promise. CHT New Jersey and spirits soared with unparalleled joy as the ominous clouds dispersed, allowing him to conceal his aura. The process of condensing the golden Dan unfolded seamlessly, and he had chosen this secluded location deliberately, resulting in minimal disturbance and rendering any display of ostentation unnecessary. After a brief moment, CHT New Jersey dismantled the rudimentary formation and departed on the most unremarkable of magical artifacts. For an entire month, he meandered through the flowing waves of the mountain range, not to solidify his golden Dan realm, but rather to gather opportunities associated with it. During this time, he vanquished numerous monstrous beasts, acquiring their inner elixirs and materials. After a month, he sought another isolated spot, where, instead of refining pills to enhance his cultivation further, he devoted over a month to crafting 2 items, a complete set of formation plates and several flags, alongside a flying sword that could barely be considered a magical treasure. The body of the flying sword shimmered in a pale blue hue, accented by touches of gold. Most of his recent gains were invested in its creation. Upon completion of these 2 artifacts, CHT New Jersey gazed into the depths of the flowing wave mountains, then merged with his sword, transforming into a beam of light that surged into the mountain's heart. After half a day, he arrived before a vast lake, where, apart from some ordinary wildlife, the presence of monstrous beasts was conspicuously absent. It was evident that the lake harbored formidable creatures. Upon landing, CHT New Jersey chose an open area to set up the formation plates and flags, then casually grasped the flying sword in his hand. He then appeared above the tranquil surface of the lake and, without warning, swung the sword downward. The formidable power of the Golden Dance stage, amplified by the sword, manifested as a magnificent sword aura that cleaved through the water, piercing directly toward the lake's depths. In the next moment, a colossal wave surged as an enormous beast leaped from the lake, its eyes brimming with murderous intent. This creature resembled a fish, yet unfolded wings upon breaching the surface, transforming into a bird-like form. The Kuaning, a beast capable of both swimming and soaring, endowed with the bloodline of extraordinary creatures. The Kuaning before him radiated a terrifying pressure, having reached the pinnacle of the Golden Dance stage, on the cusp of Yuaning, possessing significant intelligence. The Kuaning recognized that CHT New Jersey was merely at the early stage of the Golden Dan, and its previously fierce gaze now reflected a mixture of disdain. CHT New Jersey sensed the gaze of his opponent, merely offering a faint smile before unleashing a swift strike with his sword, uttering not a single word. Provoked by one whose strength paled in comparison, the Kuan eagle instinctively retaliated. However, despite its superior power, it found itself at a disadvantage. The clash between the man and the beast in the skies lasted only a brief moment, and under CHT New Jersey's deliberate guidance, they soon arrived at the location of his carefully arranged formation. The Kuan eagle suddenly perceived an overwhelming sense of impending danger, yet, even with its remarkable speed in flight, it was ultimately ensnared by the formation's grasp. Chu Tianjun clasped his hands, and the formidable power of the formation surged forth. In his previous life, he was a formidable figure on the verge of transcending the divine, wielding techniques far beyond the capabilities of those on the Golden Core stage. The might of this formation was such that even the pinnacle of the Golden Core could not withstand it. The process unfolded seamlessly, entirely under Chu Tianjun's control. Soon after, the Kuan eagle was vanquished, though not entirely destroyed. Its physical form lay in ruins, yet Chu Tianjun preserved its inner core and consciousness. As he grasped the Kuan eagle's inner core, a diminutive phantom of the creature appeared, seemingly pleading for mercy. "Old friend, we meet again." Chu Tianjun regarded the inner core with the warmth of an old companion, while the creature's expression was one of utter bewilderment. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun forcefully erased the existing consciousness of the Kuan eagle, leaving only its most primal instincts. He then refined both the inner core and the pure instinctual consciousness into his flying sword. At that instant, Chu Tianjun's gaze upon the sword transformed into one of satisfaction. It was the very artifact he had most frequently employed in his prior life, a flying sword known as Tianxian. In his previous incarnation, Tianxian was bestowed upon Chu Tianjun shortly after he attained the golden core, not as a result of slaying the Kuan eagle, but rather a gift from the moonlit figure, Longnue, to celebrate his ascension. CHT New Jersey held this gift in the highest regard. Subsequently, he infused various rare materials and extraordinary treasures into the Tianxian sword, and under his meticulous nurturing, the innate consciousness of the Kan Wang awakened, transforming into a spirit of the weapon, thereby becoming a top-tier treasure approaching the status of a spiritual artifact. The Tianxian sword subsequently emerged as CHT New Jersey's signature magical item. In his previous life, the sword was bestowed upon him by Elnju, and he wielded it with remarkable proficiency, developing a bond with the weapon spirit. Thus, no matter how much he despised Elnju, it would not impede his decision to continue utilizing the Tianxian sword in this lifetime. Old friend, in my past life, we were so close to elevating you to a spiritual artifact in this life. I shall ensure you ascend the path of the great Tao in the form of a magical treasure, CHT New Jersey earnestly declared to the Tianxian sword. A spiritual artifact is a being of a higher realm than ordinary magical tools or treasures. For a weapon to be deemed a spiritual artifact, it must not only possess sentience, but also the ability to take on a physical form, and most importantly, it must be capable of self-cultivation akin to a human. While ordinary cultivators can forge magical tools, only those at the golden core stage can refine magical treasures. However, the creation of a spiritual artifact is not solely contingent upon one's level of cultivation. In his previous life, CHT New Jersey encountered numerous god transformation cultivators, even those in the void refinement realm, and he was acquainted with an elder from the cave profound realm. Yet, true spiritual artifacts remained mere legends to him. It was uncertain whether that elder possessed a spiritual artifact, but he was certain that the ancient beings he met in the void refinement realm did not have one. The Kan Wang, with only its instinctual consciousness remaining, accepted the name Tianxian like a blank canvas. As for the notion of becoming a spiritual artifact, Tianxian could not yet comprehend it. With the Tianxian sword once again in his possession, CHT New Jersey experienced a notable enhancement in his combat prowess. He then spent an additional 6 months traversing 4 provinces, gathering numerous opportunities at the golden core level. This process of recultivation, infused with memories, was exhilarating. Over the course of 6 months, the resources CHT New Jersey acquired were sufficient for him to refine pills for advancing to the nascent soul stage. The various rare materials and treasures enabled him to forge several powerful magical artifacts, some of which were already suitable for use by cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Upon completing these endeavors, CHT New Jersey returned to the G11O sect after an absence of 9 months. He had been part of the sect for over 2 years. When he appeared in the Internal Affairs Hall, the entire G11O sect erupted in astonishment. For a genius who had consolidated the golden core in merely 2 years was not only the most formidable talent in the sect's history, but also a figure likely unmatched across the entirety of FFing province and even the eastern domain. Immediately, measures were taken to seal the news, forbidding any disciple from disclosing CHT New Jersey's remarkable achievement. The esteemed Master TNSH promptly issued a confidentiality order in his capacity as sect leader. Finally, Master TNSH demonstrates a modicum of wisdom. What would their reaction be if they discovered I achieved the golden core in merely 1 year and 3 months? CHT New Jersey mused, appreciating the leader's decision, which not only spared him potential troubles but also considered the sect's interests. The sect regulations permitted golden core cultivators to establish their own cave abodes, recruit disciples, and manage various affairs within the sect. New Jersey Your unparalleled talent suggests that your future accomplishments will undoubtedly include reaching the nascent soul stage and even the god transformation realm. As sect leader, I can make an exception to relieve you of your administrative duties. You need only focus on your cultivation. The esteemed Master Tian Shu no longer regards Chu Tianjun merely as a junior. Rather, he adopts a stance of equality. Given Chu Tianjun's remarkable capabilities, it is likely that he will soon attain the Yuanying stage and may even ascend to the transformative realm of Huashan in the future. At that juncture, the elders of the Jiuxiao sect may find themselves in the position of needing to regard him as their junior. In the cultivation world, it is not solely the strong who command respect, but rather those who have achieved true mastery. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun cherished the mentor-student bond with Longnue, and out of respect for his master, he refrained from surpassing her to become a Hua Shinjinjuan before her. It is a convention of the sect that cannot be disregarded for the sake of a single individual. Should the sect leader not hold any reservations, I wish to serve as a transmission officer at the Law Transmission Hall, aiding fellow disciples in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages in their understanding. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the usually aloof and solitary Chu Tianjun declined the sect leader's generous offer and voluntarily took on the role of transmission officer, a position that most Golden Core cultivators are reluctant to accept. The role of the transmission officer entails periodically explaining cultivation techniques to those in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages at the Law Transmission Hall, imparting knowledge of alchemy and artifact crafting and addressing any queries. Engaging in such activities provides no direct benefit to one's own cultivation, and most practitioners are inherently self-serving, which is why few Golden Core experts are willing to expend their time on these average-skilled, lower-tier disciples. Naturally, Master Tian Shu did not refuse Chu Tianjun's request, and soon the entire Jiuxiao sect was abuzz with the news that their most talented elder brother, Chu, would be elucidating techniques and resolving doubts for the lower-tier disciples at the Law Transmission Hall. Chu Tianjun chose not to seek another dwelling and returned to the stone house in the peach grove. The surroundings remained unchanged, with fallen petals carpeting the path. And during his absence of over 6 months, no one had come to cause any disruption. If such disturbances had not occurred in the past, it was unlikely they would arise in the future. On the following day, Chu Tianjun arrived at the Dharma Hall, having announced his intention to teach that day. Consequently, when he arrived, the hall was already filled to capacity, both inside and out. The Nine Skies sect boasted nearly 10,000 disciples, predominantly at the Qi refinement stage, with around 800 to 900 in the foundation establishment stage, 60 to 70 in the Golden Core stage, and approximately 10 at the nascent soul stage. Presently, the most promising candidate for advancing to the spirit transformation stage was the esteemed Chu Tianjun from the Wanxia Peak, whose mastery at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage surpassed that of the sect leader, Tian Shuzhenren, by a small margin. Today, the Dharma Hall was graced by at least 2,000 attendees, the majority being disciples at the Qi refinement stage, with over 100 in the foundation establishment stage, including several formidable individuals in the Golden Core stage. Not all disciples of the Nine Skies sect were present at the mountain gate. Some were engaged in secluded meditation, while others were out on expeditions or fulfilling tasks. Thus, the substantial turnout today was indeed a remarkable gathering, with the illustrious title of prodigy. Chu Tianjun arrived at the Law Transmission Hall, where his fellow disciples awaited with eager anticipation. Even the several Golden Core cultivators hoped to glean insights from this talented individual. However, as Chu Tianjun commenced his exposition on cultivation insights, the audience gradually descended into disappointment. He offered little of substance. After half an hour, a few of the Golden Core practitioners began to depart, and within an hour, nearly all the foundation establishment disciples had left, with a significant portion of the Qi refinement practitioners following suit. Upon the conclusion of his teachings after an hour and a half, there remained merely 30 or so attendees, while the hall outside stood desolate. The disciples, adhering to protocol, posed their questions, to which Chu Tianjun responded, albeit with a palpable sense of indifference, leaving most feeling disheartened. Following this day, the sect's sentiments toward Chu Tianjun's role as a transmission officer shifted to disappointment. Just when everyone presumed he would shy away from the Law Transmission Hall henceforth, he declared his intention to attend every 5th day. Chapter 9. Great talents emerge late. A few days later, on the 15th of the month, Chu Tianjun appeared punctually at the Law Transmission Hall. Today, only a handful of individuals were present, all Qi refinement disciples. Yet, Chu Tianjun continued to elucidate the most fundamental Qi refinement techniques, while the audience struggled to stay awake. And even he seemed on the verge of dozing off. However, when an elderly disciple with graying hair, yet only at the mid-Qi refinement stage, arrived tardily, Chu Tianjun's gaze flickered, and he appeared considerably more invigorated. Before long, his lecture concluded, ushering in the time for inquiries from the disciples. The attendees today seemed undeterred by previous disappointments, as they earnestly sought to extract knowledge from this prodigy, with several Qi refinement disciples gradually voicing their cultivation-related uncertainties. Chu Tianjun continued to respond to the queries, yet the disciples gleaned little from his insights, their gains scarcely surpassing the trivial. Eventually, it was the turn of an elderly cultivator, whose inquiries were hardly surprising, almost to be expected. This disciple, possessing limited aptitude, had entered the sect in his youth. Yet his progress over the decades had been painfully slow. Now, having crossed the threshold of old age, he faced the grim reality that he might soon return to dust within merely 20 years. Perhaps this was fate, yet the path of cultivation had been trodden. And with each reflection upon this, he felt a pang of regret, daring to ask the steward if he still had a chance. The old man's voice was tinged with melancholy, intertwined with a sense of helplessness and resentment. This predicament mirrored that of many cultivators. Even upon embarking on the path of cultivation, they merely extended their lives by a few decades, never surpassing the foundational stage. With a lifespan of 100 to 130 years being a lofty aspiration for the elderly cultivator before them, his mid-stage chi refinement meant that reaching a century was already the pinnacle of his existence. Old Wu, you are well aware of your circumstances. Why pose such a question? Were I in your position, I would sooner descend the mountain and relish a decade of worldly pleasures and wealth. Old Wu's time for procreation has long passed. Venturing into the mundane world, he would likely be unable to leave a legacy. Is he truly so unwilling to accept this reality? As the last words of the old cultivator hung in the air, before Chu Tianjun could utter a response, several disciples began to jest at old Wu's expense. Old Wu, fully named Wu Qingyun, had indeed joined the Jiuxiao sect. Yet his cultivation had stagnated for decades, rendering him effectively resigned to his fate. However, when everyone anticipated that Chu Tianjun would respond with indifference, they were astonished to witness the seemingly disinterested steward rise from his seat. In the astonished gazes of the assembly, Chu Tianjun slowly approached Wu Qingyun, earnestly stating, "There is certainly still an opportunity for you. Your slow progress in cultivation arises from your failure to discover a method that suits you. It is essential to understand that the path of cultivation is not confined to the rigid practices of chi refinement, alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, array formations, and even the subtle art of divination. These paths, often regarded as lesser, can, with profound mastery, lead one directly to the ultimate truth." For the first time, Chu Tianjun spoke at length in response to a disciple's inquiry. At this moment, not only was Wu Qingyun visibly astonished, but the other disciples present were equally taken aback. For no one had ever elucidated to them that the path of cultivation could take many forms. Chu Tianjun had now approached Wu Qingyun, and gazing at the elder before him, a genuine smile graced his face. "Brother Wu, though you have squandered a full 60 years, it is never too late to persevere. I possess a scroll on the art of alchemy. Perhaps you might consider traversing a different path." His smile exuded sincerity as he turned his palm over and handed an ancient jade slip to Wu Qingyun. For some time, Chu Tianjun had awaited Wu Qingyun's emergence, initially intending to seek him out. However, this scroll of alchemical secrets was only retrieved after his own breakthrough to the dance stage, and furthermore, Wu Qingyun had recently been in seclusion, emerging only today. In a previous life, Chu Tianjun had been repeatedly wronged and misunderstood. When nearly everyone in the sect turned against him, even as they sought to undermine him, it was this elder, though not particularly powerful and with a limited lifespan, who stood among the few to support and assist Chu Tianjun. On one occasion, when Chu Tianjun was falsely accused of colluding with the demonic path, and as the likes of Long Yue and other elders refused to believe in his innocence, they had shattered his pipa bone, sealed his cultivation, and imprisoned him in a lightless underground cage for 3 months as punishment. "Brother, I have brought you food. And here are several chi condensation pills to aid in your recovery," Wu Qingyun had said, appearing quietly at the dark confines of the cage when Chu Tianjun had almost given up hope, feeling utterly disheartened. At that time, Wu Qingyun was already over 90 years old, with mere months left to live. He not only brought sustenance but also offered his few chi condensation pills to Chu Tianjun. "You are merely at the mid-stage of chi cultivation. These pills are not insignificant for you. Why would you give them to me?" Chu Tianjun asked, looking at the elderly Wu Qingyun, whose hair had turned completely white. "I too have little time left, yet your days are still long ahead, brother. I have witnessed all that you have done for the sect over the years. Regardless of what others say, I refuse to believe that you would act against the sect's interests. I only lament my own insignificance, unable to advocate for you with reason." Wu Qingyun spoke with remarkable composure, having discerned certain clues. Despite his lowly status and his tireless efforts on behalf of Chu Tianjun, he remained unrecognized by the sect. 3 months later, upon the conclusion of Chu Tianjun's punishment, he hastened to find Wu Qingyun. However, upon his arrival, he was met with nothing but a grave, an unmarked mound of earth devoid of a headstone. In that moment, Chu Tianjun comprehended the truth. No wonder Wu Qingyun had not appeared in the past 2 months. His repeated gestures of bringing meals had been discovered by Yichen, culminating in Wu Qingyun's demise one fateful night. his life extinguished due to the depletion of his lifespan. As a disciple in the Qi refinement stage, aged over 90, his death went unnoticed by many. Yet Chu Tianjun was certain that Wu Qingyan had several months of life remaining. This calamity was undoubtedly orchestrated by Yichen. Those who act benevolently towards others often meet such tragic fates, and Wu Qingyan was not the first to experience this. A cascade of memories flooded Chu Tianjun's mind. Particularly the incredulous expression on Wu Qingyun's face as he beheld the jade slip that floated into his hands. The words "it is never too late to forge ahead" echoed repeatedly in his thoughts. The first time in many years of cultivation that someone had offered such encouragement to Wu Qingyun. Previously, he had only received dismissive remarks about his inadequate aptitude, being told that he was not suited for cultivation and to abandon his dreams. "Do I truly still have a chance?" Wu Qingyun spoke, his voice laced with lingering uncertainty. Chu Tianjun gently patted Wu Qingyun's shoulder and encouragingly said, "Of course, I believe in you, but you must not give up on yourself. By the way, alchemy requires a substantial amount of medicinal materials. Take these with you." Before Wu Qingyun could utter a word, Chu Tianjun waved his hand, and a plethora of spiritual herbs and plants materialized before Wu Qingyun, leaving everyone around them utterly astonished. Cultivation is inherently linked to talent, and the crafting of elixirs and artifacts also hinges upon it. However, the essence of alchemy and artifact refinement does not solely rest on innate ability. Rather, it is a matter of dexterity. With ample materials, one can indeed forge a master through sheer perseverance. "What is this?" Wu Qingyun instinctively rejected the offer, as the sheer quantity Chu Tianjun provided was so vast that it felt implausible to anyone. "Of course, this is not a gift without strings attached. In the future, I will supply you with spiritual herbs and plants. You need only focus on the crafting. The resulting elixirs will be split 50-50 between us," Chu Tianjun stated with unwavering certainty. Soon, news of the once inept elder Wu gaining Chu Tianjun's favor spread throughout the sect, and for a considerable period. Wu Qingyun was not seen. However, 3 months later, upon his return, he had remarkably regained the appearance of a man in his 40s or 50s, with his cultivation having ascended to the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 10. Transmitting the teachings of Ouyang Ming during these days. Chu Tianjun continued to visit the Hall of Teachings every 5th day. Following the incident with Wu Qingyun, the number of disciples frequenting the Hall of Teachings had increased. The most sought to take shortcuts, hoping to attract Chu Tianjun's favor just as Wu Qingyun had fortuitously done. Despite the seemingly perfunctory manner in which Chu Tianjun conducts his lectures, it gradually becomes apparent that his attitude towards his disciples is not entirely dismissive. For instance, when he occasionally encounters a disciple in need, he not only takes the time to patiently address their queries but also generously bestows upon them elixirs and techniques. On several occasions, Chu Tianjun has even demonstrated his commitment by personally utilizing his spiritual energy within the Hall of Transmission to help several disciples clear their meridians and alleviate long-standing hidden injuries. Chu Tianjun exhibits a particular fondness for certain disciples, yet he remains largely aloof, with the sect attributing his demeanor to his intrinsic nature, believing that his actions are often guided by personal whims. One day, as customary, Chu Tianjun delivered a lecture in the Dharma Hall, drawing an audience of 200 to 300 attendees. Even some disciples stationed abroad sought to return, hoping to seize a stroke of fortune. Among these attendees were several disciples in the foundation establishment stage, dispatched by the sect to undertake various missions. One of the disciples, a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner, respectfully inquired of Chu Tianjun, "Esteemed master, I have recently developed an infatuation with formations, yet I have often heard my seniors remarking that these pursuits are mere diversions, cautioning against excessive obsession as it may hinder one's cultivation. A few days ago, a fellow disciple mentioned that you once stated that the profundities of such diversions can indeed lead one directly to the great path. I wonder if this holds true?" CHT New Jersey and has delivered lectures for an extended period, aiding only a handful of individuals. Nonetheless, he often expresses remarkable insights, which are not mere attempts to astonish or provoke, but rather stem from his profound understanding cultivated in his previous life. These revelations have indeed enlightened and assisted numerous disciples. "What is your name?" CHT New Jersey N did not immediately respond to the inquiry of a disciple, but instead asked for the young man's name. "I am Ouyang Ming," the inquiring disciple replied respectfully. Upon hearing the name Ouyang Ming, a rare smile graced CHT New Jersey N's countenance. In his previous life, he had indeed known Ouyang Ming, albeit their interactions were limited. Unlike WQ Ing Yen, Ouyang Ming had not directly aided him. However, he was a man of clarity and objectivity, ultimately perishing as one of the disciples who valiantly fought for the sect. You have an affinity for formations, thus, you may wish to explore the path of cultivation through them. Perhaps your understanding of formations is still somewhat superficial. In truth, the realm of formations is vast and profound. A powerful gathering spirit array can significantly enhance one's cultivation efficiency, while lethal arrays can be effortlessly deployed to vanquish formidable foes across realms. There are even ancient arrays capable of withstanding heavenly tribulations and legendary formations that can reverse life and death. How could such a magnificent path be dismissed as mere trickery? CHT New Jerseyan proclaimed, his voice resonating in the ears of all present, leaving them in a state of profound astonishment. At that moment, beyond the hall, stood a figure of extraordinary grace, Ling Yu, who had not been seen for a considerable time, having spent a year in external training. She returned just in time to hear that CHT New Jerseyan had attained the dance stage and was imparting teachings to his disciples, piquing her curiosity to listen in. The words of Chu Tianjun left Long Wei equally astonished. You have a penchant for formations? Have you crafted any? Perhaps you could present them for my examination. I may offer you some guidance. Chu Tianjun's voice resonated as he willingly extended his mentorship to his disciple. In that moment, all eyes turned to Ouyang Ming. Their gazes filled with envy, for they understood that he had become the fortunate recipient of Chu Tianjun's favor. In the next instant, Ouyang Ming, overwhelmed with joy, produced a set of formation flags he had meticulously crafted. This was a defensive formation, encompassing an illusionary defensive array, clearly showcasing the effort he had invested. Indeed, you possess a natural talent for formations. In light of this, I shall bestow upon you this, an ancient relic containing the true elucidation of formations, left behind by a venerable practitioner. Recognizing Ouyang Ming's aptitude, Chu Tianjun handed him a jade slip, a treasure he had acquired during his recent travels. The disciples expressed their gratitude towards their mentor, and Ouyang Ming promptly bowed deeply in respect. No need for such formalities. Additionally, I have another gift for you. This is a formation I devised myself, which, if activated upon reaching the golden core stage, can withstand a strike from an early-stage nascent soul, rendering you nearly invincible against those below the nascent soul realm. Without ceasing his generosity, Chu Tianjun also presented Ouyang Ming with the formation discs and flags that had ensnared the Kuan Eagle. A wave of astonishment swept through the hall of transmission. Many marveled at Chu Tianjun's extraordinary generosity, lamenting their own lack of interest in formations, realizing too late the value of such a gift. He was far from indifferent. His kindness towards a stranger was remarkable, as such treasures would seldom be exchanged even among many master-disciple pairs. The formation discs, nearly invincible against foes below the nascent soul realm, were priceless artifacts. Outside the hall, Long Wei was equally taken aback. Inside the hall of transmission, Chu Tianjun assisted Ouyang Ming to his feet and spoke once more. I have served as a transmission officer for half a year, fulfilling my duties within the sect. I shall not return henceforth. With that, Chu Tianjun smiled at Ouyang Ming and nodded, before dismissing the others and departing the hall. Long Wei, witnessing Chu Tianjun's exit, lifted her hand, her lips parting as if to greet him. However, in the next moment, he brushed past her, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. The words she intended to utter caught in her throat, leaving her momentarily awkward and speechless. Thankfully, the disciples within the hall remained oblivious to her presence, prompting her to swiftly follow suit, enveloping herself in a beam of light to depart. When Chu Tianjun departed, he caught a glimpse of the hazy moon. Yet he chose to disregard the presence of the other, driven purely by an indifference that stemmed from laziness. Upon returning to the peach grove, his thoughts were not on the hazy moon, but rather on the disciples to whom he had imparted wisdom and bestowed numerous benefits during this time. These individuals were of significance to Chu Tianjun. In the span of 6 months, he had altered their destinies through this approach, ensuring that his fellow disciples would achieve greater accomplishments than in their previous lives. Meanwhile, as Hong Yue returned to Tianxian Peak, a sense of unease enveloped her. Perhaps it was the allure of the unattainable that troubled her heart. What lingered in her mind, however, was the ancient words of her ancestor, who had declared a fateful bond between her and Chu Tianjun. Yet, Chu Tianjun remained astonishingly aloof towards her. In the past, she could find solace in the belief that it was simply his nature, but today, witnessing his kindness towards others in the law transmission hall, it became evident that he was not inherently indifferent. This realization deepened Hong Yue's discomfort, leaving her yearning to understand the reasons behind it. Having not seen him for a year, she contemplated the propriety of visiting him as a senior member of the sect. gazing upon the somewhat desolate Tianjun peak. Her thoughts drifted to the comforting familiarity of the peach grove. After a brief moment of contemplation, she resolved to seek out Chu Tianjun. This time, Hongwei concealed her presence as she hovered above the peach grove, wishing to observe what Chu Tianjun was engaged in before revealing herself at an opportune moment. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself becoming cautious in the face of Chu Tianjun, despite being a nascent soul practitioner. Chapter 11. The Lifebound Treasure. The two instruments mirror as Hongwei arrived. She discovered Chu Tianjun seated beneath a peach tree, beside a stone table that she had taken the liberty of arranging. The sight of the stone table brought her a modicum of comfort, and a faint smile graced her lips. Suddenly, an exuberant voice echoed from outside the peach grove, followed by a disciple in his 40s, who rushed into the grove, radiating excitement akin to that of a child, heading straight towards the stone house. Upon hearing the voice of Wu Qingyun, Chu Tianjun rose with a smile, anticipating that Wu Qingyun had once again succeeded in concocting a remarkable elixir. With an abundance of spiritual herbs and plants at his disposal, Wu Qingyun's growth had been substantial. Within mere months, he had mastered the art of refining golden core elixirs, and their quality continually improved. His reputation within the Nine Heavens Sect had grown significantly. However, Wu Qingyun never crafted elixirs for others. He possessed ample materials, dividing his concoctions equally between himself and Chu Tianjun, and he was on the verge of reaching the mid-foundation stage in his cultivation. Wu Qingyun soon appeared before Chu Tianjun, presenting a jade box that contained nearly 10 resplendent golden core elixirs, meticulously arranged. Excellent work, Qingyun. These are dust-settling pills, which enhance the chances of forming a golden core. Your talent in alchemy is indeed commendable, Chu Tianjun praised, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Were it not for the steward's impartation of alchemical secrets and the countless spiritual herbs bestowed upon me, I would not be where I am today. I owe the steward a debt of rebirth. Please allow me to pay my respects, Wu Qingyun replied earnestly, kneeling to bow before Chu Tianjun. Please, rise, Qingyun. If it is not too much trouble, would you call me senior brother? Chu Tianjun interjected, his hand halting Wu Qingyun's gesture of reverence, his expression revealing an unexpected anticipation for this moment. Observing the scene, Longwei felt perplexed. Why was Chu Tianjun so kind to this seemingly mediocre cultivator, who evidently had a limited lifespan? The request to call him senior brother stirred emotions, as if Chu Tianjun had awaited this moment for an eternity. Senior brother. Wu Qingyun looked up at Chu Tianjun, whose visage, aged yet wise, was now streaked with tears of joy. Longwei noted that even the typically aloof disciple displayed signs of emotion upon hearing Wu Qingyun address him as senior brother. Hidden in the shadows, Longwei could sense Chu Tianjun's elation, as he proceeded to offer guidance to Wu Qingyun on various alchemical matters, some of which even Longwei found enlightening. I will enter seclusion for a period of time. Your lifespan is limited, so you must hasten to refine your elixirs and strive to form your golden core as soon as possible, Chu Tianjun suddenly announced, implying that Wu Qingyun should refrain from visiting him in the near future. Are you entering seclusion to enhance your cultivation, senior brother? Wu Qingyun instinctively inquired. Half a year from now marks the sect's decennial grand competition, and I, too, must prepare, Chu Tianjun casually replied. Wu Qingyun nodded thoughtfully, indeed. The champion of the decennial competition will be rewarded with abundant elixirs and formidable artifacts. With your strength, senior brother, a little preparation will surely position you to contend for the top. The Nine Heavens Sect holds a disciple competition every 10 years, divided into foundation establishment and golden core categories. The top performers receive numerous advantages, serving as both an incentive for disciples and a means to cultivate exceptional talent. Chu Tianjun merely smiled, offering no denial. In truth, his motives did not revolve around securing first place or earning rewards. After a while, Wu Qingyun departed. At this moment, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene tranquility over the peach grove. Unbeknownst to Chu Tianjun, the ethereal figure of Langwei lurked in the shadows, observing him. The vast disparity in their strengths rendered their current circumstances profoundly significant. Had he been aware of Long Yue's proximity, he would have undoubtedly turned and retreated to his dwelling without hesitation. At this moment, Chu Tianjun appeared utterly content, seated beneath the peach tree as he uncorked a wine jug and poured himself several cups. The hazy moon hung above like a silent observer. She felt that the scene before her resembled a tranquil and beautiful painting. She longed to immerse herself in this serene tableau. Yet the recollection of Chu Tianjun's demeanor upon each encounter with her rendered her hesitant to reveal herself. After a brief moment, a sudden inspiration struck Longwei. and she manifested her presence, gracefully descending from the air. As soon as Chu Tianjun sensed the arrival of Long Wei, he promptly stowed away the wine jug and cups from the table, then cast a cold gaze upon her. To think that after just a year apart, upon our reunion, you have already condensed your golden core. It is indeed a lamentable matter that we could not become master and disciple. A faint smile graced Long Yue's face, and with her demeanor as pure as a chrysanthemum, her words seemed to carry an air of deliberate flattery towards Chu Tianjun. How could I possibly be worthy of the esteemed Long Yue? In the future, she shall undoubtedly have the finest disciples in the world. Chu Tianjun replied coolly, wishing to depart. Yet Long Yue had positioned herself cunningly, effectively blocking his path back to the stone house. While his words appeared humble and complimentary, hinting at how she would have exceptional disciples in the future, it was evident that there was an undertone of sarcasm in his remarks. I have no intention of taking on disciples in this lifetime. Since we lack this fated connection as master and disciple, I shall not accept any in the future either. For reasons unknown, Long Wei hastily clarified that she had not taken on Chu Tianjun as a disciple, nor would she ever accept others. Chu Tianjun scoffed at this. Sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward, yet unexpectedly, he decided to speak. Thus, when I first entered the sect, and you professed to take me as your disciple, that was not your true intention, was it? Chu Tianjun remarked with a profound implication, then raised his gaze towards a certain direction. Where the ancestral hall of the Jiuxiu sect was situated, Long Wei paused momentarily at his words, instinctively glancing toward the ancestral hall, and then, with a hint of trepidation, inquired, "How could you possibly know? Since I did not ascend the mountain alone, was that person truly the ancestor of the Jiuxiu sect?" This marked the first occasion on which Chu Tianjun engaged in such extensive conversation with Long Wei, causing her expression to turn cautious. "I do not know whom you saw, nor have I truly encountered the ancestor." Long Wei did not conceal the truth from Chu Tianjun. Her previous act of accepting disciples was indeed not her own volition, but rather a demand from the supreme ancestor. Upon hearing this revelation, Chu Tianjun felt a sense of relief, the reason he remained within the Jiuxiu sect after his rebirth, aside from those he cherished, was also due to the enigmatic supreme ancestor, whom he was reluctant to leave behind. He could not fathom why, in his previous life, that ancestor had guided him into the sect, for he had devoted himself to the sect only to meet a tragic end, while the ancestor had never revealed themselves. Although Long Wei was unaware of why Chu Tianjun posed this question or how he had discovered it, she felt that this was a promising beginning to their conversation. However, after obtaining her answer, Chu Tianjun showed no inclination to continue speaking. His gaze toward Long Yue reverted to its usual indifference, clearly indicating that it was time for her to take her leave. The grand competition of the sect was imminent, occurring once every decade. And with your singular focus on enhancing your cultivation, it is likely you lack the time and energy to forge magical artifacts. Here, take this for your use. A commendable performance in the competition will yield substantial rewards from the sect. Long Wei was reluctant to depart so soon. She quickly spoke. As an ancient mirror of black and white hues materialized before Chu Tianjun, the two instruments mirror? How could she bear to part with such a treasure? This is indeed her life-bound treasure. How could she lend it to me for the sect's grand competition? Upon seeing the precious mirror, Chu Tianjun felt a twinge of astonishment. He recognized this artifact, the Tui mirror, which was cultivated by Long Yue with her nascent soul. Chapter 12. Yielding is not shameful. Noticing Chu Tianjun's lack of response, Long Yue continued. This is my life-bound treasure, the Tui mirror. It possesses two sides, one for offense and one for defense, making it a dual-purpose artifact. With this treasure, securing a place among the top 3 in the competition is certainly within your grasp. I possess treasures, Chu Tianjun replied succinctly and coldly. Chu Tianjun was already well aware of the Tui mirror without needing Long Yue's introduction. In his previous life, he had even sought out rare treasures to infuse into the Tui mirror, enhancing its power significantly beyond its current capabilities. Feeling embarrassed by her unreciprocated enthusiasm, Long Yue wished she could vanish into a crevice of the earth, but she refrained, for at that moment, Chu Tianjun turned and departed, returning to the stone chamber. As he entered, a formation activated, isolating the inner sanctum from external perception. Long Yue took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, and stored the Tui mirror, transforming it into a streak of light as she returned to Tianshan Peak. In the following period, Long Wei compelled herself to avoid thoughts of Chu Tianjun and the peach grove, while Chu Tianjun remained conspicuously absent. Eventually, Long Wei could no longer contain her curiosity. This time, instead of venturing into the peach grove, she expanded her consciousness to observe from a distance. After several observations, she discerned that Chu Tianjun seemed to be in seclusion, with notable surges of lightning energy emanating from the stone chamber, as if it were brewing a tempest. The power of thunder is renowned for being exceedingly difficult to master. How could he, being at the golden core stage, accomplish such a feat? It appeared he was in the midst of crafting a treasure. Long Wei found herself intrigued, suspecting that Chu Tianjun was indeed preparing an artifact for the imminent sect competition. Time passed swiftly, and half a year went by. Chu Tianjun had devoted an entire 6 months to the crafting of this artifact, a process longer than any he had undertaken previously for the Tianjin sword. The resonant chimes echoed throughout the Jiuxiao Mountains, signaling the commencement of the decade's sect competition, and on the final day, Chu Tianjun registered to participate. Today marked the first day of the competition, and in accordance with the sect's traditions, all disciples and elders were required to be present at the mountain gate. Chu Tianjun made an appearance, primarily to draw lots. Long Yue, as a nascent soul elder, also graced the event briefly, but as she had no disciples under her tutelage, she remained indifferent to the proceedings and departed before the drawing concluded. After drawing a lot, Chu Tianjun did not make another appearance. As the recent days were filled with competitions among Foundation establishment disciples, with only the last 2 days reserved for those in the Golden Core stage. Although numerous Foundation establishment disciples participated, not everyone chose to compete. For instance, Wu Qingyun, the alchemist, opted out. The most surprising outcome this year was Ouyang Ming, whose cultivation was originally modest. However, with the set of formation discs gifted by Chu Tianjun, he managed to secure a place among the top 4. This matter prompted the elders of the sect to convene a special meeting. The disciple named Ouyang Ming relied entirely on the formation discs. It was argued whether a disciple who triumphed solely through the use of treasures should be entitled to a ranking. The sect leader, True Person Tianxiu, posed this question, echoing the discontent of many disciples. Ultimately, the consensus was unsurprising. The majority of the elders maintained that victory through treasures still represented a form of strength. Nevertheless, Ouyang Ming only achieved 3rd place, as the top 2 contenders possessed even more formidable artifacts. Soon, the highly anticipated competition among Golden Core experts arrived. On that day, Long Yue also made her appearance, and Chu Tianjun had his match scheduled for the morning against a fellow disciple in the mid-Golden Core stage, according to the draw. Chu Tianjun had some recollection of this individual. Based on memories from a previous life, he was a fickle supporter who had once taken advantage of Chu Tianjun's vulnerabilities. Therefore, from the outset of the competition, Chu Tianjun held nothing back. He summoned the Tianjin sword, and despite being at a slight disadvantage in cultivation, he refrained from engaging directly. The Tianjin sword operated autonomously, effortlessly shattering the opponent's bell-shaped defensive artifact with a single strike. The spectacle of a sword shattering an artifact sent shockwaves throughout the Jiuxiao sect, leaving even the Yuan Ing elders spectating from the high platform in awe. How could Chu Tianjun's flying sword artifact be so formidable? Whispers of speculation arose, with all eyes fixated on the Tianjin sword. Long Wei gazed somewhat entranced at the fleeting appearance of the sword, her thoughts diverging from those of others. She felt that the blue sword adorned with golden accents resonated perfectly with her aesthetic sensibilities. It evoked a sense of familiarity peach grows. Flying swords, each element felt reminiscent of something she could not quite grasp. Long Yue's emotions stirred once more, leaving her in a state of unrest. In the first match, Chu Tianjun emerged victorious with ease. After his win, he decided to leave. However, before departing, he cast a glance towards the side of the Nine Swords True Person, where a woman dressed in pure white, resembling a snowflake, stood. Her exquisite features radiated an aura of coldness, reminiscent of an icy fairy. At that moment, the icy fairy's gaze coincidentally fell upon Chu Tianjun, yet he had already turned away, and their eyes did not meet. Qingxue. This Chu Tianjun is the fastest cultivator in the history of the Jiuxiao sect. It seems he possesses numerous hidden strengths. This time, he will surely be a formidable rival for you. The esteemed Master Jiu Jian spoke softly. Beside him stood his only direct disciple, Lu Qingxue. She remained silent, having recently emerged from her seclusion, and was aware of certain matters concerning Chu Tianjun, which stirred within her a desire to compete. In her previous life, Chu Tianjun did not participate in this decade's grand competition, yet 10 years later, he had already attained the nascent soul stage. Thus they had never engaged in a sparring match. However, over the ensuing 30 years, only Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue emerged as nascent soul masters from the Jiuxiao sect. Although their interactions were limited, there was an occasion when Chu Tianjun was falsely accused, and Lu Qingxue courageously defended him, subsequently conducting a discreet investigation into the matter. It was then that she likely sensed the anomalies within the Jiuxiao sect. Regrettably, those who showed kindness to Chu Tianjun, or simply acted in the sect's interest, were destined for unfortunate fates, and Lu Qingxue was no exception. Later, during an expedition to explore a secret realm, she fell victim to Yichen, who seized two powerful spirit bodies from her and attempted to corrupt her with insidious poison. Yet, before the poison could take effect, Lu Qingxue resolutely took her own life. When Chu Tianjun discovered her, the talented disciple, who had once been warm-hearted and wholly devoted to the sect, lay lifeless and cold. In this life, Chu Tianjun wasted no time in participating in the sect competition, his sole purpose being Lu Qingxue. The Golden Core trials continued. As the Jiuxiu sect had few Golden Core cultivators, thus the competition would not prolong for long. In the afternoon, Chu Tianjun faced another match, and the top 16 contenders were now established. Observing the matchups before him, Chu Tianjun resolved to eliminate Lu Qingxue's greatest rival during the semifinals, allowing her to secure first place. With the resources that came with victory, she should advance to the nascent soul realm more swiftly than in her previous life. Everything unfolded according to Chu Tianjun's design. By the following afternoon, with merely 3 strikes of his sword, he compelled a peak Golden Core peer to concede, a contender who had been the champion in his past life. Incredible! How can his flying sword be so formidable? He has already bested all Golden Core opponents in the early stage. It seems that the title of champion is rightfully his. CHT New Jersey advanced with an unstoppable momentum, leading everyone to believe that he was undoubtedly the foremost among the Golden Core practitioners, destined to be the preeminent figure beneath the elders of the Jiuxiao sect. Qingxue, do not overestimate your capabilities. If you find yourself at a disadvantage after a few exchanges, it would be wise to concede. Losing to him is not a disgrace, admonished the esteemed Chu Tianjun as he observed the imminent match featuring Lu Qingxue. At that moment, no elder of the Jiuxiao sect harbored doubts regarding CHT New Jersey's prowess. Indeed, any cultivator below the Yuaning stage would find it no shame to be defeated by him. Chapter 13. The Thunder Emperor's Battle Armor. Lu Qingxue nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing as she gracefully descended onto the arena. Lu Qingxue of Luoxia Peak, I humbly seek your guidance. In a display of respect, she clasped her hands in a greeting towards CHT New Jersey, and upon taking the stage, based on CH's prior performances, it was expected that he would respond with his flying sword, concluding the battle within mere moments. However, this time CHT New Jersey astonished the onlookers. He solemnly returned the gesture, bowing deeply to Lu Qingxue with an air of utmost humility and respect, stating, CHT New Jersey pays his respects to senior sister Lu. How is this possible? He actually dares to address her as senior sister? What am I witnessing? Our sect's most formidable genius is bowing to senior sister Lu? Could it be that CH Xiong harbors feelings for her? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their attention shifting. Lu Qingxue, equally taken aback, gazed intently at CHT New Jersey. Her eyes filled with confusion. Yet she discerned that his demeanor was sincere, devoid of ulterior motives, especially since they were meeting for the first time today. Could it be that this young man truly favors the type represented by Lu Shixi? A thought crossed Hong Yue's mind, yet as soon as it emerged, she felt a twinge of embarrassment for caring about the affections of a junior. Regaining her composure, Lu Qingxue returned the bow to CHT New Jersey and spoke. I am unworthy of such praise. CH Xiang possesses extraordinary talent and wields formidable treasures. The Kalen sword, bestowed upon me by my master, is my only weapon. So I kindly ask you to show mercy during our exchange. With that, a verdant flying sword materialized before her. Given that CHT New Jersey had already destroyed several artifacts, it was evident that she feared her sword might meet a similar fate. Yet, in the next moment, CHT New Jersey addressed the gathered elders directly, stating, I find myself feeling unwell today and fear I lack the strength to continue. I concede the match to senior sister Lu. Without allowing anyone a moment to respond, he turned and swiftly departed, vanishing in a flash of light. It took the crowd some time to regain their senses, and a collective feeling of disappointment permeated the atmosphere regarding the seemingly lackluster competition of this year's sect tournament. Ahem. Since he has voluntarily conceded, the first place in the Golden Core division shall rightfully belong to senior sister Lu, declared the sect leader, TNX Shinrinth, thereby concluding the event, and Lu Qingxue received the accolades befitting her triumph. CHT New Jersey swiftly returned to the peach grove, a satisfied smile adorning his visage. He had nearly completed all his tasks, and it was now time to revert to the unjustly stage of cultivation. Once he regained this level of power, he could reclaim most of the opportunities known from his past life and subsequently strive towards the transformation into the Huashan stage. Luo Xiaoping Lu Qingxue seeks an audience with you, senior brother CH. Just as CHT New Jersey N was contemplating his future, Lu Qingxue's voice resonated from beyond the grove. Please, enter, senior sister. CHT New Jersey N promptly responded, fully aware that Lu Qingxue would indeed come. He had been anticipating her arrival. It seems you knew I would come, Lu Qingxue remarked, soon appearing before him. The titles they used for one another were peculiar, one referred to as senior brother, the other as senior sister. Senior sister, you must presume that I feigned defeat to allow you to secure the first position. Naturally, you would come to inquire about my reasoning, CHT New Jersey N stated candidly, without any circumlocution. Lu Qingxue nodded, remaining silent, her gaze fixed on CHT New Jersey N, awaiting his forthcoming elucidation. Indeed, your innate talents surpass mine, senior sister. Not only do you possess the cold eye spirit body, but you also harbor another hidden spirit body. Have you heard of the divine cloud spirit body? CHT New Jersey N continued his explanation. The divine cloud spirit body is a sacred physique for cultivating lightning powers. In his past life, Lu Qingxue discovered this spirit body only after reaching the unjustly stage, and in this life, CHT New Jersey N's plan was to enable her to activate it prematurely. How could that be possible? To possess even one spirit body is exceedingly rare, and I cannot sense it within myself. Lu Qingxue expressed her skepticism, finding the notion almost fantastical. Lightning bodies are indeed scarce, and without the corresponding powers to activate them, they remain elusive. However, there lies a chance. Within Qizhou, there exists a perilous area known as Thundermarsh, deep within which grows a thundergrass. If you could acquire it, senior sister, you would be able to activate the divine cloud spirit body ahead of time. Here is a map. I encourage you to give it a try, CHT New Jersey impatiently elucidated, presenting a meticulously prepared map. Gradually, Lu Qingxue began to be swayed, instinctively accepting the map. Shortly thereafter, CHT New Jersey N produced another item. It was a fist-sized orb of light, cradled in his palm, surrounded by crackling electricity, within which lay an exquisitely crafted miniature armor. Take this to the Thunder Marsh, senior sister. It will assist you in easily obtaining the Thunder Spirit Grass. Once you refine it, you will be capable of cultivating lightning techniques, and the unjustly stage will be within your grasp. CHT New Jersey N urged as he offered the delicate armor to Lu Qingxue. His words were devoid of superfluous embellishment. And this miniature armor was the result of 6 months of labor and considerable resources. What is this? Why are you being so kind to me? Lu Qingxue inquired, her demeanor cautious. She wished to believe CHT New Jersey N's words, but could not fathom why he would extend such generosity without reason. CHT New Jersey N's behavior indeed seemed rather peculiar. Two individuals who had never met before engaged in such profound discourse, naturally raising suspicions regarding their motives. However, standing before LQ Nixu, CHT New Jersey N was acutely aware of her character. Should one approach her with convoluted rhetoric, it would likely yield counterproductive results. Just as in her previous life, she was the only one to discern the subtle signs within the sect and conducted her investigations discreetly. YCHN's facade could deceive all, but not LQ Nixu. Thus, engaging with such a person with utmost sincerity was indeed the most effective means of interaction. This object is known as the Thunder Emperor Battle Armor, and it is merely in its rudimentary form. As my senior sister's cultivation deepens, the Thunder Emperor Battle Armor is destined to evolve. Within the G11O sect, from the elders to the ordinary disciples, the majority are self-serving and harbor ulterior motives. Yet you, my senior sister, are a rarity, externally aloof but internally warm, always considering the development of our sect. You are deserving of all this. CHT New Jersey N spoke with an air of candor, though his words bore a hint of audacity. At that moment, LQ Nixu's heart was tumultuous. She realized for the first time that someone truly understood her. Beneath her icy exterior lay a fervent heart, unwaveringly devoted to the advancement of the sect. Most cultivators pursue power and longevity, yet this is not an absolute truth. LQ Nix's childhood was fraught with tragedy, her village ravaged by ferocious beasts. And it was a passing disciple of the G11O sect who rescued her. Upon arriving at the G11O sect, LQ Nixu embraced it as her home, quickly revealing her exceptional aptitude for cultivation, which led to her being taken as a direct disciple by the esteemed GG in Zenrin. Her purpose in cultivation was not for personal gain, but to repay the G11O sect for saving and nurturing her. Very well. I shall proceed to the Thunder Marsh, LQ Ningsu declared resolutely after accepting the Thunder Emperor battle armor. I look forward to witnessing you achieve the nascent soul stage soon, Senior Sister L, CHT New Jersey In replied with a respectful gesture. I also have a request. I hope you will agree that when we both attain the nascent soul stage, we may engage in a spirited duel, LQ Ningsu added. Clasping her hands in a gesture of respect, Chu Tianjun smiled knowingly, aware that Lu Qingxue was provoking him, a tacit agreement between the two. In the next moment, he readily replied, I agree. Chapter 14. Restoring Yuan in cultivation. Lu Qingxue soon departed from the peach grove, and Chu Tianjun's spirit soared. For he recognized that the individuals he cared about were improving under his proactive influence. Moreover, he discerned that these individuals were truly exceptional, each possessing many admirable qualities. And being in their company uplifted his mood. This was true for Wu Qingyun, Ouyang Ming, and Lu Qingxue alike. Regrettably, Chu Tianjun's cheerful disposition was swiftly marred by the sudden appearance of Longyue before him. In stark contrast to Lu Qingxue and the others, he felt a pang of regret for having been so foolish in his past life, unwaveringly devoted to Longyue and her ilk, while forsaking those who genuinely deserved his esteem. Upon seeing Longyue, Chu Tianjun instinctively turned and began to walk back to the stone house. Just then, Longyue spoke up, inquiring, What is the matter with your flying sword? It feels oddly familiar to me. Were we acquainted in the past? Many things about you seem reminiscent, Longyue. You may be overthinking this, Chu Tianjun replied, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Just because you have an affinity for something does not preclude others from sharing that sentiment. This is merely coincidence. Do not dwell on it. How can there be so many coincidences in this world? Are you concealing something from me? Longyue persisted, undeterred, having mustered her courage to seek answers that night. She felt an unshakable obsession with this matter, fearing that without clarity, it could fester into a psychological demon, leading to her demise during the tribulation of transformation. You truly know how to dramatize your own life. We have never crossed paths. There was no past, nor will there be a future, Chu Tianjun retorted, turning his back on Longyue as he delivered his final words. Without waiting for her to respond, he activated the formation within the stone house. Once again, Longyue returned empty-handed. Despite Chu Tianjun's clear declaration of their lack of connection, the more he insisted, the more indelible the matter became in Longyue's mind. On the following day, Lu Qingxue departed from Jiuxiao Mountain, naturally heading to Qizhou Lies in search of the heavenly thundergrass that Chu Tianjun had mentioned. On this day, Chu Tianjun departed from the sect. However, his path diverged from that of Lu Qingxue. His objective this time was to restore his cultivation to the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul realm is the pinnacle of power attainable by most practitioners, a status that commands respect and recognition wherever one may go within a province. Yet, in the grand tapestry of cultivation, the nascent soul stage represents only the fourth of the 8 fundamental realms. Thus, one could argue that the journey of cultivation has merely reached its midpoint. Beyond the nascent soul stage lie the transformation stage, the void refinement stage, the profound cave stage, and the great ascension stage. It is said that those who reach the zenith of the great ascension stage may ascend to become immortals. As for what lies beyond that ascension, Chu Tianjun, with his current understanding, remains uncertain. However, he is fairly convinced of the existence of higher realms. As the crafting technique for the Thunder Emperor battle armor he gifted to Lu Qingxue is purportedly a remnant from the upper realms. In this life, Chu Tianjun experiences a rebirth, encountering no bottlenecks prior to reaching the nascent soul stage. Nevertheless, as his cultivation progresses, the challenges intensify. This time, he retreats into seclusion to restore his nascent soul cultivation, a process anticipated to take approximately a year. For cultivators, particularly those of higher realms, a year or 2 is not a significant duration. Indeed, after a year in seclusion, Chu Tianjun successfully reinstates his cultivation to the nascent soul stage, this time without facing heavenly tribulations or inner demons. With the completion of his nascent soul, Chu Tianjun feels invigorated and emboldened. He is now poised to seize the majority of opportunities available to cultivators at the nascent soul stage. With these resources, he will be sufficiently equipped to strive for the transformation stage in this lifetime. Perhaps, before Yi Chun joins the Lingyue sect, he will ascend to the transformation stage himself. At that point, no matter how cunning Yi Chun may be, he will be no match for my unparalleled might, Chu Tianjun mused with a faint, cold smile. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun was ensnared like a villain in a tale, while Yichen played the role of the triumphant hero. Now, Chu Tianjun's ambitions transcend merely eliminating Yichen. After entering the Jiuxiao sect, Yichen's cultivation surged remarkably within just 2 years, accompanied by a series of fortuitous encounters that bestowed upon him an abundance of rare treasures and resources, seemingly tailored for him. Many of these treasures, the means to acquire which Chu Tianjun does not fully comprehend, should rightfully belong to him. He intends to intercept these resources from Yichen, thereby achieving 2 objectives with one stroke. 5 years have elapsed since Chu Tianjun joined the Jiuxiao sect. Returning to the sect at this juncture would undoubtedly astonish them once more. However, he chooses not to return immediately. Instead, he relies on the memories of his past life to gather opportunities. After an additional 6 months, Chu Tianjun traverses nearly every state in the eastern region, collecting a majority of the opportunities, some of which originally belonged to Lingwei or others. Having concluded his endeavors in the eastern region, Chu Tianjun then journeys to the northern region, dominated by the forces of the demon race. In his previous life, he had ventured into the heart of the demon domain during the nascent soul stage, wreaking havoc and seizing numerous rare treasures. A time when he was celebrated as a prodigy and the leader of the righteous youth. Yet this time, he refrains from engaging with the demon race. Instead, he follows the trails of heavenly materials and earthly treasures as guided by his memories. Except for a few unripe or unopened treasures, he successfully collects nearly all that he encounters. CHT New Jersey's departure from the Jiuxiao sect had been protracted, spanning nearly 3 years. This time, he returned not in a low-profile manner. Even before he set foot upon Jiuxiao Mountain, his formidable aura and divine consciousness, indicative of his nascent soul stage, enveloped the mountain. Who might this esteemed visitor be? The Jiuxiao sect braced itself for an impending threat, with the revered Nshunren being the first to soar into the air, his expression rife with vigilance. After several years of absence, has the sect master truly failed to recognize his disciple? In the next moment, CHT New Jersey manifested his presence, his voice resonating throughout the expanse of Jiuxiao Mountain as he withdrew his oppressive aura and consciousness. T New Jersey you have attained the nascent soul stage? Exclaimed Nshunren, his words brimming with elation. This is indeed a fortuitous turn for our sect. You are now the youngest nascent soul practitioner in our history. In an instant, the entire Jiuxiao sect was abuzz. The emergence of a nascent soul practitioner is monumental for any sect. Since CHT New Jersey's induction into the Jiuxiao sect, merely 7 years had elapsed. A duration sufficient to command respect across the realm. He has truly reached the nascent soul stage. Elnge also beheld CHT New Jersey. Yet a peculiar sense of melancholy washed over her. In that moment, she comprehended that the prospect of ever becoming his disciple had vanished. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Elnge felt as though she had lost something profoundly significant in her life. Thus, in this centennial era of prosperity for the Jiuxiao sect, a proclamation was made to the world. In 1 month, a grand ceremony would be held to celebrate CHSHD's ascendance to the nascent soul stage. Shortly thereafter, Nshunren, in his capacity as sect master, announced a momentous decision. That very evening, CHT New Jersey appeared above the peach grove, and suddenly, a tremendous rumble emanated from beneath the earth at the mountain where the grove resided. In an astonishing display, a colossal peak surged skyward, with the former peach grove now gracing its summit. Henceforth, this would be known as T New Jersey Peak, the site of his abode. The voice of Chu Tianjun resonated once more, clear and distinct to every disciple of the Jiuxiao sect. Chapter 15, The Last Absentee. Tianjun Peak has ascended to a stature comparable to that of the mountain peaks where the various Yuanying elders reside. Now, without employing her spiritual consciousness, Longwei could simply stand upon Tianjun Peak and behold a distant grove of peach trees. A stirring impulse surged within her. Several times she contemplated visiting Tianjun Peak under the pretense of offering congratulations. Yet, she ultimately refrained, for Chu Tianjun had closed his doors to guests, and the other Yuanying elders were similarly inaccessible. However, in the following days, those disciples who had previously benefited from Chu Tianjun's guidance tacitly established their own abodes near Tianjun Peak or at its base. These individuals did not dare to disturb Chu Tianjun, yet it was evident they were poised to pay their respects as his disciples. A common trait among them was their initially modest cultivation levels and lack of a master, with some, like Wu Qingyun, having experienced considerable misfortune in their earlier pursuits. This phenomenon marked a first within the Jiuxiao sect, a previously disparate group of disciples with limited potential and cultivation had, through the insights gained from Chu Tianjun, spontaneously congregated following his elevation to Yuanying elder, thereby forming a burgeoning faction within the sect. CHT Nujia was well aware of the circumstances. Yet he chose to remain silent. A few days prior, WQing had visited to present the elixirs he had refined over the past few years and subtly probe CHT Nujia stance on the matter. CHT Nujia's indifferent response reassured the disciples gathered near T Nujia peak. Before long, a month had passed. And the Yuanying celebration organized by the sect in honor of CHT Nujia commenced as scheduled. At this juncture, G11O sect held only a modest influence within FF-ing prefecture. Thus, the attendees comprised mainly of sects and cultivation families from the region, along with representatives from several mortal nations within FF-ing prefecture, all coming to offer their congratulations. CHT Nujia was largely indifferent to such festivities. Yet he did not decline the sect's arrangements. After all, during the Yuanying celebration, guests would bestow generous gifts, an opportunity too good to overlook. On this day, Ling Yu also made an appearance, addressing CHT Nujia as her junior brother and presenting a gift that was evidently far superior to those offered by other Yuanying masters. Chu Tianjun accepted the congratulatory gifts from Long Yue with remarkable composure, noticing that Long Yue's cultivation had noticeably weakened compared to the same period in his previous life. It seemed that he had inadvertently usurped some of her opportunities, leaving a discernible impact on her. In his past life, the Yuanying celebration marked the pinnacle of Chu Tianjun's existence, which coincidentally was also Long Yue's moment of glory. During that occasion, he publicly acknowledged her as his disciple in front of all the cultivators of Fufeng Prefecture, generously transferring all the gifts he received to Long Wei, asserting that a disciple's achievements are rightfully attributed to their master. This act became a cherished tale among their peers. In the aftermath, Long Wei did not claim all the gifts. She only took a few that were particularly beneficial to her. The following years represented a harmonious period in their relationship, as both masters and disciples were at the Yuanying stage, practicing together, exploring secret realms, and facing myriad opportunities and challenges side by side. Their bond deepened over the years, and their cultivation soared. After receiving the gifts, Chu Tianjun lingered for a while, but the grand ceremony concluded rather hastily. Upon returning to Tianjun Peak, he strolled beneath the peach tree, a contemplative expression gracing his face. Why had none of the disciples present today discovered her? Was she perhaps still uninitiated? Regrettably, in his past life, he had not even had the chance to inquire about her name before his demise. One significant reason for Chu Tianjun allowing the sect to hold the Yuanying celebration was that he awaited the appearance of a particular individual. This person held a special significance for him, as she was the last person to show concern for him before he was defeated by Long Wei, stripped of his cultivation, and cast into a horde of beasts to be devoured. Chu Tianjun could face the pale moon with an air of indifference. Yet he could never erase from his memory the image of that young girl, with merely the cultivation of an early-stage chi refiner, who recklessly plunged into the horde of demonic beasts, driven solely by the desire to reclaim her own corpse. Strangely, I have no recollection of this girl. I cannot recall when I first encountered her, and in the end, I did not even have the chance to inquire her name. One can only surmise that in his past life, she too met her demise at the jaws of those monsters. Chu Tianjun reminisced about the final moments before his death. In truth, he had long been resigned to despair, yet that moment when the little junior sister, whose name he did not even know, charged headlong into the throng of demonic beasts for his sake, sharing in his noble demise, illuminated his soul like a ray of light. At that instant, Chu Tianjun found himself enveloped in regret, reflecting on the path he had traversed, beset by wrongful accusations and misunderstandings. He realized that there were still steadfast companions who believed in him unwaveringly. He yearned to survive, not solely for himself, but for those worthy souls. In the beginning, Chu Tianjun harbored a fanciful notion. Having been reborn himself, he pondered whether the young girl might have experienced a similar fate. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea. If she had also been reborn, she would have sought him out long ago. Judging by her cultivation level at the time, it seemed she was merely a novice, possibly just a few years into her journey. Yet, he could not afford to wait indefinitely, as less than 20 years remained until Yi Chen's appearance. His goal was to ascend to the transformation stage within these 2 decades. As he continued to contemplate, he realized that time was indeed of the essence. After a moment's thought, Chu Tianjun gently brushed his sleeve against the stone table before him, causing ink, brush, paper, an inkstone to materialize upon its surface. Following the image etched in his memory, he began to sketch the girl's likeness, intending to present this artwork to the sect steward responsible for registering new disciples, so that he might recognize her instantly upon her arrival. Just as Chu Tianjun was nearing completion of his drawing, a cool, clear voice interrupted his thoughts. Elder Tianjun, may I enter? The voice, though somewhat frigid, conveyed a tone of utmost respect. The owner of the voice was none other than Lu Qingxue, who had been guided to Thunder Lake by him. Today, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of her from afar. Yet it seemed she had only just returned to the sect. Senior Sister Lu, please do not stand on ceremony. My Tianjun peak is always open to you. Chu Tianjun replied with a smile, setting down his brush and turning to face her. The words, falling upon Lu Qingxue's ears, left her pleasantly astonished, especially as she noted that Chu Tianjun, now a nascent soul, still referred to her as Senior Sister. In the next instant, Lu Qingxue appeared before him. It had been several years since their last meeting, and as Chu Tianjun took in her appearance, he noted that although she had not yet reached the nascent soul stage, she had attained the pinnacle of the golden core stage. However, he found it somewhat perplexing that he could not sense the power of thunder within her. It seemed not only had she not awakened the divine cloud spirit body, but even the aura of the Thunder Emperor's battle armor he had bestowed upon her had vanished. Elder, you flatter me. You have already attained the nascent soul stage. How can you still call me Senior Sister? From now on, just call me Qingxue, she said, a rare smile gracing her features. As her gaze fell upon the painting behind Chu Tianjun, she instinctively inquired whether it depicted his beloved. That is a misunderstanding. She is my benefactor, and I have been searching for her, Chu Tianjun calmly clarified. To be precise, the nameless girl indeed held a significant place in his heart, but not in the manner Lu Qingxue implied. Upon hearing that the girl was merely a benefactor, Lu Qingxue's beautiful eyes glimmered with determination as she promptly responded. Then I will make it my mission to remember your benefactor and keep a vigilant eye, assisting you in finding this young lady at the earliest opportunity. Having spoken, Lu Qingxue gazed intently at the painting, etching the figure within deeply into her memory. Your constant reference to me as elder feels rather unfamiliar, if it's not too much trouble. I would prefer you to call me senior brother from now on. You are already on the cusp of the nascent soul stage. I believe it will take no more than a year and a half for you to achieve a breakthrough, Chu Tianjun remarked with a smile, displaying no airs towards those who had assisted him in his past life. I will certainly not disappoint you, senior brother. I shall strive to earn the right to call you that openly and to engage in earnest sparring with you, Lu Qingxue declared with unwavering determination, her demeanor reflecting a hint of martial zeal. Chu Tianjun smiled and nodded. Although in 2 lifetimes, Lu Qingxue remained unchanged, still the same cold exterior concealing a warm heart. A prodigious cultivator. By the way, why do you still exude this aura? Did something untoward occur during your journey to the Thunder Marsh? Chu Tianjun promptly voiced his concerns. He had exerted considerable effort, dedicating half a year to assist Lu Qingxue in forging the Thunder Emperor armor. Should this opportunity slip away, it would indeed be a significant loss. Upon hearing Chu Tianjun's inquiry about her situation, Lu Qingxue smiled softly, then glanced around with an air of mystery. In an instant, her aura transformed, emanating a formidable, thunderous presence. A magnificent set of armor, shimmering with arcs of electricity, enveloped her, and in her hand appeared a violet spear. This spear seemed to be forged from pure lightning. The moment it manifested, thunder rumbled ominously in the skies above, and clouds gathered as if brewing a tempest. Following my senior brother's guidance, I not only successfully located the celestial thunder herb and activated the divine sky spirit, but I also acquired a fragment of a legacy within the Thunder Marsh. Although incomplete, it contained methods to conceal the divine sky spirit. As well as this damaged spiritual treasure, the rending sky thunder spear, I believe that by hiding my divine sky spirit, I can maintain a strategic advantage. As Lu Qingxue spoke, she offered the rending sky thunder spear to Chu Tianjun, indicating that he could examine it freely. Ah, your fortune is truly extraordinary. Since Qingxue harbors such intentions, you should quickly conceal it. The rending sky thunder spear, alongside the Thunder Emperor armor in your spirit, forms a perfect synergy. Chu Tianjun expressed genuine admiration rather than jealousy for Lu Qingxue's fortune. The existence of the celestial thunder herb within the Thunder Marsh was a piece of information Chu Tianjun had known from his previous life. Yet he had failed to obtain it then, nor had he heard of any legacy or damaged spiritual treasure. At that moment, Chu Tianjun couldn't help but ponder that had he not inadvertently entangled Lu Qingxue in his past life, leading her to be schemed against by Yi Chen, her achievements would likely have soared to great heights. Unaware of Chu Tianjun's myriad thoughts, Lu Qingxue obediently stowed away her treasures, swiftly shifting from the tempestuous, destructive aura to her usual cold and aloof demeanor. The two then reminisced, with Lu Qingxue recounting her experiences over the past few years. It turned out that she had hurriedly traversed thousands of miles upon hearing that Chu Tianjun was to hold a nascent soul celebration. Brother, I possess little of worth, however. During my travels, I stumbled upon this, which resembles some form of technique. I do not fully comprehend its significance, but I present it to you as a gift. Hoping it does not displease you, Lu Qingxue said as she prepared to leave, suddenly producing a palm-sized, tattered piece of gold leaf and handing it to Chu Tianjun. Upon his first glance at the gold leaf, Chu Tianjun's expression shifted, and when he touched it, tumultuous waves surged within his heart. Where did you acquire this? Do you know what it is? He inquired, confirming that the material of the gold leaf was not genuine gold. I obtained it after slaying a ferocious beast. From within its belly. This beast was adept at corrosive venom attacks, and it seems the gold leaf had remained intact within its body for quite some time. Lu Qingxue replied, There are numerous strange symbols above, yet I do not recognize a single one. Could it be that the senior brother is familiar with their origins? Lu Qingxue elaborated on the provenance of the gold foil. She had diligently studied it after acquiring it. Yet not a single symbol upon the gold foil was familiar to her. Chu Tianjun took a deep breath and, with utmost seriousness, addressed Lu Qingxue. The symbols inscribed here actually represent a form of writing. To be precise, it is the script of the upper realm, which we may refer to as Xianzhuan. This could very well be a fragment of some celestial technique from the fairy realm. Qingxue, are you truly willing to part with it for me? Lu Qingxue's face displayed an expression of profound astonishment, her eyes filled with admiration. She was entirely unaware of the true nature of the gold leaf. Chu Tianjun could have easily feigned ignorance and discreetly accepted the gold leaf without a word. Yet he not only elucidated its significance but also inquired if she was willing to bestow it upon him. From the candid gaze of Chu Tianjun, Lu Qingxue was certain that if she expressed reluctance, he would unhesitatingly return it to her. Chu Tianjun nodded and then remarked, I am somewhat familiar with it. From merely this page, I could discern perhaps 1/10 or 1/12 of its essence. Since you recognize it, it signifies a connection between you and this object. Remaining in my possession would render it of little worth. I implore you to accept it. Lu Qingxue replied with equal composure. CHT New Jersey and nodded with a sense of relief, realizing that being in the company of truly exceptional individuals significantly reduces the undercurrents of deceit. He increasingly felt that he had missed countless opportunities in his previous life. This particular item was familiar to CHT New Jersey N. He had indeed possessed a page of it in his former life, but the timing for its potential had not yet arrived. In this life, however, he had yet to acquire it. In his past existence, CHT New Jersey N had devoted considerable effort to studying gold leaf, and he had indeed mastered a modicum of celestial script. Even if it comprised only a few words, comprehending their meaning had proven immensely beneficial. Through the celestial script inscribed on that page of gold leaf from his previous life, CHT New Jersey N learned that it pertained to a tome known as the Book of Six Instruments, a remarkable work even within the celestial realm. Regrettably, he had obtained that page rather late in his last life, and had not delved deeply into its study. I shall take this item, he announced, and should I decipher its profound mysteries in the future, I will be sure to share my insights with Q Nixu at the earliest opportunity. You are on the verge of forming your nascent soul, and I have here some elixirs that will aid in your breakthrough, a small token of my goodwill. CHT New Jersey N accepted the gold leaf from the Book of Six Instruments and then produced several vials of elixirs. LQ Nix did not hesitate to accept them. She cherished the feeling of being with CHT New Jersey N, devoid of the usual scheming found among cultivators, which gave her a sense of companionship on the grand path, alleviating her solitude on the journey ahead. Once LQ Nix had departed, CHT New Jersey N resumed his painting. The following day, he visited the disciplinary hall responsible for the registration of new disciples at the sect, where he submitted his artwork and provided a few brief instructions. The G11O sect, aside from allowing Golden Core Masters and nascent soul elders to recruit disciples at any time, only conducts a centralized recruitment once a year. Regardless of how one enters the sect, it is necessary to register and receive a waste token. Thus, once the figure from his painting appears at the G11O sect, CHT New Jersey N would be promptly informed. Chapter 17, The War of Cultivators. Having acquired a page from the Book of Six Instruments, CHT New Jersey N did not expend energy on further research, as his familiarity with celestial script was still limited. He only understood that the content of this page pertained to Ji-ing among the 6 instruments. Yet the precise nature of this Ji-ing remained a mystery to him. It was unlikely that the figure from the painting could be found anytime soon, prompting CHT New Jersey Inn to consider entering prolonged seclusion once more. After all, he had gathered an abundance of resources last time, which could now be converted into his own strength, enabling him to elevate his cultivation level. Whether he reached the mid or late stages of the nascent soul, he needed to undergo this process before striving to achieve the divine transformation realm. On this day, he had already activated the formation in his residence and was about to seal his senses to focus on refining heavenly materials and spiritual elixirs. Just then, a communication jade talisman flew to the outside of his stone abode. Disciple T. New Jersey Inn hastened to the sect's great hall. There is a matter of great importance to discuss. It is rumored that the jade talisman was issued by the sect leader, the celestial pivot, who, after withdrawing the formation, transformed into a streak of light and departed for the grand hall of the sect. Within the hall, a seat had already been designated for Chu Tianjun, situated just beside the ethereal you. Upon taking his seat, Chu Tianjun immediately sensed the gazes of the other attendees directed towards him and you. In the next moment, the sect leader, the celestial pivot, spoke once more. The demonic path has launched a major offensive on Yu Prefecture. The Eastern Domain's Immortal Alliance has ordered each sect to mobilize personnel. This time, our Jiuxiu sect is required to dispatch 2 nascent soul masters. Based on the task assignments over the years, this crucial responsibility falls upon junior sister Yu and junior brother Tianjun. Before the celestial pivot could conclude, Chu Tianjun comprehended the situation. This had also occurred in his previous life, albeit he was merely at the late stage of the Golden Core then. It was Yu and another nascent soul elder who ventured to Yu Prefecture. On that occasion, Yu sustained considerable injuries, which Chu Tianjun only managed to fully heal years later, after advancing to the nascent soul stage himself. Within the sect, even nascent soul masters are not exempt from the need to contribute, necessitating rotations of service. In grand conflicts such as this between the Immortal Alliance and the demonic path, powerful sects need only dispatch nascent soul masters, while weaker sects are compelled to send numerous ordinary disciples to the front lines. Although this appears equitable, it effectively deprives smaller sects of opportunities for growth, while larger sects, with their nascent soul masters bearing the brunt of such strife, afford their mid- and low-ranking disciples more time and space to develop. Yet, this is an undeniable reality. Fairness itself is built upon the foundation of strength. Neither Chu Tianjun nor Yu could refuse this mission. Chu Tianjun was indifferent, viewing it as merely a casual journey. Despite being newly initiated into the nascent soul stage, he was confident enough to confront even those at the pinnacle of that realm without fear. Conversely, Yu seemed quite pleased at the prospect of joining Chu Tianjun on the battlefield in Yu Prefecture. The sect meeting concluded swiftly, and Chu Tianjun, still avoiding Yu, merely stated he needed to prepare and promptly return to Tianjin Peak. In truth, he had little to prepare. He simply wished to avoid traveling to the front lines of Yu Prefecture alongside Yu, intending to depart alone. However, Chu Tianjun underestimated Yu's tenacity in this lifetime. No sooner had he returned to Tianjin Peak than Yu appeared resplendently above the peach grove. Junior brother Tianjun, are you ready? This spirit wind shuttle is perfect for our journey. We must be off. Luminous Moon stood atop a colossal shuttle-shaped artifact, her voice resonating loudly enough for not only Chu Tianjun to hear, but many others nearby as well. The spirit wind shuttle was a treasure with which Chu Tianjun was quite familiar, having utilized it extensively in his previous life. In front of the gathered disciples, he chose to grant Luminous Moon some semblance of dignity and ascended the spirit wind shuttle, positioning himself beside her. This artifact required only the infusion of spiritual power to soar at astonishing speeds. The journey to Yuezhou was quite distant. Thus, let us take turns channeling our spiritual energy. Allow me to elucidate the workings of the spirit wind shuttle to my junior brother. Luminous Moon maintained her usual demeanor, serene as a chrysanthemum. Yet her voice bore a noticeable deviation from its customary tone. As artifacts are crafted by the cultivators themselves, while many share similar principles, each individual adheres to their own practices during the forging process. Therefore, even when acquiring an artifact from another cultivator, it must be re-refined, or one must be well acquainted with its original operational mechanisms. Luminous Moon was about to impart the operational intricacies of the spirit wind shuttle to Chu Tianjun, akin to revealing the password to one's own door, an act of considerable generosity. However, before she could complete her explanation, Chu Tianjun interjected. With a single hand forming a seal, he pressed down upon the spirit wind shuttle beneath him, proclaiming, I understand. In the next moment, the spirit wind shuttle vanished from Nine Clouds Mountain, soaring away at an astonishing velocity. Having restored his nascent soul cultivation, Chu Tianjun no longer needed to feign his capabilities. In this life, he had also cultivated the heavenly seizing creation technique and the great freedom demon art, alongside the 6 arts of heaven scripture. Now, he felt confident in facing the formidable Nine Swordsmen, the strongest of the Nine Clouds Sect, with assurance of victory. To call him the foremost powerhouse of the Nine Clouds Sect in the present day would not be an exaggeration. Luminous Moon gazed at Chu Tianjun in disbelief, utterly confounded by his remarkable familiarity with the spirit wind shuttle. Moreover, she could clearly sense that under his command, the shuttle operated with greater speed and stability than when she, its rightful master, wielded it. Her junior brother, having just entered the nascent soul stage, possessed such profound spiritual energy, indicating a solid foundation. It would not be long before Luminous Moon might find herself addressing him as senior brother. She swallowed her initial words, hesitant to inquire why he seemed to understand the spirit wind shuttle better than she did, and instead offered her praise. This was a clear attempt to bridge the gap between them, a rarity for someone of Luminous Moon's disposition. Yet, Chu Tianjun remained indifferent, responding coolly, in that case. Senior sister, perhaps you should focus on your cultivation. Upon uttering the word master, Chu Tianjun nearly instinctively referred to his mentor as Master Revered, but fortunately, he quickly corrected himself. At this moment, he felt a twinge of nostalgia for having called someone Master Revered for decades in his previous life. Now addressing her as senior sister stirred a sense of bittersweet reflection. Long Yu also perceived that something was amiss. She had an inkling that Chu Tianjun was on the verge of uttering Master Revered. Observing the man beside her, who had already closed his eyes in contemplation, Long Yu's emotions were equally intricate. She sensed that Chu Tianjun was swiftly becoming her heart's tormentor. In moments of absence, she would involuntarily think of him. And upon seeing him, she was enveloped by a remarkably unique sensation, one that did not quite resemble affection, yet was far more entrapping than mere fondness. CHT New Jersey Inn never allowed Elnju to channel her spiritual energy and directly piloted the Lingfeng Suo to the front lines of UZHU. The two represented the G11O sect and were received in the command tent by 3 esteemed true monarchs stationed there. Let the 2 realms of the G11O sect guard the Li H Pass, they were instructed. Moments later, CHT New Jersey Inn and Elnju were assigned their mission to proceed to the Li H Pass, located 1,500 miles west of the command tent. Due to the prolonged conflict with the demonic forces from the southern domain, the Celestial Alliance had constructed numerous fortifications along the front lines in UZHU. Typically, these passes were only manned by a handful of cultivators, with the presence of nascent soul experts reserved for times of great battle. Such wars erupted approximately every 10 to 20 years, and in his previous life, CHT New Jersey Inn had also participated in one. Surviving such a conflict often yielded substantial rewards, particularly if one could eliminate several demonic masters. Of course, the opposing side shared the same mindset. At this juncture, the Li H Pass was fortified with more than just a few cultivators. In addition to CHT New Jersey Inn and Elnju, both nascent soul experts, there were over a dozen Golden Core cultivators and more than 300 Foundation Establishment practitioners. Below the Foundation Establishment level, none were present, and the strength of a single Li H Pass rivaled that of a typical mid-tier cultivation sect. T New Jersey Inn, should we encounter a formidable demonic master, do not stray too far from me. My Tuli Mirror excels in defense over offense and can ensure our safety even against 3 nascent soul foes. Elnja spoke earnestly from atop the city walls. Upon hearing her words, even several unfamiliar Golden Core cultivators in the distance acknowledged Elnja's commendable concern. In this battlefield of righteousness and malevolence, the fall of nascent soul experts was not uncommon. Everyone present was motivated by self-interest and the instinct to survive, with few willing to truly fight side by side or protect others. However, in the face of Elnja's almost unabashed concern, CHT New Jersey Inn responded with indifference. Sister Elnju, it would be wiser for you to focus on your own well-being. With an impassive expression, Chu Tianjun spoke, exuding an air of aloofness. He was well aware that this time, Longwei had sustained injuries, and it was likely that she would be wounded again. Chu Tianjun had no intention of assisting Longwei, yet he would not allow her to perish at the front lines of Yuezhou. After all, if Longwei were to die prematurely, it remained uncertain whether Yichen would appear at the Jiuxiu sect. For the sake of vengeance, Longwei could not afford to die just yet. Once again, her warmth met with indifference, and Longwei let out a quiet sigh, though she seemed to have grown accustomed to it. She felt a sense of melancholy but bore no resentment towards Chu Tianjun. The following half-day passed in tranquility at the Lyoha Pass, with Long Wei refraining from further conversation with Chu Tianjun. As night fell, Chu Tianjun, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. He gazed into the distance. And soon Long Wei sensed it too. A nearby fortress erupted with a tremendous surge of spiritual energy, clearly indicating that a fierce battle was underway. The alarm at Lyoha Pass soon rang out, and news from the Celestial Alliance's command tent reported that a new wave of demonic attacks had commenced, urging all fortifications to prepare for defense. They were coming, and it was dire. There were 4 Yuaning. Long Wei sprang to her feet, her expression one of shock as she stared outside Lyoha Pass, where the 2 instruments mirror had already materialized behind her. Chu Tianjun furrowed his brow slightly, finally comprehending why Long Wei had sustained such grievous injuries in his past life. A mere Lyoha Pass had attracted such a multitude from the demonic realm, indicating that they regarded this location as a crucial point of incursion. The 4 nascent souls from the demonic faction were all in their early stages. However, under the protection of the 2 instruments mirror, Long Wei had already soared beyond Lyoha Pass and engaged in combat with the 4 formidable nascent souls. Upon the battlements stood Chu Tianjun, yet he lingered, hesitating to lend his assistance. In the beginning, Long Wei paid little heed to this, but as the pressure mounted, she became acutely aware that this junior disciple seemed utterly indifferent to her plight. How could he be so callous? Did he intend to watch her perish? Was it truly her fate to meet her end here today? Within Long Yue's heart, there blossomed not so much fear as a profound sense of injustice. She could not fathom why, despite her kindness towards Chu Tianjun, he remained so unfeeling. However, just as despair threatened to engulf her, Chu Tianjun suddenly cast his gaze into the void and spoke in a measured tone. Might I inquire how long you intend to observe? Upon completing his words, Chu Tianjun soared beyond the 6 harmonies pass. Simultaneously, above the confrontation between the ethereal moon and the 4 formidable Yuanying of the demonic path, a figure of immense presence emerged. This individual exuded a torrent of demonic energy, and the overwhelming pressure compelled both the ethereal moon and the 4 Yuanying to instinctively retreat amidst their ongoing battle. It became evident that a powerful adversary lurked in the shadows, not indifferent but rather observing with keen interest. I had misjudged him. The appearance of this demonic path expert prompted an immediate shift in the demeanor of the ethereal moon. She felt a profound sense of remorse, for hidden in the darkness was a late-stage Yuanying master of the demonic path. Were it not for Chu Tianjun's restraint, a sudden attack from this opponent could have spelled disaster for her. Initially believing that the 6 harmonies pass was the weakest point, it appeared that the old sages had miscalculated. The stealthy demonic master spoke with an air of surprise, his aura locking onto Chu Tianjun, their energies clashing in the air, rendering the battles of others seemingly inconsequential. Upon recognizing the appearance of this formidable practitioner of the demonic path, coupled with the aura emanating from him, Chu Tianjun expressed his surprise with the words, Tang Wuji of the Holy Demon Sect, it seems that even your demonic faction has resorted to desperate measures, sending forth the esteemed Holy Sun to the front lines. The voice of Chu Tianjun carried a hint of mockery, and as he pointed out the identity of his counterpart, there was no trace of tension or gravity, suggesting that he regarded the other with disdain. However, upon hearing Chu Tianjun's words, Long Yue's expression shifted dramatically. The name Tang Wuji is renowned in both righteous and demonic realms. He is the scion of the sacred demon sect, the foremost sect of the demonic path. Although there are multiple holy sons and daughters within the sacred demon sect, their numbers are limited, and each one possesses the potential to inherit the title of Demon Lord, indicating that their strength is formidable. Junior brother, flee quickly. This demon is beyond our capacity to confront. I will hold them off, Long Wei urged urgently. CHT New Jersey N cast a somewhat surprised glance at Elnju. It must be said that prior to YCHN's appearance, Elnju truly exhibited commendable qualities. Even though CHT New Jersey N had not become her disciple in this lifetime, she was still willing to sacrifice herself to protect him in the face of formidable adversaries. This time, CHT New Jersey N remained silent, while TWJ chuckled lightly, remarking, if he intended to leave, he would have done so long ago. When did the Celestial Alliance produce such a remarkable figure? Today is an opportune moment for enlightenment. Upon hearing TWJ's words, Elnja's body trembled slightly, and she became increasingly certain that she had misjudged CHT New Jersey N. Consequently, her mind conjured numerous scenarios. He hasn't departed. Could it be that he stayed for me? My junior brother is indeed not as indifferent as he appears. Fear not, T New Jersey N, I shall not abandon you. Though these thoughts remained unspoken, They lingered silently in her heart, and her gaze towards CHT New Jersey Inn transformed into one of profound tenderness. Chu Tianjun was taken aback by the woman's sudden increase in theatrics. Sensing the shift in her gaze, he could not help but mutter inwardly, "What is this woman up to now? You actually know me?" Tang Wuji, who had refrained from interrupting the poignant exchange between Chu Tianjun and Long Yue, perhaps because those of the demonic path revel in such dramatic displays, finally inquired how Chu Tianjun came to recognize him. Indeed, Chu Tianjun is acquainted with Tang Wuji. In their previous lives, the two engaged in a fierce battle at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, a contest which Chu Tianjun emerged victorious, ultimately slaying this prodigy of the demonic path. The page of the six-phase heavenly book, specifically the Rin chapter, which Chu Tianjun acquired in his former life, was obtained from this individual. His profound study of the Rin chapter, which elucidates the principles of transformation, enabled him to complete the grand freedom demonic art. "Have you participated in the Tianyuan trial?" Chu Tianjun inquired enigmatically, evading Tang Wuji's question. Tang Wuji instinctively shook his head. Tianyuan is a unique locale in the southern region, akin to a secret realm, where each practitioner of the demonic path is granted but a single opportunity to enter throughout their lifetime. With a sigh, Chu Tianjun realized that he could not eliminate Tang Wuji just yet, as the latter had yet to acquire the Rin chapter of the Six Instruments heavenly script. Although Chu Tianjun had already comprehended the celestial characters inscribed within the Rin chapter, he felt that it was merely a fragment of the greater whole. Since receiving the Gung chapter from Lu Qin No, he discerned that the golden-hued, seemingly gilded pages of the Six Instruments heavenly script held immense value, perhaps even surpassing that of the celestial characters. If he could gather all 6 chapters of the heavenly script, unforeseen treasures might await him. Chapter 19. The uninvited performance of the Misty Moon. Though he would have to wait for Tang Wuji to stumble upon the opportunity to attain the Rin chapter before he could strike, it was evident that a confrontation today was unavoidable. After acquiring the information he sought, Chu Tianjun ceased his idle chatter and, empowered by his early-stage nascent soul cultivation, boldly launched an assault on the late-stage nascent soul Tang Wuji. CHT New Jersey Inn, despite not wielding the Teen Sten sword, unleashed a myriad of formidable techniques with a single hand, directing an array of assaults towards Ting WJ. The incessant barrage of attacks was dazzling to behold. What manner of anomaly is this? Possessing such formidable strength at the nascent stage of the Yuan Ying, has he truly mastered an extensive repertoire of techniques? Ting WJ, the esteemed son of the Holy Demon Sect, soon found his demeanor grave. He realized that without resorting to his trump cards, he could only manage to reach a stalemate with CHT New Jersey Inn, despite the latter's early stage of Yuan Ying cultivation. However, if he were to employ his secret techniques, could it be that his opponent had none? How could junior brother T New Jersey Inn possess such prowess? After all, he was a prodigy of the demonic path at the late stage of Yuan Ying. Where had he acquired these techniques? Many were evidently not from the G11O sect. Ling Yu, witnessing the fierce clash between CHT New Jersey Inn and Ting WJ, felt a surge of perplexity within her. At that juncture, her engagement with the 4 demonic Yuan Ying cultivators had become somewhat perfunctory. It was not only Ling Yu who was observant. The 4 powerful demonic Yuan Ying practitioners were equally attentive. For witnessing the duel of experts presented an invaluable opportunity for learning. Were a battle involving the transformation God stage to ensue at that moment, the entire battlefield of righteousness and evil would likely come to a halt, as everyone would wish to witness the confrontation of the titans first. I bear no grudge against this individual. There is no need to reveal my trump cards here. Regardless, I have already made my move, and should I retreat without consequence, none can fault me for it. After a brief exchange with CHT New Jersey Inn, Ting WJ began contemplating his withdrawal, whether of the righteous or demonic path. Fundamentally, all cultivators are inherently self-serving, without sufficient benefit, who would willingly engage in life and death struggles. The intelligence was flawed. There are indeed formidable experts stationed at the Li H Pass. We must depart. Moments later, Ting WJ seized an opportunity to distance himself from CHT New Jersey Inn, calling out to the 4 demonic Yuan Ying masters. He departed decisively, uttering his words before vanishing without a trace. The 4 demonic Yuan Ying masters acted with equal resolve. Upon receiving the message, they unleashed their attacks simultaneously, surpassing their previous efforts. In a single strike, they shattered Ling Yu's 2 instruments mirror, and their final assault landed upon her. Though she managed to withstand it, she sustained injuries and coughed up blood. Attempting to flee? Having come this far, will you not leave something behind? CHT New Jersey N's gaze swept over the 4 yuan in cultivators. At that moment, Ting WJ had vanished from sight. Yet the 4 were now firmly within his aura's grasp. This is bad. We must separate and escape. The 4 nascent soul practitioners were struck with profound alarm, acutely aware that their strength paled in comparison to that of Tang Wuji. If even the Holy Sun had succumbed before this formidable figure, it was evident that they stood no chance. In a panic, they dispersed, each fleeing in different directions. Among them, Chu Tianjun chose to pursue one individual, a frail elder draped in a black robe, an attire emblematic of the demonic path. Though both were at the nascent soul initial stage, Chu Tianjun's power was markedly superior. In the brief exchange that followed, he swiftly struck the elder on the crown of his head, thereafter channeling the celestial transformation technique, forcibly siphoning the energy from the demon cultivator. A practitioner at the nascent soul stage, regardless of whether their essence was infused with demonic or spiritual energy, was too precious to waste. As the demon cultivator felt the uncontrollable drain of his power, his expression morphed from fear to utter despair, a despondency so profound that it extinguished his will to struggle. He managed to stammer, You are the holy," before his body became emaciated. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Tianjun grasped a withered nascent soul, though the demon cultivator had not yet completely perished. Observing this, Longwei, who had sustained an injury, clutched her chest with one hand while bracing herself against the ground with the other. Witnessing Chu Tianjun effortlessly dispatch a nascent soul demon cultivator left her in a state of utter astonishment. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun uttered a crisp command, Tianxian. As the words left his lips, the Tianxian sword soared forth, encircling him before an ethereal silhouette of a Kuan eagle materialized. With a deft motion, Chu Tianjun tossed the withered demon cultivator's nascent soul into the air. A piercing eagle cry resonated through the void as the Kuan eagle silhouette devoured the nascent soul, leaving only a pale blue sword, adorned with golden accents, dancing in the air. Had his sword truly consumed a nascent soul? Was it on the cusp of evolving into a spiritual treasure? Longwei was once again taken aback. She had heard whispers of the transformation processes of supreme artifacts into spiritual treasures. As she beheld the Tianxian sword anew, especially upon hearing Chu Tianjun call its name, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After a brief interval, Chu Tianjun retracted the Tianxian sword and approached Longwei. As he drew near, he remarked coolly, "You are injured." The tone of his statement was ambiguous, neither clearly inquiring nor expressing concern. Yet, to Longyue's ears, it resonated as a gesture of care. A wave of joy surged within her, and she instinctively reached out, anticipating that Chu Tianjun would assist her to her feet. However, before her hand could fully extend, she watched in dismay as he walked past her without pause. Then, a voice, devoid of warmth, echoed behind her, "If you're injured, return to the sect. Do not linger here as a hindrance." In that moment, Longyue, a dignified nascent soul practitioner, felt a surge of emotion threaten to overwhelm her. Alongside her disappointment was a poignant sense of abandonment. Though she had never possessed what she yearned for, she could not shake the feeling of being forsaken. Chu Tianjun chose to ignore Longyue, as he was aware that her injuries, though painful, were not life-threatening. In fact, this time her wounds were even less severe than in her previous life. With 2 or 3 years of recuperation, she would fully recover without his assistance. Soon, battles at other strongholds gradually came to a close, and upon final assessment, Liuhe Pass emerged as the most successful battleground. This marked the first time in 3 years that a Yuan cultivator had fallen on the front line, significantly boosting the morale of the Immortal Alliance. The following morning, Longwei received a jade talisman from the true monarch of transformation. Their Jiuxiu sect had slain a Yuan demon cultivator, and according to the regulations of the Immortal Alliance, they were permitted to withdraw a cultivator of equal rank. Chu Tianjun graciously relinquished this opportunity to Longyue, allowing her to return to her sect. The rules stipulated that any cultivator who had fought on the front line for 3 months or had slain an enemy of the same realm could conclude their mission and depart. Upon receiving the jade talisman, the heartache that had plagued Longyue throughout the night suddenly dissipated. She once again became convinced that Chu Tianjun's apparent indifference was merely a facade. He was, in fact, protecting her through this deliberate emotional distance. If he truly did not care for her, why would he exchange his achievement of slaying a Yuan demon cultivator for her early departure from the battlefield? It must be acknowledged that Longwei had a remarkable talent for theatricality. Chu Tianjun's decision to let her go stemmed from the fact that she could not perish yet. and he genuinely did not wish for her to be a hindrance in this tumultuous environment. He needed to divert Long Yue's attention before assuming the guise of a demon cultivator and heading to the southern region, where numerous opportunities awaited, alongside a matter of great significance that required his attention. Ultimately, Long Yue accepted what she perceived as his goodwill. As she prepared to leave, she gazed longingly at Chu Tianjun and, with her head bowed, softly uttered, "Tianjun, you must take care of yourself. I await your safe return." CHT New Jersey Inn remained utterly unmoved, merely listening to the words spoken. In his previous life, he had devoted himself to Elnju, yet what had he ultimately gained? Now, all he yearned for was Elnju's swift departure. Receiving no response, Elnju cast a few earnest glances at CHT New Jersey Inn before finally turning away. After a prolonged silence, CHT New Jersey Inn opened his eyes and rose to his feet, a flick of his sleeve conjuring a figure identical to himself. Subsequently, he discreetly concealed his presence and departed from the Liu Pass, leaving behind a puppet that exuded his essence, still meditating with eyes closed atop the watchtower. Not long after, CHT New Jersey Inn entered the territory of the Southern Domain, no longer veiling his aura, which had now transformed into a formidable demonic energy, presenting himself as a bona fide golden core stage demon cultivator. In his past life, CHT New Jersey Inn had traversed the Southern Domain, then already at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. During that encounter, he had nearly decimated the younger generation of the demonic path, rendering all sect leaders and saints powerless against him. Remarkably, he had also escaped several encounters with demonic monarchs of the transformation stage, eluding their clutches despite being besieged by multiple of them. This time, he opted for a more subdued approach, for the circumstances had shifted. In his previous life, the foremost figure of the demonic path, Jesu New York, had not intervened. Now, with the righteous and demonic forces embroiled in conflict, he was acutely aware of the potential threat posed by Jesu New York, someone he knew he could not contend with. CHT New Jersey Inn had no intention of wreaking havoc. Rather, he harbored concerns regarding this formidable demonic cultivator, Jesu New York, who was the leader of the Holy Demon Sect, a figure revered as the holy master among demonic cultivators in the Southern Domain. Interestingly, the demonic path refrained from labeling themselves as such, instead referring to their way as the sacred path. The Holy Demon Sect merely termed itself the Holy Sect, with the label of demonic being imposed by the righteous sections. In the Celestial Alliance, Jesu New York was thus designated as the Demon Lord. In his past life, CHT New Jersey Inn had scoffed at this notion, firmly believing it was merely the demonic path's attempt to embellish their own image, a display of shamelessness. However, in this life, he found himself devoid of such sentiments. Instead, he perceived the Celestial Alliance as hypocritical, gradually coming to acknowledge the demonic path, or rather, the sacred path. Through the trials of his previous existence and having discerned the true nature of many individuals, CHT New Jersey Inn recognized that both the Celestial Alliance and the demonic path fundamentally operated on the principle of the strong exploiting the resources of the weak, with the powerful benefiting from the contributions of the powerless. The difference lay in the demonic path's unabashed acceptance of this reality. While the Celestial Alliance adorned their actions with lofty slogans, rendering their exploitation and plunder palatable, all while instilling a sense of gratitude in those being oppressed. The demonic aura surrounding Chu Tianjun is a manifestation of the grand liberation demonic technique, which is, in essence, true demonic energy. Therefore, his identity poses no issues. Although his cultivation level is merely at the golden core stage, it suffices for traversing the southern region. Given that the Six Harmonies Pass is merely a puppet, Chu Tianjun's time is limited. Thus, he hastily collected a few resources and made his way towards a place known as Black Wind Mountain. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun had also visited this location, where there exists a Black Wind Academy, akin to a scholarly institution in the mundane world, albeit one governed by the principles of the demonic path. Do not assume that practitioners of the demonic way are solely engaged in violence. They, too, seek knowledge and advancement. Their studies, however, do not revolve around the virtues of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor, but rather focus on pragmatic methods of enhancement. These methods may include traditional demonic cultivation techniques, blood sacrifices, or even the notorious acts of filicide and patricide as pathways to enlightenment. In the eyes of the righteous, such individuals are undoubtedly viewed as madmen. In his previous existence, Chu Tianjun wreaked havoc within the Black Wind Academy, obliterating nearly all within its confines. and he acquired vital knowledge there, particularly concerning the celestial inscriptions. This time, he approached with an attitude of reverence, despite the tumultuous demonic energy emanating from him. He appeared quite polite. Not all demonic cultivators are deranged. They prefer the most direct means of elevating their cultivation and strength. And while they may lack a sense of propriety, most are capable of engaging in normal discourse. I, Chu Lu, am here to seek an audience with Master Jin Qi. Chu Tianjun, under the alias Chu Lu, sought the esteemed Master Jin Qi, renowned for his expertise in celestial inscriptions. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun had slain Master Jin Qi with a single strike, later self-studying celestial inscriptions from his jade slips. This time, he sought to learn directly, which would undoubtedly yield greater rewards. Before long, Chu Tianjun encountered the rather unsympathetic Master Jin Qi, whose features were somewhat gaunt and sharp. Upon learning of Chu Tianjun's desire to study celestial inscriptions, Master Jin Qi expressed mild surprise. However, the curiosity of demonic cultivators seemed limited, and he did not refuse. Instead, he candidly stated his terms. If you wish to learn, I require an abyssal demonic spider's inner core, 10 pounds of frozen nether iron, and 3 pounds of nether silkworm silk. Master Jin Qi listed several materials as his fee. Once he concluded, Chu Tianjun produced several items from his storage pouch with a swift motion. Master, you intend to forge the 10,000 souls banner, correct? While a few of these items do not precisely match your request, they are indeed superior substitutes, sufficient for crafting a high-quality 10,000 souls banner. Might I inquire about your thoughts? Although Chu Tianjun did not present the exact remuneration as requested, he offered suitable alternatives. Very well, a deal is struck. However, let us agree that I shall only elucidate for half an hour each day, for a total of 1 month. How much you learn will depend on your own capabilities. Master Jin Qi promptly stowed the items away, appearing decidedly mercantile. With a smile, Chu Tianjun nodded, feeling that after such a long time, it was about right. The study of Xianzhuan was something Mr. Jin Qi had delved into, though his knowledge was rather limited. Soon after, Chu Tianjun settled into the Blackwind Academy, where the ways of the demonic path were indeed quite straightforward. As long as one provided sufficient remuneration, one could exchange for whatever one desired. The following day, Mr. Jin Qi began to elucidate the intricacies of Xianzhuan to Chu Tianjun. Initially, Chu Tianjun refrained from revealing his foundational knowledge, wishing instead to absorb the teachings systematically. After 3 days, once Mr. Jin Qi had concluded the basics, Chu Tianjun began to showcase his innate talent, grasping concepts with mere hints from Mr. Jin Qi. 10 days later, Chu Tianjun felt he was nearing the limits of Mr. Jin Qi's knowledge. He estimated that within a month, or even half a month, Mr. Jin Qi would have nothing left to impart, at which point he would be ready to venture forth and conduct his own studies, gradually mastering more of the Xianzhuan. However, on the 12th day, Mr. Jin Qi unexpectedly introduced Chu Tianjun to another individual. This is Chu Lu, and she is Miss Yu Jiu, also here to learn Xianzhuan. She has studied for a period in her earlier years. Perhaps by attending classes together, you may reinforce each other's learning, as, to be frank, I have little left to teach you, Mr. Jin Qi said with a smile, as a young lady clad in blue, whose face was perpetually adorned with a smile, stood behind him. The girl appeared youthful, no more than 15 or 16, with bright eyes that seemed harmless. Yet, Chu Tianjun dared not to underestimate her. This was, after all, the southern region's demonic path, where the notion of being harmless was utterly unfounded. Moreover, her name bore a striking resemblance to his alias, which seemed suspect. I am Chu Lu. It is a pleasure to meet Miss Yu Jiu. Chu Tianjun greeted her with an earnest expression, presenting himself as a person of seemingly benign intentions. Is it true that you are the 6th in your family, Chu? Do you have older brothers or sisters? Yu Jiu inquired, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed intently at Chu Tianjun. Chu Tianjun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from the other party. However, acting was a skill known to many, and in the next instant, Chu Tianjun innocently replied, the previous few perished in the womb. It remains unclear whether they were male or female. Chapter 21. The emergence of the figure in the painting. The response from Chu Tianjun indeed carried a hint of the mystical, yet the very next moment, Yu Jiu's words rendered Chu Tianjun's reply trivial. With an expression of exhilaration, Yu Jiu exclaimed, what a bunch of inept individuals, just like my 8 elder siblings. However, they are fortunate in a way, for all 8 of my siblings have been sacrificed to become my sole servants. As she spoke, Yu Jiu shyly lowered her gaze, her toes drawing circles upon the ground. Behind her, phantoms shrouded in dark energy emerged, both male and female, appearing quite youthful, some as young as 5 or 6 years old, while others were around 11 or 12. Their number was neither too many nor too few, exactly 8 in total. CHT New Jersey Inn cast a glance at the 8 soul slaves, though he recognized that such a scenario was not uncommon in the southern domain. After all, this was the territory of demonic cultivators. He could not help but feel a twinge of disdain. In this realm, even one's parents, spouses, or children, if devoid of value, were rendered worthless. Yet, upon observing YG's seemingly innocuous demeanor, accompanied by the 8 soul slaves of kin, he could not restrain himself from internally muttering, perverse. Did CH seem to pity them? Suddenly, YG lifted her gaze to meet CHT New Jersey Inn's, her face adorned with a gentle smile, her eyes remarkably clear. Yet this only intensified the sense of unease she evoked. What do I care? CHT New Jersey Inn retorted with a frosty expression, delivering a response quintessentially demonic. YG merely smiled once more before dismissing the soul slaves behind her. Their encounter was evidently not one of warmth, yet it epitomized the characteristics of the demonic path. On the following day, the two attended class together. Within merely 24 hours, CHT New Jersey Inn witnessed YG's profound comprehension of the immortal script. Setting aside other matters, he found himself in admiration of her grasp of the script, even learning a few insights from her. Conversely, Mr. J and CH's value diminished day by day. By the 15th day, he had exhausted all teachings. Nevertheless, CHT New Jersey Inn chose to remain, as both he and YG opted to continue self-study, mutually gleaning understanding of the immortal script from one another. The character art in harbored countless interpretations. It could signify water, denote the north, imply grandeur, represent treachery and calamity, or even symbolize the number 9. There were likely interpretations yet unknown to them. With this in mind, could I then refer to YG as YRN? CH brother. Which sounds more melodious to you, YG or YRN? In a courtyard of the Black Wind Academy, YG cheerfully posed this question to CHT New Jersey Inn. Surrounding them lay jade slips, bamboo scrolls, and books accompanied by tea and pastries. If this scene were to be set in the righteous path, it would undoubtedly evoke an ambience rich in literary charm and fragrant allure. This time, Chu Tianjun did not respond with a dismissive "what does it matter to me?" Instead, he smiled and said, "Whether it sounds good is inconsequential. The one you cherish is the most suitable for you." Indeed, that makes sense. I shall continue to call it Fish 9. Brother Chu, shall we continue our discussion on this character? Fish 9 tilted his head, pondering for a moment, and then turned his gaze back to the paper, resuming the discourse with Chu Tianjun regarding another celestial script. It must be noted that despite Fish 9's eccentricities, he indeed provided Chu Tianjun with considerable inspiration regarding the celestial script. He felt that this journey had been worthwhile, as Chu Tianjun now possessed a deeper understanding of the Ren and Gung chapters of the 6 Instruments Heavenly Book, which evidently enhanced his prowess. The Ren chapter, dealing with transformation techniques, was something Chu Tianjun had comprehended in his previous life. Now, he had gleaned insights into the art of deduction from it, a skill accessible only to those at the Dongshin realm. At his current stage, possessing the Yuan in cultivation level, he had engaged with it ahead of time. His grasp of the Gung chapter was somewhat less profound. This chapter primarily expounded on the path of slaughter and destruction, where certain elements, when infused into spells, significantly amplified their potency. As time swiftly passed, it was soon nearing a month. Whether due to the Black Wind Academy or the potential exposure of the puppet at the Lyoa Pass, it was time for Chu Tianjun to depart. Miss you. I shall be leaving the academy tomorrow. I toast this cup to you. On the final evening before his departure, Chu Tianjun proactively raised a glass in honor of Fish 9. Although they had shared meals in the past, complete with wine and meat, they had largely dined separately, each indulging in their own fare. Chu Tianjun was unaware of Yu Jiu's true name, yet he surmised that the surname Yu was indeed authentic. Sharing a drink with Brother Chu, I remarked that toasting with such gravity felt excessive. After all, we owed nothing to one another. Yu Jiu's smile remained radiant and bright, still bearing that seemingly innocuous demeanor, yet his words conveyed an unsettling clarity. Indeed, let us consider this a fair exchange, and in the spirit of equity, let us raise our glasses. Chu Tianjun chuckled at his own irony, having resided in the southern region for a month. He gradually comprehended the local customs, wherein human sentiment and social niceties held little value, and if one lacked worth, others were disinclined to offer even a word. Interestingly enough, I had initially intended to depart the following day. We could discuss the celestial inscriptions upon our next encounter. Brother Chu, do strive diligently should I fail to glean any benefit from you. I might just forge you into a soul-bound servant, thus deeming us beloved companions, destined to be together every day. Yu Jiu gazed at Chu Tianjun with eager anticipation, his expression as harmless as a lamb. Yet his words sent a shiver down one's spine. Chu Tianjun had grown accustomed to the thought processes of Yu Jiu, after all, being a demon. If one were to engage in discussions of friendship and ideals, delving into the realm of literary youth, they would no longer be a demon, but rather a mundane individual. Hence, it was agreed that if he did not exert herself, he would not hesitate to incorporate her and her elder siblings into his magical artifacts. For he relished the sight of families united and harmonious. Chu Tianjun retorted sharply, his sincerity evident in both expression and tone. Having spent nearly a month and a half in the southern region, Chu Tianjun quietly returned to Liuhe Pass, fortunate that no unforeseen events had transpired during his absence. His puppet incarnation had aroused no suspicion. It was likely that after he had eliminated a nascent soul, the demonic faction had quieted significantly. And even though there were occasional assaults, none had targeted Liuhe Pass. After exchanging his puppet form for his true self, Chu Tianjun resumed his meditative practices atop the watchtower, taking the time to gradually assimilate the gains from his recent celestial inscriptions. Soon, another month and a half had passed without him lifting a finger, and he had finally fulfilled his mission duration, allowing him to depart from the battlefield. Upon leaving, he did not rush back to Jiuxiao Sect, instead wandering for another 6 months, during which he encountered modest gains. By the time he returned to Jiuxiao Sect, nearly a year had elapsed. Just as he descended into the peach grove, he sensed a beam of escape light rising from Tianshan Peak, which in the blink of an eye landed before him. It was evident that it was Longwei. Chu Tianjuan's previously buoyant mood soured slightly. However, Longwei was in exceptionally high spirits at that moment. Although her injuries had yet to fully heal, she was no longer in serious danger. Over the past 6 months, her thoughts had evolved from merely recalling Chu Tianjun to an almost haunting obsession. Tianjun, my junior brother, you have finally returned. Are you unscathed? Where have you been for the past 6 months? Why did you not return to the sect on time? Longwei, perhaps having forgotten Chu Tianjuan's previous indifference, bombarded him with questions in rapid succession. To an observer unaware of the context, this scene might easily suggest that the two were romantic partners. Chu Tianjun felt that this woman had grown increasingly audacious. He instinctively wanted to retort, "What business is it of yours?" However, before he could voice his thoughts, another voice interrupted him, announcing, "Elder Tianjun, the figure from the painting has arrived at the sect." The speaker was a Golden Core steward, responsible for registering new disciples. He had hastened to inform Chu Tianjun upon sensing his return to the mountain, albeit slightly delayed compared to the swift arrival of Longwei. Chapter 22. Oppression abounds in the celestial sect. The emergence of the figure from the painting caused Chu Tianjun to momentarily forget Longwei beside him. He quickly inquired of the Golden Core steward, "Where is she?" "She is in the servant disciples' courtyard," the steward replied cautiously. "The young lady entered the sect alongside this year's new disciples half a month ago, but her aptitude is quite poor, and she has been relegated to the role of a servant for the time being." The steward had considered extending a courtesy to the figure from the painting. Yet since Chu Tianjun had merely instructed him to inform him upon her arrival, the steward hesitated, uncertain of Chu Tianjuan's sentiments regarding her, and thus adhered to protocol. In the Nine Cloud sect, new disciples without a nascent soul master or golden core cultivator to take them on would face 2 potential scenarios. One type, possessing relatively decent aptitude, would commence as ordinary disciples, a situation Chu Tianjun himself had experienced years ago, which afforded a degree of freedom. The other type, classified as having subpar aptitude, would begin as servants, a status that was significantly inferior, comparable even to that of servants in affluent households in the mundane world. Upon receiving the steward's response, Chu Tianjun refrained from further inquiries, directly stepping forth and soaring towards the servant courtyard. "What is this figure from the painting all about?" Longwei inquired nonchalantly of the steward after Chu Tianjun had departed. The Golden Core steward promptly recounted the details of the matter. "Is the painting still with you?" Longwei continued. Her curiosity piqued. "I still have it. Elder Longwei, please take a look." The steward quickly produced the painting belonging to Chu Tianjun. Longwei accepted the scroll and opened it. She found the figure within to be quite lovely, though not strikingly exceptional. A thought crossed her mind. Aside from her youth, she could hardly be considered more beautiful than herself. "Very well, it is no longer your concern." As the hazy moonlight illuminated the scene, a seemingly impassive figure uttered a single remark before promptly withdrawing her painting and swiftly following Chu Tianjun towards the servants' quarters. The Golden Core steward stood in a state of bewilderment for quite some time, perplexed by the relationship among the three individuals. After a brief moment, driven by curiosity, he too soared towards the servants' quarters. Prior to Chu Tianjun's arrival, a rather melodramatic scene was unfolding within the courtyard. A young maiden, elegantly attired, was diligently sweeping fallen leaves. With her sleeves neatly gathered, she wielded a broom with an air of quiet grace and a hint of competence. This diligent maiden was none other than the subject of Chu Tianjun's long-awaited painting. Originally, the scene possessed a certain artistic charm, but it was soon interrupted by the intrusion of several figures. A group of youths of similar age approached, led by a haughty young lady clad in red. "Oh, is that not our esteemed princess?" she mocked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "How is it that, upon entering the immortal sect, you now present yourself in such a servile manner? Shinner, is this truly the esteemed princess of Ningwa you spoke of? Her talents seem woefully lacking. It appears she might toil as a servant for her entire life," a young male disciple remarked disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt for the maiden in the painting. "In the realm of the immortal sect, there are no princesses. Even a mundane emperor, upon encountering a golden core steward, must bow in reverence. And should any foundational disciples descend from the mountains, the emperor must respectfully address them as immortal master. Shinner, with her prodigious gifts and a golden core steward as her mentor, has no equal, while this so-called princess is unworthy even to serve as her footstool." The group of youths continued to exalt the red-clad girl while belittling the maiden in the painting. From their words, it became apparent that the subject was indeed a princess of the secular dynasty. However, their assertions held some truth in this world. The secular dynasty could do little but bow to the immortal sect. If the royal family produced a talented disciple capable of cultivation, they might fare well. But without such a prodigy, their fate would be precarious, and the nation would not endure. The maiden in the painting paid no heed to their scornful jibes, choosing instead to persist in her task of sweeping the leaves. She had nearly gathered them into a tidy pile when, wishing to avoid confrontation, she turned to depart with her broom. Just then, the red-clad girl, Shinner, suddenly flicked her wrist, and a gust of wind swept through the courtyard, scattering the leaves once more. With laughter ringing through the air, the red-dressed girl exclaimed, "Oh dear, how can there be so many leaves again? Do not grow complacent. Your Highness, if you cannot even keep this courtyard clean, you shall have no dinner tonight." Her emphasis on the title Your Highness was laden with humiliation, a blatant affront. "Chief Shinner, do not go too far. Your father holds the esteemed title of Marquis of Wuan, and my father has treated him well. I once regarded you as a sister. Why must you persist in making my life difficult?" The figure in the painting could no longer contain her emotions, reminiscing about the events leading up to her ascent. Beyond the humiliation of being deliberately provoked, her heart felt an even deeper sorrow. Indeed, she was the eldest princess of Ningwa, while the girl in red, Chi Shinner, was the daughter of the Marquis of Wuan. The two had shared a close bond since childhood, referring to each other as sisters. However, after Chi Shinner became a disciple of a golden elixir elder upon entering the Jiuxiao sect, her demeanor towards her former close companion had completely transformed. "What are you talking about? How can one expect to conquer the world if they cannot even keep their own house in order? If you cannot maintain a single courtyard, how can you expect to progress on the path of cultivation? Your innate talent is already lacking, and if you do not work harder, what future do you envision? Princess, I only wish what is best for you." Chi Shinner retorted sarcastically, her tone dripping with disdain. The figure in the painting suppressed her anger. Yet she was acutely aware that, in this place, she was no longer a princess. Her status paled in comparison to the people around her. What good would it do to harbor resentment? Resistance would only lead to greater humiliation. Thus, she fell silent, bowing her head and resuming her task of sweeping the fallen leaves. Seeing that the figure had endured, Chi Shinner let out a cold snort, evidently still seeking amusement. In the next moment, she smugly continued, "Let me be frank with you. My master has already agreed that it won't be long before my father forces your father to abdicate. At that time, I shall be the princess, and you will be nothing but a stray dog." Upon hearing this, the figure paused, realizing that her decision to join the Jiuxiao sect was driven by the hope of strengthening her father's reign through her cultivation. The one attempting to usurp her family's throne was none other than her former sister, Chi Shinner. The figure could no longer contain herself. Her gaze ablaze with fury directed at Chi Shinner. "Still defiant? A mere servant dares to look at me like that? Teach her a lesson," Chi Shinner sneered, clearly intent on humiliating the figure. Mere verbal insults were insufficient for her. Several sycophants behind Chi Shinner immediately advanced towards the figure, wielding whips. Instinctively, The figure raised her hands in defense, her sleeves slipping to reveal her pale arms, marred unaware of the gravity of the situation. It is not too late to kneel and acknowledge one's mistakes. Chu Tianjun paid no heed to the cacophony of barks from the onlookers. He lowered his gaze to the girl on the ground, her face a fleeting image from his memory. You, who oppress your peers and disregard your elders, are truly unaware of the peril you invite. Suddenly, Long Wei appeared beside Chu Tianjun, a ripple of spiritual energy emanating from her, and without lifting a finger, she sent Qi Xianyuan and her companions hurtling away, leaving them grievously injured yet alive. Long Wei was oblivious to the connection between Chu Tianjun and the girl at his feet, but she discerned the tenderness in his eyes, a sight she had never witnessed before, stirring within her a momentary pang of jealousy. By taking the initiative to discipline these disciples, perhaps she sought merely to capture Chu Tianjun's attention. In the next instant, she stepped closer to him, casting a sidelong glance as if to say, "Praise me, please." Among the ordinary disciples, many had never encountered Chu Tianjun, especially the newly initiated ones. Thus, Qi Xianyuan and her companions had not even considered that Chu Tianjun was a nascent soul elder. Several disciples lay half-conscious on the ground when the Golden Core steward finally arrived. "Master Ma, save me. These two have harmed fellow disciples. Quickly take them to the Hall of Discipline." Qi Xianyuan surprisingly recognized the steward and addressed him as Master Ma. "Be silent. Before you stands our sect's elders." The esteemed Jinren Tianjun and Jinren Longwei, steward Ma admonished sharply, instinctively distancing himself from Qi Xianyuan. How could it be? She is merely a servant, a waste in cultivation. How could she possibly know a nascent soul Jinren? Qi Xianyuan remained incredulous, appearing somewhat hysterical, although these disciples had never seen Chu Tianjun and Longwei. The names of the sect's prominent nascent soul Jinrens were indeed well known. Moreover, Chu Tianjun's reputation was soaring. He had repelled the demonic path's holy sun on the battlefield of Yuezhou and faced 4 nascent soul practitioners alone, slaying one of their own. His achievements had rendered him the foremost figure below the divine transformation realm. "Junior brother, who is this young lady to you?" Long Wei inquired curiously, her question potentially harboring more than mere curiosity. CHT New Jersey Inn paid no heed to Qsu Nr and the others, nor did he acknowledge Elenchu. Instead, he extended his hand toward the figure within the painting and gently spoke. "I am CHT New Jersey Inn. From this day forth, T New Jersey Inn Peak shall be your sanctuary, and no one shall dare to bully you again." The figure within the painting was lifted by CHT New Jersey Inn, and she stared blankly at him, incredulity etched on her face as she asked, "Will I be able to cultivate alongside the elder from now on?" CHT New Jersey Inn nodded thoughtfully and continued, "You may call me either Shixiang or Shifu, whichever you prefer." The surrounding crowd, including Elnja, was taken aback. This was a blatant display of favoritism. The crucial point was that if a newly initiated disciple were to address CHT New Jersey Inn as Shixiang, it would undoubtedly disrupt the hierarchy of the G11O sect. Just as everyone was curious about how the figure in the painting would respond, she respectfully knelt before CHT New Jersey Inn, placing her hands on the ground in a clear gesture of bowing. Elnja felt a slight sense of relief. Having CHT New Jersey Inn accept a female disciple was certainly preferable to having multiple younger sisters. However, in the next moment, something utterly unexpected occurred, one that even CHT New Jersey Inn himself could not have anticipated. The figure in the painting proclaimed, grateful for the sage's acceptance. "I wish to honor you as my adoptive father, and I pledge to serve you faithfully for the rest of my life." In a moment of bewilderment, Chu Tianjun found himself grappling with the absurdity of his circumstances. In both this life and the last, he had yet to find a companion, and now, unexpectedly, a daughter had appeared. However, he did not resist this development. His feelings towards the figure in the painting were rooted in genuine gratitude, and he recalled the fleeting glance from his previous life, which assured him that the gaze directed at him was not one of infatuation. Just as he was about to acquiesce, he was taken aback when Longyue preemptively spoke up. "Ah, daughter, congratulations, junior brother, on being blessed with such a delightful and beautiful child. I feel an immediate kinship with this little one. As a token of our meeting, I present you with a gift. Should you encounter anything you do not understand, you are welcome to visit Tianshan Peak, where I shall impart my knowledge." Long Wei spoke with great enthusiasm, deftly producing a resplendent jade vial and placing it into the hands of the figure in the painting. Surprised by the jade vial, Chu Tianjun recognized its significance. He also recalled the inscription at the bottom, which read Imu Liu Li Ping, a treasure that Long Wei had fortuitously acquired. Although the Imu Liu Li Ping was somewhat flawed, It remained an extraordinary artifact, primarily capable of aiding its owner in healing injuries, with its self-generated spiritual liquid capable of instantly replenishing a cultivator's energy. In his previous life, he had speculated that a complete restoration of this item might render it a spiritual treasure. Why had she become so generous? Was this exuberance not a tad excessive? Wasn't she supposed to embody a demeanor as gentle as a chrysanthemum? Chu Tianjun found himself perplexed by Long Wei, as she diverged significantly from his recollections. The figure in the painting, feeling somewhat flustered, glanced at Chu Tianjun, sensing that the affection bestowed upon her by Master Long Wei was overwhelming, leaving her momentarily unsure of her own standing. Chu Tianjun nodded and remarked, "Now that we are bound as father and daughter, the other elders will surely present you with gifts in due course. Consider this an early reception." He then inquired, "By the way, what is your name?" Upon hearing this, Long Yue's expression shifted to one of incredulity. She was taken aback that Chu Tianjun was unaware of her name. Nonetheless, this statement unmistakably signified that Chu Tianjun had accepted her as his daughter. I am called Ning Jiangwo," the figure in the painting murmured, her head bowed. A look of embarrassment etched upon her face. "What, Jiangwo? Such a fine young lady, and your father bestowed upon you such a name?" Chu Tianjun's expression darkened, as the name seemed wholly incongruous with her appearance. "Well, I happened to be born on the day of my father's ascension to the throne and the founding of the nation. To be honest, I am not fond of this name. Perhaps you could give me a new one." Adoptive father? Ning Jiangwo gazed at Chu Tianjun with hopeful anticipation, for she had long endured the burden of this name. Chu Tianjun scrutinized Ning Jiangwo, and naturally he would acquiesce to this request. He then cast his gaze around, pondering what name would be fitting for this adopted daughter. At that moment, snowflakes began to gently descend from the sky. Chu Tianjun reached out to catch one, glancing at the fallen leaves on the ground, and suddenly spoke, "How about naming her Chiu-Ci?" "Chiu-Ci? Ning Chiu-Ci, Chu Chiu-Ci. How delightful. I am utterly enamored with this name." Ning Jiangwo repeated the new name, affirming that regardless of the surname, the name sounded splendid. The misty moonlight illuminated the scene, and the gentle nod from Long Wei indicated her approval of the name as well. Chiu-Ci expressed her gratitude to her father for the bestowed name. Subsequently, Ning Chiu-Ci knelt once more before Chu Tianjun, addressing him as father. Chapter 24. The Great Divination Technique. Chu Tianjun brought Chiu-Ci back to Tianjun Peak and officially informed the sect that there was now a young master at Tianjun Peak. Ning Chiu-Ci's status suddenly elevated beyond that of even the most favored disciples, prompting the sect to prepare a ceremony in a few days to honor her at the ancestral hall. As for those disciples who had bullied Ning Chiu-Ci, Chu Tianjun chose not to execute them directly, but instead entrusted them to the discipline hall. Upon her arrival at Tianjun Peak, Ning Chiu-Ci seemed to revert to a princess adored by all in the mortal realm. Chu Tianjun bestowed upon her the finest elixirs and imparted to her cultivation techniques sufficient to reach the transformation stage, along with several formidable spells, all of which he had meticulously gathered throughout his past and present lives, some even having undergone his enhancements. Moreover, as Ning Chiu-Ci became Chu Tianjun's daughter, the disciples residing around Tianjun Peak showed her immense affection as their junior sister. Wu Qingyun opened his treasury of elixirs to Ning Chiu-Ci and generously shared his alchemical insights without reservation. Similarly, Ouyang Ming offered his knowledge of formations and legendary arrays, providing anything that piqued Ning Chiu-Ci's interest without hesitation. Other fellow disciples echoed this sentiment, whether they were in the foundation establishment or golden elixir stages. They affectionately referred to Ning Chiu-Ci as their junior sister, showering her with adoration. Notably, the esteemed Master Long Wei from Tianjun Peak appeared particularly fond of her, not only granting Ning Chiu-Ci unrestricted access to Tianjun Peak, but frequently visiting Tianjun Peak to guide her cultivation and occasionally presenting her with precious elixirs and treasures, leading one to wonder if she were the love child of both her and Chu Tianjun. Cht Nu Jian was reluctant to meet Ellen. Yet this woman had become shrewd, using the pretense of seeking in Chi as her guise, making it difficult for him to dismiss her. Recently, Cht Nu Jian had been reclusive, dedicating himself to the study of celestial inscriptions in his residence, primarily focusing on unraveling the R-in chapter of the Six Principles manuscript, particularly its methods of deduction. With Chi's arrival, it was no longer feasible for his daughter to inhabit the stone house, especially since it comprised but a single room. Consequently, Cht Nu constructed a courtyard within the peach grove. He resided in the main house, while Chi took up residence in the adjacent quarters. One day, as Chu was engrossed in his cultivation, celestial inscriptions began to materialize behind him, swirling and intertwining into a seemingly ethereal compass. The layers of this compass were intricate and complex, the exact number indiscernible. Yet it exuded an aura of profound mystery. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the door. It was Ning Chi-Si's voice. "Father, Chi-Si has brewed some freshly made tea for you. May I come in?" Upon hearing a sound, Chu Tianjun opened his eyes, and in the next moment, the celestial compass behind him vanished, leaving no trace of unusual phenomena within the room. "Please, come in," Chu Tianjun said. Regardless of the circumstances, whenever Ning Qiuzi arrived, he would cease his current endeavors. Even if she merely sought conversation without any particular matter at hand, he would graciously oblige her. His kindness toward Ning Qiuzi was genuine, embodying the essence of a devoted father. Soon, Ning Qiuzi entered, her graceful steps ethereal, dressed in a magnificent gown that nearly approached the level of a magical artifact. She exuded an aura of tranquility and composure, blending the dignified elegance of a princess with the ethereal grace characteristic of those from celestial sections. However, despite Chu Tianjun's meticulous guidance and the abundant supply of elixirs, her cultivation remained at the pinnacle of qi refinement after a month, revealing her inherently poor aptitude. Among those Chu Tianjun had encountered, her talent was notably lacking, even inferior to Wu Qingyun. "Father, please sample the new tea," Ning Qiuzi said sweetly as she seated herself beside Chu Tianjun, offering him a cup. "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. How has your cultivation progressed lately?" Chu Tianjun inquired, taking a sip of tea, his face radiating paternal affection. Chu Tianjun is diligently striving to embody the role of a father. He is, in fact, learning how to be one, starting from the very basics. After all, having never experienced romance, he suddenly finds himself with a daughter of 16 or 17 years. This is a significant adjustment for him, even after 2 lifetimes. Master Longyue has informed me that I am now ready to attempt foundation building, and senior brother Qingyun has prepared an exquisite foundation building elixir for me. Moreover, senior brother Ouyang has arranged the gathering spirit array. However, I lack confidence. My aptitude is so poor. Father, you have invested so many resources in me. Have you never regretted it? Ning Qiuzi cautiously expressed, her gaze furtively glancing at Chu Tianjun. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjun smiled gently. He understood that Ning Qiuzi's hesitation was not due to a lack of confidence in her ability to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, but rather a sense of insecurity and confusion regarding his unusual kindness towards her. Back when they were in the servants' courtyard, Ning Qiuzi had expressed her desire to take Chu Tianjun as her adoptive father. At that moment, Chu Tianjun had already realized that this young girl was far from being as simple as she appeared. Among all her options, she had chosen the one most advantageous to her. This choice was not born from an innate affinity for Chu Tianjun, nor from any inexplicable sense of familiarity, but rather from her desire to protect the great Ning dynasty and her father's throne. Just as she, despite her poor aptitude, sought to join the Zhuxiao sect. It was not that she lacked confidence in her training, but rather in the belief that he would consistently treat her well. Or perhaps she constantly suspected that his kindness harbored ulterior motives. Chu Tianjun gazed at Ning Qiuzi with calm assurance. Today, he intended to address the matter openly. If he did not resolve the knot in her heart, she, with her already poor aptitude, would never make significant progress in her cultivation. Ning Qiuzi dared not confront him, for her father was astute and discerning. She was merely filled with innocent curiosity. Initially, she had entertained such thoughts, but over the past month, she had genuinely felt that her father regarded her as his daughter. Regardless of his motives, Ning Qiuzi sought clarity, even if he demanded her life. She would willingly offer it to him. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Ning Qiuzi hurriedly knelt down. Over this month, she had indeed felt his meticulous care. Yet she was acutely aware that this father was a true powerhouse, one whose words could determine the fate of nations. "Rise," he said, gently lifting her with a hand, accompanying the gesture with a cryptic remark. Ning Qiuzi, puzzled, wondered why her adoptive father treated her with such kindness. Did he not even understand his own motives? Fortunately, in the next moment, Chu Tianjun continued, "In my own foundation establishment, I encountered a trial of inner demons. During this ordeal, I glimpsed visions that might belong to the future. In those visions, I saw myself abandoned by all, devoured by ferocious beasts, yet you, without hesitation, charged into the fray, determined to reclaim my body, even knowing that my survival was impossible. Chu Tianjun did not speak the truth, and the reason for his statement was to explore the nature of the relationship between himself and Ning Qiuzi in the previous life. Upon hearing his words, Ning Qiuzi was filled with disbelief. She did not doubt him, but was instead astonished that someone could perceive the future. Was that truly the future? What had transpired in between? Her curiosity deepened, and she yearned to understand why the exceptionally amiable and formidable Chu Tianjun had become estranged from those around him. This time, Chu Tianjun shook his head and remarked, "It cannot be considered the future. Rather, it is merely one of countless possibilities that lie within it. Therefore, there is no need for concern. If you wish to comprehend the events surrounding that future scenario of the heart demon tribulation, there exists a method." "What method?" Ning Qiuzi inquired eagerly. "My father possesses a grand art of divination, capable of projecting the future based on known information. Would you like to see how our lives would unfold had the heart demon tribulation not occurred? After witnessing it, should you choose not to be my daughter, I shall respect your decision," Chu Tianjun stated candidly. Ning Qiuzi hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us commence." Cht Nu Jian, with unwavering resolve, extended his finger and pressed it against Ning Qiuzi's forehead. In that moment, countless celestial inscriptions emerged behind him, followed by the ethereal apparition of a mysterious compass. Chapter 25. Father and daughter joined forces to dig a pit. Yu was seated in her chamber, immersed in meditation and cultivation. Recently, her spirits had been remarkably buoyant. Not only had her injuries fully healed, but she also felt an increasing closeness to her junior, Tinu Jian. He had not cast her a disdainful glance in quite some time. Such a matter was indeed worthy of celebration. Suddenly, Yu's expression shifted, and she dashed out of her room, her gaze directed toward the summit of New Jian Peak. At that moment, she beheld a colossal phantom of the compass hovering above the peak. The compass was adorned with countless concentric circles, so numerous that they were beyond counting, each rotating at a distinct velocity and inscribed with incomprehensible characters. Moreover, the phantom of the compass was evidently enlarging, swiftly reaching towards the heavens above and connecting with the depths of the abyss below. As the compass turned, it seemed as though the very mechanism of the world itself was being driven by its motion. This immense apparition stirred the curiosity of countless onlookers, yet none could discern its significance. However, within the eyes of Cht Nu Jian and Ning Qiuzi, fleeting images began to materialize. Since the object of the divination was Ning Qiuzi, every occurrence was rooted in her essence, thus the perspective was inherently hers. Following the trajectory of a previous existence, or rather, in a scenario where Cht Nu Jian had not met Ning Qiuzi beforehand, events unfolded as follows. Ning Qiuzi toiled as a menial servant in the G11O sect for several years, enduring relentless bullying. Soon, Nu work cultivated successfully, compelling W and Hu to force Ning Huing to abdicate, leading to the downfall of the royal family. Due to Ning Qiuzi's remarkably poor aptitude for cultivation, she remained in the qi refinement stage for many years. Yet, by a stroke of fate, during yet another instance of being bullied, she fortuitously encountered Cht Nu Jian, who happened to be passing by. At that time, Cht Nu Jian had already attained the status of a Yuanying true person. Given his benevolent nature, he surely intervened to halt the bullying from his peers, declaring that he wished to witness no such occurrences henceforth. Upon seeing Ning Qiuzi, battered and bruised, Cht Nu Jian casually bestowed upon her several medicinal pills. Thanks to his intervention, no one dared to torment Ning Qiuzi again. For Cht Nu Jian, it was merely a trivial act. Yet for Ning Qiuzi, it was a life-altering kindness. Thus, even when Cht Nu Jian faced betrayal and abandonment, Ning Qiuzi resolutely charged into the throng of demonic beasts in his final hour. This perspective and the elements of the divination originated solely from Ning Qiuzi, hence the details surrounding Cht Nu Jian's betrayal remained elusive. Nonetheless, it was sufficient for both to grasp the essence of their relationship. After a brief interval, Cht Nu Jian dispelled the grand divination technique he had recently comprehended from the Rin chapter of the Six Instruments Heavenly Book. With the conclusion of the divination, the colossal compass in the void vanished, leaving both Cht Nu Jian and Ning Qiuzi with somewhat unnatural expressions. Chu Tianjun firmly believed in the validity of this deduction. It undoubtedly pertained to the entanglement with Ning Qiuzi from his previous life, aligning perfectly with his former self's benevolent disposition. Yet, he found solace in the thought that, in his past existence, he had merely assisted Ning Qiuzi once. and her profound gratitude was evident. In this life, his devotion to her was magnified 1,000-fold, and such a person would surely never betray him. A cherished companion like her was indeed worth having. However, whether Ning Qiuzi, now aware of these revelations, would still wish to be Chu Tianjun's daughter remained an uncertainty. There was no need to dwell too much on this. It was merely one of countless possible futures. Since their early acquaintance, such a possibility had effectively vanished. Believing that Ning Qiuzi was still contemplating their relationship, Chu Tianjun offered words of comfort, urging her to make her choice without the burden of guilt. Yet, in the next moment, Ning Qiuzi leaped into Chu Tianjun's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "My parents have bestowed upon me the gift of nurturing. I cannot disregard their kindness. For now, I must still be Ning Qiuzi." Chu Tianjun gently patted Ning Qiuzi's back, having likely surmised her decision, which he found entirely understandable and acceptable. However, Ning Qiuzi's words were not yet complete. She continued, stating that a century hence, there would be no more Ning Qiuzi in the world, only Chu Tianjun. CHT New Jersey N's hand involuntarily paused. The impact of her words was undeniably profound. Coupled with the unwavering resolve of Ning Qiuzi at the moment of her demise in her previous life, along with the bond of father and daughter that had blossomed over the past month, he was resolute in accepting her as his daughter. "You and I are bound as father and daughter. I shall strive to fulfill my role as a father. With my presence, I shall ensure that you endure no further grievances." CHT New Jersey N was indeed a remarkable individual, one of the few in the realm of cultivation who valued loyalty and affection deeply. "Father, even if this is merely a potentiality for the future, at that time, you will have reached the threshold of transcending the divine. In such circumstances, should you find yourself shunned by kin and allies, it indicates that many within the G11O sect harbor ill intentions towards you. We must remain vigilant and prepare our strategies in advance." Suddenly, Ning Qiuzi spoke with grave seriousness. She wiped away the traces of tears on her face, her expression imbued with an unwavering determination, exuding the poise of a strategist brimming with cunning plans. CHT New Jersey N gazed at Ning Qiuzi with a sense of curiosity. Upon hearing Ning Qiuzi's words, he became acutely aware of the issues he had previously overlooked. He had always regarded the majority of the G11O sect members as mere accomplices. However, it now appeared that he had been overly naive, as the saying goes. One hand cannot clap alone. No matter how adept YCHN might be at acting, it seemed implausible that within a mere 2 to 3 years, he could transform himself into a pariah, forsaken by all. Reflecting on his previous life, CHT New Jersey N recalled that after he exhibited the potential to break through to the transformation of spirit stage, he distinctly sensed an inexplicable restraint, much of which emanated from within the sect itself. Later, when he assisted Ling in her breakthrough to the transformation of spirit stage, the pressures from various quarters bore down upon him like a mountain. Had he not shouldered a significant portion of that burden, she would have been unable to achieve her goal. "Qiuzi, share your thoughts," CHT New Jersey N urged, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure in this unexpected daughter, who might indeed provide him with unforeseen benefits. "I have an 8-character principle: cultivate influence, both overtly and covertly." Ning Qiuzi replied with grave seriousness. "I comprehend the notion of cultivating influence. In fact, I have undertaken similar endeavors. The disciples aligned with our T New Jersey N peak may be few in number, yet their character withstands scrutiny." "But what do you mean by overt and covert?" "This implies that while you operate in the light, I will act in the shadows." Prior to your employing grand divination techniques, there was a lingering mistrust between us. You believed I merely sought a patron to prolong the mundane family influence, while I suspected your goodwill was driven by ulterior motives. We might as well feign discord at an opportune moment. I shall then take leave of T New Jersey N peak to return to Eningu. Should anyone pose a threat to you, I will undoubtedly become the most convenient pawn, and it would be difficult for them not to seek me out. Do you not find this intriguing?" Ning Qiuzi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom, clearly indicating her intention to stage a performance alongside CHT New Jersey N, setting a trap for their adversaries, akin to the legendary Zhou Yu outsmarting Huang Gai. "Of course, Qiuzi, I shall support your plan. Your parents are, after all, mere mortals. Spending more time with them would fulfill your filial duty." CHT New Jersey N concurred with Ning Qiuzi's strategy. While she remained unaware of the specific adversaries they faced, CHT New Jersey N understood that this was indeed a scheme to ensnare YCHN. Chu Tianjun couldn't help but ponder what expression the son of fortune would wear if Yu Qin, in his calculated pursuit of Ning Qiuzi, ultimately found himself betrayed by her. Father, there is another matter that troubles me regarding Qiuzi. Among the numerous elders within the sect, Elder Longwei shares the closest bond with you. Can she truly be trusted? After a brief moment, Ning Qiuzi posed yet another inquiry. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Tianjun replied, she is the least reliable. Although currently, Longwei appeared to be the closest to Chu Tianjun, and there were even rumors within the sect suggesting that the two elders might have developed romantic feelings for one another. Potentially becoming partners in the future, Chu Tianjun held the deepest skepticism towards Longwei. My daughter knows what she must do, but alas, our strength remains insufficient. If only we had one or two trustworthy nascent soul practitioners, Ning Qiuzi lamented, perhaps also expressing a sense of regret regarding Long Yue's unreliability. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjun remarked, it is not without merit. You have a master uncle named Lu Qingxue, who is undeniably trustworthy. You have yet to meet her, as she has been in seclusion for years, striving to reach the yuaning stage. She is likely to emerge soon, and upon her return, she shall undoubtedly attain the yuaning. Chapter 26. A decade's pact. In the ensuing period, the Jiuxiao sect experienced an extraordinary tranquility, and after several months, Ning Qiuzi finally succeeded in establishing her foundation. In celebration, Chu Tianjun hosted a banquet at Tianjun Peak, and the disciples associated with it came forth to offer their congratulations. Of course, Longwei would not miss such an opportunity. Previously, after Chu Tianjun had expressed to Ning Qiuzi that Longwei was the least reliable, this young lady not only refrained from deliberately distancing herself from Longwei but, in fact, grew noticeably closer to her. Chu Tianjun chose not to intervene, for after an open and sincere discussion with Ning Qiuzi, he recognized that although his daughter possessed woefully inadequate cultivation talent, she was astute beyond measure and possessed a far-reaching foresight. Following the banquet, a rumor began to circulate within the Jiuxiao sect, claiming that Tianjuan's adopted daughter, Ning Qiuzi, was a rare immaculate spirit body. Such a spirit body had only been spoken of in legends. Initially, it appeared unremarkable in cultivation. However, once one reached the yuaning stage, it would reveal its extraordinary nature, and there would be no bottlenecks during the subsequent stages of transformation and ethereal refinement, only encountering limitations again at the Dongxin stage. Not long after, it was said that many disciples overheard a heated argument between Chu Tianjun and Ning Qiuzi at Tianjun Peak. Subsequently, Ning Qiuzi returned to the Ning dynasty, citing her unwillingness to witness her ordinary parents grow increasingly frail. Chu Tianjun did not utter a word regarding the matter. Yet he generously bestowed upon Ning Qiuzi a plethora of elixirs and rare treasures. Furthermore, he dispatched Ouyang Ming, a master of formations at the Golden Core stage, to protect Ning Qiuzi in the capital of Daming. On the surface, it appeared that Chu Tianjun continued to treat Ning Qiuzi with utmost kindness. However, rumors circulated that the revered figure secretly regarded her, his adopted daughter, as a coveted possession. After Ning Qiuzi's departure, Longwei visited Tianjun Peak, seeking to uncover the truth of the situation. Despite her inquiries yielding little, she learned that Chu Tianjun intended to enter seclusion to enhance his cultivation. As for the gossip suggesting that Chu Tianjun viewed Ning Qiuzi as a prized object, Longwei dismissed it as mere hearsay. Shortly thereafter, Longwei resolved to embark on a journey in search of opportunities to transcend the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, having indeed reached the precipice of that stage. After 3 years of seclusion, Chu Tianjun emerged, having reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, his foundation solidly established, with the potential to advance further. 3 years is but a fleeting moment in the realm of cultivation, and during this time, the Jiuxiao sect remained largely unchanged. As not everyone possesses the rapid cultivation speed of Chu Tianjun, many disciples at the foundation establishment stage saw no progression in their cultivation, and those at the golden core and nascent soul stages experienced no notable transformations. However, half a month later, Longwei returned to the sect, remarkably having also attained the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Only Chu Tianjun understood that Long Yue's progress was considerably slower compared to her previous life. Upon her return, Long Yue's first destination was Tianjun Peak, accompanied by a young girl. Chu Tianjun had anticipated this, for according to the timeline, this was when his little junior sister from his past life should appear. Regardless of the timeline, Longwei had always stated that she would only accept Chu Tianjun as her disciple, a promise she upheld for nearly 30 years. even if this little junior sister did not technically break her word. For the young girl, Chu Yue was indeed a descendant of Long Yue's kin, who, after a significant upheaval in her family, was left as the sole survivor, prompting Long Wei to bring her to the Jiuxiao sect. In her previous life, Long Wei did not formally accept Chu Yue as her disciple. There were no initiation rites, no visits to the ancestral hall, and it was Chu Tianjun, the senior brother, who took on the responsibility of her instruction. When Chu Yue ascended the mountain at the tender age of 6, while Chu Tianjun did not raise her in the conventional sense, the reality was almost akin. Furthermore, Chu Yue's talent was exceedingly poor, rivaling that of Ning Xiuzi. Had it not been for Chu Tianjun's generous supply of elixirs and, later, his own nascent soul energy to bolster her, she would have struggled to keep pace with her peers, potentially becoming a liability to the sect. One could say that Chu Yue was effectively raised by Chu Tianjun, and with their surnames sounding alike, he felt an affinity towards this little junior sister. Yet, when Yichen appeared, this closest junior sister became the first to doubt him. Long Wei presented a delicate girl before Chu Tianjun, and unlike before, he did not shut himself off from visitors. Seeing this white-eyed wolf he had once nurtured, he felt as though he had stepped into another world. Tianjun, my dear junior brother, Yue is the descendant of my late sister, now left alone and vulnerable. I intend for her to reside in the Jiuxiao sect. Her aptitude is somewhat lacking, yet you excel in guiding disciples. I have an ungracious request. Would you consider accepting Yue as your student? Long Wei stated with unwavering confidence, as if she believed their bond was strong enough that this small matter would be readily agreed upon. CHT New Jersey and glanced at CHYUWI, who was blinking her eyes back at him. It must be said that despite her lackluster aptitude, the young CHYUWI possessed commendable qualities in other respects. Her appearance alone was quite appealing. However, confronted by this charming little girl, who rendered most utterly defenseless, CHT Nuji bluntly declared, it is futile. Her aptitude is abysmally poor. With such a lack of potential, it would be more prudent to allocate cultivation resources to a pig. The 6-year-old girl, already capable of comprehension, had previously believed that the gentle words of her great-grandmother were mere modesty. Yet, upon hearing CHT New Jersey's serious pronouncement, her tender heart could scarcely bear it. The next moment, she burst into tears. T New Jersey, must you be so harsh? She is still so young, Ellen, you reproached him, swiftly enveloping CHYUWI in her embrace. I am merely stating the facts. If she cannot bear it now, she shall only endure greater burdens as she matures. CHT New Jersey remarked nonchalantly, this being one of the rare instances of dialogue with Ellen Yu. Your approach seems rather biased. Chi Si's aptitude is hardly superior. They are of equal standing. So why can you instruct Chi Si, but not YUWI? Ellen Yu continued assertively. Chu Tianjun grew increasingly displeased as he listened. He could not comprehend why, despite his efforts to keep his distance from Long Wei, this woman still presumed a familiarity between them. Was there any similarity? Chiu-Ci is my daughter. If I do not teach her, who will? She is your relative, so it is your responsibility to teach her. Why should it concern me? Chu Tianjun rolled his eyes at Long Wei, his tone growing ever more unfriendly. Nevertheless, Long Wei remained undeterred. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to Chu Tianjun's dismissive retort. It is none of my business, to the point that it no longer incited her anger. With a serious expression, she stated, I have mentioned before that I will never take on a disciple again in this lifetime, even if Yue is my descendant. Just tell me plainly what it would take for you to accept Yue as your disciple. I will agree to your demands. CHT New Jersey nearly lost his temper and sent the old woman and the child flying with a single slap as she dared to utter those words once more. In the past, whenever Ellen Yu spoke that phrase, CHT New Jersey would turn away without a second thought. However, this time, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, leading him to a novel idea. Deep in contemplation, he lowered his head, while Ellen Yu felt a glimmer of hope. She realized that her junior brother was not as emotionally distant as he appeared. After a brief moment, CHT New Jersey raised his head and, with a playful glint in his eye, proposed, it is not entirely out of the question. Shall we make a wager? Let us set a decade as the limit. If, after 10 years, you have yet to take a disciple, I will accept CHYUWI as my apprentice and guarantee to teach her without reservation. Very well. I agree. Ellen Yu interjected eagerly, before CHT New Jersey could finish his thought. Wait a moment. What if you take a disciple within those 10 years? He asked, locking his gaze onto Ellen Yu's eyes, fully aware that 9 years hence, YCHN would undoubtedly become her student. Without a moment's hesitation, Ellen Yu replied, that is impossible. Absolutely impossible. I cannot possibly lose this wager. Should I lose, you may dispose of me as you wish, and I shall comply with whatever you ask. Chapter 27. The true master of clear snow. With this 10-year agreement in place, Ling ceased her insistence and departed from Tianjun and Peak with Chyuwi. Why must Yuwi be apprenticed to Master Ch? Chyuwi inquired curiously on their way back. Ling affectionately ruffled her hair and explained, because he truly possesses greater skills than I, and only he can guide you towards a more promising future. Perhaps concerned that Chyuwi might not grasp the implications or harbor other thoughts, Ling continued, do not rush, Yuwi. 10 years will pass swiftly. By then, you will be 16, an ideal age for cultivation. Do not be deceived by the seemingly stern and unapproachable demeanor of your uncle Tianjun. In truth, he possesses a warm heart beneath that cold exterior and is a wonderful person. Chyuwi nodded, her curiosity towards Tianjun deepening. Upon arriving at Tianjun Peak, Chyuwi's initial curiosity was met with Ling's patience. However, as a cultivator, Ling had to frequently enter secluded meditation. As Chyuwi began to cultivate and sustain herself, Ling's periods of seclusion became increasingly prolonged. Soon, Chyuwi found herself alone atop Tianjun Peak, and her youthful spirit could scarcely endure the solitude. Before long, her gaze shifted towards Tianjun Peak, considering that she would eventually need to seek Tianjun as her master. And acknowledging the strong bond between her grandmother and Master Ch, she thought, surely, a visit would not be amiss. However, this visit led to Chyuwi never returning to Tianjun Peak thereafter. For the majority of his time, Chu Tianjun remained in seclusion, and Chu Yue had not interacted with him. However, the periphery of Tianjun Peak was bustling with disciples, all staunch supporters of Chu Tianjun. Upon learning that Chu Yue would join Chu Tianjun's ranks in a few years, these seniors, who had previously cared for Ning Qiuzi, shifted their attention entirely to Chu Yue. As for the decade-long wager, it seemed that apart from Chu Tianjun, who believed he would prevail, the rest of the sect held the conviction that Long Wei would not take on any apprentices. Nearly 4 years later, the extraordinarily lacking in talent Chu Yue managed to establish her foundational cultivation, thanks to the elixirs provided by her seniors. At the tender age of 10, she became fully integrated into the sect, particularly within the vicinity of her seniors' cave abodes at Tianjun Peak, which felt almost like home to her. During this time, Long Yue emerged from her seclusion on 2 occasions, which she welcomed with delight. In her view, the wager presented no surprises. After all, Chu Yue was destined to be one of Tianjun Peak's disciples. With this newfound familial connection to her junior, Long Wei mused whether her bond with him had also grown closer. She even entertained the notion that she was exceedingly clever. By the time Chu Tianjun emerged from his seclusion, the decade was drawing to a close, with merely a year remaining. On his return, it was evident that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, nearing the threshold of the transformation stage. Perhaps it would not be long before the Zhou sect witnessed the emergence of a true deity after a millennium. Apart from his nearly perfected cultivation, another reason for his emergence was that Lu Qingxue, who had successfully entered the nascent soul stage years prior, was finally ready to step out after an extended period of seclusion. Lu Qingxue had undergone a tribulation years ago, an event that had caused quite a stir within the sect, marking a rare spectacle. During her tribulation, Chu Tianjun had come out to witness it, not out of concern for his junior sister, but rather to observe how Lu Qingxue, possessing the divine Xia spirit body, would fare during the trial. Regrettably, the outcome left Chu Tianjun somewhat disappointed. Even in the face of the nascent soul tribulation, Lu Qingxue did not reveal her divine Xia spirit body, merely showcasing her I spirit body to effortlessly pass the tribulation. Nevertheless, this was a positive development. The more hidden strengths Lu Qingxue possessed, the more reassured Chu Tianjun felt, as she was a comrade to whom he could entrust his back. However, what puzzled everyone, including Chu Tianjun, was that after successfully passing her tribulation, Lu Qingxue did not emerge immediately but instead underwent an extended 9-year seclusion. Brother Tianjun, it has been ages. When Lu Qingxue finally reappeared, the first person she encountered was Chu Tianjun. She took the initiative to greet him, her demeanor natural and her tone calm. Chu Tianjun smiled and nodded, offering a commonplace response. Congratulations, Qingxue. Will you fulfill that promise today? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue chuckled and shook her head, fully aware that Chu Tianjun was referring to their sparring session. Her senior brother had already reached the threshold of transcendence, and she possessed the self-awareness to recognize that even if she revealed all her hidden cards, she would likely be unable to withstand a single strike from him. I shall practice further, striving for that day to come, she thought. Lu Qingxue candidly acknowledged her inability to match Chu Tianjun, knowing this rendered any sparring futile. Yet, she refrained from underestimating herself, for every entity and circumstance harbors boundless possibilities, and the disparity between them was not insurmountable. Chu Tianjun appeared somewhat different upon his return from seclusion, his words imbued with profound wisdom. Grateful for the lessons, Lu Qingxue inquired, "Senior brother, may I establish a peak near Tianjun Peak?" She bowed respectfully towards him, expressing her request. In the realm of nascent souls, one could independently occupy a peak and recruit disciples, akin to feudal lords in the mundane world. Now that Lu Qingxue had attained this qualification, she could establish her own Qingxue peak, thus creating her own lineage. Of course, do you require my assistance? Chu Tianjun immediately replied. Thank you, senior brother. Just your occasional visits as a guest will suffice, Lu Qingxue said with a gentle smile, before soaring into the sky. Mirroring Chu Tianjun's earlier display, she forcefully raised a mountain 20 miles east of Tianjun Peak. Yet, Lu Qingxue did not merely create a mountain, she also cast a series of spells. And in an instant, the summit of Qingxue Peak transformed into a winter wonderland, a colossal palace sculpted entirely from ice and snow emerging amidst the blizzard. The pristine white snow blanketed Qingxue Peak, while the perennial spring adorned Tianjun Peak. The stark contrast in scenery between the two peaks became a remarkable feature of Jiuxiao sect. Her formidable ice spirit body was already impressive, and the celestial spirit body she possessed as her trump card must be even more formidable. Her curiosity was piqued. Observing Lu Qingxue manipulate the elements, Chu Tianjun felt a surge of eagerness to witness her thunderous powers. The proximity of Qingxue Peak to Tianjun Peak made Long Yue's expression fall. Compounded by the realization that Chu Tianjun was already on the verge of transcendence while she was merely in the mid-stage of nascent soul, a sense of urgency washed over her, igniting an impulsive desire to venture out for experience, as if some opportunity awaited her outside. This night at Jiuxiao sect was indeed tumultuous. Beyond the visible, several nascent soul masters were clandestinely convening. When did Lu Qingxue and Chu Tianjun become so close? Are they perhaps destined to become partners in the Tao? This concern paled in comparison to the more pressing issue. Chu Tianjun had only been within the sect for 2 decades, yet had already reached the brink of transcendence. Despite not having exhibited any overt means during these years, the number of disciples clustering around Tianjun Peak had steadily increased, and alarmingly, these disciples seemed to regard only Chu Tianjun, disregarding the sect itself. Should Chu Tianjun become a true master of transcendence, Jiuxiao sect might very well become his singular domain. How could the meager resources of Jiuxiao sect sustain a master of transcendence? What would become of the rest of us? Chapter 28. A bowl of white porridge this time. Long Yu unexpectedly left the Jiuxiao sect without seeing Chu Tianjun. She showed little concern for Chu Yue, while Chu Tianjun, upon noticing that Chu Yue had reached the initial stage of foundation establishment, was momentarily taken aback. However, given the circumstances, with less than a year since Yi Chen's arrival at the Jiuxiao sect, Chu Tianjun chose not to comment, allowing Chu Yue to relish her final moments of bliss. In truth, Chu Yue had regarded herself as a direct disciple of Tianjun Peak, even presenting herself as such in the eyes of outsiders. At the tender age of 15, she possessed a keen understanding of the world. During these days, she had been secretly preparing gifts, contemplating what to present to Chu Tianjun on the day she formally became his disciple. Today, she caught a distant glimpse of Chu Tianjun, who was currently in the cave abode of a senior sister at Tianjun Peak, draped in a garment, deftly stitching the floral patterns on the collar with an embroidery needle. I wonder what my master will gift me on the day of apprenticeship? Regardless of the present, it will surely be delightful. I have heard that my master has an adopted daughter. Should I then refer to her as senior sister? Will she attend the apprenticeship ceremony? Chu Yue's thoughts wandered, her mind filled with the image of Chu Tianjun standing beneath a peach tree. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise, having been lost in thought. As the embroidery needle pricked her finger, "What are you daydreaming about, little junior sister? You are nearly finished with that garment. Must you wait until the apprenticeship to present it to Master Tianjun?" teased Chen Yuner, the owner of the cave abode, who had also once received kindness from Chu Tianjun and had moved to Tianjun Peak after foundation establishment a few years prior. "I simply wish to add a touch of ceremony. Senior sister, you must promise to keep this a secret," Chu Yue replied, her head bowed in shy embarrassment. Indeed. If we calculate the days, it is approaching quickly, isn't it? Chen Yuner remarked with a smile. As the disciples near Tianjun Peak were well aware of Chu Youwei's long anticipation for this day. Yes, there are still 205 days left. Chu Youwei blurted out, revealing that she had indeed been counting the days. Chu Tianjun was oblivious to the fact that his indifference in this life had completely transformed both Long Wei and Chu Youwei. A few days later, he departed from the Jiuxiao sect, driven by the desire to reclaim the golden leaf of the Rin chapter from the Six Rituals Heavenly Book before Yi Chen's arrival. Calculating the timeline, Tang Wuji had already acquired a scroll of demonic cultivation known as the Nine Transformations of the Heavenly Demon in the Tianyuan. This particular technique held little significance for Chu Tianjun. However, the golden leaf of the Rin chapter was concealed within the human skin scroll that recorded the technique. Upon entering the southern region, Chu Tianjun transformed into a vessel of demonic energy, openly displaying his peak nascent soul prowess without reservation. Unlike before, he refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, instead heading directly to the location where he had previously encountered Tang Wuji in his past life. As the holy son of the sacred demon sect, Chu Tianjun would not dare approach if Tang Wuji were present, for the title of demon Lord Ji Xuanyu commanded respect, compelling even Chu Tianjun to retreat at the stage of spirit transformation. Fortunately, during this period, Tang Wuji was likely engaged in his own training of the Nine Transformations of the Heavenly Demon. There were no missteps on Tang Wuji's part, and Chu Tianjun found him at the very spot where their paths had crossed in the previous life. The two, akin to sworn enemies, regarded one another with intense animosity. After being forced back by Chu Tianjun previously, Tang Wuji had resolutely ventured into the Tianyuan, training in the Nine Transformations of the Heavenly Demon to seek vengeance against Chu Tianjun. Hand over the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Demon, and I shall spare your life. Chu Tianjun stated directly upon their meeting, demanding the technique without preamble. In truth, whether to kill Tang Wuji, the holy son of the demonic path, was of little consequence to Chu Tianjun. His sole desire was the remnants of the 6 Rituals Heavenly Book contained within the human skin scroll. If the other party complied and surrendered it, he would indeed turn and leave. However, being the holy son of the demonic path, it was impossible for Tang Wuji to relinquish it so easily, thus a confrontation became inevitable. Initially, Tang Wuji brimmed with confidence, yet after only a few exchanges, he realized he had gravely underestimated Chu Tianjun's strength. In truth, Chu Tianjun could have easily vanquished Tang Wuji from the outset. His repeated engagements with the opponent were merely to ascertain the extent of his current abilities. Although many of the spells and incantations were remnants from his previous life, they had been augmented with elements from the Gung chapter of the 6 Elements Heavenly Scripture, rendering their potency immeasurably superior. You squander the chance I grant you. Thus, I shall feast upon your treasures, he murmured in a voice laden with gravity, subsequently siphoning the essence from Tang Wuji and casting the depleted Yuaning towards the Tianshen sword. Yet, in his final moments, Tang Wuji inexplicably glanced at Chu Tianjun and uttered an incomplete phrase. You are sacred. It seemed he had recognized the celestial seizing transformation technique, perhaps a renowned arcane mastery of the demonic path. In his previous life, he had scarcely paid it heed. It appeared this arcane art was not sourced from the southern domain, but rather stumbled upon in a secluded corner of the Jiuxiao sect's scripture repository. Chu Tianjun began to ponder this notion, which was indeed astute. The celestial seizing transformation technique was not merely a demonic power. However, he dismissed such thoughts, concluding that no matter its origins, it paled in comparison to the 6 Elements Heavenly Scripture, the true catalyst for his future endeavors. Soon, he ceased his contemplations, as his focus had shifted resolutely towards the 6 Elements Heavenly Scripture. After shattering the human skin scroll, Chu Tianjun again acquired the Rin chapter's golden leaf and, without delay, returned to the Jiuxiao sect to delve into both remnants. With less than 100 days remaining until the decade-long appointment, Long Yue, during her travels, encountered the most significant opportunity of her life. This opportunity was indeed monumental, a millennium-old vermilion fruit, which, if obtained, would elevate her at least to the late Yuaning stage, and perhaps even to its pinnacle with a stroke of fortune. However, guarding the fruit was a late Yuan-ing fire flood dragon, waiting for the moment when it could devour the fruit and transcend to the transformation stage. This opportunity was too great for Long Yue to relinquish. Though there was a disparity in strength between her and the fire flood dragon, hope was not entirely extinguished. Ultimately, steeling her resolve, she decided to take the perilous risk to seize the vermilion fruit. The battle for the fruit raged on for a full day and night, and despite sustaining severe injuries, Long Yue emerged victorious, clutching the fruit at last. However, after expending her last vestiges of spiritual energy to flee 1,000 miles, she succumbed to unconsciousness. She recalled fading into darkness by the banks of a small river, but when she next opened her eyes, she found herself within a dilapidated thatched hut. "You're awake?" Suddenly, a youthful voice broke the silence, followed by the appearance of a boy clad in a short brown garment, his countenance radiating an untainted purity. Long Wei instinctively tensed, yet reassured herself upon noticing her garments were intact and her belongings unscathed. "Did you save me?" she inquired softly. "You have been unconscious for 2 days. First, have some porridge," the boy replied, squatting before her, a gentle smile gracing his face, his eyes clear and unblemished. "Thank you." Hazy Moon expressed her gratitude, instinctively feeling a fondness for the youth before her. She accepted the somewhat worn earthen bowl, which indeed contained a pristine porridge. As she instinctively brought the bowl to her lips, she suddenly froze. How could a roasted fish possibly compare to a bowl of plain porridge? At that moment, Hazy Moon recalled a phrase spoken by Chu Tianjun many years ago, and an absurd feeling washed over her. The bowl of porridge he referred to was precisely the one before her now. Chapter 29. Yichen's apprenticeship. Never mind. I'm not hungry. Given your circumstances, you should drink it yourself. After a moment's hesitation, Hazy Moon returned the earthen bowl to the boy. In truth, she had no need for sustenance, despite her severe injuries. Her body, cultivated over a century in the nascent soul stage and nourished by spiritual energy, required no ordinary food for replenishment. "Have you really not felt hunger after being unconscious for 2 days?" The boy's expression was one of profound astonishment, tinged with a hint of navet. Upon seeing his reaction, Hazy Moon couldn't help but smile gently, then softly replied, "I am a cultivator. I have long since ceased the need for food." "What? You are an immortal?" The boy's surprise deepened, admiration shining in his clear eyes. "I am not an immortal, merely one among those who yearn to ascend through cultivation," Hazy Moon patiently explained, feeling a natural affinity for her savior. They engaged in conversation, and the boy recounted how he discovered Hazy Moon and the arduous journey he undertook to bring her home. He repeatedly urged her to drink the porridge, but Hazy Moon's mind was occupied with Chu Tianjun's earlier words, and she showed no inclination to consume it. A fleeting look of regret passed through the depths of the boy's gaze. Through their dialogue, Hazy Moon learned that the boy's name was Yichen, an orphan who faced considerable hardships yet possessed a pure character, a rare gentleman indeed. "Little Chen, do you have any wishes?" Hazy Moon inquired. "In gratitude for saving my life, I shall help you fulfill any desire you may have." Her fondness for Yichen surged, oblivious to the fleeting expression of pain that had crossed his face moments earlier, followed by her generous promise to grant any wish. Yichen's face lit up with excitement, yet he did not immediately voice his desire. Instead, he sought confirmation from Hazy Moon. "Really, any wish is possible?" "Of course, my word is my bond," Hazy Moon replied without a second thought. To her, a mere mountain boy's wishes would likely revolve around worldly riches and glory, ordinary aspirations that held little weight for her as a nascent soul practitioner. Even if Yi Chun wished to become an emperor, she could easily fulfill that in a year or so. However, the next moment, as Yi Chun articulated his wish, Hazy Moon found herself utterly stunned. The boy knelt before her with deep respect and earnestly implored, "I beseech you, immortal maiden, to accept me as your disciple. Yi Chun is willing to serve his master for all eternity." What on earth? How could this be? Could this be the reason for Tianjun's wager? Had he suspected all along? Was that why he didn't believe me when I first said I would only take him as a disciple? From the very beginning, he never placed his trust in me. Long Yu was truly bewildered, even cursing internally. At this moment, she had no choice but to connect all of Chu Tianjun's behaviors. She did not believe they were mere coincidences. "Master, what troubles you?" Yichen displayed remarkable sensitivity, already addressing her as master. At this juncture, Long Yu wished she could slap herself for making such a reckless promise. How could she have so foolishly committed to such a vow, knowing that any wish would compel the other party to take her as their mentor? What should she do now? "Master, are you feeling unwell? Is there anything I can do for you?" Yichen's expression became exceedingly tense, and tears glistened in his clear eyes, poised to spill over yet remaining contained. Seeing the concern etched on the young man's face, Long Yu's heart softened, and in a moment of inexplicable impulse, she uttered, "Very well, in a couple of days. Once I have recovered a bit, I shall take you back to the sect." Upon speaking those words, Long Yu was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, regretting her decision as it was not the outcome she had desired. A few days later, With an immensely heavy heart, Long Yu returned to the Jiuxiao sect. Accepting Yi Qin as her disciple had become an undeniable reality. She could only inform the sect, opening the ancestral hall to hold the disciple initiation ceremony. The elder in the nascent soul stage had to attend, and naturally, Chu Tianjun would be present as well. Long Yu now dreaded the thought of encountering Chu Tianjun. Even though he had not yet arrived, the peculiar gazes from the other elders made her wish to vanish into the ground. Within the cave of Chen Yuner at the base of Tianjun Peak, upon hearing the news, Chu Yue sank to the ground in disbelief, murmuring, "Impossible, this cannot be. How could she do this? Junior sister, it is indeed true. That fellow named Yi Qin is already at the ancestral hall. And just now I saw Master Tianjun heading there as well," Chen Yuner said, embracing Chu Yue with a look of concern. Not only was Chu Yue struggling to accept this, but many disciples of the Jiuxiao sect were equally incredulous. Those who had befriended Chu Yue had even been preparing for her initiation ceremony in the coming days. Now, the meticulously arranged plans were rendered futile, as an unknown individual had taken the lead in becoming a disciple. As Chu Tianjun had just arrived outside the ancestral hall, Lu Qingxue also made her entrance. The decade-long pact between you and senior sister Long Wei is well known. Why has she chosen this moment to take on a disciple? Is this an intentional act of repulsion towards you? Or is it a manifestation of her own distaste? Lu Qingxue could not fathom why Han Yue would act in such a manner. Over the past few months, Lu Qingxue had encountered Chu Yue several times, and in her eyes, it was evident that Chu Yue was destined to become a disciple of Chu Tianjun. Thus, even she had presented a gift to Chu Yue. Perhaps this was a truly exceptional disciple, rare to find in the world. With an expression of calm, Chu Tianjun casually complimented Yi Qin. Soon, Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue entered the ancestral hall one after the other. A mere glance at Yi Qin revealed nothing different from their previous encounter, and his gaze turned playfully towards Long Yue. "Congratulations, senior sister Long Yue, on finding a remarkable disciple. Now that everyone is present, let us begin," Chu Tianjun initiated. Feeling no resentment towards Yi Qin upon witnessing his apprenticeship, instead, he experienced a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Long Yue kept her head lowered, yearning to explain herself to Chu Tianjun. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, lacking even the courage to meet his gaze. The simple apprenticeship ceremony commenced, with Yi Qin properly offering tea and bowing. Following this, the Yuanying realists prepared to present gifts to their disciple. However, given the number of direct disciples, the offerings were not overly extravagant, typically comprising relatively superior elixirs. The elders preceding them followed suit, with Lu Qingxue presenting a pill that enhanced the chances of forming a golden core, the finest gift among the attendees. In the previous life, it was indeed Chu Tianjun who offered the final gift. While others were Yi Qin's senior uncles and aunts, he stood as Yi Qin's elder brother. Despite the shift in status in this lifetime, his deliberate tardiness placed him once again as the last to present a gift. Although Chu Tianjun harbored some reservations in his heart, upon learning that Yi Qin had saved Long Yue's life, he dismissed any lingering doubts and felt a sense of gratitude towards Yi Qin, resulting in a rather generous gift, a treasured artifact he had personally refined. Coveted by many golden core cultivators. "You should seize it. What a striking visage you possess." It seems senior sister Long Wei was so delighted that she forgot to introduce you. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Tianjun. Pray tell, what gift would you desire? Magical artifacts, elixirs, or perhaps other extraordinary treasures?" As Yi Qin stood before Chu Tianjun, the latter took the initiative to speak. Originally, it was supposed to be Long Yu who introduced Yi Qin, but at this moment, she appeared to be lost in thought, perhaps feeling a sense of embarrassment that rendered her speechless. Disciple Yi Qin pays his respects to Uncle Master Chu. "Whatever treasures you bestow, I shall accept with gratitude, for I hold no preference," Yi Qin declared, bowing deeply in respect to Chu Tianjun, his words both graceful and fitting. Chapter 30. A hairpin slays 3 scholars. In fact, I have recently prepared a gift for my own disciple, but since it is of no use to me now, I shall generously pass it on to you, dear nephew Yi. With a beaming smile, Chu Tianjun spoke. As soon as his words left his lips, an air of peculiarity enveloped everyone present, except for Yi Qin. Long Yu's expression transformed dramatically, becoming increasingly grim. In that moment, a singular thought crossed the minds of all. Chu Tianjun had evidently prepared to take Chu Yue as his disciple, even going so far as to ready a gift for her. Yet now, with the prospective disciple lost, the gift remained to be presented, albeit to another. In the next instant, Chu Tianjun deftly turned his palm, revealing a beautifully crafted golden hairpin that radiated a resplendent glow. The sight of this exquisite hairpin further solidified the conviction in everyone's hearts, for it was unmistakably an adornment meant for a woman. At this moment, the voice of Chu Tianjun resonated. This item is a treasure I have painstakingly forged over 2 years. It can serve as a defensive artifact or be wielded as a flying sword, suitable even for those in the nascent soul stage. I intended for my disciple to name it themselves, so dear nephew, feel free to bestow it a name. The only flaw is its feminine design. I hope you do not find it unappealing. The ancestral hall fell into a profound silence, as it was undeniable that the treasure presented by Chu Tianjun was indeed remarkable. Not only a novice disciple, but even a nascent soul master would covet it. However, his words were mere fabrications. The golden hairpin was not of his creation. But he spoke thus purely to vex both Longyue and Yichun. "Thank you, Master Chu," Yichun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he accepted the golden hairpin. Many did not notice this moment, but Chu Tianjun did. A mere novice, a country boy at that, how could he comprehend the true worth of such a treasure? The gleam in his eyes was unmistakably one of understanding. "Well, the gift has been presented, so we shall take our leave." With that, Yichun accepted the treasure. And Chu Tianjun casually uttered a farewell before turning to depart. As he moved away, Lu Qingxue followed suit without uttering a word. Subsequently, other elders began to leave as well, some shaking their heads in uncertainty, perhaps lamenting Chu Tianjun's actions or feeling sympathy for Chu Yue. "Master, have I done something wrong?" Once all the sect elders had vacated, Yichun cast a pitiful glance at Longyue, clearly sensing the peculiar atmosphere that lingered. Before Longyue could respond, a desperate voice erupted from outside the ancestral hall, questioning her fervently. "Why have you done this? Why treat me this way?" Chu Yue had arrived, her makeup marred by tears, with Qin Yuner looking on with deep compassion. "Come back with me, Yue, and from now on, you shall call me master," Longyue said. Her gaze filled with remorse as she looked at Chu Yue. As soon as Chu Tianjun revealed the golden hairpin, Longyue realized that the one most hurt by this was indeed Chu Yue. Heartbroken, Chu Yue wished to confront Longyue, but in the next moment, Longyue waved her hand, binding Chu Yue before leading her and Yichun back to Tianxian Peak. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the Jiuxiao sect. Initially, many regarded Longyue's sudden acceptance of Yichun as a disciple with a sense of amusement. However, when news of Chu Tianjun's gift spread, it transformed into a wave of sympathy for Chu Yue and murmurs of disapproval directed at Longyue and Yichun. Upon returning to Tianjin Peak, Chu Tianjun appeared outwardly troubled. Yet inwardly, he relished the unfolding drama. He was acutely aware that his machinations would surely incite a fierce rivalry among the 3 disciples of Longyue, promising an entertaining spectacle ahead. However, it was but a moment later that Qin Yunu approached him, cradling a finely crafted garment. "Elder Tianjun, this is a gift from my junior sister, who has spent nearly a year preparing it. She intended to present it to you on the day of her apprenticeship. Unbeknownst to us, she discreetly observed your stature from afar, diligently noting your measurements, and painstakingly stitched each seam through countless nights," she recounted, her head bowed, visibly moved as she relayed the story, almost to the point of tears. "Return it to Tianxian Peak. If fate does not align, there is no need to force it. I too have devoted 2 years to forging that golden hairpin," Chu Tianjun lamented, adopting an expression of deep sorrow, as though he were a parent bidding farewell to a child. Yet, upon seeing the garment and hearing Qin Yuner mention that it was meticulously crafted by Chu Yue over the span of a year, his heart trembled momentarily. Qin Yuner, sensing the weight of the moment, refrained from further comment and resignedly took the garment back to Tianxian Peak. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the trio of Longyue and her disciples was peculiar. Chu Yue was inconsolable, Longyue bore a look of grief, and only Yichun seemed bewildered. "Disciple Qin Yuner from Tianjun Peak, on behalf of Elder Tianjun. Is Chu Yue present?" Qin Yuner's voice resonated outside the courtyard. Upon hearing that she was summoned by Chu Tianjun, Chu Yue sprang to her feet and rushed out. Longyue maintained a semblance of composure, hastening after her, while Yichun instinctively followed suit. "Junior sister Chu, Elder Tianjun instructed me to return this to you." Qin Yuner, who had previously referred to Chu Yue as little junior sister, now addressed her as junior sister, signaling a palpable distance between them. "Did he say anything?" Chu Yue's countenance turned ashen. Upon realizing that the garment returned to her was a token of rejection, her hopes waned, yet she dared to inquire. Qin Yuno hesitated, knowing that Chu Tianjun had not spoken directly to Chu Yue, but she replied nonetheless. The elder said, "If there is no fate, why force it? Is that all?" After a year of toil, even a remnant to cherish would suffice. Chu Yue pressed on, devoid of animosity towards Chu Tianjun at that moment. even conjuring an image in her mind of his sorrowful visage as he uttered those words, desiring to bridge the gap between her beloved Chu Yue and the revered elder. Qin Yuner added, the elder also mentioned that he has spent 2 years refining that golden hairpin. With that, she handed the garment to Chu Yue, who sank to the ground, hiding her face in the fabric as she wept. As if sensing that the emotional crescendo was insufficient, Qin Yuner added, when I departed. It seemed as though the elder aged significantly in that instant. As the mournful words of Qin Yuner echoed in her mind, Long Wei was engulfed in profound sorrow. Unable to fathom how an affair that seemed so infallible could culminate in such a disheartening conclusion, Qin Yuner did not linger at Tianjun Peak. As Long Wei approached to assist Chu Yue, she resolutely rejected any aid, retreating to her chamber alone, clutching her garments in silence. Master, what on earth is happening? What is wrong with my senior sister? Yichen inquired innocently, his expression genuinely earnest. Long Wei sighed, feeling a sense of vexation upon seeing her disciple, and merely responded, please be kinder to your senior sister in the future. With that, she too withdrew to her room. That night, the 3 inhabitants of Tianjun Peak found themselves restless. Unable to slumber, Chu Tianjun maintained a tranquil demeanor, continuing his meditation and cultivation, while the 2 pages of the 6 principles of heaven floated behind him, reminiscent of a ritual for refining a magical artifact. Chapter 31. The darkening of Chu Yue. On the following morning, Yichen busied himself in the courtyard of Tianjun Peak, demonstrating a remarkable knack for managing affairs. Rising early, he busied himself with tidying the surroundings and preparing porridge. Long Yue and Chu Yue emerged from their rooms almost simultaneously. Long Yue remained oblivious to any signs of distress, her demeanor now exuding a serene elegance, while Chu Yue appeared despondent, her overall countenance reflecting her inner turmoil. Senior sister, please have a bowl of porridge. I prepared it early this morning, Yichen offered, presenting a bowl of white porridge to Chu Yue with a flourish. Get lost. I do not wish to see you, Chu Yue retorted, showing no regard for Yichen's gesture, as she forcefully overturned the bowl and strode out. Master, does my senior sister dislike me? Yichen felt Long Wei approaching, and, with misty eyes brimming with sorrow, he implored. It is all right. Let her have a few days to cool off. For now, familiarize yourself with your surroundings, and in due time, I shall instruct you in the ways of cultivation. Long Yue replied with a calm expression. Yet, beneath her composed facade, her heart was anything but indifferent. Are you blind? She undoubtedly harbors disdain for you. Once again with the white porridge, do you possess any culinary skills beyond this? Due to a careless remark made by Chu Tianjun years ago, Long Wei has yet to partake in Yichen's kanji. She instinctively harbors a disdain for this plain porridge, and even the sight of Yichen now irks her. Yet, an unseen force seems to interfere, preventing her from confronting him. Chu Yue wanders aimlessly, soon departing from Tianjun Peak and naturally arriving at Tianjun Peak. At the base of Tianjun Peak lie numerous caves, a place she knows intimately, having spent the majority of the past decade residing there. Before her stands a cave belonging to a junior disciple who moved in 3 years prior, the only one she can rightfully call a junior, for he began cultivating after her. The junior's cave is secured with a formation, yet Chu Yue is well versed in its activation and deactivation. As she reaches out to press her hand against the central mechanism of the formation, intending to enter and confide her grievances to her junior, her expression freezes in astonishment. The formation, unchanged for 3 years, has been replaced, leaving her without the means to enter. Zhou Shidi, are you there? Could you let me in for a moment? She calls, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Chu Shiji, perhaps you should return to Tianjun Peak. It puts me in a difficult position to let you in. The junior replies, still showing her some consideration. Tears well up in Chu Yue's eyes once more as she stands outside the cave for a long time before ultimately turning away. Later, she visits several other caves, but none permit her entry. Some kindly suggest she depart, while others merely pretend not to hear her pleas. Eventually, she arrives at the cave of Wu Qingyun, a figure of considerable standing beneath Chu Tianjun at Tianjun Peak. This elder alchemist has recently ascended to the golden core stage, fortified by an abundance of elixirs, and has temporarily cast aside concerns of longevity, regaining a youthful appearance resembling that of his 30s. In the past, Wu Qingyun has always treated Chu Yue well. Otherwise, given her aptitude, her foundational cultivation would have seemed utterly unattainable. Wu Shixiang, could you take me to see the esteemed Tianjun? Chu Yue implores, yearning for an audience with Chu Tianjun. Over the years, she has come to regard him as a mentor and Tianjun Peak as her home. Now, she feels like an abandoned child seeking solace from a parent, convinced that she bears no fault in this predicament. Chu Shimi, do you not yet comprehend? This is beyond our control. It pertains to matters between nascent soul elders. Just yesterday, Elder Tianjun bestowed upon Yi Chun the golden hairpin artifact originally intended for you, thereby severing this karmic bond. You should return. Wu Qingyun, the ever kind-hearted individual, not only responded to Chu Yue, but also made an appearance outside the cave dwelling. Chu Yue, having wept until her tears ran dry, lifted her gaze towards the mountaintop, where she could faintly discern a flourishing expanse of peach blossoms. What she had once believed would soon be her residence had now transformed into an unattainable dream. At this moment, Chu Tianjun was also observing the scene below. He had sensed Chu Yue's arrival at Tianjun Peak. One could not deny that the garments crafted by Chu Yue, along with her earnest pleas at every cave dwelling, had stirred something within him. Very well, let us see how you proceed. If you can discern the true nature of Yichen, there may still be a place for you at Tianjun Peak. However, should you remain as you were in your past life, I would not hesitate to facilitate a reunion for you and your master. With a sigh, Chu Tianjun acknowledged that having raised her himself, along with her current demeanor, warranted a chance. After leaving Tianjun Peak, Chu Yue sat alone at the edge of a cliff for an entire day, returning to Tianjin Peak only when the night had deepened. Upon entering the courtyard, she was met with silence. At this hour, Long Wei was likely meditating, and Yi Chun had presumably retired for the night. Chu Yue glanced at Yi Chun's room, and a surge of boundless hatred suddenly filled her once vacant eyes. With resolute steps, she returned to her chamber. Once seated upon her bed, she removed her hairpin, lifted her skirt, and forcefully plunged the pin into her thigh. Blood flowed freely the moment the pin pierced her skin, yet there was no trace of pain upon her face. Her expression turned somewhat numb, but her eyes blazed with an overwhelming wrath, as if they could consume all, akin to an endless abyss. Yi Chun, you have destroyed everything for me. I, Chu Yue, shall ensure that you meet a most wretched end. Chu Yue vowed to herself, remember this. The pain to your body is but a fraction of that which resides in your heart. If you do not eliminate Yi Chun, how can you ever find peace within yourself? At not yet 16, Chu Yue seemed to have matured overnight, transforming into a vengeful spirit. It must be said that her aim was remarkably precise. Although she harbored hatred for Hong Wei, she understood that the true culprit was Yi Chun. Thus, her life had been reduced to a singular purpose, to eliminate Yi Chun. The following day, Chu Yue remained at Tianjin Peak, rising early to practice in the courtyard. Embraced by the morning glow, Yi Chun, choosing not to disturb her, patiently awaited the conclusion of her training before presenting her with a bowl of plain porridge. This time, Chu Yue did not overturn the porridge, yet she offered no words and simply walked away. A flicker of joy sparkled in Yi Chun's eyes. He discerned that this was a promising beginning. Regrettably, Hong Wei had clearly informed Yi Chun the previous day that she had no need for sustenance and advised him not to plan meals for himself, thereby diminishing his opportunities to show her kindness. In the ensuing days, Tianjin Peak fell into a tranquil routine, and everyone adjusted their lives accordingly. The most notable transformation was that of Chu Yue. Her life became remarkably structured. Despite her modest aptitude, she trained diligently. Each day, Yi Chun continued to leave a bowl of porridge for her, and on the 5th day, to his surprise, Chu Yue took the initiative to drink from the bowl before her. Does the porridge suit your taste, senior sister? If you prefer it salty or sweet, I shall prepare it to your liking henceforth, Yi Chun said, his excitement palpable, his sincere gaze seeming capable of melting the coldest ice and snow. Everything is just fine, Chu Yue replied unexpectedly. In the days that followed, she drank the porridge Yi Chun prepared each day, and after a few more days, she even smiled at him and began to address him as junior brother. Hong Yue summoned her 2 disciples, imparting some techniques. Yue, you are now at the foundation establishment stage, and having learned much during your years at Tianjin Peak, please assist Xiaochen more. His potential is high, and his future achievements will surely be significant. In conclusion, Hong Yue encouraged Chu Yue to aid Yi Chun and praised his aptitude. Yes, I will help Xiaochen with his training. Master, you need not worry about us, Chu Yue replied, embodying the demeanor of an elder sister, appearing genuinely grown up. Chapter 32. The place of past failures. Gradually, Tianjin Peak was filled with laughter and joy. Yi Chun seemed adept at charming the young female, often eliciting laughter from Chu Yue. Senior sister, you look truly beautiful when you smile, he remarked, his gaze clear and uplifting as he looked at her. You're insufferable, Xiaochen, she retorted, her cheeks flushed, and the two appeared as childhood sweethearts. Hong Wei observed all of this, and logically, she should have felt happiness at such merriment. Yet her heart whispered that this was not what she desired. It has been 3 months since I last saw Tianjun. What face do I have to meet him now? What reasons can I conjure to see him in the future? The hazy moon did not fade from memory with the passage of time. Rather, it intensified the feeling that events were straying from expectation. During the day, Chu Yue would jest and bicker with Yuchen, yet as night enveloped the world in silence, she would sit on her bed, viciously piercing her thigh with a hairpin in acts of self-harm. It was truly repulsive. Yuchen, you are utterly despicable. Chu Yue, you must endure. You must hold on, for one day, this loathsome worm shall meet a wretched end. By day and by night, Chu Yue transformed into 2 entirely different personas. No one knew the burden she bore, while Yuchen reveled in his apparent happiness. Moreover, Yuchen's innate talent was indeed remarkable. On the 100th day of his formal cultivation, he successfully established his foundation, a standard time frame for a prodigy. Had this been in the past, his achievement would have stirred a sensation within the Nine Heavens Sect, and the name of Yi Tianjun would have echoed far and wide. However, with the precedent set by Chu Tianjun, who established his foundation in merely 10 days, the disparity was glaring. Especially as rumors circulated recently that the esteemed Tianjun was beginning to challenge the divine transformation stage. Such gossip was of great significance, not just within the Nine Heavens Sect but throughout the entire Eastern domain. For a true monarch of the divine transformation could profoundly alter the balance of power in the region. Brother, you hardly seem to be on the verge of divine transformation. How can you still find time to chat with me? Lu Qingxue inquired with curiosity as she observed Chu Tianjun within the courtyard of Tianjun Peak. It's merely a ruse to give the impression that I am preoccupied, Chu Tianjun casually explained. What plans do you have, brother? Lu Qingxue asked eagerly, already sensing that her brother intended for her to assist him. For years, she had felt that it was she who benefited from Chu Tianjun's presence, and she had always wished to contribute in some way. I would like to ask Qingxue for a favor, Chu Tianjun stated directly. There is no need for such politeness. Brother, please, feel free to give your orders. Lu Qingxue did not inquire further about the task at hand. She merely acquiesced. Half a month later coincided with the opening of the Songjin Valley Secret Realm, a place designated solely for the trials of foundation-building disciples, typically overseen by 1 or 2 Golden Core elders. However, I wish for you to discreetly follow along, murmured Chu Tianjun, a request that was quite simple for Lu Qingxue. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun had ventured into this realm, which did not necessitate his presence. It was merely fortuitous that Yuchen and Chu Yue were also entering. And the well-meaning Chu Tianjun, possessing the cultivation of the nascent soul, chose to escort these fledgling foundation-building disciples. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable secret realm led to Chu Tianjun's first misstep. He had initially dismissed the incident, but upon reflection, it was undoubtedly orchestrated by Yuchen. The Songjin Valley was entirely under the jurisdiction of the Jiuxiao sect, with its mysteries thoroughly explored over the millennia, rendering it a mere testing ground for foundation-building disciples. However, during Chu Tianjun's previous expedition, a formidable late-stage nascent soul beast appeared, driven to madness. This trial resulted in significant casualties among the disciples, and Chu Tianjun himself sustained injuries while vanquishing the beast. While this alone might not have been troubling, rumors began to circulate within the sect, alleging that Chu Tianjun had recklessly provoked the beast in pursuit of a rare treasure within the realm, disregarding the lives of fellow disciples. Such claims were utterly baseless. Yet from that moment onward, the image of Chu Tianjun as a gentle and beloved elder brother began to tarnish, morphing into that of a malevolent antagonist. Is it true that there exists an important item belonging to the demon race within the Songjin Valley? Has our sect been infiltrated by spies? Are there traitors sabotaging this trial? Lu Qingxue spoke with a chilling demeanor, genuinely devoted to the Jiuxiao sect. Any threat to it would be met with fierce opposition. Though speculative, her deductions were likely accurate. The late-stage nascent soul beast had remained concealed, presumably guarding something of significance. There is no need for you to confront the beast. Merely document who has stirred it, and ideally, observe what they extract from the Songjin Valley. Chu Tianjun continued, requesting Lu Qingxue to follow discreetly, intending not to forcibly alter the outcome of this expedition, but to execute a plan that would achieve multiple objectives. Are we to stand idly by as those disciples meet their demise? Lu Qingxue found it difficult to comprehend, prompting her to voice her concerns directly. Chu Tianjun then gestured towards the map of Songjin Valley, stating, "Before we depart, I shall instruct the sect to issue a decree prohibiting disciples from approaching this area. Should they defy the sect's orders, then let them face the consequences." Qingxue, beyond the spies within the sect, there are numerous individuals harboring ulterior motives. It is high time for these individuals to reveal their true intentions. Lu Qingxue gazed earnestly at Chu Tianjun. She had long harbored a vague sense that something was amiss within the sect, yet lacked concrete evidence and had refrained from dwelling on such thoughts. However, with Chu Tianjun elucidating the matter, her last flicker of hope was extinguished. Nevertheless, the presence of such a dedicated senior brother, tirelessly mending the sect's fabric, brought her some solace and invigorated her spirit. With a solemn nod, she declared, "I shall heed your guidance, senior brother. For safety's sake, you must take the Tianxian sword with you and ensure your own protection." In a final gesture of assurance, Chu Tianjun entrusted his Tianxian sword to Lu Qingxue, ensuring her journey would be without peril. Although the sword had yet to evolve into a spiritual treasure, its spirit had begun to mature after devouring Tang Wuji's nascent soul, making it akin to an ally at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. Warmth flooded Lu Qingxue's heart, despite possessing formidable hidden cards of her own. She accepted the Tianxian sword, unable to refuse her senior brother's kindness. Meanwhile, on Tianxian Peak, Long Yu summoned Yi Chun and Chu Yuwei, imparting instructions regarding the upcoming trial. Xiao Chun has already reached the Foundation establishment stage and is prepared to enter the Songjin Valley secret realm. You both must diligently heed the leader's commands. Although the majority of the realm poses little danger and has been largely explored, it only opens once every 30 years, allowing monstrous beasts to cultivate within. One cannot underestimate the potential presence of formidable creatures lurking in the shadows. Long Yu, typically indifferent in her teachings, was quite earnest in this matter. Disciples shall faithfully adhere to the master's teachings. I will ensure my sister's safety, Yi Chen replied with utmost seriousness, casting a glance at Chu Yuwei, who, at that moment, gazed back at him with deep affection and a tender smile. Chapter 33. The son of fortune must have a female emperor by his side. Yi Chen. O Yi Chen, you truly excel at performance. Were I not the wiser and more discerning Chu Yuwei, I might have been deceived by your facade, she mused inwardly. Your incessant efforts to ingratiate yourself with me, your daily displays of affection, are merely a ruse to covet my elixirs and treasures, are they not? I shall toy with you and see how long you can maintain this charade. Beneath her gentle exterior, Chu Yuwei harbored a profound aversion towards Yi Chen. Having succumbed to the darkness of betrayal, she felt as though she had gained a god's perspective, recognizing Yi Chen's true intentions merely to lay claim to her modest fortune. After nearly a decade on Tianjun Peak, showered with affection from her seniors, the gifts bestowed upon her were sufficient for an ordinary disciple to attempt the golden core stage multiple times, while such items might seem trivial to advanced practitioners. For the average disciples within the sect, they represented a veritable treasure trove. Thank you, Xiaoqin. I possess several exquisite healing elixirs here. As we are about to enter the secret realm, I shall share half with you. With your sister by your side, you shall surely remain safe. Suddenly, Chu Yuwei retrieved 2 pills emanating a soft blue glow from her storage bag, her gaze sincere and filled with affection. Yi Chen hurriedly accepted them, overwhelmed with joy. For he immediately recognized the extraordinary value of these pills. Not only could they heal him in his current foundation establishment stage, but they could also swiftly mend the injuries of golden core stage cultivators. Having been nurtured for nearly a decade by Chu Tianjun, who was renowned for his wealth, it was evident that she possessed many valuable items. Binding this naive girl to him would surely suffice for his cultivation to reach the golden core stage. Yi Chen mused inwardly, perceiving Chu Yuwei as a simpleton with abundant resources. In fact, in his previous life, Chu Yuwei appeared no different in Yi Chen's eyes. After availing himself of her pills and treasures, he intended to take liberties with her. Over the past few months, Yi Chen had gained considerable insight into the Jiuxiu sect, including the decade-long agreement between Tianjin Peak and Tianjin Peak. And he was well aware that Chu Tianjun was not only celebrated as a prodigy but also marked by his affluence. Whether during his tenure as a transmission elder or in the occasional assistance to fellow disciples, his generosity was boundless. Indeed, Chu Tianjun's wealth was genuine in this life. His consumption of resources for cultivation had been minimal, compounded by the fact that he had amassed even more than in his previous existence, and he selectively expended these resources, resulting in a mountain of wealth at his disposal. Before long, the day arrived for the opening of the hidden Gold Valley secret realm. Chu Tianjun stood beneath a peach tree, watching as a flying vessel from the sect gradually departed, followed closely by Lu Qingxue, who concealed her presence. Observing the departing disciples, a slight smile graced Chu Tianjun's lips as he formed a sword with his fingers and inscribed a line of characters in the air. These characters, composed of spiritual energy, coalesced and remained suspended. Once he completed several phrases, a jade talisman emerged, into which the spiritual characters flowed. Subsequently, Chu Tianjun gently flicked the talisman, which transformed into a point of light and vanished at an astonishing speed. Within the palace of the great Ning dynasty, Ning Qiuzi, adorned in a resplendent golden robe, sat cross-legged. Her chamber was arranged with an enormous spirit-gathering array. Before her lay countless spirit pills, each one periodically flying into her body. It had been over a decade since Ning Qiuzi left Tianjun Peak, and she had not returned since. Now, her father and mother were aging, and the affairs of state were primarily managed by her, the eldest princess. Despite her busy schedule, Ning Qiuzi seized every moment to cultivate. However, talent was indeed paramount. And despite her diligent efforts, her access to an unparalleled spirit-gathering array and an inexhaustible supply of pills, she had only progressed to the late foundation establishment stage after 10 years. Suddenly, a jade talisman bypassed the palace's various defensive formations and landed directly in Ning Qiuzi's chamber. Upon seeing the talisman, Ning Qiuzi immediately halted her cultivation, excitement coursing through her as she grasped the talisman, her face alight with joy as she read the inscribed words. The more she read, the happier she became, until she softly murmured to herself in exhilaration, "Does this mean I can return soon?" The following day at the court of the great Ning dynasty, Princess Ning Qiuzi issued a series of decrees, the initial ones pertaining to warfare. The great Ning dynasty appeared to mobilize its entire strength, launching assaults on the neighboring mortal nations. Soon, even the realm of cultivation became aware that Ning Qiuzi, emboldened by her adoptive father who possessed the strength of a half-step transformation, audaciously instigated a war aimed at unifying the mortal world of Fufeng Prefecture. This princess exhibited unabashed bravado, declaring war directly against the 12 nations with the might of her own kingdom. Her final decree sought to recruit extraordinary talents from across the land. The great Ning dynasty not only promised high positions and substantial rewards, but also offered formidable cultivation techniques, an array of spiritual elixirs, and countless treasures from heaven and earth. This invitation was evidently aimed at attracting cultivators. However, according to the laws of the Immortal Alliance, those at the Golden Core stage and above were prohibited from intervening in mortal conflicts. Thus, this recruitment primarily targeted Foundation establishment cultivators. At that moment, Yiqin remained unaware of this news. Had he seen the imperial edict from the great Ning dynasty, he would undoubtedly have perceived it as tailor-made for himself. In truth, it indeed was crafted with him in mind. According to Chu Tianjun's memories from his previous life, Yiqin began to strategize within the mundane realm during his Foundation establishment stage, and by the time he reached the Golden Core stage, he had supported a female emperor, who, at the time of Chu Tianjun's demise, was one of Yiqin's consorts and was on the verge of unifying Fufeng Prefecture. Chu Tianjun could not help but acknowledge that Yiqin indeed possessed extraordinary fortune, as he seemed to reap nearly all the benefits. In his previous life, he was merely a vast reservoir of experience, having been branded as the malevolent senior brother, relentlessly serving as Yiqin's source of experience points. In this life, Chu Tianjun had orchestrated numerous schemes, yet it appeared he was still being used as a means for Yiqin to accumulate experience. At the very least, the resources currently available to Chu Yue were derived from Yiqin, and it would not be long before Yiqin ventured into the great Ning dynasty, where the resources associated with Ning Qiuzi also traced back to him. However, the distinction between feigning to be an experience reservoir and being passively utilized as one was indeed significant. The Sanjing Valley's secret realm was unique to the Jiuxiu sect. As the disciples of Jiuxiu sect arrived, several Golden Core stewards from other sects were already busy setting up formations outside the secret realm. Within the array, there were evident spatial fluctuations, a pitch-black rift in the void connecting to another world. This time, over 100 individuals entered the secret realm. Apart from the two leading Golden Core stewards, the rest were all Foundation establishment disciples. Yiqin stood among the Foundation establishment disciples like a crane among chickens, not only due to his exceptional appearance, but also because of the halo from his 100 days of Foundation establishment. This was indeed the ticket to future prominence. Soon, a Golden Core steward began to announce the precautions for entering the secret realm, particularly emphasizing a certain area that was strictly off-limits. This steward was affiliated with Chu Tianjun, and the number of disciples now aligning with Tianjun Peak was increasing. These disciples were distributed throughout the sect's various institutions, allowing Chu Tianjun to bypass the elder meetings for many matters, directly implementing arrangements through these disciples. Upon hearing that the area was restricted, Yiqin's expression changed subtly. Yet he concealed his emotions remarkably well. Even the Golden Core stewards remained oblivious to his shift. However, despite his adeptness at concealment, he could not escape the notice of those who cared for him. The fleeting anomaly did not go unnoticed by Chu Yue. Did Yichen wish to approach the forbidden zone within the secret realm? A glimmer of cunning, mingled with a hint of madness, flashed in Chu Yue's gaze. Chapter 34. The Forbidden Zone of the Secret Realm. Once the formation secured the entrance to the secret realm, under the guidance of the two Golden Core stewards, over 100 Foundation establishment disciples entered. After they had all entered, Lu Qingxue appeared at the entrance. Yet none of the Golden Core stewards guarding the formation detected her presence. Clearly, Lu Qingxue possessed some formidable invisibility artifact, allowing her to stride boldly into the secret realm. The Yuanying stage indeed marked a significant threshold in the cultivation hierarchy. Otherwise, the honorific title of real person would not commence from this level. The overall environment of the Tsanjing Valley secret realm was rather dim, evoking the sensation of a mine. The ground within was exceptionally hard, predominantly littered with various mineral remnants. Yet there were also trees and flowers, with some areas harboring spirit herbs not found in the outside world. This was part of the value of the Tsanjing Valley. As the disciples first entered the secret realm, they collectively advanced under the guidance of the two Golden Core stewards. Yichen and Chu Yue remained inseparable, and as they walked, he quietly inquired, "Sister, with your vast knowledge and experience, do you happen to know how the Tsanjing Valley secret realm was formed?" "I have indeed heard the Golden Core senior within the sect mention that this secret realm was once an abandoned mining site of the celestial realm, a fact that many secret realms share in origin." Chu Yue quietly responded to Yichen, recalling what she had learned previously at Tianjun Peak. "Sister, you are quite knowledgeable," Yichen remarked, offering timely praise. "Now, we may commence our exploration independently, but do remember to avoid the forbidden zones. Any dangers encountered shall be borne solely by oneself." Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the disciples of the Jiuxiu sect arrived at an open area, where a leading Golden Core steward announced that the Foundation building disciples could now explore the secret realm at their discretion. Indeed, as Chu Yue had indicated, the Tsanjing Valley secret realm was an abandoned mining site of the celestial realm, yet its expanse was vast, stretching over thousands of miles. For Foundation building practitioners, traversing such a considerable distance, even with full effort, would take several days. Thus, dispersing and relying on chance was the most prudent approach. The crowd began to scatter, forming small groups of 2 or 3, as larger gatherings would complicate the division of any discovered treasures, except for those with particularly close ties. Most preferred solitude at this moment. Yichen and Chu Yue formed a pair, with Chu Yue appearing exceptionally compliant, seemingly devoid of her own intentions, following Yichen's lead without question. Lu Qingxue had also made her appearance amidst the dispersing disciples, her consciousness extending toward one particular direction, the delineated forbidden zone. Anyone venturing in this direction would undoubtedly have intentions of approaching the forbidden area. Naturally, Yichen and Chu Yue were heading towards it. "Xiaochen, this appears to be the direction of the forbidden zone, does it not?" Chu Yue casually inquired along the way. "Sister, consider this. Since the forbidden zone lies in this direction, it suggests that our fellow disciples venturing this way are few, thus increasing our chances of discovering valuable items. Furthermore, the closer we are to the forbidden zone, the better the treasures we are likely to encounter. As long as we are cautious not to step into the forbidden area, we should be fine." Yichen provided his reasoning, and his two arguments indeed held merit. A trace of imperceptible coldness flickered in Chu Yue's eyes. Yet she spoke with admiration. "Xiaochen, you were truly clever." Lu Qingxue had already locked onto several groups of disciples, unaware that the target of her surveillance, as per Chu Tianjun's directive, was actually Yichen. However, it did not take long for her to realize that the insidious spy concealed within their ranks was likely Yichen and Chu Yue. As the two were now merely 2 or 3 miles from the forbidden zone, the disciples who had initially headed in this direction had either altered their course or halted altogether. Did both of them pose a threat? Or was it merely one of them? Chu Yue had almost become a disciple of her senior brother. Thus, she should not be problematic. Could it be Yichen? Lu Qingxue began to suspect Yichen, and at that moment, she gently raised her hand, causing a smooth, mirror-like stone to appear above her head. This was a magical artifact known as a reflection stone, not particularly precious, serving solely to capture and retain images. In the intricate scheme devised by Chu Tianjun, the foremost objective was to instill doubt in Lu Qingxue regarding Yichen. This seed of suspicion would lead her to be wary of him. significantly diminishing the likelihood of her falling into his traps and preventing tragic outcomes. Senior sister, this forbidden area appears devoid of peril. I can discern a faint glimmer of treasure within. Perhaps we might stealthily venture inside? As they neared the edge of the forbidden zone, Yichen finally revealed his genuine thoughts. Their journey alongside Chu Yue had indeed yielded a plethora of treasures. When compared to other teams, theirs was undoubtedly the most prosperous. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yue nodded, seemingly blinded by the prospect of abundant rewards. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxue had already resolved that either Yichen or Chu Yue harbored secrets. Or at least one of them did. She kept her distance, the recording stone diligently capturing their every move. Approximately 15 minutes later, the duo arrived at a valley overgrown with vines. This locale was replete with rare spiritual herbs, yet a formidable beast lay atop a stone platform. Yichen's gaze did not linger on the herbs, but rather focused on the platform beneath the beast. Senior sister, allow me to distract the beast while you gather the spiritual herbs, he whispered earnestly in Chu Yue's ear. Disregarding his own peril, as if his sole purpose was to ensure her success in collecting the herbs. This beast appears exceedingly powerful, possibly at the nascent soul stage. It's far too dangerous, Xiao Chun, Chu Yue replied, her concern evident as she struggled to comprehend Yichen's intentions and quickly shook her head. In the next instant, Yichen gently grasped her hand and declared, "These spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare. Acquiring them could undoubtedly aid you in breaking through to the golden core stage. I would willingly face death for this cause. Senior sister, do not hesitate, prepare to act." Chu Yue allowed Yichen to hold her hand. Though a wave of revulsion coursed through her, she feigned being touched and ultimately nodded obediently. From Lu Qingxue's perspective, the two conferred briefly before Yichen emerged to draw the beast's attention. The very artifact he used to entice the creature was the golden hairpin bestowed upon him by Chu Tianjun during his initiation ceremony. On that day, Chu Tianjun indeed spoke no falsehood. The golden hairpin proved effective even against a mid-stage nascent soul. Several times, the fierce beast nearly crushed Yichen with a single strike, but were thwarted by the golden hairpin. Meanwhile, Yichen fought while retreating, cleverly luring the beast towards the edge of the forbidden zone, creating a considerable uproar. Soon, some disciples, driven by greed, disregarded the prior prohibitions, likely believing a significant opportunity awaited them, and rushed towards that direction. Seizing the moment, Yichen diverted the calamity. As a mid-stage nascent soul, beast ruthlessly slaughtered the Foundation establishment disciples. At this juncture, Lu Qingxue refrained from intervening. These disciples were indeed reaping the consequences of their own actions, just as Chu Tianjun had asserted. Before long, two Golden Core leaders sensed the anomaly and began organizing the retreat of the disciples within the secret realm. Had Chu Tianjun been present, he would have observed that this scene bore a striking resemblance to the previous life. Chu Yue swiftly gathered the spiritual herbs from the valley, and soon after received a message from Yichen, urging her to leave immediately as the beasts were returning, promising he would join her shortly. Just as Chu Yue departed the valley, Yichen returned, landing on the stone platform previously occupied by the beast. He then struck the stone platform with a forceful palm, causing a copper coffin to be retrieved. At the moment Yichen seized the coffin, the mid-stage nascent soul beast suddenly surged back into a frenzied charge, its aura swiftly escalating to that of a late-stage nascent soul. In Chapter 35, The Sect's Shadow, from Chu Yue's perspective, Yichen was relentlessly pursued by the frenzied beast, and the golden hairpin, having endured numerous assaults, was on the verge of collapse. Witnessing the imminent destruction of the hairpin, a flash of boundless hatred flickered in Chu Yue's eyes. The golden hairpin should rightfully have been hers. "Senior sister, hurry and leave," Yichen urged anxiously, appearing as though he was covering for Chu Yue. Lu Qingxue had already discerned that the true problem lay with Yichen. Remaining composed, she chose to document the events with a recording stone rather than intervening directly. The next moment, Yichen and Chu Yue fled towards the entrance, and as they reunited, the golden hairpin shattered completely, dispersing into a wisp of golden powder. Yichen fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Chu Yue's eyes, but she quickly concealed it, instead showing concern as she helped Yichen to his feet. She produced several array discs and flags, along with some disposable life-saving talismans. It must be said, Chu Yue possessed an impressive array of valuable items. A Foundation establishment cultivator managed to momentarily hinder a late-stage nascent soul beast with these resources. Not only did she sprint towards the exit with Yichen, but she also retrieved a handful of high-grade pills. Xiaochen, quickly consume these pills. If they're insufficient, I have more. You mustn't come to harm. Chu Yue appeared exceedingly anxious, urging Yichen to hastily consume the elixir. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Yichen's eyes. Yet he did not dwell on it and promptly ingested the pill provided by Chu Yue. Unbeknownst to him, each time he swallowed the elixir, a similar spark of triumph flashed in Chu Yue's gaze. As the medicinal essence coursed through his body, Yichen's injuries miraculously healed, and he felt an abundance of spiritual energy, almost sufficient for a breakthrough to a higher realm. Indeed, Chu Yue was a little wealthy lady. It seemed that Chu Tianjun was quite generous towards her, but all of this ultimately benefited me. I have heard that Chu Tianjun has an adopted daughter, who must possess even more potent elixirs and treasures. I shall find a way to acquire them in due course. The Nine Heavens Sect truly is a land of fortune for me. Everything belonging to the illustrious genius Chu Tianjun, revered as the foremost talent in a millennium, shall eventually be mine. At this moment, Yichen was in high spirits, already envisioning his future. The ferocious beast had inflicted severe casualties on the disciples during this trial at the Nine Heavens Sect. One Golden Core elder had perished while another was gravely injured, and less than 30% of the Foundation establishment disciples emerged alive. It is worth noting that this equates to nearly 10% of the entire Foundation establishment contingent of the Nine Heavens Sect lost in a single sweep. Lu Qingxue had not made an appearance throughout and had returned to the Nine Heavens Sect ahead of everyone else. Senior brother, this Yichen must not be allowed to live. Lu Qingxue's first words upon seeing Chu Tianjun were filled with murderous intent. Chu Tianjun nodded slightly. Although he had yet to view the recording stone, he was aware that Lu Qingxue must have witnessed something significant, which was precisely what he was eager to see. The images from the recording stone commenced their playback, and Chu Tianjun observed intently. When he beheld Yichen collecting the copper coffin, he deliberately paused the footage to scrutinize the coffin closely. An artifact from the celestial realm? It bears celestial inscriptions, he remarked. His brow furrowed as he instantly recognized the inscriptions on the copper coffin. How does Yichen know there is a celestial artifact here? Could this youth have a remarkable background? What ulterior motives does he harbor in coming to our Jiuxiao sect? Lu Qingxue, who stood nearby, was equally taken aback by Chu Tianjun's words. Let us continue watching, he replied without addressing her. He resumed viewing, having sensed something peculiar in Chu Yue's actions from the recording stone. Soon, the footage reached the moment when Chu Yue fed pills to Yichen. Suddenly, Chu Tianjun paused the playback once more, this time his gaze fixating on the pills Yichen had consumed. It seems this girl has also undergone a transformation, he remarked with a sudden smile. Are these pills problematic? They do not appear to be poisonous, Lu Qingxue inquired, puzzled. They are not toxic, but they are far more insidious, Chu Tianjun explained. Qingxue, once the disciples return from this trial, you should take the initiative to have the Law Enforcement Hall investigate the matters concerning the secret realm, he elucidated, albeit not thoroughly, and then tasked Lu Qingxue to ensure the Law Enforcement Hall scrutinized the secret realm's affairs. When the disciples returned from the secret realm trial, a pall of gloom enveloped Jiuxiu sect, for the losses were indeed grievous. Subsequently, Master Qingxue proposed that the Law Enforcement Hall conduct a thorough investigation into the secret realm, seeking to identify the instigator who had trespassed into the forbidden area, resulting in the tragic casualties among the sect's disciples. On the day of the Law Enforcement Hall's inquiry, nearly all of the Yuanying elders of Jiuxiao sect were present, with only Nine Sword Master, Chu Tianjun, and Long Wei absent. Nine Sword Master had been in seclusion since Lu Qingxue advanced to Yuanying, while Chu Tianjun had publicly stated he was striving to break through to the transformation stage. Long Wei was likewise in seclusion, refining the Zhu fruit. In the Law Enforcement Hall, the remaining 20 or so Foundation establishment disciples knelt on the ground, while a Golden Core steward, missing an arm, stood before them. Who dares to disregard the prohibitions and trespass into the forbidden zone? It is best to step forward voluntarily. Otherwise, the Law Enforcement Hall will soul search each of you, and the punishment will be even graver, a peaked Golden Core steward admonished sternly. Yichen supported himself on the ground, trembling slightly, and turned to look at Chu Yue, his face etched with determination. His sincere gaze seemingly conveying to her that he would not implicate his senior sister and would shoulder all responsibility himself. Chu Yue noticed Yichen's expression, not out of desire, but because he was evidently displaying it for her benefit. In the next moment, she spoke up hastily. It was I? It is all the disciples' fault. We should not have coveted those few spirit herbs, which led to the deaths of many of our fellow disciples. I bear no resentment towards any punishment or execution. Chu Yue voluntarily accepted her guilt, which immediately sparked a flurry of discussions within the hall. Most of the disciples voiced their condemnation, while the elders appeared somewhat troubled. The difficulty lay in the fact that Chu Yue was the only family member of Longwe, and there was also the matter of Chu Tianjun, who might not have completely relinquished his feelings for this disciple who almost became a direct disciple. No, it is not just senior sister. The disciples have also ventured into the forbidden zone. I am willing to share the punishment with senior sister. At that moment, Yichen stepped forward, emotionally shielding Chu Yue behind him. His sense of responsibility and loyalty prompted many disciples to give him a thumbs up. Chu Yue kept her head lowered, yet her eyes radiated a murderous intent directed at Yichen. She was well aware that it was Yichen who had incited the idea of entering the forbidden zone. Yet his current demeanor suggested he was worried about her, appearing as though he was reluctantly following her into danger. Junior brother, you nearly lost your life for me. I understand your intentions. As long as you are safe, I will bear the consequences alone. The murderous intent in Chu Yue's gaze dissipated in an instant. And when she spoke again, her eyes were filled with tenderness for Yichen. At that moment, Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Thinking to himself that Chu Yue was indeed naive and wealthy, believing he had her completely under his control. Moreover, he was not concerned about Chu Yue's fate, as he was confident that Longwe would not abandon her. Thus, by willingly sharing the blame with her, he believed their master would protect him and perhaps even reward him for his performance. What a noble sentiment of bearing the burden alone. Can you truly shoulder such a weight? Defying the sect's orders has led to the demise of numerous fellow disciples. This warrants a punishment that would leave one's soul crushed and bones ground to dust, Lu Qingxue rebuked angrily, her face filled with disappointment. The disciples in the hall nodded in agreement, asserting that for such a grave mistake, it was indeed unreasonable not to pay with one's life. The discussions grew louder, and the atmosphere became increasingly agitated. However, at this moment, Longwei had yet to appear, which made Yuchen gradually feel uneasy. Fortunately, everything remained within his control. Amidst the clamorous cries for Chu Yue's execution, a calm and authoritative voice suddenly resonated from outside the hall, accompanied by an oppressive aura. Hold on. With that command, Chu Tianjun's imposing figure stood protectively in front of Chu Yue. Chapter 36. Beauty without brains. Chu Yue gazed up at the silhouette before her, momentarily stunned. Even with her exceptional acting skills, tears could not be restrained from flowing down her cheeks. She felt oblivious to her surroundings, only hearing a voice that resonated like celestial music. This child has only recently entered the sect, considering it is her first offense, and she has shown remorse. I wish to grant her another chance. The elder Longwei had not intervened, yet the fact that Tianjun was willing to step forward to protect Chu Yue was astonishing. It was said that Tianjun was deeply loyal. If I had such a master, I would willingly face death. It seemed that Chu Yue was indeed unfortunate to have such a daunting elder like Longwei. Junior brother, be cautious with your words. After all, that is an elder. The appearance of Chu Tianjun undoubtedly marked a turning point in the situation. If it had been any other elder, it might have been difficult to alter the fate of Chu Yue, who faced severe punishment. However, he was different, being the most formidable figure within the Jiuxiu sect. Brother Tianjun, this may not adhere to the established protocols. Even as an elder, you cannot simply gloss over this matter. Spoke an elder in the mid-stage of the nascent soul, surnamed Qin. The fallen golden core disciple in the secret realm was his apprentice. Soon, several other elders echoed his sentiments. For over 70 fallen foundation establishment disciples had ties to these elders. Faced with their opposition, Chu Tianjun merely uttered a single phrase, a complete late-stage nascent soul beast. I wonder if it suffices to compensate for the losses our sect has incurred? What does that imply? As soon as his words fell, the disciples within the hall began to whisper among themselves. The next moment, the sect leader, the true man of Tianqiu, inquired, Brother Tianjun, do you intend to slay a late-stage great demon to offset Chu Yue's transgressions? Chu Tianjun nodded and remarked, I recall that there is indeed a provision in our sect's regulations stating that if one head is insufficient, then two shall suffice. The elders exchanged glances. Such a stipulation was indeed present in the rules. Even in cases leading to grave consequences, if a more substantial price could be paid as compensation, the transgressor could be absolved of guilt. A complete corpse of a late-stage nascent soul beast is replete with treasures, its worth far surpassing that of a golden core cultivator accompanied by numerous foundation establishment practitioners. If utilized wisely, it could even aid a golden core cultivator in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. The addition of another nascent soul expert to our sect is an invaluable asset, the significance of which is self-evident. If junior brother Tianjun is resolute, then one head shall suffice. Master Zhongshuan readily acquiesced, not demanding the outrageous price of two heads. Very well, within 7 days, I shall present a late-stage nascent soul great demon to the sect, Chu Tianjun declared with unwavering conviction. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him, his figure towering magnificently. Chu Youwei's vision blurred, her heart melting in that instant. Her master uncle had not abandoned her. He was striving to break through to the transformation stage, and at such a critical juncture, he chose to forsake his own advancement to save her. Even going so far as to slay a late-stage nascent soul great demon. From that moment on, Chu Youwei's world could no longer accommodate another. Chu Tianjun became her sole focus. However, Chu Tianjun soon uttered another statement. Chu Youwei, today you may avoid death, yet while the death penalty can be evaded, the living penalty is inescapable. This serves as a minor punishment for a greater admonition, as well as an explanation for our fallen comrades. You shall seal your cultivation, restrain your peep bone, and reflect in the underground prison for 3 months. The voice of Chu Tianjun reverberated within the Hall of Justice, a haunting echo of the tribulations he endured in his previous life. Chu Youwei bowed deeply before Chu Tianjun and proclaimed, I accept the punishment, esteemed master. Chu Tianjun did not gaze at Youwei, but rather cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chun. At that moment, many eyes were directed towards Yi Chun, and some began to harbor doubts. Previously, he had been willing to accompany Chu Youwei to death. So why was he now reluctant to forego his cultivation and endure 3 months in the subterranean prison? Yi Chun found himself in a state of inner conflict. Earlier, he had proclaimed with righteous fervor his readiness to perish alongside Chu Youwei, fully aware that either Long Wei or Chu Tianjun would undoubtedly intervene to safeguard her. However, the reality of this punishment loomed large, and he had no desire to suffer its consequences. Just as Yi Chun grappled with his indecision, another voice rang out, uttering the same 2 words, wait a moment. In the next instant, Long Wei materialized within the hall, choosing not to stand elsewhere but instead positioning herself beside Chu Tianjun. This marked the first occasion since Yi Chun's arrival at the Jiao Shao sect that she had appeared before Chu Tianjun. CHT New Jersey Inn instinctively took 2 steps aside, inwardly cursing Yu with fervent disdain. This foolish woman, why does she arrive now, of all times, to disrupt matters? If only Yuwi were to be punished in the underground prison, Yi Chun's true nature would be exposed to many. Even if he were to accompany her, wouldn't it suffice for him to suffer for 3 months? Truly, a woman of ample bosom yet lacking in wit. Frustration gnawed at CHT New Jersey Inn, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Yu's chest. Ahem, Yu, your timing is impeccable, Nixa remarked with a hint of sarcasm, casting an irritable glance at CHT New Jersey Inn, evidently having noticed his inappropriate stare. As a disciple, I bear the responsibility for my actions, and thus, I shall accept this punishment. I will go to the underground prison. At this moment, Yu still bore some of CHT New Jersey Inn's earlier demeanor, intending to take the punishment meant for Chyuwi. This stipulation was indeed found within the sect's regulations, and despite CHT New Jersey Inn's dissatisfaction, he found himself at a loss for words. Yi Chun lowered his head, silently lamenting his previous inaction. Had he known, he should have been more proactive. It was now too late to demonstrate any further involvement. In that case, Sister Yu, please proceed, CHT New Jersey Inn said, his irritation mounting. Determined that Yu adhere to the established rules. Without hesitation, Yu gestured toward the law enforcement hall, and 2 dark chains swiftly flew toward her. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the chains pierced through her shoulder blades, and blood began to flow along the chains. No, master. It is my fault. I should not burden you with my punishment. Let me go instead. Chyuwi, far from a mere spectator, crawled to Yu's feet, her face etched with profound regret. Shao Chn, take your sister back, Yu commanded coldly, instructing Yi Chun to escort Chyuwi away. Yi Chun felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, his expression reflecting pain as he pulled Chyuwi along. Subsequently, Yu sealed her own cultivation for 3 months. Such self-imposed restrictions lacked a certain rigor, akin to the futility of attempting to suffocate oneself. One could endure discomfort. Yet breaking the seal was not impossible, albeit with some cost. Yu cast a complex glance at CHT New Jersey Inn, a mixture of guilt and gratitude in her eyes, before walking toward the underground prison under the scrutiny of many. Ideally, the matter should have concluded there. But on the way back, Chyuwi, I overheard Yi Chun whisper, Sister, we have been deceived by CHT New Jersey Inn. He did not genuinely intend to rescue you, but rather sought to humiliate our master. Chapter 37. The green tea must be met with green tea. Shao Chn. How did you come to this realization? Chyuwi's heart burned with a desire to obliterate Echn, yet she feigned a willingness to trust him. Sister, consider this. Even if CHT New Jersey Inn had not appeared, our master would have inevitably come to our aid. He has already offset his guilt with a late-stage yawning beast, yet he still speaks of unavoidable deaths and inescapable punishments. What manner of place is the underground prison? Furthermore, the imposition of such restrictions on cultivation appears to be a means of humiliation. His initial intent was never to punish you, but rather to disgrace the master. Yi Qin's rapid-fire discourse, upon first glance, indeed bore a semblance of rationale. Those who found even a modicum of resonance in Yi Qin's words would undoubtedly regard Chu Tianjun as a malevolent and treacherous figure. What? He is so vile? Chiyue exclaimed with a look of terror, yet inwardly she had already chastised Yi Qin countless times. Sister, having grown up in the sect, you may be unaware of the treachery that dwells in the hearts of men. I have heard that Chu Tianjun even regards his adopted daughter as a mere possession, taking her in solely to usurp her spiritual essence. What atrocities might he not commit? Yi Qin continued to expound, and indeed, the image of Chu Tianjun had transformed into that of an irredeemable villain, a quintessential antagonist of the celestial realm. Shouldn't I then feel fortunate to have not fallen under his tutelage? I am indeed grateful for your presence, Xiaochun, Chiyue replied, her demeanor reminiscent of a delicate bird, a mixture of apprehension and relief upon her face. Yi Qin spoke with utmost sincerity and gravity. Sister, rest assured, I will strive diligently in my cultivation and grow swiftly. In the future, I shall protect you and our master. Xiaochun, Chiyue, moved, leaned her head against Yi Qin's chest, softly whispering his name, her tone imbued with both shyness and a hint of intimacy. A flicker of pride danced in Yi Qin's eyes as he feigned nervousness, gently stroking her silky hair. This tableau was indeed a breathtaking sight. After a moment, Chiyue raised her gaze to Yi Qin, as if having made a momentous decision, and with a sweep of her right hand across her left wrist, several storage pouches materialized before her. Xiaochun, I bestow upon you all my elixirs. You must strive to grow stronger swiftly. These should suffice to elevate your cultivation to the golden core stage, Chiyue declared, her eyes glistening with affection, reminiscent of a noble lady sending a struggling scholar off to take the imperial examination. How can this be? If you give them all to me, what shall you do? Yi Qin hesitated, a look of genuine concern etched upon his face, though he did not outright refuse the offering. Sister, having you is enough, Chiyue shyly replied, her head bowed, her youthful heart fluttering beautifully in her portrayal of innocent affection. Under the boughs of the peach tree, Chu Tianjun observed the scene before him with keen interest, his consciousness enveloping the two individuals, allowing him to hear every word they exchanged with clarity. In his previous life, he had undoubtedly been outmaneuvered by Yi Qin and Chu Yue in a similar manner, yet today, witnessing the unfolding drama, he felt no anger. Instead, a playful smile graced his lips as he mused, it appears that only a green tea can counter another green tea. Chu Yue, you truly astonish me in this lifetime. Subsequently, Chu Tianjun diverted his attention away from Yi Qin and Chu Yue, transforming into a streak of light as he departed from the Jiuxiu sect, intent on vanquishing a formidable late-stage nascent soul demon. In the depths of an underground prison, the ethereal figure of Long Wei remained shackled, the iron chains binding her peepa bone embedded firmly in the stone wall. This place, devoid of light, teemed with serpents, insects, and filth far too squalid for someone of her celestial grace. Indeed, Chu Tianjun is not devoid of emotions, now that I have come to this subterranean confinement as punishment. Perhaps the animosity he harbors towards me will diminish, Long Wei thought, her garments stained and crawling with vermin, yet her mind wandered to whether Chu Tianjun's resentment had lessened. Awaiting her turn during the interrogation, Chu Yue refrained from making an appearance, eagerly anticipating Chu Tianjun's arrival. Ultimately, she achieved the outcome she desired. Her willingness to substitute for Chu Yue in this underground prison stemmed not from a sense of duty as a master to bear the burdens of her disciple, but rather from the fact that this was the punishment method proposed by Chu Tianjun. As night fell, within the courtyard of Tianjin Peak, Yi Qin and Chu Yue occupied their respective chambers. Yi Qin fervently consumed and refined the medicinal pills provided by Chu Yue, which were not only abundant, but also of high quality. While refining the pills, Yi Qin contemplated his future. Chu Yue has utterly devoted herself to me, yet her resources are dwindling. I must seize an opportunity to venture to the Daming dynasty, where Ning Qiuzi possesses not only greater resources but also the status of a princess. The mere thought excites me, he mused. Once I have secured Ning Qiuzi, my esteemed master will be next. And then there's Lu Qingxue. This woman may prove challenging, but fortunately, my family has laid the groundwork. Days later, Yuchen successfully broke through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, showcasing a talent that was rapidly approaching that of Chu Tianjun. A few days later, he broached the subject of his desire to embark on an expedition to Chu Yue. It was customary for foundation establishment disciples to venture out for training, making his descent from the mountain quite reasonable. I have heard that Ning Qiuzi is actively seeking talented individuals. Perhaps she too wishes to escape Chu Tianjun's grasp. Sister, I believe this presents us with an opportunity. If we can ally with Ning Qiuzi, we may stand a better chance of overthrowing that tyrant, Chu Tianjun. Yuchen articulated his plan, referring to Chu Tianjun as a fiend. Chu Yue appeared to have truly succumbed to his influence. It was evident that Yuchen intended to establish a harem, yet instead of feeling anger, she expressed concern for his safety. Oh no, little Chen. The spiritual herbs we gathered in the secret realm will be refined into pills by someone I trust. You must hasten your consumption of the pills to strive for an early breakthrough to the golden core stage. Sister, your kindness towards me is overwhelming. I, Yuchen, solemnly swear to the heavens that I shall never betray my dear junior sister Yue. With a sincere demeanor and unwavering gaze, Yichun raised his hand to the sky in oath. Filled with exhilaration, he descended the mountain, making his way directly to the Daming dynasty. Although he was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he felt that all the formidable figures in the world were but mere pretenders, and that all the beauties of the realm ought to submit beneath him. At this moment, Chu Tianjun found himself within the Liubo mountain range, tasked with slaying a formidable late-stage Yuanying demon. Fortunately, he did not need to venture to the distant northern region, as several such creatures resided within these mountains. The demon he intended to hunt bore a profound connection to him. In his previous life, this very place marked the site of his most significant downfall, where Yuchen had caused him to stumble gravely. Within the Liubo Mountains lies a locale known as Wubohai. Despite its name suggesting an ocean, it is, in fact, a vast lake. Chapter 38. The Fated One, Lu Rian. This lake is abundant with treasures related to water, including rare and mystical materials. Following the trajectory of his past life, it is anticipated that a rare treasure will emerge from this lake approximately a year and a half from now. In his previous existence, many elite sects from the eastern region had come to vie for it, resulting in heavy casualties among their ranks due to the presence of a peak-stage Yuanying water serpent. This creature, unlike typical demons, possessed extraordinary strength. Although it remained within the Yuanying realm, its power rivaled that of an early-stage Huashan. Ultimately, it was Chu Tianjun, a prodigy of the righteous path, who, at the cost of descending a minor realm, managed to slay the water serpent, which was comparable to a Huashan-level entity. Such an achievement, coupled with his rescue of numerous disciples from the Immortal Alliance, should have rendered Chu Tianjun a figure of reverence, poised to become the leader of the Eastern region's Immortal Alliance. However, the reality unfolded differently. Immediately after his victory over the serpent, a female demon, accompanied by a multitude of her kin, besieged the remaining disciples of the Immortal Alliance. In a public display, she proclaimed Chu Tianjun as her master, alleging that the entire scenario was orchestrated by him. This accusation left Chu Tianjun irreparably tarnished. In the end, it was Yuchen who turned the tide, leading the surviving disciples of the Immortal Alliance to break free from the encirclement and ultimately dragging the severely injured Chu Tianjun back to the sect for judgment. CHT New Jersey and had long harbored the desire to arrive at this place. Yet the formidable water serpent had always instilled a sense of trepidation in him. In the past, he lacked the confidence to confront it, but recently his comprehension of the 6 heavenly scriptures had deepened significantly. Although he had not yet fully entered the transformation stage, he was now imbued with the conviction that he could vanquish the water serpent. Above the tranquil expanse of the Wubo Sea, CHT New Jersey Inn summoned the Tianxin sword, which promptly transformed, its dual wings of the Kuan eagle retracting as it morphed into the massive Kuan that sank into the depths of the sea. Moments later, the previously placid surface of the ocean erupted with tumultuous waves, accompanied by a resounding roar and growl emanating from the depths, as if a legendary beast was locked in a fierce struggle beneath the water. After several breaths, the Tianxin sword ascended from the water's surface, having reverted to its sword form, closely followed by a 100-foot-long serpent radiating a silvery sheen, exuding a formidable aura that instilled a sense of terror. Abominable creature. We meet again, CHT New Jersey Inn remarked with a faint smile upon recognizing the water serpent before him. The intelligence of a demon at the nascent soul stage is not inferior to that of a human. It could certainly comprehend CHT New Jersey N's words. However, while it understood the language, the implication of his statement was perplexing. How could this human cultivator claim they had met before when this was their first encounter? This thought flickered momentarily through the serpent's mind, but there was no time for further contemplation in the next instant. Chu Tianjun was not one to indulge in superfluous words. He swiftly unleashed his formidable prowess. Confronted by the water serpent, whose strength rivaled that of the transformation stage, Chu Tianjun employed his most potent technique. Countless enigmatic runes materialized behind him, forming concentric circles of compasses that spun with an air of commanding the very fabric of existence. In that moment, Chu Tianjun resembled a deity. He merely extended his hand towards the water serpent and, with a firm grasp, extracted a small, serpentine apparition from within the massive creature's body. This apparition represented the water serpent's primordial essence, desperately writhing in his grasp. However, as the compasses whirled behind him, the essence's vitality swiftly waned, as though it were being ground down in a mill. In mere moments, the water serpent's essence teetered on the brink of collapse. Chu Tianjun uttered a sharp command, Tianxian. He then cast the water serpent's essence into the air, where the Tianxian sword transformed into a great kuan, which promptly devoured the essence. Instead of returning immediately, the Tianxian sword, having consumed the essence, contracted its wings and morphed into the shape of a kuan, plunging into the water. Yet this time, the kuan form of the Tianxian sword was markedly different. Its aura had intensified, and its control over water had significantly augmented. This heralded a step closer to the evolution of the Tianxian sword into a spiritual treasure. The sword navigated the depths of the water, ultimately emerging with a palm-sized bronze box in tow. Chu Tianjun cradled the bronze box in his palm, instantly reminded of the copper coffin that Yi Chun had retrieved from the secret realm of Songjin Valley. However, while the coffin bore distinct celestial inscriptions, the bronze box was devoid of such markings. Why did these objects seem as though they were originally intended for Yi Chun? Chu Tianjun's expression turned contemplative. Yet he refrained from hastily opening the box. He stood by the water's edge for an extended period, when suddenly, he cast a piercing gaze towards the shore and uttered in a chilling tone, "How long do you intend to remain hidden?" CHT New Jersey N's gaze fell upon a row of willow trees, which appeared unremarkable at first glance. However, as his words faded, one of the willows suddenly radiated a vibrant green light, and a stunning woman clad in green emerged. Upon seeing her visage, a potent killing intent flickered deep within CHT New Jersey N's eyes. He could recognize her even in ashes. She was the enchanting demoness who had unexpectedly appeared before him in his previous life, declaring herself to be his master. "Senior, please quell your anger. I did not intend to pry. I have taken root here, and my feeble cultivation prevents me from moving," the willow-formed demoness explained. Bowing respectfully to CHT New Jersey N, her expression fraught with genuine fear. Despite her cultivation being merely at the golden core stage, CHT New Jersey N found it peculiar. It was already a formidable challenge for Flora to attain sentience, and even after awakening, their cultivation progressed at an exceedingly slow pace. When he had encountered this demoness in his previous life, she had already reached the early stage of the nascent soul. This suggested that within the next year or so, this demoness, currently only at the mid-golden core stage, would ascend to the nascent soul stage. At this moment, she had yet to meet YCHN, indicating that it was YCHN who had accelerated her cultivation in such a short span. Connecting the dots from his past life, CHT New Jersey N swiftly linked this woman to YCHN, unraveling many of his thoughts. "What is your name?" he inquired, suppressing his murderous intent and adopting a calm demeanor. With a flicker, CHT New Jersey N appeared beneath a willow tree, standing merely a yard away from the willow-transformed demoness. He could not help but commend YCHN's discerning eye. This harem member was indeed captivating. The demoness exuded a unique aura, noble yet alluring, pure yet enticing. Seamlessly blending these disparate qualities, CHT New Jersey N scrutinized her, his mind beginning to assess her merits. In response to the senior's inquiry, "I am called Li Ryn," the willow-formed demoness replied respectfully. "Li Ryn, do you know what lies within this copper box?" CHT New Jersey N asked, lifting the copper box to question her. Li Ryn quickly shook her head. "Though I have been aware of my existence here since my consciousness awakened, I have never encountered this object. However, it seems that the water serpent is guarding it. Oh, would you like to discover what is inside?" CHT New Jersey N concealed his killing intent and even allowed a smile to grace his face. Li Ryn, naturally curious, nodded eagerly. But then sensed something amiss and added, Ryn shall follow the senior's instructions. Without uttering another word, Chu Tianjun gently flicked his fingers before Lu Ruoyan, causing the copper box to spring open. As the lid lifted, a radiant pink pearl emerged, its brilliance captivating and exquisite. However, Chu Tianjun discerned at once that the pearl concealed something within. He extended his finger and lightly touched the pearl, which shattered instantaneously, releasing a billowing pink mist that enveloped both Chu Tianjun and Lu Ruoyan. HM? What is this? Such potent allure. The moment Chu Tianjun made contact with the pink haze, he immediately comprehended its nature. Due to Chu Tianjun's profound cultivation, he remained relatively unfazed. However, for the enchanting Lu Ruoyan, the situation was far more distressing. The moment she encountered the intoxicating allure of lust, an overwhelming dryness swept over her, and her desires surged forth like a river breaching its banks, unstoppable and relentless. Alas, it seemed today would lead to her yielding to this man. She hoped fervently that he might be the fated one she had long awaited. Lu Ruoyan's breath quickened, and the scant remnants of her rationality warned her of the impending events. Chapter 39. Why do we feel like the spies? Lu Ruoyan was indeed akin to a willow tree. However, since gaining consciousness, she sensed that she had been waiting for someone all along. CHT New Jersey wielded the formidable power of the great freedom sorcery, only to discover that this arcane mastery possessed the ability to dispel even the most insidious of lustful toxins. This toxin, in essence, was a form of highly advanced energy, inciting an irresistible urge for union between the sexes, and once such an act was consummated, it would lead to an unwavering affection for one another. In that fleeting moment, Li Ryn, with sultry glances, approached CHT New Jersey shedding her garments with every step, embodying a visage of cunning seduction. Yet, just as she was about to ascend his form for a deeper communion, CHT New Jersey suddenly unfurled his fingers, drawing in the surrounding pink mist, which he transmuted into the purest essence of spiritual energy through his sorcery. With the toxin dispelled, Li Ryn swiftly regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and an overwhelming sense of shame. She hastily gathered her attire, lowering her gaze and wrapping her arms around herself. Thanks to your venerable prowess. Or else we might have, she attempted to utter, seeking to alleviate the palpable tension, yet with each word, her discomfort only intensified. After a prolonged silence, emboldened, she lifted her gaze, only to be met by the sight of a sardonic smirk gracing CHT New Jersey's lips. In the wake of her mounting dread, he boldly tore away her garments. Senior, please. Why must you do this? She implored, powerless as he pressed her against her own corporeal form, the willow tree. What followed was a harsh reprimand, her cries echoing across the lakeside, a mixture of humiliation and bewilderment consuming her. In truth, having been ensnared by the lustful toxin, she had readied herself, and she found herself surprisingly unperturbed by the presence of this formidable human warrior. CHT New Jersey had effortlessly vanquished a foe of comparable strength to the divine transformation stage, leaving an indelible mark upon her heart. The demon race inherently revered strength, and perhaps in a fleeting moment, Li Ryn even felt fortunate that the copper box contained such potent lustful toxins. Yet, it was perplexing. Why resort to such humiliation after dispelling the toxin when he could have chosen a different path? Chu Tianjun is indeed formidable, possessing strength in every aspect. By the time he finished dressing, half an hour had already passed. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan felt as fragile as a willow branch, devoid of any strength. She clutched her garments in silence, unsure of what to say. Noticing that Chu Tianjun remained equally taciturn, she summoned her courage to look at him. Lu Ruoyan failed to witness the moment when Chu Tianjun placed the Tianjun sword into the bronze box and submerged it into the depths of the water. She only observed him adjusting his trousers in preparation to depart. Senior, from the very first glance, I felt an affinity for you. Just now, when I opened the jade box, had you acted upon the moment, I would have yielded to you as well. Why must you treat me this way? Seeing Chu Tianjun about to leave, Lu Ruoyan was eager to clarify her feelings, and being of the demon clan, her words were refreshingly forthright. Chu Tianjun halted his steps, turned back with a devilish smile, and then spoke. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I desired this. Lu Ruoyan was taken aback, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and anger, yet she dared not express her ire and sensed that perhaps there was no need for such shame. CHT New Jersey chose not to take the life of Li Ryn this time. He wished to observe whether YCHN would still desire her after learning of her lost purity. His response served dual purposes. First, It was a retort to Li Ryn's earlier words, acknowledging their first encounter. Second, it was a means of avenging the grievances he had suffered in a past life due to her deceit, a way to express his pent-up frustration. With that parting remark, CHT New Jersey Inn continued on his way, yet Li Ryn called out once more, "Senior, will we have the chance to meet again?" Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjun's body trembled slightly, and he hastened to leave the scene, pondering to himself, has this enchanting woman developed an addiction? No matter how events unfold here, Lu Ruyan can at least disgust and subtly undermine Yichen, provided he can reach this point in his current life. As Chu Tianjun returned to the Jiuxiu sect, it was just dusk. He appeared directly above the grand hall of the sect and released the massive corpse of the 100-foot-long water serpent. Brother Qianqiu, I have slain a formidable demon at the peak of the nascent soul stage. This is a water serpent that has cultivated for a millennium. How the sect wishes to dispose of it is entirely at your discretion. Chu Tianjun's voice resonated throughout the Jiuxiu sect. At this moment, countless gazes turned towards him. And indeed, the sight of the colossal serpent was astonishing. Yet, what was even more shocking were Chu Tianjun's words, a peak nascent soul, a legendary dragon. Master Tianjun is not merely at the transformation stage. He must be on par with or even surpassing it. After presenting the water serpent's remains to the sect, Chu Tianjun departed directly. Upon his return to Tianjun Peak, Lu Qingxue arrived. Brother, you truly are too generous. That corpse is comparable to a demon at the transformation stage. Just the flesh and blood alone could refine countless spiritual pills, and its hide and bones are exceptional materials for crafting magical artifacts. Moreover, why did you not even take the serpent's heart? The essence within it could easily constitute a nascent soul-level master. Lu Qingxue was evidently there to express her grievances, resembling a woman chastising a wayward husband. Then they must be quite pleased, I presume? Chu Tianjun merely smiled and inquired. Hearing this, Lu Qingxue became even more irate. Casting an exasperated glance at Chu Tianjun as she continued, pleased is an understatement. I have heard that the entire eastern region is in motion. Some sects from Qinzhou, Guizhou, and Yangzhou are already leveraging various connections to seek exchanges for materials from the water serpent. CHT New Jersey Inn, far from being angered by L-Qnix's complaints, spoke with profound significance. Why doesn't he junior sister jot this down in a little notebook? After all, some individuals have already revealed themselves. Upon hearing this, L-Qnix's expression froze momentarily. She instantly grasped the underlying meaning and then cast an apologetic glance at CHT New Jersey Inn. After a brief pause, she said, I apologize, brother. I failed to comprehend your good intentions. However, it seems such a precious matter has been squandered on those with ulterior motives. Nevertheless, there will come a day when they shall return it all. Initially, I believed it was merely the selfishness of certain elders within our sect. But now it appears that our Fufeng prefecture has not produced a single breakthrough to the transformation stage in over a millennium, which suggests something more sinister is at play. CHT New Jersey Inn waved his hand, his gaze profound and his tone somewhat somber. Since he had ceased to be a doormat for others, he seemed to have attained a newfound clarity. Besides dealing with YCHN, he had gradually begun to perceive the root issues plaguing the G11O sect. Realizing that his own sect was being drained by others, with many elders deliberately suppressing talented disciples. Yet, a most pressing question still eluded CHT New Jersey Inn. How could all the elders of G11O sect be aware of the presence of a venerable ancestor in the ancestral hall, whose cultivation had reached the formidable cave profound realm, and yet still act with such audacity? How was it that this venerable ancestor could remain indifferent to these matters? In the following days, CHT New Jersey Inn was absent from T New Jersey Inn Peak, spending the majority of his time in the scripture pavilion. In his previous life, Chu Tianjun distinctly recalled that it was around this time when he returned from the Songjin Valley, injured, and fortuitously discovered the duo Tianzhao Huaju while recuperating and studying in the Songjin Pavilion. In truth, only a few days after his rebirth, he had visited the Songjin Pavilion, yet despite his thorough search, he could not locate the aforementioned technique. This time, once again, he found nothing. This implies that the duo Tianzhao Huaju was not originally housed within the Songjin Pavilion but had been placed there later by someone. Could it be that due to the alterations in this life, that individual has chosen not to bestow the duo Tianzhao Huaju upon him? Standing before the window of the Songjin Pavilion, Chu Tianjun gazed contemplatively at the world beyond. He was almost certain that the technique had been intentionally left for him. However, in his previous life, he had refrained from practicing it, as the description and its actual effects rendered it indistinguishable from demonic arts. In this life, He had embarked on the path of cultivation, yet the technique that was supposed to manifest had not appeared. After several days of vigil, Chu Tianjun left the Sanjing Pavilion without having encountered it. Meanwhile, during these days, the elders within the sect had already thoroughly divided the water dragon among themselves. Upon returning to Tianjun Peak, Lu Qingxue arrived promptly. "Senior brother, as you instructed, I have meticulously recorded everything in this little notebook. The situation is even worse than we anticipated," she said, flipping through the pages of a small notebook in her hand. As Chu Tianjun listened, his furrowed brow deepened. In recent days, apart from himself, Lu Qingxue, the enigmatic Jiao Jianjinren who was currently in seclusion, and the punished Long Yu Jinren confined underground. All other Yuanying Jinren of the Jiao sect, including the sect leader Tian Shu Jinren, had established connections with other sections. Many valuable items belonging to Shui Jiao had been funneled to these other sects through the elders. "Brother, had it not been for your efforts in gathering some disciples over the years, our entire Jiao sect might have been infiltrated by spies," Lu Qingxue remarked, her expression grave. "The disciples of my master S. Wangwei Peak are few, and Tianjin Peak has none at all, having just recently attained Yuanying. I also lack disciples in Qingxue Peak." The weight of the situation pressed down on her as she realized the dire straits of their sect. "So, what exactly is the ratio?" Chu Tianjun inquired curiously, as he had not previously concerned himself with the specifics, despite having gathered a few disciples. "Our disciples account for less than 20%. Lu Qingxue's tone shifted from grave to overwhelmingly heavy. "Why does it feel like we are the spies?" Chu Tianjun remarked self-deprecatingly. Lu Qingxue paused, only to realize the truth in his words. The question of who the spies were had become a philosophical quandary. Given the current state of the Jiao sect, and both Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue tacitly agreed to refrain from further discussion. "Qingxue, how much do you know about our venerable ancestor of the Jiao sect?" Chu Tianjun then steered the conversation toward the mysterious figure of the sect's supreme ancestor. "Had you not mentioned it, I would have been unaware of the existence of such an ancestor. But if there truly is one, how could he stand idly by as our sect descends into such degradation? If he is indeed at the Dongxian stage, he could lead the Jiao sect to become the foremost sect in this realm." Lu Qingxue's expression turned bewildered, her doubts existing like a paradox within the Jiao sect. Yet, Chu Tianjun found himself increasingly convinced. Pondering why someone like Yi Chan would choose to come to the Jiao sect, perhaps there was a reason behind it. Indeed, Long Yu once received guidance from the supreme ancestor, and I may have even encountered her, Chu Tianjun stated earnestly. "Brother, you have met the supreme ancestor?" Lu Qingxue's curiosity intensified. "Many of you are curious about how I ascended Jiao Mountain as a mere mortal. Today, I shall unveil the tale of my ascent." Suddenly, a phantom compass materialized behind Chu Tianjun, and then his eyes emitted two beams of light. These beams converged before him, and Lu Qingxue beheld a shimmering screen where scenes from his memories unfolded. The narrative began in a frigid winter, where a youthful Chu Tianjun, clad in scant attire, trudged through the snow, delivering firewood to the estate of a landowner. Chu Tianjun is an orphan, yet he is among the fortunate ones, having grown to an age where he can fend for himself. Although life is arduous, he is not at the brink of starvation. After selling some firewood, he earned a few coins, which he used to purchase several steamed buns on the street. He tucked 2 of them into his coat and generously distributed the remainder to the small beggars by the roadside. At that time, Chu Tianjun was an ordinary individual, yet he had already begun to display the traits of a kind-hearted person. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to label him merely as such, for he had grown up relying on the charity of benevolent souls. Now, he was simply extending a helping hand to orphans whose fates mirrored his own. After sharing the buns, Chu Tianjun returned to his modest dwelling, gathered some dry twigs to kindle a fire, and boiled water in the snow. Just as he was savoring his humble meal, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Little fellow, I never would have guessed you possessed such a kind heart. Sharing your food when you can scarcely feed yourself?" The speaker was a similarly clad girl, but her attire was notably cleaner than his own. Noticing her thin clothing and her gaze fixated on the buns in his hands, he instinctively invited her, "If you seek shelter from the wind and snow, please take a seat." The girl smiled and sat beside him. After a moment's consideration, Chu Tianjun offered her one of the remaining buns. "It seems the snow will not cease any time soon. If you do not mind, please make do with this." The girl accepted the bun without hesitation and began to eat it elegantly. Once she finished, she initiated a conversation. "In this fleeting journey of life spanning decades, do you intend to live your days in such a manner?" At this moment, Chu Tianjun realized that the girl, seemingly of similar age, had referred to him as little fellow twice. How else can an ordinary person live? Besides dreams, where does one find ease in reality? He replied with a hint of resignation. Everyone harbors aspirations, yet reality is often harsh. Life does not bend to our desires. To go with the flow is already a triumph over many. Now, there lies an opportunity before you. Are you willing to join me in the pursuit of immortality? The girl suddenly regarded him with intensity. What? Immortality? That's far-fetched. Even in dreams, Chu Tianjun chuckled, dismissing her words as a jest. I am not jesting. If you doubt me, observe closely, she retorted, a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. With a gentle snap of her fingers, Chu Tianjun felt the world spin around him. And in the next instant, he found himself no longer in the dilapidated thatched hut, but upon the surface of a river frozen solid. An illusion? He marveled at his surroundings, struggling to accept that it could be mere trickery. This is the art of spatial contraction, a power possessed by practitioners of the. What illusion? You lack experience, she teased, lightly tapping his head. Now, will you pursue immortality with me? Can I truly attain immortality? CHT New Jersey N felt a light tap on his head, and it seemed he had begun to place his faith in the young maiden. Albeit with a lingering sense of insecurity. The maiden nodded, and then, as if to entice CHT New Jersey N further, continued, after embarking on the path of cultivation. Not only will you enjoy a life of luxury, but you will also have the opportunity to marry many beautiful wives. CHT New Jersey N reluctantly acquiesced. To be honest, at that moment, he was not motivated by the allure of beautiful brides. His intentions were rather simple, merely to improve his lot in life. Her words, then let us cultivate, had not truly initiated CHT New Jersey N's journey into cultivation, but rather marked the beginning of a memorable ascent. Mount G11 soared into the clouds, its main peak reaching nearly 10,000 zhang, and it was said that no mortal had ever set foot upon it. Yet, the maiden guided CHT New Jersey N step by step up the mountain. Fairy, why do you wish to take me on this path of cultivation? CHT New Jersey N inquired, finding the ascent quite arduous. As they climbed, he engaged her in conversation, soon confirming her remarkable prowess, and thus began to refer to her as Fairy. This journey feels exceedingly lonely. I wish for someone to accompany me. Much like how I am with you on this mountain path, the fairy responded, her words rich with poetic resonance, especially said against the backdrop of the endless white snow. As their two figures traversed the rugged peaks, this scene flickered in and out, revealing that CHT New Jersey N and the fairy had been walking for quite some time. When hunger struck, they foraged for wild fruits in the mountains, and when thirst arose, they scooped up handfuls of snow to gnaw upon. You are so formidable. Why not simply use your power to transport me to the summit? There are no paths on this mountain. How long must we continue? CHT New Jersey N exclaimed, growing impatient after 2 or 3 days of travel. At that time, he was entirely unaware of the levels of cultivation, and thus held no awe for the maiden, who might have been an ancient being at the Dongshin stage. The maiden paused, smiled at CHT New Jersey N, and then raised her hand, pointing behind him, saying, Look behind you. CHT New Jersey N turned around in a state of bewilderment, seeing nothing but 2 rows of footprints in the snow, one belonging to him, and the other to the girl who claimed she would guide him in the pursuit of immortality. I see nothing at all, he questioned, perplexed. What do you mean there is nothing? The girl smiled and replied, You say there is no path on this mountain. Yet what do you think we traversed? After a brief pause, her expression grew serious as she continued, As for how long we shall walk, it will be until you can no longer persist, or until we reach the journey's end. In that fleeting moment, CHT New Jersey N felt a vague understanding stirring within him, though he could not articulate it clearly. The journey was long. CHT New Jersey N walked for a full 10 days. Upon sighting the majestic hall of the G11 sect and the disciples soaring through the air, either as streaks of light or upon their flying swords, he was assured he had not been deceived. Master, when will I be able to do that? CHT New Jersey N exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the bustling disciples above, having already begun to refer to her as master. However, the girl waved her hand dismissively, saying, I will not be your master, nor will I take on disciples. Should you depart this world before your time, I would be left with the sorrow of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. Such master-student relationships are the most detestable. They only serve to increase worries and unwarranted heartache. Rest assured, I have arranged for you a master. Elnju is not only the most gifted disciple of the G11 sect in nearly a millennium, but also exceptionally beautiful. The phrase increasing worries and unwarranted heartache was something CHT New Jersey N had uttered upon his rebirth, which he had indeed heard from this very girl. I see. May I know your esteemed name, senior? After all, you are my guide, and I wish to remember you for all my days, he implored. At this moment, he sensed that the girl, appearing to be of a similar age, might possess a status and cultivation far beyond his own. His words were not mere flattery. He genuinely wished to cherish her kindness, as he had adopted the persona of a kind-hearted individual, and she truly deserved the title of guide. Yet, upon being asked for her name, the girl appeared contemplative. After a moment of difficulty, she replied, "A name, you say? It has been so long that I have even forgotten my own. It is not that I do not wish to tell you." The memory sequence of Chu Tianjun concludes here, transitioning to the scene where he is fervently sought after by a multitude of elders in the grand hall of the sect. "Senior brother, this ancestor is rather peculiar. She struck your head twice," remarked Lu Qingxue after viewing Chu Tianjun's memories. Chapter 41. On the Art of Mindset. "It must be the esteemed actress Yue." Chu Tianjun nodded, and it was evident to all that this venerable ancestor possessed an unusual demeanor. Indeed, she had tapped his head on 2 occasions. The first instance occurred when Chu Tianjun expressed disbelief in her status as a cultivator, dismissing it as a mere illusion. The second instance took place just before he entered the Hall of the Nine Heavens, when the ancestor mentioned that she had arranged for a beautiful female disciple named Rongyue to take him under her wing, playfully remarking on Rongyue's exquisite beauty while gently tapping Chu Tianjun's head once more. CHT New Jersey Inn and LQ Ningxu engaged in an extensive discussion, yet they failed to derive any substantial insights regarding the enigmatic ancestor. However, LQ Ningxu did remind CHT New Jersey Inn of a dedicated repository within the sect that meticulously chronicles its history, suggesting that he might uncover some clues there. The following day, CHT New Jersey Inn ventured into a secluded courtyard, inhabited solely by a handful of disciples nearing the end of their lifespans and possessing modest cultivation levels. The origins of this place remained uncertain. Upon expressing his intentions, a disciple escorted him to a row of buildings, where he unlocked the doors to reveal neatly arranged tomes. Indeed, every volume was composed of paper. There were no jade slips or similar artifacts. Remarkably, the history of G11O sect was inscribed in ink, word by word. This revelation significantly increased CHT New Jersey Inn's workload. Fortunately, his task was merely to seek information rather than to comprehend the entire millennium-long history of the G11O sect. Soon, he discovered a suspicious figure within historical texts dating back 4,000 to 3,000 years. Although the records pertaining to this individual were sparse, each entry bore significance. Notably, this person was the first mortal to ascend the mountain of G11O sect, and he was also a prodigy of his era, having achieved the realm of Lianshu in merely a century, a stage even loftier than the coveted Huashan. However, the documentation concerning this individual abruptly ceased 3,000 years ago, leaving ambiguous whether he had perished or ascended to a higher realm. At this juncture, CHT New Jersey Inn had almost uncovered the answer, as the historical records frequently mention the name Waisu, New Jersey. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, Chu Tianjun pushed open the time-worn door and cast his gaze over the array of tablets within. After surveying the hall, a smile graced his face, and he addressed the empty space. "Elder Xuanji, it was you who guided me up the mountain, was it not?" Yu Xuanji, a prodigy in the history of the Jiuxiao sect, was conspicuously absent from the hall's tablets, indicating her survival. Thus, the revered ancestor could only be her. Yet, despite Chu Tianjun's certainty regarding the identity of the revered ancestor, no response came forth. The lack of reply mattered little to him. He chose not to dwell on the remaining uncertainties. He understood that as his cultivation advanced, all enigmas would eventually unravel. Once he reached the Dongshin realm, Elder Xuanji would likely reveal herself. "Sister, I intend to enter seclusion once more. I entrust the affairs of the sect to you. Should any urgent matters arise, feel free to awaken me." Chu Tianjun handed a jade talisman to Lu Qingxue, a token capable of bypassing the formation surrounding his dwelling. "Brother, during these days, Chu Yue has been visiting the underground prison daily to accompany Longwei. The 3-month period is drawing near. Should we inform Longwei of Yuchen's character?" Lu Qingxue had been keeping a watchful eye on Chu Yue, especially since Chu Tianjun had saved her. "Let it be. If doubt resides in her heart, even witnessing the truth will not convince her. Yet if she comprehends the situation, she will understand in due time without our words." Chu Tianjun sighed, expressing his reluctance to alter Longwei's disposition, perhaps due to the profound wounds inflicted. Since Yuchen's descent from the mountain, Chu Yue had indeed visited Longwei daily. bringing neither sustenance nor elixirs, merely sitting quietly nearby to cultivate in silence. Initially, Long Wei had urged Chu Yue to leave, citing the uncleanliness of the place. To which Chu Yue simply replied, "My aptitude is lacking. It matters not where I cultivate." Subsequently, she ceased to engage in further discourse, regardless of Long Yue's remarks. Long Yue was not foolish. She easily discerned the underlying resentment in Chu Yue's self-deprecating words. Although her aptitude was indeed poor, she had once had the opportunity to study under Chu Tianjun, where she would have basked in countless affections. Now, however, Chu Yue resembled a forsaken child. "Yue, it was my master's error. You were meant to be cherished at Tianjun Peak. It is I who has wronged you." Days later, Long Wei finally bowed her head in apology to Chu Yue, thereby implicitly acknowledging that accepting Yi Qin was a mistake. However, Chu Yue merely smiled and replied, "Master, you are my only kin in this world. There is no need for apologies." The words of Chu Yue deepened the anguish in Long Yue's heart, intensifying her feelings of guilt. It was because of a mere Yi Qin that she had inadvertently destroyed her only kin. Initially harboring a sense of disdain towards Yi Qin, Long Wei now found herself grappling with a flicker of hatred. The 3-month period swiftly elapsed, and with the dissolution of her seal, her yuan in cultivation was instantly restored. Subsequently, the iron chain shattered, and the wounds on her collarbone healed rapidly, though the tattered fabric of her attire remained irreparable. "Let us return. These days have been a torment for you." Long Wei expressed her profound remorse to Chu Yue. Chu Yue remained silent, quietly trailing behind Long Wei. Upon exiting the subterranean prison, they soared towards Tianjun Peak. Along the way, they naturally beheld Tianjun Peak. After 3 months, seeing Tianjun Peak again left Long Yue in a state of disorientation. The peach blossoms at the summit remained in full bloom, yet she found herself devoid of any reason to visit. Glancing back at the silent Chu Yue, who resembled a mere shell of her former self, Long Wei's heart grew heavier with sorrow. "Where has your junior brother gone?" Upon returning to Tianjun Peak, Long Wei inquired about Yi Qin, not having seen him. Truth be told, had Chu Yue not appeared during this time, Long Wei would not have drawn comparisons. In fact, from the moment Chu Yue accompanied her to the underground prison, Long Wei had contemplated why, as her own disciple, and especially since Yi Qin was the formally acknowledged direct disciple, he had not come to see her even once. She refrained from questioning Chu Yue, who likewise did not bring it up. Nonetheless, discontent had already taken root in Long Yue's heart. Yi Qin's retreat during the day at the discipline hall had initially led her to doubt his character, and now those doubts had deepened. "He has gone to the great Ning dynasty, claiming he seeks Ning Qiuzi," Chu Yue stated matter-of-factly, devoid of any personal sentiment. "Seeking Qiuzi? What purpose does he have in searching for her?" Long Wei remarked with a slight furrow in her brow. In her heart, Ning Qiuzi held a position of great significance. After all, during the time she spent at Tianjun Peak, she could visit freely and openly. Even amidst rumors suggesting that Ning Qiuzi was the illegitimate daughter of her and Chu Tianjun. Rather than feeling repulsed by these rumors, Long Wei found herself secretly delighted. Contemplating this, her frustration mounted. She suddenly realized that despite Chu Tianjun's habitual demeanor of keeping others at arm's length and often casting her disdainful glances, she now recalled those moments with a sense of bittersweet happiness. Now, it seemed, she could not even hope for a chance of rejection. Chapter 42. Inviting one into the trap. CHT New Jersey Inn's recent retreat was not aimed at breaking through to the divine transformation realm. In truth, he had been suppressing his cultivation, dedicating his primary focus to the study of the 6 instruments heavenly book. This was all part of a grand scheme he had long since laid out, or rather, a trap for those with nefarious intentions. Meanwhile, YCHN seemed to be the favored child of fortune. Upon arriving in the Ning dynasty, he found everything proceeding smoothly, as if all his wishes were being readily fulfilled. When he reached the capital of the Ning dynasty, it coincided with the festive occasion of the Lantern Festival, a day when the city was adorned with vibrant decorations. The bustling Ming Pond was particularly lively, with pleasure boats gliding across the water, accompanied by endless songs and dances, while scholars recited poetry. On this very night, the eldest princess, Chi, was also out on the lake, aboard a splendidly adorned boat. However, due to her noble status, she could not genuinely partake in the merriment of the common folk. Though a few court officials accompanied her, they were either elderly or in their 40s or 50s, leaving Princess Chi feeling rather solitary. Just as she began to feel the weight of boredom, a small boat glided gracefully past her grand vessel. At the bow stood a young gentleman clad in green, exuding an indescribable charm beneath the moonlight and colorful lanterns. Leaning against the small boat, he recited verses aloud, his voice soft yet audible enough for the occupants of the larger boat to hear. "What exquisite poetry! What a splendid sentiment!" exclaimed several officials beside Ning Qixi, their attention immediately drawn to the young man in green. "Summon this gentleman." Ning Qixi felt an immediate admiration for his talent and instructed her attendants to invite him over. Soon, the young man in green approached the princess. Bowing with an air of humility, "I am Ychin, a direct disciple of the esteemed Ling from the Jishio sect. It is an honor to meet your highness." "What?" Ning Qixi exclaimed in astonishment. "You claim to be a disciple of Master Ling? She has treated me with utmost kindness. In my heart, she is as a mother. Are you truly her disciple?" Ychin proceeded to acknowledge his connection with Ning Qixi, believing he had made a splendid entrance. She, in turn, treated him with great favor, inviting him into the palace that very evening and hosting a banquet in his honor. "How is Master Ling?" Initially, Ning Qixi refrained from inquiring about the recent events surrounding the Jishio sect, feigning ignorance about what had transpired over the years. "Alas, my esteemed master," Ychin replied, feigning sorrow, before embellishing the tale that CHT New Jersey Inn had imprisoned Ling in a subterranean cage to humiliate her. "I shouldn't speak of such matters, especially given your familial ties to Elder CH, but..." He carefully observed Ning Qixi's changing expressions, speaking cautiously. For he had only heard rumors of her discord with CHT New Jersey Inn and needed to ascertain the truth. "Enough," Ning Qixi interrupted. "I am aware of his capabilities. Though he claims to be my adoptive father, it is merely a guise to covet my spiritual essence." In the next moment, Ning Qiuzi proactively dispelled any apprehensions lingering in Yichen's heart. The two reached a harmonious understanding, with Yichen vowing to vanquish the formidable demon Chu Tianjun and rescue both his senior sister and master. Ning Qiuzi readily agreed to collaborate with Yichen on this grand endeavor, encouraging him to diligently cultivate and enhance his strength. However, once Yichen departed, Ning Qiuzi's expression swiftly darkened. "Ouyang Shixiao, how are the preparations for the grand gift we have for Yichen coming along?" Ning Qiuzi suddenly inquired, prompting Ouyang Ming to materialize behind her. "The formation has long been set. Once he steps into the array, even a Yuan-ing real person would face annihilation," Ouyang Ming proclaimed confidently, although he was merely at the mid-stage of the golden core. The formation's true essence bestowed upon him by Chu Tianjun was an ancient relic from a bygone era, a time when formations were the pinnacle of cultivation. Numerous formations capable of defeating foes beyond one's level existed, yet their efficacy depended on abundant resources and meticulous setup, requiring the adversary to enter the array. "I shall devise a method to lure him into the formation in a few days." My father refrains from personally eliminating Yichen, wishing to ascertain the extent of his hidden cards. "I shall alleviate my father's concerns. If we can eliminate Yichen, that would be splendid. If not, we shall at least compel him to reveal some of his secrets," Ning Qiuzi declared decisively, signaling her intent to take action against Yichen. Ning Qiuzi's aptitude was comparable to that of Chu Yue, both regarded as absolute failures, the two individuals with the poorest qualifications that Chu Tianjun had ever encountered. Yet, their personalities were now starkly contrasting. While Chu Yue was patient and strategic, Ning Qiuzi was swift and decisive, lacking her counterpart's patience. In recent days, Yichen had been assisting Ning Qiuzi with statecraft and military affairs. It must be said that Yichen possessed numerous commendable qualities, and under his guidance, the combat effectiveness of the Ning nation's army had rapidly escalated, with sound policies being established that would bolster the nation's strength in the future. "Yishidi, urgent news has arrived from the front lines. In a bid to thwart our advancing forces, the Chun Kingdom has colluded with the demonic sect. The situation is dire. What shall we do?" One day, Ning Qiuzi reported anxiously while holding the urgent missive from the front. Yichen recognized that this was his moment to shine. He sensed that in just a few short days, Ning Qiuzi had come to rely on him. If he could assist her in resolving the issue of Chun Kingdom's demonic reinforcements this time, he would surely win her over. Thus, Yichen promptly assured her, "Such a trivial matter is well within my grasp. After all, they are cultivators too. I cannot allow you to face this alone, Yishidi. I shall accompany you." Ning Qiuzi expressed her concerns earnestly. Yichen felt a surge of delight at her words. Did she truly find it difficult to part with him? This mere woman was indeed an easy conquest. Nevertheless, he feigned concern for Ning Qiuzi's well-being and replied, "Sister, you are of noble birth. There is no need for you to risk danger alongside me. Simply await my good news in the capital. Alas, if anything were to happen to my junior brother, how would I manage? Ning Chotzi exclaimed, her voice faltering midway as a blush crept upon her cheeks. Observing her flustered demeanor, Yichen felt a surge of triumph and reluctantly agreed to protect Ning Chotzi, vowing to shield her from any harm, even from that old dog, Chu Tianjun. In Yichen's eyes, Chu Tianjun had been demoted from a formidable sorcerer to a mere old dog. Little did he realize that Ning Chotzi's true thoughts were, "If you do not perish, I shall be consumed with worry." Days later, Yichen pursued a group of fiends cloaked in demonic energy, sending them into a panicked retreat. Ning Chotzi trailed closely behind, witnessing firsthand a glimpse of Yichen's formidable prowess, which left her astounded, despite being merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. His abilities were on par with those of a golden core cultivator. "That will suffice, junior brother. Let us cease the pursuit here." Ning Chotzi called out unexpectedly from behind Yichen. Instinctively, Yichen halted, noticing that the fleeing demonic practitioners had also come to a standstill upon her command. "What do you mean by this, senior sister?" Yichen felt an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Just as the words escaped his lips, an invisible barrier surged forth, ensnaring him within its grasp. As the formation materialized, Ouyang Ming, who had been covertly safeguarding Ning Chotzi, emerged behind her, brandishing a formation disc. The disc radiated light, revealing a diminutive figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Yichen. Ning Chotzi did not respond immediately. Instead, she snapped her fingers, prompting the fleeing demonic practitioners to glide towards her side, their expressions vacuous and devoid of consciousness. "It's nothing of great significance. We have merely arrived at our destination. The scenery is quite delightful, is it not, junior brother? It would not be a disgrace for you to rest here eternally," Ning Chotzi remarked with an innocent demeanor, reminiscent of Yichen himself. "Ning Chotzi, are you mocking me?" Yichen, no fool, quickly realized he had been ensnared in her scheme. "Ah, but must we frame it in such harsh terms, junior brother? You two have played your part, have you not? You came to sow discord between us, father and daughter. How can it be permissible for you to act while I am barred from doing the same? Such reasoning is utterly absurd, would you not agree?" Ning Chotzi replied calmly, her demeanor only fueling Yichen's ire. "Are these demonic practitioners also your accomplices?" Yichen's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Ning Chotzi, finally grasping that he had not vanquished a single one of them. They had indeed lured him into this trap, and he realized he had underestimated the situation. "These are puppet demons, a little trinket gifted to me by my father for self-defense. It seems, dear junior brother, that your understanding is rather limited," Ning Chotzi explained, all the while taking jabs at Yichen. "Chu, that old dog, is indeed devious, but you are the one to be pitied, after all. You are merely a furnace for his use." Yichen let out a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Chotzi. Finally, Ning Chotzi's expression shifted. She was indifferent to Yichen's opinion of her, but she could not tolerate anyone disparaging Chu Tianjun. With a chilling tone, she retorted, "Truly a stubborn creature, still attempting to sow discord at this juncture. Fortunately, the bond between my father and me is quite strong." At this point, a triumphant smile suddenly spread across her face as she added, "Moreover, allow me to share a secret with you. I do not possess an immaculate spiritual body, nor do I have exceptional talent, so poor that even dogs would turn away. Yet my father treats me with utmost kindness, providing me with an endless supply of elixirs and presenting me with countless precious treasures. Even brother Ouyang, a master of formations, has been assigned to protect me. Are you not envious?" Yichen felt somewhat rattled. This was entirely unlike the scenario he had envisioned. However, instead of erupting in fury, he merely curled his lips into a cold smile and disdainfully remarked, "Wretch, do you think a mere formation can confine me?" Upon witnessing this, Ning Chotzi's brow furrowed slightly as she discreetly summoned the puppet demon soldiers to shield her. In the next moment, an astonishing aura erupted from Yichen, and he bellowed, "Shatter it!" Even through the formation, Ning Chotzi could sense that Yichen had seemingly unleashed the power of the mid to late golden core stage. The formation's light flickered slightly, yet Yichen ultimately failed to break through. With a hint of surprise, he questioned, "What kind of formation is this?" "The 5 elements transforming heaven formation, which has nearly drained all my resources. Brother Ouyang has painstakingly arranged it over several years. You must understand how much I value you." Ning Chotzi replied with a mocking expression. This formation indeed required immense resources, as it was capable of annihilating those at the nascent soul stage. While Ning Chotzi spoke, Ouyang Ming was not idle. Manipulating the formation plate in his hand, he summoned forth a torrent of elemental forces: wind, fire, thunder, rain, snow, and frost, each derived from the five elements. If the formation were a world, it seemed to be undergoing an apocalyptic catastrophe. Wretch, do you not know that villains perish from excessive chatter? Yichen suddenly retorted with a cold smile as a copper coffin materialized behind him. Come forth. Today, you shall all meet your demise. Yichen's demeanor was wild, and as he spoke, the lid of the copper coffin began to slide, emitting a metallic grinding sound. As the coffin lid moved, Ning Qiuzi beheld a pair of clawed hands, covered in scales, extending from the coffin, accompanied by a terrifying pressure emanating from within. Finally revealing your trump card? What monstrosity are you about to unleash? Ning Qiuzi's expression turned grave, yet she did not retreat. Her gaze fixed intently on the horrific entity that was about to emerge from the coffin. Ha ha ha, a bunch of insignificant creatures dare to act insolently before me? Yichen laughed even more wildly. The once surging power of the five elements within the formation could no longer approach him since the coffin had opened. Soon, a creature resembling a canine yet vaguely humanoid crawled from the copper coffin, its formidable aura hinting that it might even surpass the nascent soul stage. This is bad. Little junior sister, flee. Ouyang Ming was the first to react. He immediately positioned himself in front of Ning Qiuzi, fervently activating the array disc in his hand while unleashing several additional formations. Death. Yi Chun uttered a single word, and in an instant, the monstrous entity shattered the five elements transcendence array and lunged towards Ning Qiuzi and Ouyang Ming. Brother, I shall come. Suddenly, Ning Qiuzi stepped forward, genuinely placing Ouyang Ming behind her. Yet, in the face of the terrifying creature, she did not strike back but appeared resigned, her expression calm as if awaiting her demise. Just as the monster's claws were about to descend upon her, a brilliant radiance suddenly emanated from her chest, followed by the emergence of intricate runes. These runes, all of celestial script, formed an unbroken sequence that instantaneously coalesced into a golden sword shadow, hurtling directly towards the creature. Impossible. How could you possess celestial script? Yichen gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the runes. Before he could finish his exclamation, the golden sword shadow pierced through the monster, continuing its relentless trajectory towards Yichen. Quick to react, he saw the copper coffin retreating swiftly, the golden sword shadow trailing it for some distance until a sound akin to a bronze bell reverberated in the distance, after which silence enveloped the scene. The copper coffin was his greatest trump card. Ouyang Ming promptly notified all disciples, we must return to Tianjun Peak immediately. Ning Qiuzi collected the monster's corpse before her and, with a grave tone, addressed Ouyang Ming. Are we not pursuing Yichen? Ouyang Ming noted that, despite Yichen's hasty retreat, Ning Qiuzi seemed to regard the situation with utmost seriousness. Shouldn't they seize the moment and press the advantage? I've exhausted all the protective talismans my father bestowed upon me. I cannot take further risks. We must return swiftly to seek my father's protection before attempting to hunt down Yichen. Should he turn the tables on us, it would be disastrous, Ning Qiuzi stated earnestly, her foremost thought being to return to Tianjun Peak and find refuge. Ouyang Ming's lips twitched slightly. He had anticipated his junior sister would impart some profound wisdom, only to discover that her reasoning stemmed from a fear of death. Chapter 44. Preparing to close the net, Ning Qiuzi indeed returned to Jiuxiao sect without delay, neglecting the ongoing war in the Great Ning dynasty. Fortunately, various armies were advancing with unstoppable momentum, posing little threat to Ningguo, thus favoring their position. Upon returning to Tianjun Peak, Ning Qiuzi let out a long sigh of relief. It had been over a decade since she had left, yet the place had remained largely unchanged. Father, this is the creature released from Yi Chen's copper coffin. He should recognize the protective talisman my father gave me, knowing it bears celestial script. Ning Qiuzi presented the corpse of the creature from the copper coffin, meticulously recounting her encounter with Yi Chen. Your performance this time was commendable, yet somewhat reckless. In the future, do not put yourself in harm's way. Chu Tianjun bent down to examine the corpse of the monster, admonishing Ning Qiuzi to refrain from acting recklessly in the future. In truth, it was not entirely her fault. Who could have anticipated that Yi Chen possessed such formidable hidden strengths? Ning Qiuzi had unleashed thunderous techniques that surpassed Yi Chen by several realms. The five elements transcendence formation could annihilate the nascent soul, while Yi Chen was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Ning Qiuzi had even accounted for the life-protecting talisman given to her by Chu Tianjun, a treasure capable of severely wounding those at the transformation stage. Yet, despite all this, she failed to vanquish Yi Chen. Father, Qiuzi acknowledges her mistake. I truly did not foresee how difficult it would be to defeat Yi Chen, and I regret having utilized the life-saving talisman. I shall not act so recklessly again. Ning Qiuzi humbly accepted the criticism, her greatest regret being the use of the talisman. However, it was not entirely without merit, for she had at least discovered that Yi Qin's greatest secret lay within that copper coffin, and she had gleaned some insight into his origins. As for the use of the talisman, do not dwell on it. I shall take the time to forge another one for you, and this new one will surpass the last. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, Chu Tianjun stored away the monster's remains, gazing at Ning Qiuzi with fondness. Does this mean my daughter's efforts were not in vain? Ning Qiuzi, uninterested in Yi Qin's background, excitedly inquired of Chu Tianjun, her joy akin to that of a child seeking approval. Chu Tianjun nodded with a smile and gently remarked, Qiuzi is the finest. How could she engage in futile endeavors? Senior brother, what is that creature? And what is the origin of Yi Qin? Lu Qingxue had been present all along, refraining from interrupting the conversation between father and daughter, yet her curiosity was piqued by these pressing matters. The specifics of the creature's origin remain unclear. However, it is certain that it was never a living being. It is likely a corpse, its power sealed prior to death, most probably under the control of that bronze coffin. Furthermore, the force within this creature is neither spiritual energy, nor demonic power, nor magical aura. It surpasses the energies of our world, exuding a purity and sophistication that leads me to suspect it originates from a higher realm. Given that Yi Qin is familiar with celestial inscriptions and possesses this bronze coffin, it is highly probable that he hails from the upper realms. Chu Tianjun articulated all his conjectures in one breath. While examining the creature's corpse, he sensed a new kind of energy, one that could be absorbed by the great freedom magic of creation, yet remains beyond his current capacity for transformation. This challenge primarily stems from Chu Tianjun's own limitations, as the great freedom magic of creation is still incomplete. His current level is insufficient to transmute such advanced energy, making the refinement of this magic an urgent priority. The conjecture articulated by Chu Tianjun left both Lu Qingxue and Ning Qiuzi momentarily speechless. The upper realm, in their minds, represented the celestial domain, an existence that felt exceedingly distant. It was said that this world had not witnessed anyone ascending to immortality for over 10,000 years, leading many to question the very existence of such a realm. If indeed he were a being from the celestial realm, what purpose would he serve by descending to this world? Furthermore, Yi Qin's own prowess appeared rather unimpressive. Lu Qingxue sensed numerous inconsistencies in this matter and found it hard to believe that Yi Qin hailed from the celestial realm. Before Chu Tianjun could voice his thoughts, Ning Qiuzi continued, in truth, the possibility is rather substantial. Lu Shishu, have you ever witnessed a box play? The box play is a form of entertainment for cultivators, wherein numerous miniature puppets are housed within an artifact resembling a box, allowing them to perform scripted narratives. Some playful cultivators even pen their own scripts. Lu Qingxue nodded. But soon her expression shifted dramatically as she grasped Ning Qiuzi's implication. Did Qiuzi suggest that, from the perspective of the celestial realm, our world might be akin to a box play? What, then, would we be? The thought became increasingly difficult for Lu Qingxue to accept, should this notion be validated. It would likely shatter the faith of many. Fortunately, in the next moment, Chu Tianjun spoke, alleviating Lu Qingxue's concerns regarding this troubling idea. Qiuzi, this is merely a metaphor. Even if we are akin to a box, we are not puppets. We are sentient beings, imbued with flesh and soul. At the very least, I know that you are real, and that is sufficient. CHT New Jersey Inn spoke with heartfelt sincerity, contemplating whether the world he inhabited was merely a box, perhaps even questioning if his fate was predetermined. However, upon his rebirth, witnessing that LQ Nxu and others were still alive, he cherished everything before him immensely. Even if this existence were but a box, its significance diminished considerably. Moreover, having emerged into a vastly different destiny post-rebirth indicated that this was not a preordained container. You are real, and that is sufficient. This simple declaration warmed the hearts of LQ Ningxu and N-Ing-Chi Si. At that moment, a beam of sword light suddenly surged towards CHT New Jersey Inn, revealing the Tianjin sword he had placed within a bronze box, now submerged in the tranquil waters of the WBC. As the Tianjin sword returned, a satisfied smile graced CHT New Jersey Inn's face. He realized why CHN must have ventured to the WBC and had been struck by the sword, likely gravely wounded but alive. Not long ago, YCHN had indeed arrived at the WBC, surprised by the absence of the water geo, yet upon seeing the bronze box still resting on the seabed, he did not dwell upon it. Determined to retrieve the bronze box, YCHN had resolved to confront his master, Ling Yu. Unfortunately, When he eagerly opened the box, he was met with an explosive flash of sword light. "Cht nu Zhen, you treacherous cur. I will not share the heavens with you." Chen narrowly evaded the Tianjun sword, his fury palpable, yet he dared not linger, fearing further traps might ensnare him, compelling him to retreat once more into the depths of the bronze coffin. As Calm returned to the WBC, Lier Yin revealed her graceful silhouette, gazing at the serene lake surface, murmuring, "So, his name is Cht nu Zhen. I wonder if, when I ascend to the Yuaning realm and leave this place, he will still remember me?" The knowledge of Cht nu Zhen's name brought her a flicker of joy, yet the recollection of past events turned her expression fierce. "Humph. That scoundrel. After treating me thus, he thinks he can simply walk away unacknowledged? I will find you across the 3 realms and 6 paths." After the Tianjun sword returned, Cht nu Zhen abruptly addressed El Kunixu, stating, "Now that we are aware of Chtn's greatest trump card, his current strength is not particularly formidable. Let us commence our netting." This entailed not only Chen but also those within and outside the sect who harbored malicious intentions. Chapter 45. Has the protagonist lost his privileges? On the very day that Ning Qiuzi returned to the Jiuxiu sect, a momentous piece of news swiftly circulated. It was said that Yi Chun, the cherished disciple of the illustrious Master Longwei from Tianjin Peak, harbored nefarious intentions towards Ning Qiuzi, the adopted daughter of Master Tianjun, and had even conspired with individuals from the demonic path. Upon learning of this, Ning Qiuzi rushed back to report the matter, inciting Master Tianjun's wrath, who commanded the immediate apprehension of Yi Chun to be interrogated in the discipline hall. Consequently, nearly all disciples affiliated with Tianjin Peak descended the mountain in pursuit of Yi Chun. It was rumored that even Lu Qingxue, a nascent soul cultivator closely acquainted with Chu Tianjun, took it upon herself to join the hunt for Yi Chun. The disciples of Tianjin Peak nearly emptied their ranks, while those from other peaks of Jiuxiu sect merely observed the unfolding spectacle, as did the entire Fufeng prefecture. Everyone was eager to witness whether Master Tianjun and Master Longwei would find their relationship irrevocably strained due to this disciple named Yi Chun. After all, he was indeed the direct protege of Longwei. Master Longwei soon caught wind of the news, initially elated by Ning Qiuzi's return to the mountain. Her spirits plummeted upon hearing of Yi Chun's alleged misconduct and collusion with the demonic forces. Ultimately, she summoned her courage to visit Tianjin Peak. Yet she merely descended into the peach grove, too bashful to step into the courtyard. Cht nu Zhen would naturally not meet Elnju. Yet Ning Qi took the initiative to see her. After all, the bond between them had once been quite profound, almost resembling a mother-daughter relationship. "Qi, has Chen treated you poorly?" Elnju inquired with a look of deep regret. Her animosity towards Chen had become increasingly evident. She felt that he had not only harmed Chyui but was now also damaging Ning Qi. The gravest mistake of her life had been to accept Chen as her disciple. Ning Qi gazed at Elnju and smiled, embodying the same obedient demeanor she had displayed over a decade ago. Yet, the words that escaped Ning Qi's lips only served to worsen Elnju's mood. "Even if I speak the truth, Master Uncle, would you believe me? Chen is, after all, your esteemed disciple." Although Chu Tianjun remained hidden from view, he was acutely aware of the events unfolding outside. Witnessing the scene before him brought a smile to his lips. In this lifetime, he had committed no wrongs. He had merely shown kindness to those he deemed worthy of protection. Yet, it seemed that Yi Chun had been subjected to the same treatment he endured in his previous life. He understood that Chu Yue now harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Chun, while Longwei's sentiments toward her disciple were likely tinged with suspicion and distrust, gradually evolving into indifference and even disdain, akin to the way she had regarded his former self. "I shall personally retrieve this wayward disciple, and my master will provide you with an explanation. If he is indeed deserving of punishment, I will expel him from the sect," Longwei declared resolutely to Ning Qiuzi after a moment of silence. Upon hearing Longyu's words, Chu Tianjun felt a sense of disbelief. If he were not aware of the circumstances from his previous life, Longyu's resolve would indeed be comprehensible. However, in stark contrast to his prior experiences, it appeared almost surreal. This disparity felt unreal to Chu Tianjun, the very person involved. In truth, there was no need for his master uncle to intervene. So many senior brothers and sisters had already come to his defense, and even Master Qingxue had joined in. After all, they shared a master-disciple bond, which rendered such actions unnecessary. "You need not concern yourself with this," Ning Qiuzi said with an understanding demeanor. This was not an act on Ning Qiuzi's part. Despite being the only one besides Chu Tianjun aware of an alternative future, she was not reincarnated and thus lacked the first-hand experience of such matters. Consequently, she bore no animosity towards Long Yu. Rather, her feelings, cultivated over time, were genuine. Hearing Ning Qiuzi's words eased Long Yu's heart somewhat. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Is my junior brother well?" Long Yu felt a pang of shyness at the thought of facing Chu Tianjun, as this was her only opportunity to understand him. "My father has entered seclusion. He will not emerge until he breaks through to the transformation stage." Ning Qiuzi did not conceal the truth from Long Yu. But this statement was a fabrication. Upon hearing that Chu Tianjun would not emerge until he reached the transformation stage, Long Yu realized the widening chasm between them. She had once contemplated taking him as a disciple, yet he was soon to surpass her own cultivation level. Would she soon find herself addressing Chu Tianjun as senior? Before long, Long Yu departed from Jiuxiao Mountain, presumably to pursue Yichen. "Qiuzi, you are not to leave the courtyard for any reason during these days. Additionally, convey to the disciples still at Tianjun Peak to seal their cave abodes. Regardless of what occurs, they are not to emerge, remember, under any circumstances." Just as most disciples of Tianjun Peak had ventured forth to apprehend Yichen, only a few fledgling disciples remained. Those in the initial stages of foundation building or even chi refinement, when Chu Tianjun suddenly issued a grave command. Ning Qiuzi did not entirely grasp the rationale behind this arrangement, but relayed the message faithfully. Now, only Chu Tianjun and Ning Qiuzi remained at the mountaintop. While the few disciples still present were those who had benefited from Chu Tianjun's kindness over the years, loyal to Tianjun Peak. The entirety of Jiuxiao sect had grown exceedingly quiet, particularly Tianjun Peak, which felt desolate, while places like Qingxue Peak and Tianjin Peak had always been sparsely populated. Suddenly, one day, dark clouds enveloped the sky above Tianjin Peak, and a pitch-black vortex materialized in the firmament. The vortex spun slowly, harboring thunderous energies within. The rumbling resonating far and wide, audible even miles away. Concurrently, a terrifying pressure descended, not the oppressive force of a powerful cultivator, but the ominous weight of an impending heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation? He was about to face the transformation stage tribulation? Chu Tianjun had cultivated for less than 30 years. Yet he was already provoking the tribulation of transformation. Such prodigious talent was truly monstrous. It is inconceivable that, should this individual attain the level of a transformation stage true monarch, the entire eastern region may revert to a configuration reminiscent of 3 millennia past, dominated solely by the Jiuxiao sect, leaving no opportunity for us to rise. Various thoughts stirred in the air above Tianjun Peak as the heavenly tribulation loomed. Amongst them were elders of the Jiuxiao sect, as well as yuanying true beings from other sects in Fufeng Prefecture, and notably, 3 transformation stage true monarchs from the eastern region. However, the heavenly tribulation faced by Chu Tianjun appeared somewhat anomalous. The ominous clouds gathered with formidable might yet failed to descend, presenting an impression of impending strike without execution. On another front, the disciples dispatched from Tianjun Peak to apprehend Yichen were not genuinely seeking his whereabouts. Rather, they divided into several factions to pursue their own agendas. Wu Qingyun, a master of alchemy, accompanied a few disciples to a place known as Changchun Valley. Despite its name suggesting eternal spring, the valley was perpetually shrouded in noxious miasma. Within Changchun Valley dwelled a recluse known as Mr. Gue, an adept in toxicology and alchemy, reputed to concoct lethal poison pills capable of slaying those at the transformation stage. Wu Qingyun, a disciple of Jiuxiao sect from Tianjin Peak, approached to pay his respects. As he arrived at a humble thatched cottage, he courteously bowed in greeting. "How intriguing. You have managed to breach my poison and arrive here unscathed, which attests to your capabilities," came an ancient voice from within the cottage. "Poison and alchemy are intertwined. If you can wield poison, I can certainly dispel it," Wu Qingyun replied with a smile, presenting himself as a learned scholar. "What brings you here, esteemed sir?" questioned Mr. Gue, his tone tinged with hostility. "I have been sent to retrieve the Jui Ding," Wu Qingyun stated calmly. "Seeking death." Mr. Gue suddenly erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of dark green poison from within the cottage. It is said that Mr. Gue possesses a precious alchemical cauldron, significantly enhancing the chances of successful pill crafting, which has contributed greatly to his achievements. "Times have changed, esteemed sir. Your poisons are but trifles now." Wu Qingyun spoke leisurely, his palm flipping over as a golden elixir immediately floated into the air. Upon its emergence, an enchanting fragrance permeated the surroundings, and golden ripples emanated from the elixir. As the emerald green poisonous gas made contact with these golden waves, it instantly dissipated into nothingness. with the continuous expansion of the golden ripples. The toxic miasma throughout Changchun Valley vanished completely, and the withered trees and dying grass suddenly revitalized, transforming the environment into a harmonious symphony of birdsong and blooming flowers. Truly embodying the essence of Changchun Valley. This was not merely a pill, it resembled a formidable treasure. The disciples accompanying Wu Qingyun were inevitably astonished, realizing for the first time that this represented the true realm of alchemy, where elixirs served purposes beyond consumption. In an unknown cave, Ouyang Ming led a group of disciples, each wielding formation flags and standing in precise positions according to the array. Several golden core cultivators and over 20 foundation establishment practitioners were exerting their full strength to batter a stone door. At last, the door was broken open, revealing not treasures or magical swords, but a mountain of spirit stones, as if a premium mine had erupted. These spirit stones were sufficient for a sect like the Nine Heavens Sect to sustain itself for 5 years. Yichen felt that his recent luck had been rather poor. Despite his numerous fortuitous encounters leading him to peculiar locations, he had yet to gain any substantial benefit. At that moment, he was aimlessly maneuvering his magical artifact through the skies when he suddenly noticed a splendid palanquin drawn by spirit beasts soaring in the distance. Yichen pursued the palanquin for quite some time, yet nothing unexpected occurred. Eventually, the palanquin drifted further away, and he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Originally, this area was inhabited by a group of rogue cultivators notorious for robbing practitioners. However, just a day prior, a male and female sword cultivator had invaded their lair, ruthlessly annihilating them without a word. Hence, the bandits did not emerge today. What Yichen had seen was the palanquin of the Qin family, the first merchant guild of the Celestial Alliance, piloted by the guild master's daughter. Had the robbers not perished yesterday, Yichen might have staged a heroic rescue. Now, that opportunity was lost. As a child of destiny, he was expected to possess skills in alchemy and poison crafting, abundant spirit stones. In the favor of a guild master's daughter, these were the norms. Yet, now it seemed he had none of these advantages. Yichen, how long do you plan to hide? Just as Yichen wandered aimlessly, a familiar voice suddenly appeared behind him. He quickly adopted an innocent expression, turning to exclaim, "Master." The newcomer was indeed the enigmatic Moonlight, the first to find Yichen, as others had not truly sought him out. Come back to the sect with me. Any explanations can wait until we reach the Hall of Discipline. The countenance of Rong Yue was shrouded in a somber gloom, exuding an air reminiscent of one who comes to exact retribution. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Yichen's eyes, and a frenzied, vengeful thought took root in his heart. Without further ado, he followed Rong Yue back to the Jiuxiu sect. Chapter 46. Chu Yue transforms into a vengeful spirit in a previous life. Chu Tianjun had also been cast into the Hall of Discipline by Rong Yue, after which he had essentially lost everything. However, at that time, Rong Yue had already ascended to the God transformation stage with Chu Tianjun's assistance, whereas now she was still a hair's breadth away from reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. At this moment, elders gathered in the Hall of Discipline. Though 3 were absent, Chu Tianjun, who was undergoing tribulation, the reclusive Jiu Jianjunren, and Lu Qingxue, whose whereabouts remained unknown. Upon returning to the mountain, Rong Yue immediately noticed the ominous tribulation clouds hovering over Tianjun Peak. An inexplicable sense of worry crept into her heart. Her concern for how to deal with Yichun had diminished compared to before. The elders in the hall, including Tian Shu Jinren, were evidently distracted, their attention fixated on Tianjun Peak. Indeed, whether Chu Tianjun could survive the tribulation of God transformation held profound implications. Not only were the elders and disciples of Jiuxiu sect awaiting the outcome, but countless eyes from the periphery were also watching, with at least 30 nascent soul masters quietly observing near the sect. With the peak sealed off, Ning Chotzi could not come to identify matters without a plaintiff. There could be no trial. Tian Shu Jinren proposed, perhaps we should first imprison Yi Chun and discuss matters further after junior brother Chu has completed his tribulation. In truth, everyone was acutely aware that this issue was merely a grudge between Chu Tianjun and Rong Yue. Xiaochen, are you all right? Suddenly, Chu Yue rushed into the hall, her expression fraught with urgency and deep concern for Yi Chen's safety. Senior sister, I am fine. My master does not trust me, nor does anyone else. Do you still believe in me? Yi Chen replied, his face a picture of grievance, appearing utterly helpless. I believe in you, senior brother. You're not injured, are you? Have you finished the elixirs I gave you? Chu Yue gazed at Yi Chen with tenderness, gently smoothing his disheveled hair, still concerned about whether he had consumed the elixirs. Yes, Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Quickly take these elixirs. They are of the highest grade and will significantly aid your cultivation. Chu Yue promptly produced an array of elixirs, their exquisite hues betraying their immense value. Witnessing this scene, many present frowned slightly, perceiving Chu Yue as overly enamored, showering Yi Chun with excessive affection. Yet Yi Chun, feeling a surge of pride, did not hesitate to consume the elixirs, which indeed proved remarkable, allowing him to distinctly feel his cultivation rise. "You are far too kind to me, senior sister," Yi Chun expressed, deeply touched, as the Hall of Discipline became a veritable sanctuary of affection. However, in the next moment, Chu Yue unexpectedly posed an utterly perplexing question. "So, senior brother, are these elixirs tasty?" Yi Chun instinctively nodded, ready to express his delight in the delicacies, when an unsettling feeling suddenly washed over him. With a look of surprise, he inquired, "What do you mean, senior sister?" "It's nothing much. Senior sister has put in considerable effort to kill you. If you find these elixirs unpalatable, it would deeply sadden me." As Chu Yue's face gradually revealed a sickly smile, her words left everyone in a state of shock. "Vile witch, are you attempting to play me as well? Are the elixirs you provided poisoned?" Yi Chun felt an uncanny resemblance to a prior incident with Ning Qiuzi, as if history was repeating itself. Chu Yue had already distanced herself from Yi Chun, her sickly smile growing more pronounced. Hearing Yi Chun's accusation, she smugly replied, "This is not poison, it is a curse." "A curse?" All present, including Yi Chun, were left bewildered and intrigued. In the next moment, Chu Yue's sickly smile morphed into madness, and suddenly, black flames erupted from her body, enveloping her entirely as she began to burn rapidly. "Yi Chun, you have destroyed everything for me. I shall risk my life to take you down with me. As my body is reduced to ashes, you shall meet the same fate. Even in death, as a vengeful spirit, I will forever haunt you, ensuring you remain ensnared in endless torment." Chu Yue's form was being consumed by the flames, and indeed, Yi Chun felt an identical transformation occurring within himself. The black flames were fundamentally different from ordinary fire, seemingly impossible to extinguish, and Yi Chun's numerous attempts to quell them proved futile. At that moment, he and Chu Yue appeared as reflections of one another. Any action taken by one was mirrored by the other. Young Wei, no, at this time, Long Yu, instead of focusing on Yi Chun, reached out in an attempt to halt Chu Yue. "Step aside. Do not feign concern. You brought me to the sect. Yet for a decade, you ignored me. It was the seniors of Tianjun Peak who nurtured me, taught me the arts, gifted me elixirs, and bestowed upon me magical artifacts. Just as I was filled with joy, ready to pledge myself to Master Chu, you chose to return with this man. Shattering my dreams with your own hands," Chu Yue shouted at Long Yu, unleashing the pent-up feelings she had harbored for so long. In that moment, she appeared utterly deranged, and coupled with the inky flames engulfing her, she resembled a malevolent spirit composed entirely of resentment. "Young Wei." Long Yu wished to explain but found herself bereft of words, realizing that the fault lay solely with her. Moreover, the black flames surrounding Chu Yue were exceedingly strange. Even with all her might, Long Yu could not approach them, let alone extinguish them. "Father, why do you not intervene? Chu Yue genuinely wishes to be your disciple. She has gone to such lengths. Is it not time to cease the trials?" In the courtyard atop Tianjun Peak, Chu Tianjun had emerged from the dwelling, with Ning Qiuzi standing behind him, her gaze tinged with sorrow as she observed the unfolding events within the Hall of Discipline. This was a most malevolent sorcery, one that exacted a toll of one's very soul, and once initiated, it could not be reversed. Chu Tianjun spoke in a somber tone, having ceased to test Chu Yue. When Chu Yue confided her innermost thoughts to Long Yu, any lingering resentment he harbored dissipated entirely. He felt a profound pity for her, recognizing that her past life had irrevocably become history. "Madwoman, cease this at once." Yi Chun bellowed in agony, the torment of the conflagration evidently unbearable. Yet, Chu Yue felt no pain. Her state had morphed into one of frenzy, the black flames around her growing ever more intense. The others from the Jiuxiu sect, meanwhile, maintained a detached attitude, viewing the spectacle as mere melodrama from the home of the esteemed Long Yue, indifferent to the unfolding chaos. However, it soon became apparent that this was no trivial entertainment. Suddenly, Yi Chun erupted into a maniacal laugh, and a copper coffin materialized behind him, slowly creaking open in tandem with his laughter. "You wretched ants dare to scheme against me? Today, I shall refine you all, perfectly aiding me in the reconstruction of my supreme corporeal form." Yi Chun's voice reverberated throughout the Jiuxiu sect, as a terrifying pressure emanated from the coffin, instilling a sense of despair even among the Yuanying masters. At that moment, The coffin fully opened, but instead of a monstrous entity, a swirling mist of blood surged forth. This sanguine fog darted like a specter towards a disciple, and before the unfortunate individual could react, they were reduced to naught but a pile of bones. The mist visibly swelling in strength. The blood mist moved with astonishing speed, claiming several disciples in the blink of an eye. While the already ethereal Yichen entered the copper coffin, in that instant, the black flames enveloping Chu Yue flickered out. She realized she had failed to vanquish Yichen completely. Her soul was now exceedingly fragile, dissipating gradually, her visage marred by regret. Observing this, the Yuanying elders, including Longwear, attempted to combat the blood mist, while others directed their efforts towards the copper coffin. Yet, neither the blood mist nor the coffin could be harmed by even these formidable Yuanying masters. In mere moments, thousands of disciples from the Jiuxiu sect were devoured by the blood mist, with soon the first Yuanying elder falling victim as well, rendering the entire sect utterly defenseless against this bizarre assault. Is this the fate that awaits the Jiuxiu sect after my demise? Chu Tianjun watched coldly, refraining from intervening against Yichen, knowing that those perishing were not true disciples of the Jiuxiu sect. Ultimately, only a handful of late-stage Yuanying elders remained, desperately holding their ground, revealing their trump cards. Among them, aside from Longyue, the most proficient spells wielded were not those of the Jiuxiu sect, but rather the signature techniques of other sections. Chu Tianjun's gaze flickered towards the ancestral hall, which remained desolate and devoid of any aura. Even in such dire circumstances, my revered Su New Jersey ancestor does not reveal themselves. Chu Tianjun silently pondered. Soon, even the sect leader, Tian Shuzhenren, was engulfed by the blood mist. Apart from the Tianjun peak, which was shielded by a formation, only the lone figure of Longwei remained. Alongside her was only Chu Yue, a spirit of resentment. Just before his demise, Chu Tianjun recognized the final technique employed by Tian Shuzhenren, a formidable swordsmanship known as the Seven Stars sword style, one of the signature martial arts of the Qizhou Wujimen. Even the sect leader was from a different faction. The Nine Heavens Sect had truly become a peculiar entity. Chu Tianjun suddenly found himself amused and ironic, realizing that he was indeed the double agent. The blood mist did not ultimately consume Longyue, but retreated back into the copper coffin. Subsequently, the coffin trembled, and a more terrifying aura surged forth, one that surpassed the Yuaning stage, attainable only by the transformation stage. In Longyue's horrified gaze, a monstrous figure emerged from the copper coffin. It was a being devoid of skin, its flesh laid bare, appearing as if composed of countless remnants of flesh, amalgamated into a human form. Yichen, you wretched creature, was your initial act of seeking me as your master merely a ploy? Longwei, with the two instruments mirror hovering above her head and a long sword in hand, pointed accusingly at the monster. My beautiful master, rest assured, I shall not harm you. Once I have dispatched that old dog Chu Tianjun, I will come to cherish you properly. The monster, transformed from Yichen, declared, its voice still reminiscent of Yichen, though the face, now devoid of skin, lacked the innocence of yore. Upon uttering this, Yichen's gaze turned towards Tianjun Peak, his eyes brimming with palpable intent to kill. Longwei instinctively glanced at Tianjun Peak and the impending heavenly tribulation descending from the skies. In a swift motion, she positioned herself before Yichen, asserting, if you wish to harm him, you must first eliminate me. Presumptuous, Yichen scoffed coldly, casually striking Longwei with a palm. The force of the blow sent her hurtling back dozens of meters, crashing heavily against the stone wall outside the discipline hall. Her flying sword shattered. And even her life-bound treasure, the two instruments mirror, dimmed and fell nearby. In just a single strike, Longwei, at the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage, was left gravely injured, a testament to Yichen's overwhelming strength, which was astonishing. Old dog Zhu, today is your day of reckoning, Yichen proclaimed, soaring towards Tianjun Peak. Having observed the unfolding events, Chu Tianjun finally took action. With a sweep of his sleeve, the heavenly tribulation dissipated, and in a flash, he appeared outside Tianjun Peak, directly confronting the formidable Yichen. At this moment, Chu Tianjun's emotions were particularly distinct. Having lived another life, he finally faced Yichen in his most formidable state, and this time, devoid of misunderstandings and betrayals. As Yichen launched a powerful punch from a distance, Chu Tianjun refrained from employing any magical artifacts or divine abilities. Instead, he simply raised his right hand to meet the attack, exuding an air of calmness. Soon, an immense force struck against his palm, and in the next instant, a colossal shadow of a compass materialized behind him. The shadow of the compass began to rotate slowly, effortlessly dissipating Yichen's formidable power at the god transformation stage into nothingness. Impossible. What is this? Yichen's incredulous voice rang out. He could feel that, at this moment, his own strength was still being suppressed by Chu Tianjun. CHT New Jersey N did not respond to YCHN. Instead, he maintained his commanding position, pressing down with his palm. As the ethereal compass behind him rotated, it seemed as though a colossal hand materialized in the void. The hand descended from the heavens, and YCHN did not dare to confront it directly. Instead, he summoned the bronze coffin to his front. In the next moment, the gigantic hand in the void collided with the coffin, producing a sound of metal grinding against metal that would chill the bones of even the most seasoned Yuanying practitioners. Impossible. How could you, a mere stepping stone for villains, become so formidable? YCHN's incredulous voice echoed once more. This time, CHT Nuja was somewhat moved by YCHN's words. In this lifetime, their interactions had been minimal. Yet it was evident that YCHN had always regarded him as an adversary, precisely labeling him as the villainous stepping stone. The dead require non-excessive knowledge. CHT New Jersey N was not one to engage in lengthy dialogues, so he had no intention of wasting words with YCHN. He continued to amplify his power, intending to decisively annihilate YCHN. However, at that moment, an unprecedented force erupted from the bronze coffin, sending CHT New Jersey N staggering back several paces. In the next instant, the bronze coffin enveloped YCHN and fled with a burst of light. Is this the power of a celestial artifact? But I doubt it can be used many more times. The energy in this realm is utterly insufficient to replenish the artifact's consumption. I wonder how many more times you can employ it. CHT New Jersey N's brow furrowed, for he understood that the bronze coffin had unleashed its formidable might. Chu Tianjun did not pursue Yuchen. He sensed that nearly 30 nascent soul experts were lurking nearby, their gazes piercing like daggers. Furthermore, 3 formidable presences at the transformation stage were secretly fixated upon him. As he utilized a celestial artifact to retreat, a sudden pain surged through his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Injured? Seizing the opportunity, they aimed to end his life. If he could wield such power before even achieving the transformation stage, then failing to eliminate him today would spell doom for our aspirations in the future. As Chu Tianjun spat out a mouthful of blood, the distant onlookers from other factions, who were watching the spectacle, could no longer contain themselves and leaped into action. Chapter 48, 1 against 30. Chu Tianjun remained standing in the void. Yet his aura had evidently diminished considerably, appearing somewhat strained. As nearly 30 nascent soul practitioners emerged with formidable presence, Chu Tianjun did not immediately address them. Instead, his gaze once more turned toward the ancestral hall. It remained desolate, devoid of any semblance of life. Still unwilling to reveal themselves, are they? It seems they have thoroughly discerned your limits. No wonder they dare to act with such impunity. Having nearly exhausted the resources of the Jiuxiao sect over the span of several millennia. But what, pray tell, is your true threshold? Is it the complete annihilation of the sect, or is it that there is none at all? Chu Tianjun has been performing all along, even now. Whether it is contending with Yi Chun, eliminating those elders and disciples who have hollowed out the Jiuxiao sect, or feigning injury to lure them out, his fundamental purpose remains to summon Yuxuanji. It is certain that Yuxuanji is still within the Jiuxiao sect, and Chu Tianjun is merely testing the limits of his adversary. He understands that his demise would not provoke her appearance, for he has already faced death in a previous life. Now, as the Jiuxiu sect teeters on the brink of annihilation, Yuxuanji still does not reveal herself, which implies that she is indifferent to the sect. Yet, one aspect eludes Chu Tianjun: if she is unconcerned about the sect, why does she persist in preserving the true legacy of the Jiuxiao sect? Although the previous incarnation of Long Yue was foolish, her lineage undeniably belonged to the Jiuxiao sect and was the only faction not infiltrated by spies. Even Chu Tianjun was personally brought to the mountain by Yuxuanji, who explicitly instructed Long Yue to take him in, suggesting she still aims to maintain the sect's heritage. Long Yue remains oblivious to Chu Tianjun's fade, as nearly 30 nascent soul practitioners encircle him. She yearns to assist, yet she is left with barely half her life, lacking even the strength to soar. Is this the end for the Jiuxiao sect? To die together wouldn't be so bad, but it is unfortunate that he has not glanced my way even in death. A sense of regret lingers in Long Yue's heart, yet there is also a feeling of liberation. In the discipline hall, Chu You's spirit has grown exceedingly faint. She crouches in a corner, quietly awaiting the moment when all will fade into oblivion. Hand over your cultivation methods and treasures, and we may spare your disciples. A greedy nascent soul practitioner declares to Chu Tianjun. The earlier display of Chu Tianjun repelling Yi Chun, who wields divine transformation power, has already stirred desire among these individuals. You wretches dare to infringe upon my sect. Such transgressions warrant punishment. Suddenly, a chilling voice resounds throughout Jiuxiu Mountain, and the temperature plummets within a 100-mile radius, causing snow to begin falling in an instant. In the next moment, clad in white as snow, the ethereal Lu Qingxue appears beside Chu Tianjun, wielding the azure-green Kanglan sword. Her gaze coldly surveying the surrounding nascent soul practitioners without a hint of fear. Ah, how profound is the bond among fellow disciples. I never anticipated witnessing such a poignant scene in this peculiar place known as the Jiuxiao sect. Lu Qingxue's arrival does not dissuade the nascent soul practitioners. Instead, they find it amusing. In their eyes, the Jiuxiu sect is indeed a curious anomaly, a place long usurped by others, where the original heritage of the sect has nearly vanished. Senior brother, rest for a moment. Allow me to eliminate these wretches before attending to your injuries. Lu Qingxue disregards the formidable foes, casting a tender glance at Chu Tianjun before positioning herself protectively behind him with her sword drawn. CHT Nu Zhiyan nodded. Devoid of any trace of concern, in truth, he harbored a certain anticipation for LQ Nixu to unveil her true prowess. How audaciously boastful! Her confidence merely elicited further derision. Nevertheless, LQ Nixu chose not to engage in idle chatter with her detractors. With a flick of her wrist, she cast the CNGLN sword, which soared forth, leaving a trail of crystalline frost in its wake, as if forming a protective barrier akin to a wall that shielded her and CHT Nu Zhiyan. The assembly of Yuanian cultivators exchanged disdainful glances, mocking LQ for her seemingly trivial display of skill. Yet, their scorn was short-lived as the CNGLN sword flew into the air. LQ ascended gracefully, her form enveloped in an ancient and exquisitely crafted suit of armor, adorned with crackling arcs of electricity. The armor clung to her figure, transforming her previously ethereal silhouette into one of striking elegance, while her aura underwent a profound metamorphosis. In the next moment, LQ extended her right hand towards the void before her, and a violet lightning spear materialized in her grasp. As the rending heavens thunder spear made its appearance, the heavens erupted with a cacophony of thunder as torrents of lightning descended, surrounding LQ and transforming the very fabric of the world into a domain of storms. In that instant, she was no longer the icy goddess. Her demeanor was wholly supplanted by an aura of chaotic destruction. With a swift motion, she directed her spear towards nearly 30 Yuanian masters. This scene resembled that of a valiant general charging into the fray of battle, a solitary warrior amidst a sea of adversaries. Though faced with countless foes, I shall advance alone. What formidable strength! CHT Nu Zhiyan assessed her as he witnessed LQ unveil her true capabilities. Death. LQ spear was aimed at a Yuanian master as she uttered this singular word. The rending heavens thunder spear thrust forth, and an array of lightning converged from the firmament, culminating in the birth of a roaring thunder dragon at the spear's point. The dragon, with its claws bared and its roar reverberating across the skies, dove down, obliterating the Yuanian master in an instant, reducing him to naught but dust, leaving no trace of his existence. This was not merely a display of power from the rending heavens thunder spear, but rather a testament to the prowess of her divine physique. Upon witnessing Lu Qingxue effortlessly vanquish a nascent soul cultivator with a single strike, Chu Tianjun could not help but reflect deeply. With his extensive knowledge, he discerned the true extent of Lu Qingxue's formidable prowess. Her sky-rending thunder spear was incomplete, merely amplifying her ability to wield lightning-based power. Yet, the thunderous domain that enveloped the heavens and the culminating thunder dragons were manifestations of divine abilities. Divine abilities, unlike mere spells or incantations, transcend the simplistic manipulation of power, emerging from a profound understanding of fundamental principles and yielding a more potent force than conventional spells. Possessing a spiritual body allows one to effortlessly comprehend corresponding divine abilities. And it was evident that Lu Qingxue had grasped the thunderous divine ability due to her celestial spirit body. Indeed, Lu Qingxue stood as the most gifted prodigy Chu Tianjun had ever encountered. In his 2 lifetimes, he had come across only a handful of prodigies possessing spiritual bodies. And Lu Qingxue was unique in possessing 2 distinct spiritual bodies. This is dire. This woman has comprehended divine abilities. Everyone, unite your strength swiftly. We must not allow her to defeat us one by one, warned one of the astute nascent soul practitioners, who immediately recognized Lu Qingxue's might. Having cultivated to the nascent soul stage, these individuals swiftly combined their powers, and the collective force of so many nascent soul cultivators was indeed formidable. In the next moment, a protective barrier enveloped the group of nascent soul practitioners. Although Lu Qingxue directed her spear, summoning fierce lightning and roaring thunder dragons, the barrier effectively withstood her assault. Ultimately, she was but one individual, and her internal spiritual energy could not be sustained indefinitely. The practitioners concluded that as long as they persevered for a brief moment, defeating her would be as simple as child's play. As Chu Tianjun turned his gaze, it was not towards the ancestral hall, but rather in the direction of Mount Wangwei, where his revered master, the nine-sword real person, resided. After a fleeting glance, he let out a gentle sigh, and his eyes, now filled with compassion and heartache, settled upon Lu Qingxue. Silently, he appeared beside her. Chapter 49. Is the transformation stage truly difficult? At this moment, Lu Qingxue was fully engaged in combat with numerous Yuanying opponents and remained oblivious to Chu Tianjun's approach, a testament to her absolute trust in him. The Nine Swords have indeed acquired a remarkable disciple. Child, cease your efforts. Your life can be spared. Just as Lu Qingxue found herself locked in a stalemate with the Yuanying masters, a voice resonated from afar. Suddenly, three colossal figures emerged on the horizon. Ethereal silhouettes composed entirely of spiritual energy, majestic and imposing, they could genuinely be described as towering. The primordial spirit manifestation? Is it the transformation true monarch? The three true monarchs are about to intervene? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. For these immense manifestations belonged to the three transformation true monarchs of the Eastern Domain Immortal Alliance. I care not who you are. Those who infringe upon my sect are my foes. Lu Qingxue faced the three transformation true monarchs with unwavering courage. She not only proclaimed, "Those who infringe upon my sect are my foes," but also pointed her left hand towards one of the true monarch's primordial spirit manifestations, launching the Kanglan sword at it. A Yuanying cultivator, boldly confronting nearly 30 adversaries of the same rank, defiantly struck at a transformation true monarch. Qingxue, do not be disrespectful. Just as the Kanglan sword was unleashed, the voice of the nine-sword real person resonated, followed by 9 flying swords of varying brilliance intercepting the Kanglan sword and mercilessly severing it. The destruction of a single flying sword should not have inflicted harm upon Lu Qingxue, yet she was acutely aware that it was her esteemed master, whom she regarded as a father figure, who had severed it. Furthermore, the Kanglan sword had been bestowed upon her by the nine-sword real person, symbolizing the bond between them, much like the Tianxian sword gifted to Chu Tianjun by Lingyue in a previous life. The shattering of the Kanglan sword plunged Lu Qingxue into profound sorrow, nearly shattering her resolve. Fortunately, at that moment, Chu Tianjun's hand rested gently on her shoulder, and a soothing stream of spiritual energy flowed into her being. His reassuring voice reached her ears. "No matter what occurs, your senior brother will stand by your side. All will be well with me." Before his words could fully dissipate, Chu Tianjun had positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Qingxue, just as the nine-sword real person finally made his entrance. Upon appearing, the nine-sword real person first bowed respectfully to one of the primordial spirit manifestations, stating, "Disciple pays respects to the master. I implore you to forgive Qingxue. She was unaware of my identity, and her actions were unintentional. It matters not. The disciple possesses exceptional talent and is a fine prospect. I shall not hold a grudge against the younger generation." The voice of the primordial spirit manifestation replied gently. Chu Tianjun recognized the individual as the esteemed elder of the Lingyun sect in Yangzhou, known as the true monarch of Qinghe, whose name seemed to be simply Qinghe. As he had attained the transcendent stage of divinity, few dared to utter his name, and over time, even his surname had become a rarity. "Master, what does this mean?" Lu Qingxue steadied herself, having withdrawn her spiritual powers, and cast a questioning gaze upon the true monarch of 9 swords. The true monarch remained unperturbed and calmly replied, "In truth, I am a disciple of the Lingyun sect, which makes you a grand disciple of the true monarch of Qinghe. In reality, the Nine Heavens Sect is predominantly comprised of disciples from other sections. Had it not been for the emergence of Chu Tianjun, the Nine Heavens Sect would have long since ceased to exist. We, who bear the name of the Nine Heavens Sect, merely seek to exploit the resources of the spiritual veins. It is clear that the Nine Heavens Sect cannot be preserved, and it is time for us to return to our original sect. Master, since my youth, you have taught me to honor my teachers and respect the path. And my path has been derived from the legacy of the Nine Heavens Sect. Today you reveal to me that we are but spies?" Lu Qingxue's expression turned desolate as she gazed at the true monarch of 9 swords. In that moment, her faith truly shattered. In this world, only Chu Tianjun could fully comprehend Lu Qingshue's feelings at that instant, betrayed by the one she revered most, a pain that only he could empathize with. Qingxue, with your talents, you could become a saintess within the Lingyun sect, and there is a great possibility that you might one day become the sect leader, the true monarch earnestly counseled, genuinely optimistic about his disciples' future. A saintess? A sect leader? Yet from the very moment I entered the sect, you told me I was a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sect. The resources I have cultivated with for decades and the knowledge I have acquired all stem from the Nine Heavens Sect. Lu Qingshue's expression grew increasingly sorrowful, as she suddenly felt as though she no longer recognized her most beloved master. With a deep sigh, Chu Tianjun reflected on the scene before him. In his past life, neither he nor Lu Qingshu had encountered such a moment. However, he had recently deduced that the Nine Swords' real man was also an undercover agent. For a considerable time, Chu Tianjun had harbored concerns, fearing that when the truth was revealed by the Nine Swords' real man, it would coincide with Lu Qingshue's departure from the Jiuxiao sect and from him. Yet, it seemed he had perhaps worried unnecessarily. At least he could now see that Lu Qingshue's moral compass was utterly unblemished. She was still the same person from his previous life, someone who, despite their limited acquaintance, had fought tenaciously to defend him and had endeavored to prove his innocence for the sake of the sect, unwilling to lose a talented disciple. The path of cultivation is inherently contrary to the natural order, a relentless struggle for resources and opportunities. Now that the Jiuxiao sect had lost its value, could one not comprehend the futility of it all? The Nine Swords' real man continued to admonish Lu Qingshu, striving to correct her misguided notions. Apart from a single remark made by Chu Tianjun at the outset, he allowed Lu Qingshu and her master to converse freely, unwilling to interfere with her choices. Ultimately, the decision lay in her hands. Fortunately, Lu Qingshu did not disappoint him. Suddenly, with an expression of solemnity, she addressed the Nine Swords' real man, Master. This shall be the last time I call you that. From this day forth, we are no longer master and disciple. I, Lu Qingshu, will forever remain a disciple of the Jiuxiao sect. Should you seek to harm the sect, we shall be adversaries henceforth. Foolishness. The Jiuxiao sect is left with but a handful of you. Do you truly believe you can escape with a heavily injured Chu Tianjun? Exclaimed the true monarch Qinghe, his disappointment palpable, clearly recognizing Lu Qingshue's exceptional talent. Who said we intend to flee? Chu Tianjun had taken a protective stance behind Lu Qingshu, standing tall and resolute as he gazed towards the horizon where three colossal primordial spirit manifestations loomed, his tone steady and unwavering. Do you really think you can resist? Scoffed another true monarch, dismissing the notion with disdain. CHT New Jersey N did not respond to the other party. Instead, he cast another glance at the ancestral hall and bellowed, Old Ancestor Su New Jersey, is this truly what you wish to witness? The silent elder, a true god of transformation, interjected, stating, your esteemed ancestor will not intervene. After eliminating you, he will simply arrange for a few disciples to carry on under the banner of the G11O sect. As long as the name endures, your ancestor shall remain indifferent. This revelation alleviated many of CHT New Jersey N's uncertainties, suggesting that these individuals had indeed discerned the limits of Waisu New Jersey's tolerance. Chu Tianjun withdrew his gaze and suddenly remarked with a smile, in truth, I have never contemplated resistance. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold snicker interrupted him. At least you possess self-awareness. Yet, in the next moment, Chu Tianjun continued, for all of this has been meticulously orchestrated by me. I have lured you here deliberately. After all, capturing you all at once is far more convenient than seeking each of you individually. Laughter erupted. This lad must be utterly daft. Surely, his spirit has shattered, and he has lost his mind. He is oblivious to the vast chasm separating the Yuanying and Huashan realms. This is not merely a difference in levels. Even if he possesses strength approaching Huashan, he is facing three Huashan true monarchs. The three Huashan true monarchs and the Yuanying experts seemed to have heard the most amusing jest as the imminent downfall of the Jiuxiao sect loomed. Yet Chu Tianjun audaciously proclaimed that everything was his design. Indeed, the disparity between Huashan and Yuanying is akin to heaven and earth. Huashan represents the transformation of Yuanying into Yuanshan. Wielding the might of the heavens with every gesture, their strikes possessing the caliber of divine abilities. Amidst a torrent of ridicule, Chu Tianjun merely smiled, then looked up at the heavens and queried, is becoming Huashan truly so formidable? As his words hung in the air, he extended his right hand towards the sky. In an instant, violet thunderclouds surged above, and a colossal heavenly tribulation coalesced. Within but a breath, the tribulation descended, as though Chu Tianjun had forcibly drawn it down with his outstretched hand. Chapter 50. Overwhelming all foes with a decisive motion, Chu Tianjun seized the heavenly tribulation, effortlessly capturing the formidable lightning that would instill terror in any cultivator. The power of the thunder surged into his being, and at that moment, it felt less like he was undergoing tribulation and more like he was refining the very essence of it. The deafening roar echoed continuously. In the three transformation stage, true monarchs could ascertain that Chu Tianjun was indeed transcending the divine transformation tribulation, even though the three had previously faced this trial themselves. They dared not intervene, allowing Chu Tianjun to absorb the tribulation's power unimpeded. Typically, cultivators at the transformation stage endure tribulations lasting several days, if not over a week. This was why no one questioned the lingering tribulation clouds atop Tianjun Peak recently. However, Chu Tianjun's unconventional method of traversing the tribulation took mere moments. Remarkably, even the psychological tribulation that should typically manifest during this phase did not arise. Chu Tianjun understood this well. He bore no emotional entanglements, and without such bonds, how could there be inner demons? After a brief interval, a colossal primordial spirit, identical in form to Chu Tianjun, emerged from the cosmos behind him, appearing even more majestic and imposing than the manifestations of the other three true monarchs. Qingxue, allow me to handle the rest, echoed Chu Tianjun's voice from the primordial spirit. In the next instant, the spirit raised a finger, directing it towards the esteemed Jiao Jianzhenren. Prior to Chu Tianjun's arrival, Jiao Jianzhenren had long been recognized as the most formidable combatant of the Nine Heavens Sect. Yet, in this moment, he found himself utterly defenseless. With a mere gesture from the primordial spirit, this once prominent nascent soul expert, who could rank among the top three in Fufeng Prefecture, was obliterated in body and spirit. Following his usual practice, Chu Tianjun would not waste a nascent soul, intending to feed it to the Tianxian sword. However, he left no trace of Jiao Jianzhenren. Recognizing that Lu Qingxue would struggle to take the life of her former master, he stepped in himself, ensuring a thorough eradication, witnessing the complete annihilation of Jiao Jianzhenren. Lu Qingxue's face reflected sorrow as she softly murmured master, yet her gaze soon transformed into one of unwavering resolve. The actions of Chu Tianjun were astonishingly swift. By the time he had vanquished the nine-sword true man with a single blow, the others had only just begun to react. The esteemed Qing, a true monarch, thundered. This young man's conduct is excessively tyrannical. Such a character must not be permitted to remain. Let us all strike together. In the next moment, three transformation stage true monarchs, accompanied by over 20 nascent soul true men, launched a collective assault upon Chu Tianjun. Their attacks comprised spells, magical techniques, and enchanted weapons. Faced with this cataclysmic onslaught, Chu Tianjun simply raised his right hand, and in an instant, a colossal shadow of a compass materialized above Mount Jiuxiao. This time, the compass lay parallel to the heavens and the earth, serving as a shield that deflected the assaults of the three transformation stage monarchs. As for the attacks from the nascent soul practitioners, Chu Tianjun met them head-on with his left hand. In that moment, he propelled the art of seizing heaven and the grand freedom demon technique to their zenith, whether it was spells or magical artifacts. They were either absorbed as power by Chu Tianjun or shattered within 3 feet of him. Had he truly become this formidable? The half-conscious Longwei lay on the ground. Yet she could perceive the unfolding battle. She could not fathom how Chu Tianjun had instantaneously ascended to the transformation stage, and was able to suppress over 20 nascent soul true men while contending against 3 fellow transformation stage monarchs. It was hard to believe that he was merely at the transformation stage. Even if he were a powerful figure at the void refining stage, she would not be surprised. Suddenly, Chu Tianjun called forth the Tianxian sword once more. Today, the sword spirit had achieved remarkable intelligence upon its summoning. It immediately transformed into the form of an eagle and dove towards the group of nascent soul true men. Even united, these practitioners stood no chance against the now ascendant Chu Tianjun. Had it not been for his intention to allow the Tianxian to consume the nascent souls, they might have been obliterated in a single strike. Under Chu Tianjun's dominion, the Tianxian devoured each nascent soul true man, consuming both the individual and their soul in one fell swoop. Merely moments later, Chu Tianjun no longer needed to intervene. The Tianxian sword was capable of dispatching the remaining nascent soul true men on its own. Now it is your turn. You have reaped ample benefits from my Jiuxiao sect over the years, have you not? Today, let your souls serve as compensation. With a movement of his colossal spiritual form, Chu Tianjun shifted from defense to offense, directing the immense shadow of the compass down upon the three transformation stage monarchs. As one's power increases, engagements become more straightforward. The spiritual form is inherently superior to most spells and techniques, far surpassing ordinary magical artifacts. Thus, the spiritual form itself becomes a formidable means of combat, rendering the need for additional resources unnecessary in such a contest. CHT Nujuzien stood alone, evidently at a disadvantage, however. The decree of seizing heaven and transforming fate was undeniably formidable. While others expended their strength as they fought, his own power surged with each encounter, creating a dynamic of mutual enhancement in his favor. This individual was exceedingly enigmatic. To eliminate him, one would need to devise a more elaborate strategy. The tone of Qinghezhenjuan was gravely serious. After a brief skirmish, they had realized that not only could they not contend with CHT Nujuzien, but he was also growing ever stronger. Thinking of escaping? There shall be no opportunity. CHT Nujuzien sensed their intentions and scoffed. In the next moment, 2 pages of gold leaf erupted from his being, soaring towards 2 of the divine transformation stage cultivators, while his primordial spirit avatar unleashed a full-force assault against Qinghezhenjuan. In recent years, CHT Nujuzien had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, dedicating nearly all his time to studying these 2 pages of the Six Harmonies Heavenly Book. His greatest breakthrough was not merely mastering additional celestial scripts or comprehending formidable supernatural abilities from the fragments, but rather, he had refined these 2 pages of gold leaf into something akin to a magical artifact. These pages, resembling gold leaf, were composed of an unknown material, impervious to any markings he attempted to inscribe upon them. It was then that he conceived the notion of refining them like a magical sword. Remarkably, he succeeded. Now, as the 2 pages of gold leaf descended upon the 2 primordial spirit avatars, they did not radiate blinding brilliance, yet the celestial scripts upon them emitted a faint glow, functioning as talismans that rendered the 2 divine transformation cultivators' avatars nearly immobile. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Qinghezhenjuan had his primordial spirit drained by CHT Nujuzien using the decree of seizing heaven and transforming fate, and subsequently, the remaining 2 primordial spirits were absorbed into his own strength. Once the 3 primordial spirits of the Eastern Domain's 3 great Zenjins were consumed, CHT Nujuzien found himself but a step away from the mid-stage of divine transformation. From this day forth, there shall be no immortal alliance in the Eastern Domain. His voice reverberated across hundreds of thousands of miles, reaching the various cultivation sects and families throughout the 4 states of the Eastern Domain. He then summoned the Tianxian sword. Feeling its essence, it still required some time to evolve into a spiritual treasure, but its sword spirit had already become indistinguishable from a sentient being, refining the residual power of dozens of nascent souls within it. Now that the immortal alliance is no more, you shall temporarily oversee the front line of Weishou. CHT Nujuzien remarked to the Tianxian sword, and with a gentle toss, it transformed into a beam of sword light, heading southward. Moments later, at the front line of Weishou, where anxiety reigned, the Tianxian sword hung in the heavens above the fortress that once belonged to the immortal alliance, exuding an overwhelming pressure. With a single stroke of its blade in the air, none beneath the divine transformation dared to advance a single step. Chapter 51. Once again entering the fray, Qingxue. I leave the remaining troubles to you. With 3 divine transformation stage cultivators vanquished, CHT Nujuzien spoke to LQ Nixu before dismantling the protective formation around T Nujuzien Peak. At this moment, Jiuxiao Mountain lay in ruins. The aftermath of the preceding battle had caused numerous peaks to collapse, with countless palaces and towers in ruins, scattered with severed limbs and shattered magical artifacts. LQ Nixu nodded, commencing the arduous task of leading the few remaining disciples to restore their ravaged sect. Upon receiving the manifestation of his primordial spirit, Chu Tianjun gracefully descended from the air, ultimately landing outside the Hall of Discipline. Yet, he chose to disregard Longhua, hastily making his way into the hall without so much as a glance in her direction. In a secluded corner of the Hall of Discipline, he beheld the remnants of Chu Youwei's spirit, reduced to a mere wisp. Witnessing such a tragic sight softened Chu Tianjun's heart. In his previous life, he had nurtured Chu Youwei with his own hands. Although he was not directly involved in her upbringing in this life, she had still grown on Tianjun Peak for a decade. The lingering consciousness of Chu Youwei recognized his presence, her gaze filled with sorrow as she looked toward him. Alas, her fading spirit could not shed tears, otherwise, it would surely have been a torrent of sorrowful weeping at that moment. The essence of her remaining consciousness stirred with a poignant sentiment, conveying a profound regret. Not being able to call him master was her greatest sorrow. CHT New Jersey N extended a hand, as if to draw the curled-up CHYUWI from the corner, while softly uttering, "I will take you home." Clearly, CHYUWI heard his voice, a look of joy illuminated her face, and her previously vacant gaze sparkled with newfound brightness, as if her lingering spirit had gained a semblance of strength. In the next moment, CHYUWI's spirit was enveloped by the sweep of CHT New Jersey N's sleeve, and he subsequently held a jet-black orb in his hand. This orb resembled amber, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a young girl lying within, seemingly in a tranquil slumber. Earlier, Yu had observed CHT New Jersey N enter the hall without sparing her a glance, which left her in a state of near exhaustion. Her breath even more feeble. A profound sense of disappointment filled her heart, compounded by the sight of the devastated sect, which she believed was largely a consequence of her decision to take YCHN as her disciple, plunging her into despair. The confluence of her emotions and injuries threatened to render even a Yuaning stage cultivator like herself unconscious. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Yu, and a precious vessel materialized above her head, from which a cascade of emerald light poured forth, gradually mending her wounds. "Master, you are gravely injured. Allow me to assist you back," Ning Qiuzi said, kneeling before Yu. Along with a Mululi bottle that Yu had previously gifted her for healing, she produced a premium healing elixir to administer to Yu. Yu said nothing, casting a glance at the discipline hall, and permitted Ning Qiuzi to escort her back to Tianjun Peak. The damage to Tianjun Peak was relatively minor, as it had few structures to begin with, and Yu's residence remained largely intact. After escorting Yu back to her abode, Ning Qiuzi did not hasten to depart. Instead, she waited until Yu's condition improved before suddenly inquiring, "Master, do you feel that father is intentionally distancing himself from you?" At this, Yu's expression shifted slightly, and she replied with a hint of sorrow. "It is all my fault. Do you know, master? Father is quite an affable person. He is not as indifferent as he appears. At T New Jersey N Peak, he would lead all of us in poetry and painting, and we would gather around bonfires, singing and dancing like ordinary folk. He would share countless amusing tales with us." Ning Qiuzi began to recount the true nature of CHT New Jersey N, revealing that he was not an aloof celestial being, but rather a man who, for the most part, exhibited kindness and a cheerful disposition. Thus, Yu lamented, "The more I understand the true CHT New Jersey N, the more my heart aches." She finally recognized that his coldness was directed solely at her. That should not be the case. Father is merely avoiding you, for during his foundational cultivation, he glimpsed certain events that may unfold in the future during his heart demon tribulation. Ning Qiuzi refuted Long Yue's assertions, revealing herself as the orchestrator behind the scenes. With a grander scheme in motion, of which Long Wei was a pivotal element, Long Yue's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Ning Qiuzi's words aligned with many of her suspicions. Eagerly, she inquired, "What did he witness?" "Everyone perished. I, senior brother Qing Yuan, senior brother Ouyang, even master Qing Xue, all were lost. The entire Tianjun Peak was decimated. And my father too met his end, having been stripped of his powers by a close kin and cast into a horde of demonic beasts to be devoured. Though I am unaware of the specific details that transpired, merely as an observer, I could sense my father's despair and desolation in those moments." Ning Qiuzi spoke with palpable sorrow. Through the grand divination, although she could only perceive events from her own perspective, she indeed felt the profound hopelessness that enveloped Chu Tianjun in his final moments. Who was responsible for this? Who committed these atrocities? Long Yue's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Regardless of Chu Tianjun's disdain or indifference towards her, she would not allow anyone to treat him thus. However, the next words from Ning Qiuzi struck Long Wei like a bolt from the blue. "It was you. You were the one who personally stripped your father's powers and cast him into the beasts to be torn apart." Ning Qiuzi's tone bore no wrath. Rather, it was eerily calm. Long Yue found herself at a loss for words, reluctant to accept such a possibility. Yet, upon reflection, considering her inexplicable decision to take Yu Qin as a disciple, it was not entirely implausible that Chu Tianjun had deliberately distanced himself from her. "Master Uncle, it is evident to all that you held affection for my father, did you not? Yet your demeanor was too aloof. Had you been forthright with him? Whether regarding the potential future during the heart demon tribulation or what has transpired, much could have been altered. You shared a decade-long pact. Why did you not bring Yichen back to the mountain to clarify matters with him? If you had consulted with him, no matter how cunning Yichen might be, he could not escape your father's scrutiny. Had you been more open with your father, even if you could not unite, many misunderstandings could have been avoided. How could you have allowed Yue to meet such a tragic fate? Ning Qiuzi continued, surprising everyone with her clarity. For this seemingly least gifted and weakest individual was the one who saw the most clearly. Long Wei could not recall when Ning Qiuzi had departed. All that occupied her mind now was the urgent desire to ascend to the transformation stage. It was not merely for the sake of enhancing her powers, but to provoke the heart demon tribulation, to uncover what Chu Tianjun had truly witnessed. At Tianjun Peak, Chu Tianjun was occupied with stabilizing Chu Youwei's soul. With the aid of the six-element heavenly book, she would not succumb to soul scattering, yet he did not immediately arrange for her to undergo soul possession. I have disclosed the matter of the heart demon tribulation to Master Uncle Longwei, Ning Qiuzi stated to Chu Tianjun with unruffled composure. You are endangering her. This will only hasten her demise, Chu Tianjun responded with an expression of indifference. Only by immersing oneself in the situation can the truth be unveiled, father. From the very beginning, you had no choice. Ning Qiuzi wore an uncommon seriousness on her face. Chapter 52, The Ancestor's Approval. I have indeed never seen through her. Perhaps there is something I have overlooked about her, for otherwise, Yichen would have no reason to meticulously plot all of this. In the next moment, Chu Tianjun did not refute but instead spoke thoughtfully. This was something Chu Tianjun had only recently come to understand, although in his previous life. Yichen had schemed to take his life. That was not his ultimate goal. His fundamental intention was to possess Longwei. Even in this life, despite having suppressed Yichen to the point of becoming a discarded disciple of the sect, he still took a desperate gamble, pretending to be taken back to the sect by Longwei. After refining all the disciples of the Jiuxiao sect, his physical strength reached a level comparable to that of a transformation god, and he never killed Longwei. At that moment, Chu Tianjun began to harbor doubts. Yichen's true aim lay with Longwei. There was also a simple truth. Yichen possessed an immortal artifact and might even be a being from the immortal realm, with many prearranged means for his growth in this world. Such a person had no necessity to join the Jiuxiao sect. He could thrive regardless of the circumstances. Viewed in this light, the most valuable asset of the Jiuxiao sect could indeed be this beautiful master from his past life. In the following period, the disciples of Tianjun Peak returned to the mountain gate one after another. Under the leadership of Lu Qingxue, these disciples began to rebuild the Jiuxiao sect, gradually restoring the once-decayed sect. After this ordeal, the Jiuxiu sect appeared to have suffered significant losses, yet in reality, it underwent a profound transformation, embodying the notion that one must be broken to be rebuilt. Firstly, the cohesion of the sect was unprecedented, with no more undercover spies. Although the number of nascent soul cultivators was pitifully small, they had Chu Tianjun, a true transformation god. Additionally, Lu Qingxue was an invincible presence among the nascent souls. The Jiuxiu sect had already established dominance over the 4 states of the eastern region, making unification of the eastern region merely a matter of time. Indeed, it was not long before Chu Tianjun summoned Lu Qingxue and a group of golden core disciples to the Peach Grove. Qiuci, you must return to the mundane world once more. This time, I want you to unify the mundane realm of the eastern region, Chu Tianjun declared with an unusual seriousness. Exuding ambition, his daughter understood and resolved to not disappoint him. Ning Qiuzi stood up in response, appearing equally exhilarated. The rest of you, follow me to sweep through the various cultivating sects of the eastern region. The landscape of the cultivation world needs to be reshaped. They will either submit or face annihilation. From now on, there will only be the Jiuxiu sect in the eastern region. Chu Tianjun subsequently rose to his feet, his sleeves sweeping dramatically as he spoke with overwhelming authority. Were it not for his self-proclaimed status as a cultivator, anyone observing him would perceive him as a tyrant, one who threatens to annihilate entire sects and forbids the existence of rival factions, surpassing even the South Domain's demonic path in his ruthlessness. Within the Peach Grove, over a dozen golden core disciples clasped their fists in respect, acknowledging him. These were the last remaining golden cores of the Jiuxiao sect, most of whom had only recently ascended to this rank, yet they all possessed formidable strength and were staunchly loyal to Chu Tianjun. Just as the atmosphere brimmed with fervor, Lu Qingxue suddenly stepped forward, addressing Chu Tianjun with a bow. For a mere sect that has not even attained the transformation stage, why must brother take action personally? I, Qingxue, am willing to battle for our sect. Give me but 10 days, and I shall clear the eastern domain of all opposing sects. Lu Qingxue possessed the strength to make such a declaration, and none doubted her capability. With a smile, Chu Tianjun nodded and remarked, since Qing Xue is determined, let her embark on this journey. The disciples of the sect could be dispatched at will. Subsequently, each day saw the destruction of various sects and mundane nations. While many chose to willingly surrender, relinquishing their sect names and offering abundant spirit stones and rare treasures to the Jiuxiao sect. In a short span, Jiuxiao sect had drained the resources of the four states, reclaiming all that was rightfully theirs over the past 3 millennia. Due to the overwhelming dominance of Jiuxiao sect, other sects fell into disarray, with the less gifted becoming wandering cultivators, while the more talented sought to join Jiuxiao sect, hoping to be accepted under its banner. The eastern region was in a state of unparalleled turmoil, fortunately. The forces of the demonic path in the southern region did not seize this opportunity to launch a large-scale invasion. This was largely attributed to Chu Tianjun's presence. With only a few at the transformation stage in the southern region, these demons lacked the confidence to suppress Chu Tianjun, and there was even a chance they could be countered. Presently, within the entire southern region's demonic path, Chu Tianjun stood alone. Having slain 3 formidable transformation stage true monarchs and dozens of nascent soul cultivators, leading many to perceive him as more akin to a demon lord. Recently, several major transformation stage demon monarchs from the southern region had convened at the Holy Sect, pleading with the Holy Master, Ji Xuanyu, to take action. However, Ji Xuanyu declined their request. As a veteran of the void refinement stage, Ji Xuanyu, despite Chu Tianjun having absorbed the essences of 3 transformation stage true monarchs, believed he was still no match for her. In a previous life, he had sensed Ji Xuanyu's aura from a distance and recognized that he was indeed not her equal at this moment. Nevertheless, Chu Tianjun felt no concern, for Ji Xuanyu had previously surpassed even the combined strength of Qinghe True Monarch and others, since she had not personally intervened then. And with his current strength exceeding that of the 3 combined, there was even less reason for her to take action now. CHT New Jersey and harbored suspicions regarding J.Su New York's reluctance to act directly against the Eastern Domain. A hesitation he believed might be linked to the concealed figure of the Sioux New Jersey old ancestor within the G11O sect. A month after the upheaval within the sect, it had largely returned to its former state, albeit with significant alterations. Many peaks had vanished, and the main hall of the sect had been magnificently reconstructed, now standing grander than ever. At this moment, disciples of the G11O sect gathered both inside and outside the main hall. CHT New Jersey and stood at the highest point within, addressing LQ and several disciples at the Golden Core stage, as well as those on the verge of achieving the same. While outside were the Foundation Establishment and Chi Refinement disciples, totaling just over 1,000. Today, the purpose of convening all fellow disciples was to announce several important matters. The G11O sect, with a legacy spanning millennia, had experienced both glory and decline. Now, it lay in our hands, and I yearn to collaborate with you all in revitalizing the sect. CHT New Jersey N's voice resonated throughout the G11O sect. At this moment, all members were gathered within and around the hall, save for one, Ling Yu of the Tianshu N Peak. Ling Yu's injuries had nearly healed in recent days. She seemed enchanted, fervently striving to elevate her cultivation level. In just over a month, she had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage and was fervently accumulating strength, attempting to summon the heavenly tribulation of transformation. Nevertheless, she still heard CHT New Jersey N's voice. From this day forth, the G11O sect shall establish an outer gate. All disciples at the Chi Refinement and Foundation Establishment stages shall be considered outer disciples, receiving monthly allocations of spirit stones and medicinal pills according to sect benefits, with unrestricted access to the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Those who achieve the Golden Core stage and pass the sect's heart examination shall ascend to inner disciples, gaining the privilege to establish independent caves and enhanced benefits, along with access to the second floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Disciples at the nascent soul stage shall be regarded as true disciples, permitted to establish their own peak as a dojo, participate in sect management, and enjoy unrestricted access to the Scripture Pavilion. The sect shall also create the positions of Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Any who successfully break through to the transformation stage shall be eligible for these titles, participating in sect decisions internally and representing the sect externally, automatically qualifying for the position of sect leader. Henceforth, I shall serve as the acting sect leader of the G11O sect. Do any of you have objections? CHT New Jersey N articulated numerous reforms, each fundamentally altering the existing structure of the G11O sect. This adjustment effectively transformed the sect into a centralized authority with all members, including the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, regarded merely as disciples, thus diminishing the traditional master-disciple lineage into a singular sect inheritance. Senior Brother LQ Nixu voiced the collective doubt. While there are no objections to the other matters, this position of sect leader is rightfully yours. Why settle for being merely the acting leader? With the reform instituted by Chu Tianjun, the dynamics within the sect have shifted. Apart from the esteemed leader, all disciples, including the holy sons and daughters, now relate solely as senior and junior brothers and sisters. Chu Tianjun undoubtedly stands as the foremost figure, and his role as the sect leader is rightly deserved, rendering any notion of a title of succession unnecessary. Casting his gaze over the assembly, Chu Tianjun perceived the collective curiosity among them. He then turned towards the ancestral hall and spoke. As our Jiuxiao sect still has a venerable ancestor among us, we have always upheld the principles of respect for our teachers and reverence for the path. With the ancestor still present, how could I presume to overstep? This occasion marked the first revelation of Yu Xuanji's existence to all disciples of the sect, and many were learning of this secret for the first time, prompting a flurry of whispered conversations. A smile graced the face of Chu Tianjun, his gaze steadfastly directed toward the ancestral hall. Today, he finally sensed a subtle aura emanating from that direction, as if a pair of eyes were observing him. He then proclaimed with a resonant voice, as I have arranged. Does the esteemed ancestor Xuanji find it satisfactory? Many assumed that Chu Tianjun was merely putting on a facade, casually uttering those words, and in truth, he himself had spoken without much thought. Yet, in the next moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated from the void, indistinguishable in gender, uttering a single word, good. Upon hearing this affirmation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, while Chu Tianjun's smile broadened. He understood that regardless of the ancestor Xuanji's intentions, as his own strength grew, there would come a day when she would reveal herself. If she was reluctant to meet him, he would continue to grow until he was worthy of that encounter. Today, in his capacity as acting sect leader, he announced the first official appointment of the sect, Lu Qingxue, whose significant contributions to the sect in battle warranted her exceptional promotion to the status of saintess, despite her cultivation not yet reaching the transformation stage. The first decree he enacted as acting sect leader was to designate Lu Qingxue as the saintess of the Jiuxiao sect. Naturally, Lu Qingxue would not refuse her senior brother's kindness, and the other disciples bowed in unison toward the two. The acting sect leader is wise. We pay our respects to Saintess Qingxue, echoed over 1,000 voices, all genuinely convinced. The Jiuxiu sect underwent a transformative rebirth akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. Soon, rumors spread throughout the realm that the Jiuxiu sect harbored a formidable supreme ancestor, whose power surpassed even that of Chu Tianjun, the true monarch of transformation. Concurrently, the Jiuxiao sect publicly announced its intent to recruit disciples widely, albeit with a stipulation. Only those below the golden core stage would be accepted, including mortals. Simultaneously, the Great Ning dynasty unified the eastern domain, establishing a management body for cultivators in a secular form, and opened the most fundamental cultivation techniques to all mortals. The dynasty also set up a dedicated institution to select those with exceptional potential among novice cultivators and mortals. After a period of training within the dynasty, outstanding individuals could be directly recommended to join the Jiuxiao sect. The landscape of the eastern domain was rapidly evolving into one resembling a celestial sect, with the Jiuxiao sect wielding absolute authority and control over all resources. To be formally accepted into the Jiuxiao sect represented an opportunity for meteoric rise. One day, ominous clouds suddenly gathered over Tianshan Peak, and a massive black vortex swiftly formed. Those disciples with a modicum of insight immediately recognized that this was the manifestation of the heavenly tribulation summoned by the venerable real person of the Yuaning stage, Lingwei, one of the last two remaining in the Jiuxiao sect. Upon sensing the imminent gathering of the heavenly tribulation, Chu Tianjun did not hesitate for a moment. With a swift motion, he appeared in the courtyard of Tianshan Peak. This marked his first visit to this place since his rebirth, yet it felt utterly familiar to him. The appearance of Chu Tianjun stirred profound emotions within Longwei. While she pondered the intentions of Chu Tianjun, he raised his gaze to the heavens and, with a casual gesture, dispersed the ominous and terrifying vortex of tribulation that loomed above. Longwei stared in bewilderment at the man beside her. Chu Tianjun had become an intricate knot in her heart, eliciting a complex blend of emotions within her: regret, guilt, admiration, and a love that could not be fulfilled. She opened her mouth, brimming with words she longed to express. yet found herself momentarily at a loss for speech. Fortunately, this time, Chu Tianjun spared her the discomfort of silence, as he spoke up, stating, "You cannot overcome this tribulation." Though his tone remained as cold as ever, Long Yue sensed an undercurrent of concern for her well-being. She was acutely aware of her inability to navigate the tribulation. However, it was not the tribulation itself that preoccupied her thoughts, but rather her desire to understand what Chu Tianjun perceived through the lens of her inner demons. His acknowledgement of her fate, manifesting in his intervention to dispel her tribulation, implied he wished for her survival. "I wish to know what you truly saw." Long Yue summoned her courage to voice, recalling Ning Qiuzi's words about the importance of honesty between individuals to mitigate misunderstandings. Ultimately, nothing else matters. In a rare moment, Chu Tianjun responded to her, "But it is of great significance to me. Allow me to face the tribulation, even if it leads to my demise." Long Yue's demeanor seemed markedly transformed, her gaze resolute as she grasped her purpose and understood her desires with clarity. Chu Tianjun hesitated for a moment, then gazed at Long Yu, acknowledging that this was the first time he had truly looked her in the eye since his rebirth. "Our 10-year pact remains unfulfilled. You still owe me a debt. Today, I demand that you honor your promise." Long Yu's expression shifted slightly, but she promptly inquired, "What is it that you wish me to do?" Such an inquiry does not stem from Hong Yue's desire to renege on her commitments. Rather, it arises from her innocent curiosity, or perhaps a hint of anticipation. "Do not undergo tribulation. If you must, let it be after we have vanquished Yuchen," Chu Tianjun promptly remarked. "I yearn to personally eliminate Yuchen. Yet without undergoing tribulation, that ambition remains unattainable. Are you, in a roundabout way, contemplating my interests?" Luminous Moon gazed steadfastly at Chu Tianjun and inquired. After being enlightened by Ning Qiuzi, she had indeed undergone a significant transformation. Chu Tianjun was momentarily taken aback. This was a stark contrast to the image he held of his master. Her words seemed to pose a question to him. Did he harbor feelings for her? Though it was not impossible for a nascent soul to vanquish a soul formation cultivator, did he truly wish to slay Yi Chun with his own hands? After all, Yi Chun was still his disciple. Chu Tianjun maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. Indeed, Hong Yue had yet to formally expel Yi Chun from her sect. However, that was merely a matter of procedure. When Yi Chun had utilized the celestial artifact, the copper coffin, to refine others and declared his intention to confront his master, it became evident that he and Hong Wei were no longer master and disciple. Reflecting on it now, she realized that she had never genuinely regarded him as her disciple. When he expressed his desire to become her pupil, it was not her intention. It felt as though some unseen force had influenced her decision. Hong Wei replied with a tranquil expression, finally voicing the sentiments she had harbored for so long. Chu Tianjun was not taken aback. He had realized long ago that Long Yue was an extraordinarily unique being, seemingly the very catalyst of all causality, with everything revolving around her. In the next moment, he flipped his palm and presented a jade slip to Long Wei. Instinctively, she accepted the slip, and upon contact, she accessed the information contained within. As she comprehended the records, she cast an incredulous glance at Chu Tianjun. Before Long Wei could voice her inquiry, Chu Tianjun spoke first. "The 9 transformations of the celestial demon is indeed a premier sorcery technique, capable of aiding you in vanquishing those at the divine transformation stage with the power of your nascent soul. However, you must also be aware of the inherent dangers. The choice is yours to make." Chu Tianjun presented the enchanting technique of the Heavenly Devil's 9 transformations to Long Wei. The original parchment that chronicled this arcane art had been obliterated by Chu Tianjun himself, yet the memories of this skill lingered in his mind from his past life, prompting him to inscribe it anew upon a jade tablet. "I shall practice it. As long as it rectifies my mistakes, I am willing to descend into the demonic path. I will make you comprehend the depths of my intentions," Long Yue declared with a hint of stubbornness in her demeanor. Her demeanor, increasingly unfamiliar to Chu Tianjun, rendered him incapable of harboring any animosity towards her in this state. Chu Tianjun had no intention of uttering another word. In the past, he would have simply departed at this moment. Yet today, before taking his leave, he inclined his head slightly towards Long Yue, acknowledging her presence. Previously, Long Wei would not have said anything at this juncture. She would merely gaze regretfully at Chu Tianjun as he made his exit. However, today, before he could make his move, Long Wei took the initiative to inquire, how should I address you from now on?" In former times, Long Wei had referred to Chu Tianjun as her junior apprentice. But according to their current standings, she ought to call him her senior uncle or elder. Nevertheless, due to Chu Tianjun's reforms within the Jiuxiu sect, Aside from a select few who retained a clear lineage, all members, from Long Wei at the nascent soul stage to the newly initiated disciples at the Qi refining stage, could address Chu Tianjun as either the acting master or brother. As you wish, Chu Tianjun responded while already rising to take flight, uttering those words just before his departure. Chapter 54, The Gathering in the Peach Orchard. The emergence of Chu Tianjun has imbued Long Yu with a renewed sense of purpose, transforming her from a mere shell of existence. In the days that followed, she quietly devoted herself to mastering the 9 transformations of the celestial demon on Tianxian Peak. This arcane technique is not particularly arduous to cultivate, nor does it require an extensive duration to master. However, it does present a singular prerequisite. One must reach the nascent soul stage to begin its practice. Remarkably, Long Yu completed her training in just over 10 days. The uniqueness of this technique lies in its designation as a wondrous art. The 9 transformations of the celestial demon does not directly enhance the practitioner's cultivation level, and the techniques it manifests are limited to a singular strike. Yet, this singular strike expends all of the practitioner's spiritual energy, encompassing their current realm as well. In layman's terms, executing the 9 transformations unleashes a force that far exceeds the practitioner's present capabilities, with it being commonplace to transcend an entire realm. However, the cost is steep. Once performed, the practitioner is left utterly drained, their cultivation plummeting to that of an ordinary person. For a nascent soul cultivator, such an execution would necessitate over a decade of arduous recultivation. For cultivators who race against the sands of time, their lifespan is a precious commodity. Thus, even though this technique is remarkably extraordinary, it is rarely employed, as its use effectively severs one's path to cultivation. Few can reclaim their former prowess after descending to the status of an ordinary individual, and even without the constraints of realm barriers. The sheer abundance of resources required to resume cultivation is beyond the means of most. Yet, the most peculiar aspect of this technique is that should an individual successfully execute it 9 times without succumbing to death, and then manage to restore their cultivation, it is said that they will thereafter possess no limitations. They would be capable of unleashing power that transcends great realms at will. After the 9th execution, one would only exhaust their energy without a decline in their realm. This notion is quite extraordinary, akin to a god transformation stage cultivator wielding the power of a void refinement stage, or a stage practitioner capable of vanquishing a great ascension stage being. Theoretically, a great ascension stage cultivator could effortlessly slay immortals. Long Yu was preparing to eliminate Yi Chun, while the Nine Heavens Sect steadily progressed. Chu Tianjun was concurrently devising a plan to vanquish Yi Chun. Yi Chun's recent escape did not signify that Chu Tianjun would relent. Drawing upon the myriad experiences of his past life, along with the known developments, he deduced that Yi Chun had undoubtedly fled to the northern domain's demon tribe. In his previous life, prior to his demise, the demon army from the northern domain had advanced southwards, and initially, Chu Tianjun had not associated this with Yi Chun. It now appeared evident that Yi Chun had been orchestrating events from the shadows. In this lifetime, there would be no waiting for Yi Chun to command the demon army southward again. Chu Tianjun would proactively venture north to confront Yi Chun within the heart of the demon territory. One evening, Long Yu sat alone in the courtyard, contemplating her solitude. The Nine Heavens Sect had recently welcomed a new cohort of disciples, gradually revitalizing the sect's spirit, yet Tianxian Peak remained desolate, with only Long Yu's presence. Beyond her cultivation, her most frequent activity was to sit in the courtyard, gazing at Tianjun Peak, which was not too distant yet felt achingly far away. The esteemed Chu Tianjun, the acting head of the sect, continues to reside within the peach grove. While the daily affairs of the sect are meticulously managed by several disciples of the Golden Core stage, externally, the formidable Lu Qingxue, the foremost figure beneath the transformation stage, single-handedly exerts immense pressure on the entire cultivation community across the 4 states of the eastern region. Although Ning Qiuzi possesses rather mediocre cultivation aptitude, her prodigious talent for management is nothing short of extraordinary. In the vast expanse of the eastern region's 4 states, encompassing both the mortal and immortal realms, with a populace of billions and a plethora of spiritual veins and resources, the numerous enterprises under the auspices of the Jiuxiu sect are seamlessly organized. The sect's development and the sustenance of thousands of disciples are all arranged with impeccable precision, resulting in a flourishing atmosphere within Jiuxiu sect. Master Uncle, there is a gathering on Tianjun Peak tonight. Would you accompany me? Suddenly, Ning Qiuzi alighted beside Long Wei, her face beaming with joy. A gathering? Me? Long Wei inquired, somewhat incredulous. Are you not also a part of Jiuxiao sect? Furthermore, father has caught spiritual fish for roasting. Don't you wish to partake? Ning Qiuzi coaxed like a playful child. And naturally, Longhua felt tempted. However, despite her desire, she felt a sense of shame and replied, "Is it truly appropriate for me to attend? We are all part of the same family. What could possibly be inappropriate? Moreover, father has never forbidden you from stepping onto Tianjun Peak. Besides, master uncle, you are currently the only true disciple of Jiuxiao sect," Ning Qiuzi said, blinking her eyes innocently. Following Chu Tianjun's reforms within Jiuxiao sect, due to Lu Qingshue's extraordinary elevation to saintess, Longhua became the sole true disciple. In fact, Chu Tianjun has not retracted the rights to Tianjun Peak. And even within the sect's benefits, there are provisions for the true disciple of Tianjun Peak, with disciples delivering spiritual stones and elixirs each month. Thus, Longhua, as the true disciple of Jiuxiao sect, is recognized by the sect, and according to the regulations, a true disciple is permitted to establish their own peak as a sanctum, partake in sect management, and freely access the sutra repository, leaving her with virtually no restrictions on her movements. The current sutra repository of Jiuxiao sect has undergone significant changes from its former state. In addition to the original sect's techniques, Chu Tianjun has incorporated many teachings he collected from various sources, including the unique secret arts of the major sects across the eastern region, as well as several of his own self-created techniques and divine abilities. Very well then. Obscured by trepidation, Longhua was persuaded by Ning Qiuzi to take this significant step. Moments later, she arrived with Ning Qiuzi at the peach orchard atop Tianjun Peak. As they approached, her heart raced with anxiety, bracing herself for the possibility that Chu Tianjun might dismiss her upon sight. Within the orchard, a multitude of individuals had gathered, most of whom Longhua recognized or had encountered before. Among them, Chu Tianjun was engrossed in his painting, while Lu Qingxue stood beside him, quietly admiring his work, creating an impression of a perfect pair. Nearby, several others were either standing or seated. Those she could name included Wu Qingyun, Ouyang Ming, and a few disciples who had long resided around Tianjun Peak. There were also several individuals whose names escaped her. Yet she knew they had attached themselves to the peak in recent years, predominantly at the Golden Core stage, with only a handful at the Foundation Establishment stage. The gathering was lively, with clusters of people engaged in conversation, drinking, and seemingly deliberating on matters of cultivation. When Ning Qiuzi and Longhua made their entrance, every gaze turned toward them, and the atmosphere shifted slightly upon the revelation of Longhua's presence. She could sense the change, her steps faltering momentarily. However, in the next instant, Ning Qiuzi grasped her hand, urging her forward towards Chu Tianjun. Reluctantly, Longhua steeled herself and continued onward, though she kept her head lowered, unable to meet Chu Tianjun's eyes. "Father, I have invited my master uncle as well," Ning Qiuzi announced as they reached Chu Tianjun, seemingly seeking his approval. "Since you are here, feel free to take a seat," Chu Tianjun replied, lifting his gaze. To Longhua's ears, this remark resonated like celestial music, the most beautiful phrase she had heard in a long time. "Master uncle, sit here with me," Ning Qiuzi urged, pulling Longhua to a spot not far from Chu Tianjun. Observing Chu Tianjun's acceptance of Longhua, the onlookers' expressions returned to normalcy. Chapter 55. A different kind of cultivation. This was Longhua's first experience at such a gathering, and her curiosity was piqued, yet she remained reticent, sitting in silence. Soon, Chu Tianjun paused in his painting and began to inquire about the recent cultivation progress of each disciple present. Longhua stole a glance at his canvas, which depicted the very scene before her, albeit incomplete, lacking the figures of the attendees. As each disciple posed questions to Chu Tianjun, his responses not only dispelled their uncertainties, but also proved immensely beneficial to the listeners. Longhua realized this was a special opportunity, with the acting headmaster providing personalized guidance to those close to him. "My father once said that relationships vary in closeness. He cannot attend to everyone, but he strives to ensure that those dear to him flourish," Ning Qiuzi whispered in Longhua's ear, as if she could discern the thoughts swirling in her mind. The process by which Chu Tianjun instructed his disciples was not lengthy, yet Longhua found herself unable to fully integrate into the gathering, remaining quietly seated and feeling somewhat out of place. Once Chu Tianjun concluded his private teachings, the time for the actual gathering arrived. The grilled spirit beasts and spirit fish were ready, accompanied by wine brewed from spiritual fruits. It was a rare occasion for so many to be present, and our couple shall perform a sword dance to enliven the atmosphere. if the esteemed headmaster would permit. Shortly after the gathering commenced, a refined middle-aged man rose to speak. His gaze briefly drifted towards the direction of Honyue, clearly indicating that his mention of the attendees referred to her presence. As he stood, a woman beside him rose almost simultaneously. Their movements were in perfect harmony, and their attire and appearance suggested a couple. Indeed, it is splendid. The harmonious pairing of such virtuous partners wielding their swords is truly a sight to behold. Today, we are fortunate spectators, Chu Tianjun remarked with a smile, momentarily shedding the gravitas of his role as headmaster, resembling a close companion sharing drinks with friends. Soon, the couple began their sword dance in the center of the gathering. Although they employed no spells or sword techniques, their performance was visually captivating, and even the mere sword maneuvers felt extraordinary. Master Uncle, these two are a couple. They were originally wandering cultivators who fortuitously met years ago when my father traveled outside. He gifted them a set of sword techniques, after which their cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Within a few short years, they reached the golden core stage, and their bond is exceptionally strong. Their combined swordplay amplifies their power, allowing them to contend with nascent soul cultivators without falling behind. Over the years, they have cleared numerous sects and cultivating families for my father, earning the nickname the Twin Fiends of Yin and Yang from the outside world. Ning Qiuzi timely introduced them to Honyue. This was indeed Honyue's first encounter with the couple, and she discerned that both had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, making them the most likely candidates for achieving the nascent soul stage within the Jiuxiu sect. Should they succeed in becoming nascent soul cultivators, it would result in the emergence of two at once. Although the Jiuxiu sect may not be large in number, it boasts the strongest cultivators at both the nascent soul and golden core stages, and the specific strength of Chu Tianjun remains uncertain. It is highly plausible that the most formidable spiritual transformation cultivators also reside within the Jiuxiu sect. What are their names? Honyue inquired. Her first word since arriving at the Peach Grove. She felt it necessary to learn their names. It would be inappropriate to refer to them as the twin fiends of Yin and Yang upon future encounters. My brother is named Shou Qi Feng, and my sister is named Li Wanhua. Ning Qiuzi softly uttered the names of the two individuals. Longyue nodded, committing their names to memory. As the couple, Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, concluded their sword dance, the audience erupted into applause. Yet none were aware that the sword technique gifted to them by Chu Tianjun had been previously employed by him and Longyue in a past life. Those were the years when their bond was most intimate. Both were at the nascent soul stage, inseparable and advancing together, capable of contending with even the soul transformation stage cultivators when united. However, in this lifetime, Chu Tianjun unhesitatingly bestowed this sword technique upon them, and now, witnessing Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua wield it, he seldom reminisced about the joyous moments of his previous existence. Since establishing the Jiuxiu sect, Chu Tianjun had developed a peculiar illusion that he was gradually forgetting his past life, at times. He even questioned whether that previous life had truly transpired or if it was merely a benevolent deception, as Ning Qiuzi suggested, a glimpse into a potential future. With my senior brothers and sisters performing, how could I be left out? I must trouble you again, Uncle Master, Ning Qiuzi suddenly announced, rising from her seat and casting a playful glance at Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue smiled and nodded, then deftly produced a bamboo flute from her hand. Longyue gazed at the two with curiosity and anticipation as Lu Qingxue began to play the flute, producing a melodious and enchanting sound. It was the first time Longyue learned of Lu Qingxue's hidden talent. Yet, upon reflection, she felt a sense of acceptance. Perhaps there were many things she remained unaware of, as she realized she had never truly integrated into the Jiuxiu sect. Looking back on her past days, they seemed rather bland and unremarkable. As Lu Qingxue's flute music filled the air, Ning Qiuzi began to dance gracefully, her movements fluid and elegant. The surrounding disciples praised her, and the atmosphere reached a pinnacle of exuberance. A smile involuntarily graced Longyue's face. She suddenly felt her heart become tranquil, sensing that the world had transformed into something more beautiful. Instinctively, she glanced at Chu Tianjun, only to find him engrossed in painting once more. The scene he depicted had evolved since the beginning. Alongside the landscape, there were now figures, including the earlier sword dance of Shou Qifeng and Li Wanhua. Lu Qingxue elegantly playing the flute, and Ning Qiuzi dancing, with others around them clapping and toasting. Yet, she noticed, there was no representation of herself in the artwork. Uncle Master, come join me. Ning Qiuzi suddenly appeared before Longyue, unexpectedly inviting her to dance in front of everyone. I truly cannot, Long Wei stammered, feeling flustered. It's quite simple, just follow my lead. You are so beautiful, Uncle Master. You must dance beautifully as well. Ning Qiuzi remained undeterred, exerting her strength as though she were determined to push her reluctant duck onto a perch. Long Yu felt a twinge of awkwardness. She glanced at Ning Qiuzi's hopeful gaze and then around at the others, not wishing to dampen the festive spirit. Almost as if compelled by an unseen force, she acquiesced and was pulled from her seat by Ning Qiuzi. Initially, Long Yu struggled to let go, her movements appearing stiff and clumsy. However, as she danced, perhaps moved by Ning Qiuzi's genuine smile or the sincere desire to blend in, her actions gradually grew more fluid. Though she imitated Ning Qiuzi's style, she began to dance with a certain grace. By the end of the performance, Long Yu's dancing was undeniably on par with Ning Qiuzi's. Her posture and elegance were impeccable. And alongside Ning Qiuzi, dancing around the bonfire, they both exuded an exquisite beauty. At last, as the music ceased, Ning Qiuzi halted her movements and looked at Long Yu with delight, exclaiming in praise, I told you, Master Uncle, your dancing must be splendid. Don't you all agree? She unabashedly sought confirmation from the others. Indeed, indeed. This melody and dance are celestial, rarely gracing the mortal realm. It was said that Miss Qiuzi and the true Long Yu would leave even the celestial beings envious. Soon, voices of agreement began to echo around them, lavishing praise not only on Ning Qiuzi and Long Yu, but also on the saintly Lu Qingxue. The atmosphere was undeniably delightful. Long Yu was the first to truly sense this ambience. She had always believed that cultivating immortality meant having a tranquil heart, living in solitude, and meditating in seclusion. She had never imagined that the path of cultivation could be so vibrant, just as Ning Qiuzi had described, a gathering of joyous souls, reveling in laughter and dance around a bonfire. Chapter 56, Northern Expedition Against the Demon Clan, slaying Yi Chun feeling somewhat bashful from the compliments. Long Yu was also struck by a newfound realization. In that moment, it felt as if she were on the verge of grasping something significant, yet just shy of fully understanding. However, as she walked back to her seat, she caught a glimpse of Chu Tianjun's painting once more. This time, she noticed an additional figure in the artwork, herself, dancing alongside Ning Qiuzi. In an instant, Long Yu felt as though her consciousness had been shattered open. A sudden clarity washed over her, revealing what she needed to cherish and what she truly desired. Simultaneously, there was an influx of newfound understanding within her mind, rendering her momentarily speechless. At that moment, Chu Tianjun was momentarily taken aback, for he sensed an enigmatic aura emanating from Long Wei. He then glanced up at the heavens, where ominous clouds were gathering once more. In the next instant, Chu Tianjun made another move to disperse the dark clouds, casting a complex gaze towards Long Wei. Long Wei, having recovered from her brief daze, awkwardly met his eyes, fully aware that he had once again intervened to scatter the ominous clouds. Otherwise, she would have been on the verge of facing the divine tribulation again. Although her current state and mindset had undergone significant enhancement, she was still uncertain about her ability to successfully transcend the tribulation. This fleeting moment did not go unnoticed by those around them, who were curiously observing the interaction between Chu Tianjun and Long Wei. Have you acquired a gifted divine ability? Ultimately, it was Chu Tianjun who shattered the tension. Long Wei nodded, perplexed by the inexplicable divine ability that had manifested within her mind, an ability that was quite peculiar, to say the least. Typically, divine abilities are comprehended by only a select few who have attained the transformation stage through insights into the forces of nature, while some others awaken them through possessing spiritual bodies. Long Yue, however, did not fall into either of these categories. Thus, Chu Tianjun's words about having acquired a gifted divine ability held merit, as there exists an exceedingly rare scenario, spoken of in legends, where certain individuals are favored by the celestial forces and are bestowed with divine abilities, hence the term gifted divine ability. Master, could you enlighten us on the nature of the divine ability you have awakened? Ning Qiuzi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Ordinarily, such gifted divine abilities are considered highly confidential, and individuals tend to conceal them. Yet, it would be disingenuous to claim disinterest. Even Chu Tianjun was filled with curiosity. Perhaps sensing his inquisitive gaze, Long Yue candidly responded. It is a rather unique, or perhaps strange, divine ability known as unforgettable thoughts. Furthermore, this ability has a subsequent evolution. When cultivated to a profound level, it can transform into the great prayer technique. Everyone else was left in a state of bewilderment, yet only Chu Tianjun felt a tempest of emotions within. While he found the term unforgettable thoughts rather unremarkable, the name Great Prayer technique immediately invoked memories of the grand deduction technique he had gleaned from the 6 arts heavenly scriptures. It was evident that both abilities belonged to the same echelon. An ability that could be on par with those in the 6 arts heavenly scriptures was undoubtedly extraordinary. Noticing the confusion on everyone's faces, Longwei continued without reservation, elaborating. This divine ability does not pertain to the application of force. Rather, it resembles a form of divination. By quietly contemplating a specific wish every day, over time, it can materialize. Indeed, the essence of unforgettable thoughts is that sincere prayers will yield responses. Is such a miraculous divine ability truly possible? If I were to think about ascending to immortality every day, would that mean I could forego cultivation and eventually ascend to immortality in a few years? Ning Qiuzi spoke with profound astonishment, feeling that everything was exceedingly exaggerated. However, Longwei nodded and subsequently elucidated. In theory, this is indeed the case, yet there are numerous limitations. For instance, the smaller the wish, the greater the likelihood of success and the shorter the time required. Conversely, the more outrageous the aspiration, the lower the success rate. One could exchange time for it. For example, if one were to do nothing but pray for millennia, it is conceivable to ascend to immortality. Yet, who possesses a lifespan of 10,000 years to dedicate solely to a single endeavor? In this world, there are no rewards without effort. Whether through persistent longing or grand prayers, it ultimately amounts to an equivalent exchange. What is exchanged are merely life and time. Nevertheless, it remains an unparalleled form of divine ability. Chu Tianjun promptly offered a rather objective assessment. I shall share the method of cultivation with everyone. Let us all attempt to cultivate, Longyue stated with unreserved sincerity. Her words took everyone by surprise. In an instant, the perception of Longyue transformed completely in the eyes of all, even inspiring admiration from Lu Qingxue, who had always held a disdainful view of her. Such divine abilities are rarely shared, and this act surpassed mere generosity. Within the depths of Chu Tianjun's heart, there stirred a flicker of emotion. He had bestowed numerous advantages upon the disciples of the sect, yet had imparted little in the way of divine abilities. He had endeavored to share several techniques with Ning Qiuzi, but all attempts had culminated in failure. Divine abilities are not akin to martial arts that can be simply learned. Even if one elucidates the underlying principles, without the capacity for personal comprehension, mastery remains elusive. Furthermore, the divine ability in question bore an intricate lineage, rendering it unnecessary to pursue. Chu Tianjun advised Longyue against sharing her divine abilities, for few possessed the fortitude to resist the allure of such powers as he did. I volunteer, Longyue replied resolutely, and forthwith, she articulated the cultivation method she had long cherished before the assembly. All eyes turned to Chu Tianjun, who nodded in approval, prompting everyone to commit the teachings to memory and endeavor to practice them. However, it soon became apparent to all that while they could understand Longyue's words, the actual practice was an entirely different matter, akin to grasping at shadows. Even Chu Tianjun attempted the technique, yet found himself equally at a loss. This divine ability was not something that could be learned at will, particularly not Longyue's, which defied any conventional form of power. Even Chu Tianjun's supreme creation technique could not assimilate it, nor could the great freedom demon art transmute it. Observing the collective struggle of his peers, it became evident that the gathering ought to draw to a close. At that moment, Chu Tianjun suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and proclaimed, "As we are all gathered this evening, I wish to announce a significant decision. Several days ago, I discerned the whereabouts of Yichen. I intend to launch a northern campaign against the demon clan and eliminate Yichen." As Chu Tianjun's words resonated, everyone bowed in deference, proclaiming, "The acting sect master is indeed wise." Among them was Sister Longyue. Is Sister Longyue joining as well? One pondered, expecting the matter to have concluded. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Qingxue posed a question. "Of course I shall go. I will personally end Yi Chen's life," Longyue declared, her voice resonating with conviction. Since awakening her innate abilities, she had been channeling the peculiar thoughts that lingered in her mind, and currently, those thoughts were consumed by the painting Chu Tianjun had created that very night. She yearned to preserve this exquisite beauty, wishing to forever remain within the artwork by Chu Tianjun's side. It was a wish filled with happiness and grace. However, soon after, a single remark from Chu Tianjun ignited a flicker of unease within her. "Longyue, while you may redeem yourself through merit, you ultimately accepted Yi Chen, this calamity. After you have slain him, I, as the acting sect master, must provide an account to the sect, and you shall still face consequences for your actions. The words of Chu Tianjun not only left Long Wei feeling anxious but also perplexed the others. Previously, they had assumed that Chu Tianjun had forgiven Long Wei, but it now appeared otherwise. Chapter 57. The beautiful master may have significant connections. Despite her unease, Long Wei felt that the gains of the night were monumental and held profound significance for her. This sensation was entirely comparable to her initiation into the Jiuxiao sect a century ago. The following morning, all disciples of the Jiuxiao sect discovered that the original grand hall of the sect had detached from the mountain peak, transforming into a palace suspended atop the summit. Standing atop the jade steps of the grand hall, Chu Tianjun gazed down at Lu Qingxue and a multitude of core disciples from the Jiuxiao sect, all possessing cultivation levels above the golden core stage, with Ning Qiuzi notably absent. Ouyang, commence, Chu Tianjun instructed, nodding towards Ouyang Ming amidst the crowd. In the next moment, Ouyang Ming unleashed a series of incantations, causing a faint barrier to rise outside the Jiuxiao Grand Hall. Subsequently, an array of formations began to illuminate one after another, with countless larger formations enveloping smaller ones, resulting in the activation of hundreds of intricate arrays. All these formations were intricately linked to the Jiuxiao Grand Hall, either inscribed upon the floor, pillars, and ceiling, or forming the very structure where the heart of the formations lay. After a brief pause, under the watchful eyes of all the disciples of the Jiuxiao sect, the immense palace transformed into a streak of escaping light, shooting northward. The Jiuxiao Grand Hall had evolved into not merely the sect's main edifice but also a formidable magical artifact, having consumed nearly 1/5 to 1/3 of the sect's resources for its construction. It is worth noting that the resources of the Jiuxiao sect currently encompass all of the eastern region's 4 states, enough to sustain a major sect. Presently, the Jiuxiao Grand Hall itself was of artifact grade, adorned with nearly 600 formations, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities, serving as the foundation of the Jiuxiao sect, resistant even to the efforts of a transformation stage true monarch. During their flight, Chu Tianjun casually explained to his disciples that the Jiuxiao Grand Hall was forged by him, and the nearly 600 formations were meticulously arranged over recent months by Ouyang Ming and several disciples dedicated to formation studies, who had worked overtime and received triple their monthly salary as a result. The welfare benefits within the Jiuxiao sect had indeed become exemplary. The Jiuxiao Grand Hall soared to great heights and sped swiftly, remaining undetected above the eastern region. However, upon entering the northern region, it ceased its light speed escape and began to glide at a lower altitude. The imposing presence of the hall instilled a sense of dread among the surrounding demon tribes, who dared not utter a sound or make their presence known. Such a grand entrance into the northern region, surely, we, the Jiuxiao sect, are the first to do so throughout history, remarked Chen Yuner, standing at the edge of the Jiuxiao Grand Hall, observing the trembling demon tribes below with a smile. This former foundational female cultivator, who had once shared a close bond with Chu Yuwei, had recently successfully attained the Golden Core stage. Many disciples like Chen Yuner had similarly progressed, as the Jiuxiao sect now possessed an abundance of resources, enabling the cultivation of numerous Golden Core practitioners. It was rumored that the acting sect master intended to capture a batch of demon tribes to serve as mounts, allowing the sect members to ride upon these formidable beasts in the future. A disciple beside him echoed, indeed, Chu Tianjun harbored such intentions, having previously arranged for several formidable Golden Core disciples to undertake this mission. Within the Jiuxiao Hall, the disciples exhibited no trace of the tension that typically accompanies life and death battles. Rather, they appeared as if they were leisurely embarking on a scenic excursion. Chu Tianjun observed all of this quietly, acutely aware that some disciples might never return from the northern region. However, he accepted this reality with equanimity, for death could befall anyone, including himself. The Jiuxiao sect must advance, and the disciples must grow, inevitably necessitating a path of trials and tribulations. A greenhouse may nurture flowers, but it cannot cultivate towering trees. Tianjun, where is Yuchen? What is his current cultivation level? Lu Qingxue, who had remained by Chu Tianjun's side, exclusively addressed him as Tianjun. Among the Jiuxiao sect, only Lu Qingxue and Wu Qingyun retained this privilege. Wu Qingyun had not attended this time, primarily because he was ill-suited for such battles, and moreover, this late-blooming master of alchemy was on the verge of breaking into the nascent soul realm. He should be making his appearance soon. He must be aware of our entry into the northern region. I am uncertain of his precise cultivation level. Perhaps he is nearing the virtualization stage, Chu Tianjun replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the horizon, leaving others unaware of his contemplations. After approximately the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, an immense pressure suddenly erupted from the northern horizon, followed by the emergence of a colossal shadow. This shadow swiftly approached the Jiuxiu Hall, revealing an overwhelming tide of powerful demonic beasts. The beasts surged forth like a tidal wave, akin to an army sweeping through, with numerous transformed Yuan-Ing stage demon species among them. At the heart of the demonic horde stood a throne constructed from gigantic remains, strikingly prominent. And even more so was the tall and handsome figure seated upon it. Upon seeing the silhouette atop the skeletal throne, Hong Yue clenched her fists tightly, her aura coalescing to a peak, akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting, her inner power teetering on the brink of explosive release. The figure was none other than Yichen, who today appeared far from his previous bloodied form, having regained his handsome exterior. Yet, it was evident to all that Yichen's charming visage was merely a facade. The Jiuxiao Hall had come to a halt, and all formations began to operate at full capacity, transforming the palace into a formidable fortress of war, with each disciple bracing for confrontation. Nephew Yi, you seem to be faring well. Judging by this spectacle, you must be the demon emperor of the northern region, are you not? Before Yi Chun and his demonic army arrived, Chu Tianjun had already appeared atop the Jiuxiao Hall, his tone calm, yet laced with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing Chu Tianjun still refer to Yi Chun as his nephew, Hong Yue's expression darkened considerably, and others were equally perplexed. Old dog Chu, I never expected you to possess such audacity. Rather than waiting for this emperor to seek you out, you have come to deliver yourself to death, she retorted. Yi Chen's striking appearance belied his lack of decorum in speech. As soon as he opened his mouth, he referred to the elder Cho as an old dog. While his tone was undeniably imposing, it paled in comparison to Chu Tianjun's respectful address of Master Yi, rendering Yi Chen's words rather impolite. CHT New Jersey Inn remained remarkably composed, responding with an air of nonchalance. So, is it true that my G11O sect possesses what you covet? After uttering these words, he deliberately cast a glance at Elnju, and indeed, YCHN's gaze followed suit upon hearing CHT New Jersey Inn's statement. Though the other party remained silent, CHT New Jersey Inn had already gleaned the answer he sought. You insignificant creature are not worthy of such knowledge. I am aware of your curiosity, yet I shall withhold it from you. Had it not been for that treacherous Chu Yuwi, I would have wielded my celestial artifact. And do you truly believe you could have harmed me? YCHN's artistry was undoubtedly exceptional. He possessed the skill to evoke discomfort in others, and those with fragile mental fortitude could easily be swayed by his words. Although CHT New Jersey Inn was not typically one to engage in excessive dialogue, he found himself quite loquacious at this moment. He understood that YCHN likely hailed from a higher realm and was privy to many secrets. Extracting information from him was far more advantageous than resorting to outright violence. Have you heard the saying about capsizing in a gutter? Perhaps in your eyes, this modest world resembles a mere ditch, yet you have capsized several times already. Are you not concerned about further mishaps? CHT New Jersey Inn was deliberately provoking YCHN, aiming to incite him into a fit of rage. Whether to eliminate him or to elicit some revealing slip of the tongue, both outcomes would serve him well. Chapter 58, Expelling Elnju from the Sect CHLOGU. Do not provoke me. You, who only exploits women, should face me in a fair confrontation. YCHN clearly discerned CHT New Jersey Inn's intentions and appeared undeterred. However, the moment he pleaded for a duel, he had unwittingly conceded defeat. Upon hearing YCHN's words, CHT New Jersey Inn momentarily appeared dazed. As if YCHN had pilfered his own lines. In a past life, this would have been his most fervent expression. You wicked beast, harboring malicious intent, employing every conceivable stratagem. To have once shared the title of mentor and disciple with you is my lifelong disgrace. Today, I shall personally reduce you to ashes. Indeed. In the next instant, Elnju could no longer contain herself, shouting at YCHN. Her words echoed those uttered in a previous life when she had slain CHT New Jersey Inn. YCHN, as the current sect master, had come to cleanse the ranks. Since you still bear the title of the Demon King, upon your demise, the G11O sect shall inherit the northern domain. For you were once a disciple of our sect. CHT New Jersey Inn sighed dramatically, and his proclamation was tantamount to a lethal strike to YCHN's heart. The onlookers soon understood why CHT New Jersey N had referred to YCHN as his nephew initially. YCHN was seething with rage. He had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. They had come to kill him, yet he aimed to extract every ounce of value from him. Indeed, YCHN had never been formally expelled from the G11O sect, thus retaining his status as a disciple in name. Given that he was a disciple of the G11O sect and a demon king, it followed that the Northern Domain's demon populace should belong to the sect as well, at least in principle. If a cleansing of the ranks was to occur, then upon YCHN's death, should not everything that rightfully belonged to him naturally revert to the G11O sect? You, who once articulated the essence of Yeching with such eloquence, now find yourself momentarily rendered speechless by indignation. This scene bears a striking resemblance to the time when Chu Tianjun was at a loss for words in the face of frustration. Indeed, to navigate the tumultuous world, one must possess formidable strength. I now command the tides of fate and wield absolute power. Whether through words or actions, the reasoning lies firmly within my domain. And the path of demonic arts is not devoid of rationale. At this moment, Chu Tianjun experiences an epiphany. His approach to life in this incarnation often aligns more closely with the demonic way, yet it has paradoxically led him down a distinctly divergent path. This path is commendable, for it is devoid of regrets. Enough of this idle chatter. Produce your celestial artifact, and let me ascertain the degree of effort required to vanquish you. At this juncture, Chu Tianjun indeed assumes the guise of a villain, exuding an air of arrogance and disdain for all. Kill them, he commands. Yeching, dismissing further conversation, issues a decree, prompting the army of demon beasts to surge toward the Nine Heavens Palace. Confronted by such a multitude of demon clans, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Sect would not be foolish enough to abandon their stronghold in the palace to engage the demon horde in close combat. Instead, they rely on the protective formations and the inherent might of the Nine Heavens Palace, a superlative treasure, to wage war against the demons. However, aside from Chu Tianjun outside, Lu Qingxue, sensing that the demon forces are currently incapable of breaching the Nine Heavens Palace, also ventures forth. Her appearance, clad in the Thunder Emperor's battle armor and wielding the sky-splitting Thunder Spear, is striking and commands attention. What captures even more fascination is the ceaseless torrent of thunder and the thunder dragons that encircle her. One cannot deny that even in a clash between the formidable cultivators Chu Tianjun and Yeching, in terms of visual appeal and combat efficacy, they pale in comparison to Lu Qingxue, who, though in the nascent soul stage, is anything but ordinary. At this moment, she faces another heavenly transformation demon king among the demon race. Beyond Chu Tianjun, only Lu Qingxue can contend with a being of such caliber. Luan Yu, however, refrains from engaging. She remains within the confines of the Nine Heavens Palace, not assisting her fellow disciples against the encroaching demon army, but instead fixates intently on Yeching, presumably gathering her strength for the most formidable strike of the 9 transformations of heavenly demons. The confrontation between Yeching and Chu Tianjun diverges from the previous encounter involving Chu Tianjun and the 3 other heavenly transformation powerhouses in a clash of spiritual laws. Chu Tianjun did not unleash his primordial spirit manifestation, and it remains uncertain whether Yichen did. Nonetheless, he also refrained from doing so. Yichen's monstrous physique surpassed any treasure in its prowess, while Chu Tianjun's corporeal form was rather ordinary. He did not withstand the onslaught with his physical body. As long as the ethereal compass behind him materialized, no matter how fiercely Yichen attacked, Chu Tianjun could not breach the 3 inches before him. The true spectacle lay in Yichen's copper coffin celestial artifact and the 2 fragments of golden pages released by Chu Tianjun. Both the celestial artifact and the golden fragments appeared unremarkable. Yet the sounds produced upon their collision resonated with such intensity that they stirred the minds of all cultivators and demon kin beneath the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, there were no Foundation establishment cultivators in the vicinity. Otherwise, they might have been rendered senseless by the residual shockwaves. The copper coffin was substantial, while the golden pages were diminutive, yet these 2 fragments adeptly countered the coffin. Positioned at the front and back, they complemented each other remarkably, rendering the copper coffin somewhat clumsy in comparison. If this is all you can muster, then I have overestimated you, Yichen taunted. This is the realm of the demon kin, and I possess an unending stream of demon beasts at my disposal. The formation of your grand hall will ultimately be depleted, and you shall be left to watch them perish. Yichen may have intended to disrupt Chu Tianjun's concentration, for amidst the skirmish, he began to engage in idle chatter. However, there was some merit to Yi Chen's assertion. After all, even the most formidable formation is subject to gradual attrition. Yet, in this domain of the demon kin, Yi Chen could command a relentless tide of demon beasts to assault. Chu Tianjun remained silent. Even in his previous life, when he bore the label of a villain, he spoke little. In this life, he had even less to say. With his current strength, he could easily eliminate Yi Chen, yet he wished to grant Longyue an opportunity. There was another vital reason. Chu Tianjun sensed that should he personally take action against Yi Chen, the process would be fraught with complications and unforeseen events. Conversely, if Longyue were to act, it seemed that success would come effortlessly. This intuition was perplexing, partly influenced by the Six Instruments heavenly book and partly stemming from his past experiences. Cultivating immortality is akin to defying the heavens. In this world, there is no notion of a heavenly path. Yet, at this moment, Chu Tianjun glanced upward. He understood that the sky he beheld was merely a reflection of his own perception, not necessarily indicative of the true heavens. However, Yi Chen hailed from above. Perhaps he indeed represented something significant. Yi Chen felt a sense of indignation as he observed Chu Tianjun, who was lost in thought, gazing at the sky while engaged in battle with him. However, the next moment, he could not afford to pay attention to Chu Tianjun, as he sensed an overwhelming terror emerging from behind him. When he turned, he found Longyue standing in the void, her hands forming a seal before her chest, a seal he had never witnessed before, exuding an aura of immense power. Foreboding gripped Yi Chen's heart, and he instinctively sought to evade. Yet, just then, Chu Tianjun suddenly made his move. A colossal phantom of a compass descended, temporarily binding Yi Chen in place. In the next instant, Longyue completed her seal, unleashing a force imbued with a sense of annihilation, unmistakably demonic in nature, that surged toward Yi Chen. In both might and speed, the attack of the celestial demon's 9 transformations far surpassed that of the nascent soul stage, even ranking among the pinnacle of the transformation stage. The terrifying force engulfed Yi Chen, and in an instant, his body, which could be deemed the strongest in this realm, was reduced to ashes, his very soul obliterated. Chu Tianjun had contemplated whether to preserve Yi Chen's soul in order to uncover certain secrets. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. It was far more prudent to eliminate such a person outright, to avoid the complications that might arise from lingering uncertainties. Thus, Yi Chen met his end with disconcerting ease, his demise unremarkable and devoid of drama. The aura emanating from Longyue instantly transformed into that of an ordinary individual, rendering her unable to maintain her levitation. CHT Nujzi refrained from reaching out to her. Instead, with a mere flick of his sleeve, Elenju was unceremoniously cast back to the Jiuxiao Hall. At this moment, with YCHN deceased, the demon army promptly scattered like frightened birds. CHT Nujzi deftly collected the bronze coffin, a celestial artifact, while 2 pieces of gold leaf fused into his being. Among all participants in this conflict, CHT Nujzi remained the most unperturbed, serving as the acting headmaster. The Jiuxiao sect did not immediately seize control over the demon forces, and the Jiuxiao Hall transformed into a beam of light, returning to Jiuxiao Mountain, where the disciples required time to recuperate. However, when the Jiuxiao Hall once again hovered above Jiuxiao Mountain, CHT Nujzi publicly proclaimed, "Elenju, your poor judgment has brought wolves into our midst, resulting in great calamity for our sect. Although you have contributed to our cause, your sins cannot be overlooked. While you are spared from death, you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. You ought to be stripped of your cultivation and expelled from the sect. Yet, as you have now lost all your powers, this step is rendered unnecessary. Depart from the mountain. All past grievances are hereby erased, and you shall have no further ties to the Jiuxiao sect." All present were taken aback by CHT Nujzi's words. They had presumed that Elenju, having sacrificed her own powers to slay YCHN, would receive only symbolic punishment, but instead, she was cast out. Elenju felt as though the very heavens had collapsed upon her in that moment. She truly lost everything, not only her cultivated realm but her hope as well. Chapter 59, The Swift Enlightenment of Golden Elixir. Elenju, in a daze, became a mere shell of her former self, unaware of when CHT Nujzi or anyone else had departed. She could not even recall how she left the Jiuxiao Hall, and after some indeterminate time, she sensed someone supporting her. Turning her gaze, she found that it was still Ning Qi by her side. "SHB, I shall take you to a place," Ning Qi said softly. His eyes filled with pity for Elenju. Elnju did not wish to ponder where Inning Chi Si might lead her. She was oblivious to where she could go after leaving the Jiuxiao sect. Now, she was but an ordinary person. Though her mortal form had been nourished by spiritual energy for years, she had ultimately become an ordinary being, encumbered by a body of over 100 years. If she could not swiftly regain her cultivation, her life would not endure for long. After an unknown span of time, Elnja felt that she had departed from Jiuxiao Mountain. Before her lay a bustling throng, far more animated than any market she remembered. With a closer look, she could discern the nature of this place, but her heart was too heavy to care, so she simply inquired, "What is this place?" "This is where the Jiuxiao sect recruits mortal disciples. Though thousands flock here daily, only a scant few are selected. A few of our junior brothers in the foundation establishment stage oversee the process, diligently choosing those with commendable potential," Ning Chi Si elucidated, gesturing towards several disciples clad in Jiuxiao sect attire, meticulously assessing candidates with their magical tools. Elnja cast a puzzled glance at Ning Chi Si, the sole flicker of vitality in her eyes. Observing her desolation, Ning Chi Si offered a resigned smile before saying with profound significance, "Your father has expelled you from the sect, declaring that all past grievances are now a thing of the past, and you are free from any connection to the Jiuxiao sect. However, he did not say you could not re-enter the Jiuxiao sect, did he? The past can be erased, which is nothing more than an opportunity for you to start anew." Ning Chotzi's words caused Long Yue's body to tremble violently. In an instant, a glimmer of vitality appeared in her eyes, and she seemed to be rejuvenated. "Do not hesitate. Everything is just beginning," Ning Chotzi suddenly remarked with profound significance, then took Long Yue's hand and walked towards one of the recruitment disciples. Before they could approach, the disciple, who was at the foundation establishment stage, noticed Ning Chotzi and Long Wei and hurriedly rose to greet them. "I have met Miss Chotzi in real person, Long Wei." The disciple was exceedingly respectful. Even though Long Wei had lost all her cultivation and had been expelled from the sect, he dared not be negligent, as Long Wei had come with Ning Chotzi. "Junior brother, let us skip the queue and let my master register first. Everything can proceed according to protocol," Ning Chotzi said naturally, essentially issuing a command. "Of course. I will take care of it immediately," the recruitment disciple replied promptly, then retrieved a jade slip from his person, inscribing some basic information before presenting it to Long Yue with both hands. "This is the token for entering the Jiuxiao sect as a disciple, a symbol of your identity. With this, Long Wei, you can be considered to have returned to the Jiuxiao sect." "Thank you, junior brother. You may continue with your tasks." Ning Chotzi waved her hand and, calling forth a magical artifact, soared back up the mountain with Long Yue. Moments later, they arrived at Tianjun Peak, which appeared unchanged from a few days prior. "I have exercised a small privilege to place Tianjun Peak under my name. Now I wish to gift it to my master. This will remain yours in the future. Additionally, these elixirs were given to me by my master in the past. For these years, consider it my way of safeguarding them for him. With these elixirs, you should be able to restore your cultivation swiftly." Ning Chotzi spoke fervently, and Long Yue was profoundly moved. In her past endeavors to approach Chu Tianjun, she had indeed treated Ning Chotzi quite well, and it seemed those kindnesses were not in vain. Long Yue did not decline. She genuinely needed these elixirs, not only to restore her cultivation but also because her physical form was running out of time. In the future, she would certainly repay Ning Chotzi tenfold. According to the new sect regulations, her father would personally bestow the true inheritance position, and as long as her master restored his nascent soul cultivations, she could rightfully meet him. Before departing, Ning Chotzi did not forget to mention the most crucial statement, which indeed became Long Yue's motivation for resuming her cultivation. As Ning Chotzi was about to leave, Long Yue mustered her courage to ask, "Is this merely your pity for me, or—" "It was my father who sent me," Ning Chotzi interjected before Long Yue could finish her question. This answer undeniably dispelled all of Long Yue's clouds of doubt. It was the answer she had yearned for most, and in that moment, she truly severed all ties to her past and embarked on a genuine new beginning. "In less than 10 years, I shall undoubtedly return to the nascent soul stage," Long Yue vowed to herself. Ning Chotzi soon returned to Tianjun Peak, where Chu Tianjun was still preoccupied with the celestial artifact, the copper coffin. "How's Father's research progressing?" Ning Chotzi appears to be the busiest individual, not only managing the expansive eastern region's 4 states, but also overseeing certain enterprises of the Jiuxiao sect, while simultaneously concerning himself with his father's personal emotional dilemmas. This object, known as the burial of a mortal's coffin, is indeed a celestial artifact. However, its actual purpose diverges significantly from its name. This artifact is a valuable tool utilized by celestial beings in the immortal realm for the reconstruction of their physical forms, which means that Youwei's corporeal body is on the verge of restoration. Chu Tianjun expressed his delight, having mastered the usage of the burial of a mortal's coffin after a thorough study. Can it truly reconstruct an immortal's physical form? Does that mean Sister Youwei can ascend to immortality directly? Ning Qiuzi also inquired with a face full of joy. Chu Tianjun shook his head and remarked, "The resources required for an immortal's physical form are immensely vast. It is likely that we would need to refine our entire world to create but a single immortal body. While I cannot provide her with such a form, I am aware of a rare treasure in the southern domain that can assist Youwei in attaining a spiritual body. When the time is ripe, I shall personally retrieve it, and that will mark the day of her resurrection." "Is a spiritual body truly that significant?" Ning Qiuzi inquired, her expression somewhat dismal. This was primarily because both she and Chu Youwei possessed abysmal cultivation talents. Should Youwei acquire a spiritual body and be reborn, she would remain the sole underperformer. Effort seemed trivial when pitted against innate talent. Possessing a spiritual body undoubtedly surpasses the absence of one. Chu Tianjun stated this matter-of-factly, which, without a doubt, dampened Ning Qiuzi's spirits. She pouted, clearly reluctant to continue discussing this sorrowful topic, and shifted the conversation to Dongwei. "By the way, I have brought Master Dongwei back to Tianshan Peak. Given my father's abilities, he should be able to restore her cultivation in a short time. Why then does he allow her to cultivate on her own?" This adopted daughter had never questioned Chu Tianjun, yet she harbored many uncertainties. Things that come too easily are often taken for granted, regardless of whether they stem from my genuine experiences or merely glimpses of potential futures. Now, this thread of causality has been severed. What is beneficial for me is also advantageous for them. We have only traversed half of this path to immortality. Chu Tianjun stated with an untroubled demeanor, lifting his gaze towards the vast sky. Originally, Chu Tianjun believed that killing Yi Chun would signify the end of all matters. However, at the moment he took Yi Chun's life, he realized that this was not an ending, but merely the commencement of a new chapter. Regardless of what the future may hold, his daughter would always remain by his side. Ning Qiuzi, crouching beside Chu Tianjun, spoke softly, their demeanor reflecting an intimate bond that was undeniably pure and devoid of any ulterior motives. "Although I previously stated that effort pales in comparison to innate talent, your abilities do not lie in the realm of cultivation, so there is no need for you to concern yourself with such talents. As for your lifespan, you need not worry. While achieving the nascent soul stage may presently be a challenge, attaining the golden core stage is indeed a more attainable feat. Seize the moment, for there is no better time than now." As Chu Tianjun spoke, he gently placed his hand atop Ning Qiuzi's head, and a stream of gentle spiritual energy surged into her body. Ning Qiuzi, being at the foundation establishment stage, possessed spiritual energy in a liquefied state, akin to clear water. However, the energy that Chu Tianjun infused into her was reminiscent of mercury, dense and profound, exceeding her own by a significant margin. This refined energy, akin to liquid mercury, continuously flowed into her dantian, and under Chu Tianjun's meticulous guidance, it was persistently compressed and injected. After approximately half a stick of incense, Chu Tianjun forcibly assisted Ning Qiuzi in condensing a high-grade golden elixir. Though there was no grand display of dragons and tigers intertwining, the moment the elixir was formed, a resplendent radiance filled the sky, witnessed by all within the Nine Heavens Sect. Chapter 60. Manually crafted flying sword. Am I also at the golden elixir stage now? Ning Qiuzi, overwhelmed by an unprecedented surge of power, found it hard to believe. Your biological parents may not have much time left. Go down the mountain and spend their final moments with them. There will be ample time for us, father and daughter, in the days to come. Chu Tianjun, who often appeared indifferent, was acutely aware of everything. After helping Ning Qiuzi solidify her golden elixir, he encouraged her to return and accompany her biological parents during their last moments. "Father, when we meet again, I shall be known as Chu Qiuzi." Ning Qiuzi felt no sorrow in parting. With a radiant smile, she waved goodbye to Chu Tianjun. With a smile, Chu Tianjun nodded and watched Ning Qiuzi depart. This time, he refrained from sending anyone to protect her. Firstly, Ning Qiuzi, now in the golden core stage, possessed significantly enhanced self-defense capabilities. Secondly, he had recently crafted a new protective talisman for her, which was even more formidable than the last. Furthermore, Ning Qiuzi was particularly cautious about her life. When faced with danger, she would undoubtedly flee faster than anyone else. Her unparalleled intelligence ensured that at the slightest hint of peril, she would swiftly return under the cover of night. After Ning Qiuzi's departure, the atmosphere around Chu Tianjun grew notably quieter. During this period, Lu Qingxue led the elite disciples of the Jiuxiao sect in a sweeping campaign across the northern region, vanquishing the demonic tribes repeatedly. Those who refused to submit or appeared unruly were mercilessly eradicated. The Jiuxiao sect's dominance in the northern region was burgeoning. And while Chu Tianjun had been a benevolent figure in his previous life, he no longer clung to such naivety in this one. He could still be considered a good person, albeit reluctantly, yet he held true to the belief that the path of cultivation was inherently contrarian. This journey was characterized by fierce competition, driven by the pursuit of resources and opportunities. This wisdom had been imparted by Lu Qingxue's former master, the esteemed Chu Tianjun. The principle remained unassailable. Even now, as Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue sought to elevate their cultivation levels, they were compelled to contend and seize what was necessary. Additionally, many members of the Jiuxiao sect had entered secluded meditation during this time. Wu Qingyun was on the brink of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, while the couple Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua had also recently entered seclusion, striving for the same goal. Furthermore, an increasing number of foundation establishment disciples were attempting to advance to the golden core stage. This flourishing situation was made possible through the relentless endeavors of Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue. After Chu Tianjun bid farewell to Ning Qiu, he retreated for a period of time. This retreat was relatively brief, lasting only 3 years. However, upon his emergence, he had attained the mid-stage of the transformation realm. And this advancement was notably stable, with the late stage now within reach. Lu Qingxue had returned long ago, and Wu Qingyun successfully ascended to the nascent soul stage a year prior. Furthermore, the couple Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua had both achieved the status of nascent soul realms 2 years earlier. Consequently, the Jiuxiao sect now boasts 4 nascent soul realms. And the number of golden core experts has surged, with nearly 50 members across the sect, rapidly approaching the figures seen in previous years. The first task that Chu Tianjun undertook upon his return was to personally preside over the ceremony for 3 Yuanying true practitioners, bestowing upon them the esteemed positions of true inheritance. On this day, within and outside the ethereal hall of the Nine Heavens, nearly all disciples of the Jiuxiao sect were gathered, alongside those who remained outside. Upon observing the rapid growth of the Jiuxiao sect since its rebirth, Chu Tianjun noted that in less than a decade, the number of disciples had doubled, and more importantly, the quality of these disciples had significantly improved. If one were to assess their combat prowess, the current strength of the Jiuxiao sect surpassed that of the time when the celestial pivot was present by several folds. Senior brother, over the years, the sect has welcomed numerous disciples with exceptional talents, and they have all gathered here today. Shall we take a moment to observe them? After the 3 Yuanying masters were conferred the title of true disciples, Lu Qingxue suddenly spoke up. CHT New Jersey N cast a knowing glance at LQ Nixu, his smile revealing a depth of understanding. During his 3 years of seclusion, he not only experienced a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation, but also developed an uncanny ability to perceive the underlying truths of the world around him. It seemed that Nixu had taken on a disciple. Is your disciple not my esteemed nephew? Shouldn't you summon them forth for me to meet? With a straightforward observation, CHT New Jersey N expressed his desire to see the direct disciple of LQ Nixu. Although the G11O sect had diminished the traditional master-disciple lineage post-rebirth, it did not prohibit nascent soul practitioners from taking on students. After all, if truly exceptional disciples could benefit from the personal guidance of a nascent soul master, their cultivation journey would undoubtedly be smoother, which would ultimately benefit the sect. Therefore, there was no valid reason for such restrictions. Huingyo, why do you not step forward to pay your respects to your esteemed uncle? LQ Nixu smiled gently at CHT New Jersey Inn before gesturing to one of her disciples below. While CHT New Jersey Inn had seen through her concealed intentions, LQ Nixu felt a sense of joy in her heart, for it indicated that her senior brother truly understood her. Chu Tianjun indeed possesses profound understanding. He is even aware of Lu Qingxue's feelings towards him. In truth, he has never intentionally shied away from this knowledge. Both he and Lu Qingxue have exceedingly long lifespans, and thus, any misunderstandings or rifts between them are simply impossible. Therefore, they allow things to unfold naturally, trusting that all will come to fruition in due time. In the next moment, a young maiden, barely 18, clad in a white top and a light green long skirt, respectfully knelt before him. Disciple Jiang Qingyao pays her respects to the master uncle. The young girl performed a grand bow. She was indeed fortunate. Had it not been for Lu Qingxue accepting her as a disciple, she would never have had the privilege to address Chu Tianjun as master uncle. Please, rise quickly. Chu Tianjun gently raised his right hand, lifting Jiang Qingyao from the ground. At that moment, he beheld her features, which could be aptly described as exceptionally beautiful. Indeed, she bears a resemblance to junior sister Qingxue in her youth, and her water spirit physique is a boon for our sect. Qingyao, do you possess a suitable magical artifact or flying sword? Chu Tianjun inquired without reservation, seeking to know if Jiang Qingyao had a fitting weapon. Although Jiang Qingyao's water spirit physique is the most fundamental among the 5 elemental physiques and cannot be compared to Lu Qingxue's 2 supreme physiques, it is nonetheless a rarity in this world. Provided there are no unforeseen circumstances, reaching the transformation stage in cultivation should pose no challenge. Upon hearing Chu Tianjun's question, Jiang Qingyao cast an inquiring glance towards her master, to which Lu Qingxue nodded in affirmation. In response to Master Uncle, my cultivation is still in its infancy, and I have yet to forge a magical artifact or flying sword, Jiang Qingyao replied truthfully, as she was currently only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. At the time you became my disciple, I should have presented you with a welcome gift. Let us rectify that today. Since your master has instructed you to primarily focus on sword techniques, I shall gift you a flying sword, Chu Tianjun remarked. Having discerned the core technique Jiang Qingyao was to master. In truth, even without this insight, he could have surmised that Lu Qingxue's greatest strengths lay in her lightning and ice techniques, derived from her 2 supreme physiques, which she could not impart to Jiang Qingyao. Thus, it was highly likely that she intended to teach her the sword techniques she had learned under the legendary Zhou Jian. Upon concluding his words, Chu Tianjun gently waved his hand, and several objects radiating a celestial glow materialized before him. These items were of peculiar shapes, some resembling ice crystals, others akin to liquid, and some were unlike anything many had ever encountered. Yet, amidst this array, not a single flying sword could be found. However, the audience's bewilderment quickly dissipated, for in the next moment, Chu Tianjun skillfully crafted a semi-transparent flying sword, entirely reminiscent of water, from these materials. The essence of this sword was composed of rare treasures, sufficient for use until the stage of divine transformation. As for its name, that was left to the chooser. With a delicate flick of his fingertip, the translucent sword before Jiang Qingyao. Chapter 61. The era of great strife. Jiang Qingyao, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt once more in reverence, while the others in the hall watched in envy, well aware that this was a reflection of Chu Tianjun's benevolence, marveling at Jiang Qingyao's fortunate choice in a master. Magical artifacts are classified by rank: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and supreme. Yet, being a true master of the primordial spirit, the artifacts crafted by Chu Tianjun were of the highest caliber. After meeting with Jiang Qingyao, Chu Tianjun also became acquainted with several young disciples of remarkable talent, each with a clear lineage. Following Jiang Qingyao, Wu Qingyan introduced his first direct disciple, Han Ningxiang, whom he had taken under his wing 6 months prior. Although Han Ningxiang appeared youthful, her true age was around 40, which surprised Chu Tianjun even more when he learned that this female disciple also possessed the exceedingly rare spiritual body known as the apothecary sage's spiritual body. Qingyun, where did you find this disciple? Upon seeing Han Ningxiang for the first time, Chu Tianjun was taken aback. In response to the revered masteress' inquiry, Wu Qingyan remained silent, allowing Han Ningxiang to speak for herself. Subsequently, Wu Qingyan nodded and remarked, Ningxiang was a renowned physician in the secular world, a healer with a benevolent heart. Recognizing her aptitude for alchemy, I chose to take her as my direct disciple. Chu Tianjun nodded repeatedly, perceiving that Han Ningxiang had not intended to seek attention or showcase herself. Rather, she was aware that her master was typically engrossed in the art of alchemy. The master's explanation of how she had come to join his tutelage would likely require extensive elaboration. Thus she had succinctly responded to Chu Tianjun with a few straightforward words. I should offer you a token of our first meeting. Yet I find myself lacking suitable items related to alchemy. How about this? Should you encounter any challenges in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out at any time. Chu Tianjun stated after a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over the faces of everyone present in the hall. Wu Qingyun, in particular, was so moved that he trembled as he bowed deeply to Chu Tianjun, realizing that Chu Tianjun was indirectly offering to mentor Han Ningxiang. Han Ningxiang, equally exhilarated, quickly prostrated herself, fully aware that her master's expertise in alchemy had been imparted by this esteemed teacher. The privilege of receiving direct instruction from him surpassed the value of any artifact or technique. In truth, Chu Tianjun believed that, in terms of potential worth, Han Ningxiang held greater promise than Jiang Qingyao. Although both were of the sacred body, Han Ningxiang, upon mastering her cultivation, would be of even greater benefit to the entire sect. Furthermore, Han Ningxiang possessed a compassionate heart, having been a person of respect even before her ascension to immortality. "Do you still have family in the mortal realm?" Chu Tianjun inquired, gently lifting Han Ningxiang with a hand. She shook her head and succinctly recounted her circumstances. It turned out that Han Ningxiang had lost her parents at a young age, but they had arranged a betrothal for her to a kind family that had welcomed her into their home. Upon reaching marriageable age, she had married her fiancé without issue. Although her in-laws were merely ordinary folk, they were benevolent, and her husband treated her well, leading to a peaceful and happy life. Unfortunately, their bliss was short-lived. Just 3 months into their marriage, her husband fell ill with a mysterious ailment that even the finest physicians could not cure. Han Ningxiang, who possessed a tenacious spirit, began self-studying medicine in the 2nd month of her husband's illness, determined to save him when no one else could. As she cared for her gravely ill husband, she devoted herself to the study of medicine with unwavering dedication. Regrettably, fate was unkind, despite her surpassing the expertise of most doctors. She could only prolong her husband's life for an additional year before he passed away. Though she was heartbroken for a time, she soon regained her composure, as she still had her in-laws to care for. Eventually, her medical skills flourished, and her reputation grew. After the passing of her in-laws a few years ago, she felt her medical journey had reached its limits in the mortal realm. Upon hearing of the Zhou sect, she decided to seek an apprenticeship. With her deep sense of loyalty and exceptional talent, the Zhou sect had indeed discovered a gem. Chu Tianjun was filled with great joy as he observed Han Ningxiang, finding her increasingly pleasing to the eye. Initially, the emergence of Jiang Qingyao and Han Ningxiang had made him acutely aware of the trend of imbalance within the Zhou sect, where the feminine presence seemed to overshadow the masculine. Fortunately, he soon encountered several other disciples, which reassured him of the sect's overall vitality. Lu Qingxue and Wu Qingyun had each taken on a disciple endowed with a spiritual body, while the couple Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua had, in recent years, accepted 6 disciples. Lacking offspring of their own, it seemed they had taken on many disciples to compensate for their regrets, making their Jinshi peak the most vibrant place in the Zhou sect. The 6 disciples, 5 males and 1 female, each greeted Chu Tianjun respectfully. The relationship between the couple and Chu Tianjun was somewhat distant, and thus their disciples could not address him as Shibua, but rather referred to him as acting sect leader. Similarly, Chu Tianjun could not bestow upon them supreme magical treasures, nor could he personally instruct them, yet he offered them rewards that, while not on par with handcrafted supreme flying swords, were nonetheless what these foundation-building disciples required most at that moment. Upon meeting the 3rd-ranked disciple among the 6, Chu Tianjun was taken aback once again, for this young man also possessed a spiritual body. The shattered spiritual body indicated exceptional talent for sword cultivation. Although the Qi Shao sword was not a supreme magical artifact, it was approaching that status, and he decided to bestow it upon the youth. While Chu Tianjun could have crafted another supreme flying sword on the spot, considering he had only given Jiang Qingyao a supreme flying sword, he opted to present the slightly lesser gift to the young man named Lin Yu. Lin Yu exuded the youthful vigor befitting his age as he accepted the flying sword with an upright posture, then knelt before Chu Tianjun with utmost seriousness, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for the reward, acting sect leader. I vow to dedicate myself to the sect, willing to sacrifice everything without regret." The 4th disciple was rather unremarkable, simply a promising talent, while the 5th was a girl, the sole female disciple of Shou Qifeng and Li Wanhua, also a good prospect. Though lacking a spiritual body, she did not leave a deep impression on Chu Tianjun. However, upon meeting the 6th disciple, he was momentarily stunned. This boy was likely the youngest, thus earning the title of junior apprentice, but Chu Tianjun noted his rather mediocre aptitude, as well as his somewhat wooden demeanor. Even his greeting was stammered. "Disciple Lin Fan pays respects to the acting sect leader." Chu Tianjun directed his gaze towards the couple, Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua. Li Wanhua promptly stepped forward and, with a respectful bow, explained to Chu Tianjun, "This child is a cousin of Lin Yu. They have shared a strong bond since childhood. Lin Yu is unwilling to part ways with Lin Fan." And given that Lin Fan possesses a pure and kind-hearted nature, we have decided to take them both in as brothers. Standing beside Lin Fan, Li Wanhua gently patted his shoulder, reminiscent of a mother encouraging her beloved child. Chu Tianjun discerned that Lin Fan was, in essence, an additional condition for Lin Yu's apprenticeship. However, the prospect of taking on a sword cultivator of such remarkable talent, possessing the destruction spirit body, warranted the slight addition. Moreover, it appeared that the couple, Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhua, treated Lin Fan without any favoritism. In fact, due to his seemingly inferior aptitude, they exhibited a particular kind of care. Speaking cautiously to avoid wounding his pride, your cultivation speed is somewhat sluggish. Here is a vial of meridian opening pill, which can enhance your aptitude to a certain extent. Chu Tianjun briefly elucidated the effects of the elixir before gently tossing the jade vial into Lin Fan's hands. This gesture indeed led many to perceive Chu Tianjun's treatment of Lin Fan as somewhat perfunctory. However, Wu Qingyun, Han Ningxiang, and Lu Qingxue exchanged surprised glances with Chu Tianjun, for they alone understood the rarity of the meridian opening pill. Such an item was virtually non-existent in the marketplace. Even Ning Qiuzi could only obtain it in limited quantities. This particular vial contained merely 3 pills, painstakingly refined over the past 3 years, one each year, and was originally intended for Ning Qiuzi. Thank you, esteemed acting sect leader, for your generous gift. Lin Fan respectfully bowed in gratitude. His words were few and lacked the eloquence of his cousin Lin Yu, but no one paid it much mind, attributing it to his natural awkwardness. With no further matters at hand, the assembly gradually dispersed. Even Lu Qingxue hurried off to assist her disciple in refining a top-tier flying sword. In the grand hall, Chu Tianjun found himself alone as the doors slowly closed behind him. A spectral compass materialized in his wake, and 2 pages of golden foil fluttered into the air. His gaze was fixed upon the void, as if attempting to discern the past and future, yet all he perceived was a shroud of mist that obscured everything. It was intriguing. Within a mere few years, an abundance of gifted individuals possessing spiritual bodies had emerged. What merit had the humble Jiuxiu sect to warrant such phenomena? The compass spun for a moment before dissipating, and he bowed his head, murmuring to himself. As the spiritual prodigies began to manifest one after another in the Jiuxiu sect, Chu Tianjun sensed that something was amiss. The truth was evident without the need for elaborate calculations, as the ancients would say. The prodigies flourish in an era of great contention. The appearance of so many exceptional talents capable of leading an era signified the arrival of a tumultuous time. And it was apparent that the Jiuxiu sect lay at the eye of the storm. Chapter 62. The disparity between individuals. Once, Chu Tianjun had also been a prodigy, guiding an era of his own. However, he now considered himself no longer in that esteemed category, for in his eyes, each prodigy was merely a shade more remarkable than the ordinary. Jiang Qingyao accompanied Lu Qingxue back to Qingxue Peak, a place perpetually shrouded in ice and thunder, which greatly benefited Lu Qingxue's cultivation. Initially, Jiang Qingyao struggled to adapt, but after establishing her foundation, she grew accustomed to it. For the thunder held not only the power of destruction, but also the vitality necessary to catalyze her water's spiritual body. Qingyao, I shall assist you in refining this flying sword, Lu Qingxue said earnestly. Observe how exquisite it is. You must treat your master uncle well. He does not craft many items by hand, and each is a treasure. Lu Qingxue expressed her gratitude towards Chu Tianjun for providing such a remarkable gift to Jiang Qingyao. After all, even Lu Qingxue possessed only one piece of Thunder Emperor battle armor, crafted personally by Chu Tianjun. Master, do you think my master uncle possesses any particularly formidable sword techniques? If there were powerful techniques to accompany this exceptional flying sword, wouldn't that be even more extraordinary? Jiang Qingyao inquired with a hopeful expression. She felt a sense of joy today, yet an inexplicable void lingered. At her words, Lu Qingxue instinctively furrowed her brow but refrained from dwelling on it. With a serious tone, she replied, if such techniques exist, your master uncle would surely bestow them upon you. If he has not done so yet, it is likely that the time has not yet come. Some matters require a gradual approach. What is suitable for you is what is best. As my disciple, you need not concern yourself with external possessions. Focus solely on your cultivation. As long as it belongs to the Jiuxiu sect, you shall undoubtedly receive the finest. Thank you, master. I shall dedicate myself to my cultivation. Jiang Qingyao nodded obediently. As the sole direct disciple of the Holy Maiden of the Nine Sky sect, she has indeed enjoyed the finest treatment, a privilege befitting her status. This is not merely due to her possessing a spiritual body, but rather because she is a disciple of Lu Qingxue. On the other hand, Wu Qingyun and Han Ningxiang, this master-disciple pair, led a much more mundane existence. Both were diligent and practical, returning to the Danding Peak to continue alchemy. However, with Han Ningxiang's presence, they often worked together in their endeavors. Over the past 2 years, we have encountered several challenges in our alchemical pursuits. Please compile your thoughts and, when you have the opportunity, seek guidance from the esteemed master at Tianjun Peak. Be sure to listen attentively and take notes. Such opportunities are rare. And even I can only meet my senior brother at specific times, Wu Qingyun advised earnestly during their alchemical sessions. While this may sound like a master envying his disciple, Wu Qingyun was merely pleased, knowing that as he entered the nascent soul stage, his path would grow increasingly arduous. Previously, he could rely on a vast array of elixirs to bolster his cultivation. However, advancing to the transformation stage requires not only accumulation but also insight and fate, qualities that seem to elude him. In contrast, Han Ningxiang's future appeared far more promising, with greater potential to benefit the Nine Sky Sect. This was precisely why Chu Tianjun had granted her such privileges. As one who genuinely regarded the sect as his home, Wu Qingyun naturally held his disciple in high esteem and sincerely hoped that she would surpass him in due course. Rest assured, Master, I will strive to concoct elixirs capable of transcending the transformation stage. Han Ningxiang expressed her deep respect for Wu Qingyun. Having spent over a year together, she recognized him as a truly benevolent individual, one who selflessly cared for his disciples and generously supported his peers, exhibiting no airs even towards outer disciples. He was a true elder, treating the sect as his family and his disciples as his own children. If you can assist my senior brother in the future, then I shall depart this world with a smile, for that is my only hope, Wu Qingyun said with solemnity. While he had often spoken of Chu Tianjun's virtues to Han Ningxiang, his tone today was imbued with greater gravity. Do not worry, Master. I shall treat the esteemed master as I do you, for the Nine Sky Sect will also be my home, she reassured him. Han Ningxiang solemnly remarked. Her understanding of Chu Tianjun was limited, primarily derived from others' accounts, yet she held unwavering faith in her master. If even her revered mentor esteemed this individual, he must undoubtedly be remarkable and worthy of her respect. Upon arriving at the Jiuxiao sect, Han Ningxiang discovered that the reality starkly contrasted with the rumors she had heard. Before her arrival, she had been led to believe that the world of cultivation was rife with deceit and rivalry. However, she soon realized that cultivators could also be filled with affection and loyalty. Perhaps this sentiment was only shared by a select few, but it undeniably existed. The atmosphere atop the Qingci Peak was much livelier, with 6 disciples examining the treasures bestowed upon them by Chu Tianjun. Even the couple, Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua, were unable to offer anything of equal value. 5 of the disciples appeared exuberant, while only Lin Fan seemed disinterested. This was typical of him, and the others attributed his demeanor to shyness, thus they often took extra care to engage him in conversation. Junior brother, the elixirs from the acting sect leader are of the highest quality. You should make haste to refine them. You might be the first among us at Qingci Peak to achieve the golden core stage, 5th senior sister Tian Shaoyi said playfully, shaking Lin Fan's jade vial. The other senior brothers and sisters chimed in with encouragement. Observing their harmonious interaction, Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua chose not to intrude, quietly leaving the space for the youth. Indeed, Fan, you must focus on refining those elixirs. In just 6 months, the sect competition will commence. The arena for the foundation establishment stage is too small. We must compete in the arena for the golden core stage against true powerhouses, Lin Yu encouraged, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. Despite being the 3rd senior brother, Lin Yu's talents were exceptional, and he had already reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, making him the most accomplished among them. Lin Fan smiled faintly, yet a flicker of unease danced in his eyes. He had always shared a close bond with Lin Yu, who had taken on a brotherly role and often imparted wisdom. However, since joining the Jiuxiao sect, Lin Fan began to perceive Lin Yu's guidance as a form of humiliation. Yes, I understand, Lin Fan nodded, concealing his negative emotions adeptly. To others, he merely appeared reserved and somewhat shy. Soon, the senior brothers and sisters began to admire the semi-legendary flying sword Xiao, gifted to Lin Yu by Chu Tianjun. Lin Yu generously allowed everyone to examine it, fostering a warm camaraderie among the disciples. Suddenly, Lin Fan seemed to recall something, feigning curiosity while expressing confusion. If only brother you possessed a supreme flying sword, given his innate talent for the destruction spirit body, but alas. The acting sect leader bestowed that supreme sword upon someone who is not a true sword cultivator. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the expressions of several senior brothers and sisters shifted uncomfortably. What are you saying, Fan? That supreme flying sword was crafted by the acting sect leader specifically for Sister Jiang. Such remarks must not be uttered again. Lin Yu immediately reprimanded Lin Fan, and to Lin Fan's ears, it indeed sounded like a scolding. With a hint of grievance, Lin Fan replied, I merely feel it is unjust for Brother Yu. If you were to obtain an exceptional flying sword, you could potentially claim victory even in the Golden Core group during the grand competition. Observing Lin Fan's demeanor, which showed genuine concern for himself, Lin Yu promptly patted his cousin's shoulder and spoke earnestly. I understand that Brother Fan is considering my well-being, but the favor bestowed by the acting sect leader is a kindness we must cherish. Even a single thread or needle from such generosity deserves our gratitude. How can one compare the value of gifts, as we have just entered the sect without having accomplished anything? It is only because of the esteem held by our master and mistress that we have the opportunity to meet the acting sect leader. Even if the acting sect leader were to grant us nothing, it would be entirely justified. Lin Yu added, and the other disciples nodded in agreement. Lin Fan followed suit, though it was evident that his agreement was not entirely heartfelt. Chapter 63, A Simple Yet Romantic Love in Recent Days. Chu Tianjun found himself somewhat idle as he awaited the imminent sect competition. After all, this would be the first grand competition for the Jiuxiu sect following its rebirth, marking the dawn of a new era, one belonging to the younger generation. It was certain that some disciples would shine brilliantly during the competition as the acting sect leader. Chu Tianjun needed to identify these individuals and strategize their future cultivation. Following the competition, he had made plans to journey to the southern region's demonic path. His intentions were twofold. First, to acquire a rare treasure in preparation for resurrecting Chu Yuwei. Second, to seek out Yu Jiu. After all these years, he wondered if the sorceress who had turned his elder siblings into soul slaves had made any new discoveries regarding the immortal inscription. Simultaneously, he wished to probe whether she possessed any leads concerning the remaining pages of the Six Instruments Heavenly Book. The Six Instruments Heavenly Book was immensely powerful, and Chu Tianjun had categorized it as an essential item to collect. However, he had yet to uncover any clues regarding the other 4 missing pages and could only search in every conceivable direction. As the time for the competition drew nearer, those exceptionally gifted young disciples began to break through to the Golden Core stage one after another. The first to achieve this was Jiang Qingyao, the direct disciple of Lu Qingxue, who had all the advantages of timing, location, and circumstance, effortlessly breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Next was Lin Yu from the Qinsa Peak, whose ascension to the Golden Core stage was marked by the manifestation of a heavenly tribulation, even attracting the attention of Chu Tianjun, who observed from a distance. Lin Yu faced the heavenly tribulation with resplendence, not resorting to the typical method of utilizing protective artifacts. Instead, he brandished the Qishao sword and boldly confronted the tribulation head-on. This reckless act, however, was met with ease, and he swiftly overcame the challenge, becoming a topic of admiration within the sect. One day, as Chu Tianjun sat leisurely in the peach orchard, he suddenly noticed the signs of a heavenly tribulation forming atop Tianjun Peak. Naturally, this was not his own tribulation. Should he be facing a tribulation, it would be a significant one for the refinement void stage. The calamity clouds gathered swiftly, and a series of grand formations rose from a cave dwelling below Tianjun Peak. Without hesitation, Chu Tianjun stepped forward, appearing within the formation. Do not be distracted. I am here to assist you in overcoming this tribulation. Chu Tianjun addressed a figure seated cross-legged within the formation. At that moment, it was the formation master Ouyang Ming who was undergoing tribulation. His primary focus on the mastery of formations had resulted in a rather sluggish progression in his own cultivation. However, he was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Soon, the thunder of tribulation began to descend, and Chu Tianjun refrained from intervening to disperse the heavenly calamity, for that would imply Ouyang Ming had not completed his tribulation, thereby preventing him from attaining the nascent soul. Instead, he stood not far from Ouyang Ming, gently pressing a hand down towards the ground, channeling a tremendous surge of spiritual power into the formation beneath Ouyang Ming. What had once been a brilliant formation erupted into an even more resplendent radiance. Ouyang Ming felt an unprecedented surge of strength, bolstered by the formation's power. The thunder of tribulation that struck him caused him no harm whatsoever. The duration of the tribulation was brief, and as the calamity clouds dispersed, Ouyang Ming stood unscathed. He immediately knelt before Chu Tianjun, this bow filled with sincere gratitude akin to being reborn. This was not the first time Chu Tianjun had bestowed upon him such a life-altering grace. Subsequently, the Jiuxiu sect welcomed another true disciple, along with a new peak named the Four Symbols Peak. Gradually, more disciples broke through to the Golden Core stage, and the number of Golden Core cultivators within the Jiuxiu sect reached 100 before the sect competition. The 6 direct disciples of the Qinsei Peak also successively attained their Golden Cores. And even Lin Fan inexplicably condensed his Golden Core on the eve of the sect competition. Old Sixth, you really did it. I knew our junior brother would succeed. Several senior brothers and sisters surrounded Lin Fan, with the 5th sister, Tian Shaoyi, taking his hand and examining him closely, leaving Lin Fan both embarrassed and elated. Fan, congratulations on achieving your Golden Core. Here are some high-grade pills for replenishing qi and healing. The arena can be perilous, and since you've just formed your core, take these for unforeseen circumstances. If you find yourself truly outmatched, do not hesitate to concede. There is no shame in that. Lin Yu, though genuinely pleased for his cousin, maintained a sense of decorum. Unlike the others, he refrained from excessive praise, instead presenting Lin Fan with the pills and advising him to prioritize his safety in the competition. However, Lin Fan perceived these words as a veiled mockery from his elder cousin, suggesting a lack of faith in his abilities, as if he would bring shame upon himself by entering the arena. Brother you should keep them for yourself. My defeat is of little consequence. You are the one aiming for first place, and you need these pills more. For the first time, Lin Fan declined Lin Yu's offer, but his words were articulated with such eloquence that even Lin Yu felt a stir of emotion. The other disciples witnessing this scene also recognized Lin Fan's maturity, appreciating the profound bond of brotherhood between them. My dear husband, as we traverse this life together, our greatest regret has been the absence of children. Yet now, these disciples may serve to fulfill that void, Li Wanhua remarked as she leaned against Zhou Qifeng, the couple observing the unfolding events from a distance. Indeed, they are all our cherished disciples. At first, I was concerned that Fanner might feel inferior due to his lack of qualifications. However, it appears that this young man possesses an inherent brilliance. Though he may seem unremarkable at first glance, he is indeed a gem in the rough. Zhou Qifeng expressed his satisfaction, particularly mentioning Lin Fan, clearly pleased with him. During my last visit to Danding Peak, I heard from the esteemed disciple Ning Xiang that the Tongmai Dan is an exceptionally rare elixir. Even Miss Chio Ci can only consume 1 per year. Over the past 6 months, Fanner has taken 3, which must have significantly enhanced his physique and opened his meridians, I presume? Li Wanhua, wearing a beaming smile, acknowledged the rarity of the Tongmai Dan. However, to preserve Lin Fan's dignity, she refrained from revealing the miraculous nature of the elixir, allowing him to believe that his progress was solely due to his diligent cultivation, thereby bolstering his confidence for the future. On the following day, disciples of the sect gathered at the lower level of the Nine Clouds Grand Hall, where the hall's elevation created a vast platform for the upcoming sect competition. More than 10 arenas had been constructed atop it. The rules of the competition remained unchanged, with one group for the Foundation Establishment stage and another for the Golden Core stage. The order of participation decided by lottery. The first day was dedicated to drawing lots. Although the number of Foundation Establishment participants was considerable, they garnered little attention, while the Golden Core group, consisting of precisely 101 individuals, captivated the entire sect. Originally, there were exactly 100 sign-ups for the Golden Core group by yesterday, but with Lin Fan's timely breakthrough, an additional participant emerged, thus ensuring one individual would have a bye in the first round. Interestingly, the lottery results revealed that Lin Fan was the one who would not compete in the initial round, leading many to exclaim how fortunate he was. That fellow from the Qinsei Peak, Lin Fan, seems to possess extraordinary luck. Not only did he break through at the right moment, but he also drew the bye in the lottery. Even Lu Qingxue, who usually shows little interest in sect affairs, brought this matter up in front of Chu Tianjun. During this period, Chu Tianjun found himself quite idle, and Lu Qingxue intentionally refrained from secluding herself, frequently seeking out Chu Tianjun, allowing them to share a delightful time together over the past few months. Occasionally, Chu Tianjun would engage in intimate gestures with Lu Qingxue, such as brushing the petals from her hair. On one occasion, upon witnessing a shooting star, he boldly approached and captured it, transforming the fallen meteorite into a hairpin before placing it in Lu Qingxue's hair with his own hands. The two often enjoyed moonlit nights in the peach grove, with Lu Qingxue resting her head on Chu Tianjun's shoulder, everything unfolding with a natural ease, waiting for the right moment to blossom into something more. In truth, Lu Qingxue felt a sense of urgency. Otherwise, her usual demeanor, either battling in the world or secluding herself to cultivate her skills, would not permit such leisurely days for over half a year. A few months prior, she had stealthily approached Tianjun Peak and discovered that Long Yue's cultivation had already advanced to the late golden core stage. She feared that within a year or so, Long Wei might attain the nascent soul stage. Previously indifferent toward Long Wei, she now regarded her as a rival in love. Fortune, after all, is a facet of strength. How well has Qingyao prepared? Chu Tianjun casually inquired, having heard of the matter but not delving deeply into it, maintaining his affectionate concern for Lu Qingshue's sole disciple. Jiang Qingyao. Without the Qiushui sword, she would at least secure a spot in the top 3. Wielding it, the first place should be a foregone conclusion. Lu Qingshui confidently remarked. Qiushui? She named that flying sword Qiushui. It is indeed a fine name. Chu Tianjun nodded in satisfaction, as it was a sword of his own forging, and a good name brought him comfort. Chapter 64. This young man's luck is unnaturally good. The grand competition was to be held the following day. The initial 2 days featured contests among the Foundation Establishment stage disciples, with a considerable number of participants, though not yet grand in scale. And neither Chu Tianjun nor Lu Qingxue made an appearance. Apart from a few Golden Core disciples serving as judges, only Ouyang Ming, a newly ascended nascent soul master, presided over the proceedings. However, on the 3rd day of the competition, all nascent soul masters of the Jiushao sect made their appearance, culminating in Chu Tianjun himself gracing the suspended Jiushao Great Hall. "We welcome the acting sect leader," echoed the voices of thousands of disciples as they bowed in unison. At that moment, the Jiushao sect exuded an unprecedented aura of strength. The competition commenced. The voice of Chu Tianjun resonated with a hint of authority as he uttered a mere 4 words. Within the lofty hall, only Chu Tianjun and several Yuanying true practitioners were present, while the disciples of these practitioners awaited below in the arena. Among the more than 100 Jindan disciples of the Jiushao sect, not all had registered for the competition. For instance, Han Ningxiang, despite being in the Jindan stage, chose not to participate, as her expertise lay in alchemy rather than combat. Nonetheless, Han Ningxiang made an appearance today, having been present for the past few days primarily to address any unforeseen circumstances, ready to offer her assistance should a fellow disciple sustain serious injuries. Currently, most of the Jindan disciples were unfamiliar to Chu Tianjun, and he could scarcely name a handful. The first round of the competition was set to conclude today, with 50 individuals emerging victorious. However, due to an odd number of participants, an additional draw would be necessary, and to ensure fairness, Lin Fan was not permitted to partake in this round of drawing. Fortunately, the initial draw did not result in any significant mismatches or early confrontations among the favored competitors. Thus, while the contests were indeed thrilling, none stood out remarkably. Nevertheless, Chu Tianjun observed 2 particular matches, one featuring Lin Yu and the other Jiang Qingyao. Their combat styles were strikingly similar, primarily as sword cultivators, emphasizing swiftness, precision, and ferocity in their strikes. However, owing to their differing spiritual bodies, Jiang Qingyao exhibited a more gentle approach, while Lin Yu's style was incisive, revealing his true brilliance. Both were merely in the early stages of the Jindan realm, facing opponents in the mid and late Jindan stages, yet they triumphed without question. In the afternoon, the 50 advancing disciples commenced their draw, and fortune smiled upon Jiang Qingyao, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from many. With Jiang Qingyao receiving a bye, the others gained a slight advantage, as it temporarily removed a formidable adversary from their path. The following day's competition began amid great anticipation. After a rigorous selection process, the participants showcased considerable strength, resulting in truly captivating battles and encounters among genuine paragons. Nonetheless, to Chu Tianjun, these displays remained unremarkable, yet, to ensure the disciples felt valued, he observed the proceedings in their entirety. Just as Chu Tianjun presumed the morning matches would conclude in monotony, his attention was suddenly drawn to one of the arenas, where gasps of astonishment erupted as all eyes turned towards it. In that arena, Lin Fan faced a male disciple in the mid-Jindan stage. Based on both realm and treasures, Lin Fan's defeat seemed inevitable. The match initially progressed in favor of the mid-Jindan disciple, who clearly dominated Lin Fan. However, in an unexpected twist, the disciple's treasured artifact unexpectedly exploded. The likelihood of such an event occurring was exceedingly rare, even less than the chances of a Jindan practitioner breaking into the Yuanying stage. as practitioners are acutely aware of the condition of their treasured artifacts. Akin to the way one understands the integrity of their bones and teeth, it is often the smallest flaws that can lead to catastrophic failures. The sudden explosion of the artifact resulted in the mid-gened-in practitioner spitting out a mouthful of blood, falling to the ground without any assistance from Lin Fan. Many turned their gaze towards Chu Tianjun, for such an occurrence had never been recorded in the annals of the sect's history. After a brief moment, Chu Tianjun remarked with an air of calm, "Indeed, it was an unexpected explosion of the treasured artifact. Thus, Lin Fan emerges victorious." Everyone, including Lin Fan himself, was bewildered. After a prolonged wait, the judge presiding over the arena declared Lin Fan the victor, and only then did the crowd come to their senses. Given that it was the esteemed Chu Tianjun, a true master of transformation, who had announced it, no one dared to question the outcome. They could only marvel at Lin Fan's extraordinary luck. However, it seemed that his fortunate streak was just beginning. With the morning matches concluded, the 25 victors, along with Jiang Qingyao, formed a group of 26 who would compete for the top 13 in the afternoon. These 26 participants were then divided into groups through a drawing. And Lin Fan found himself pitted against a fellow disciple at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Upon learning of this pairing, his senior brothers and sisters offered words of comfort, suggesting he might as well concede if things became too overwhelming. At that moment, only Lin Yu and Lin Fan remained from the Qinsa Peak. Yet, Lin Fan was undeterred. He expressed a desire to give it a try, stating that even if he were not a match, he could not tarnish the reputation of Qinsa Peak. Hearing the resolve of their sixth disciple, Zhou Qi Feng and Li Wanhua felt a swell of pride, with Li Wanhua discreetly slipping Lin Fan a handkerchief-like magical artifact, clearly a defensive treasure. Because of Lin Fan's fortuitous circumstances, many fellow disciples turned their gaze towards his arena. Even a few nascent soul masters from the Jiuxiu Hall couldn't help but be curious about this disciple who had advanced through sheer luck. Finally, it was time for Lin Fan's match. He felt a flutter of anxiety as he stepped onto the stage. Being the center of so many watchful eyes made him extremely nervous, yet he also felt a sense of fulfillment. Lin Fan stood on the stage for a considerable time, yet his opponent failed to make an appearance. At that moment, Chu Tianjun had already begun to suspect that something unusual was afoot. Sure enough, a Foundation establishment disciple hurriedly approached the judge and whispered something in his ear. The judge, appearing incredulous, composed himself before announcing Lin Fan's opponent, having exhausted himself in the morning's contest, had requested to withdraw from the match to avoid jeopardizing his foundation. Thus, Lin Fan emerged victorious by default. What a turn of events! Was it truly permissible for things to unfold in such a manner? As the judge proclaimed the result, the disciples gathered near the arena erupted in astonishment. Lin Fan had achieved a position in the top 13 without lifting a finger. Brother, is there such a spirit in this world that guarantees success in every trial? Is this merely luck? Lu Qingxue could not contain her curiosity and inquired beside Chu Tianjun, as everyone was left in awe of the incredible turn of events surrounding Lin Fan. Chu Tianjun shook his head helplessly, unable to discern any underlying deception in the situation. Although it seemed rather absurd, statistically it was not entirely implausible. However, to err on the side of caution, Chu Tianjun addressed Wu Qingyun, who was not far away. Qingyun, please check on the disciple who has forfeited the competition. Wu Qingyun departed swiftly and returned just as quickly. Senior brother, the forfeiting disciple is fine. He has indeed overexerted himself. If he were to compete forcefully, it could damage his foundation, but a few days of rest should suffice. Such luck is unparalleled, Chu Tianjun remarked with a smile. At that moment, he recalled the words spoken by Li Wanhua during their first encounter with Lin Fan. Lin Fan was rather unremarkable, possessing no particularly striking qualities. Yet, through his connection with Lin Yu, he not only gained entry into the Jiuxiu sect but also became a direct disciple of two Yuaning masters. From this perspective, it was evident that his fortune was extraordinarily favorable. Chapter 65. I wish to become your Dao partner in the afternoon's contest among the top 13. Two exceptionally thrilling matches had already unfolded, yet few paid attention, as most were focused on Lin Fan. This was due to the impending final draw, where one fortunate individual among the 13 would ascend directly to the top 7. When the time for the draw arrived, the other 12 instinctively turned their gazes toward Lin Fan, all silently wishing for him to draw first, including Lin Yu. These individuals were already exceptional talents, with Lin Yu and Jiang Qingyao being particularly outstanding. Their desire for Lin Fan to draw first was not to diminish his chances, but rather to satisfy their curiosity about whether his streak of good fortune would continue. Lin Fan felt a twinge of anxiety, Yet he understood the stakes and voluntarily approached to draw first. The moment he extracted the slip, all eyes fixated upon him. Before others could glimpse the outcome, Chu Tianjun, wielding his formidable spiritual sense, had already perceived the result the instant Lin Fan touched the slip. Leaving him at a loss for words, Lin Fan had drawn nothing. Chu Tianjun's consciousness had been vigilantly observing, and he was certain that no one had tampered with the drawing box. Lin Fan's hand reached in, and he drew the winning ticket effortlessly. The crowd began to murmur, with some even questioning the validity of the outcome. Lin Fan stood there, appearing somewhat simple-minded and at a loss for words. The draw results were deemed valid, and others proceeded to draw lots for their groups. At that moment, Chu Tianjun stepped forward to affirm the validity of the results, which silenced the doubters. He would never entertain baseless accusations against the disciples without evidence. Even if the situation seemed absurd, he would not subject Lin Fan to embarrassment without justification. As the day concluded, no one discussed the competition that had taken place, nor did they mention the highly anticipated showdown for the following day. Instead, they all marveled at Lin Fan's extraordinary fortune. Beneath the peach tree, Chu Tianjun and Lu Qingxue sat leisurely, a selection of fine wine and delicacies laid out before them. With the imminent emergence of the 6 strongest competitors, the first to conclude their match would directly face Lin Fan. It was highly likely that Lin Yu and Qin Yao would finish their contests first. However, as Lin Yu was Lin Fan's cousin, he would undoubtedly seek to avoid a confrontation with him, opting instead to prolong the match. Therefore, it was certain that after Qin Yao's initial bout, she would ascend the stage against Lin Fan. This young man's streak of fortune seemed almost uncanny, leaving Chu Tianjun quite curious about the events that would unfold the following day. He harbored a keen interest in Lin Fan and had already deduced portions of what was to come. Should this lad encounter no significant obstacles, his remarkable luck would surely herald great achievements in the future. The current competition had revealed numerous disciples with immense potential within their sect, with further opportunities for refinement. Zhuxiao sect could ascend to yet greater heights. Lu Qingxue, ever devoted to the advancement of their sect, felt a deep sense of satisfaction witnessing Zhuxiao's progress. Indeed, this group of Golden Core disciples lacked practical experience. Following the competition, she proposed arranging for them to head to the front lines of Yueshu and the northern region. After all, the southern domain's demonic forces had recently been stirring, and the northern region's beast tribes were also displaying signs of restlessness. Chu Tianjun expressed the plans he had long considered. "Are you truly going to the southern domain's demonic forces?" Lu Qingxue inquired with sudden concern. Not long ago, Chu Tianjun had mentioned his impending journey to the south, yet had refrained from detailing the purpose of his visit. Chu Tianjun nodded and remarked, "The enlightenment fruit of the sacred demon sect is nearing ripeness. It takes a millennium for a single fruit to mature. Consuming it significantly increases the likelihood of acquiring a spiritual body, which would be perfect for reconstructing Youwei's physical form. Are you planning to seize the enlightenment fruit from the sacred demon sect? Can you truly triumph over Jishuanyu?" Lu Qingxue inquired with evident anxiety. The enlightenment fruit is the most treasured artifact of the sacred demon sect, with only one fruit maturing every 1,000 years on the enlightenment tree. The individual who consumes this fruit has a substantial chance of obtaining a spiritual body. However, attempting to seize the enlightenment fruit would undoubtedly meet with Ji Xuanyu's opposition. This renowned figure of the demonic path has a formidable reputation, having attained the void refinement stage a millennium ago. Such an ancient being can dispatch a transformation stage practitioner with the same ease as one would slaughter a chicken. With a smile, Chu Tianjun confidently replied, "I may not be able to defeat him, but he cannot kill me either." His tone exuded assurance. In his previous life, he had never sought the enlightenment fruit, as he was not yet matured. However, he had indeed experienced a fleeting encounter with Ji Xuanyu in the southern region, where he could only sense the other's aura from a distance. With his current cultivation level, he could ascertain the general strength of his opponent. Given that not much time had passed, Ji Xuanyu should still possess similar prowess, as long as the latter could not take his life. Chu Tianjun believed the advantage lay with him. After all, he was young, gifted, and possessed formidable trump cards. Your senior brother is already so powerful? Yet, you must still exercise caution. After your departure, I too shall enter seclusion to cultivate, striving to reach the transformation stage to alleviate your burdens." Lu Qingxue realized that the distance between her and Chu Tianjun was gradually widening, and she resolved to accelerate her own cultivation to the transformation stage. After uttering these words, she hesitated for a moment, then summoned her courage to say, "When you return from the southern region, I wish to share something of great importance with you." "Indeed. Upon my return from the southern region, I have something significant to announce as well. If Qingxue does not mind, I shall proclaim to the world that I wish to take you as my Tao partner. CHT New Jersey initially spoke in a manner that was quite ordinary, but as the conversation progressed, his tone grew increasingly solemn. At first, LQ seemed lost in thought, a bit distracted, until the moment CHT New Jersey uttered the words "become partners on the path." She was jolted awake, gazing at him in disbelief. Her eyes then sparkled with ardor and elation, and she stammered, "You mean, you are saying we shall become partners on the path? I cherish you and desire to walk alongside you on this journey, yet I equally respect your choice." CHT New Jersey replied with utmost sincerity. At his current level of cultivation and age, he had shed the youthful hesitations, openly expressing his thoughts while honoring both his own feelings and those of his companion. "I am willing. In truth, this is what I wish to convey as well." Qingxu yearned to remain by her senior brother's side for all eternity. She quickly affirmed her willingness, as if fearing CHT New Jersey might retract his words, and shyly added the latter part of her sentiment. Indeed, everything unfolded quite naturally. As they, two figures admired by countless cultivators, found their way to one another without any grandiose displays of passion or convoluted trials, it was a seamless union, which rendered it all the more genuine. It appears to be a reality. Those who fervently chase love often leave behind nothing but chaos, while a tranquil existence fosters enduring bonds. Since we are about to become partners on this path, our karmic ties shall deepen. Today, I shall reveal to you the secret of these 2 pages of gold leaf, along with the recorded divine arts. Qingxu, try to see if you can cultivate them. Should you succeed, the ascension stage shall be within your grasp. Upon receiving a clear affirmation from Lu Qingxue, Chu Tianjun was poised to share the arcane techniques inscribed within the 6 Heavenly Book, a commitment he had made to her long ago. As his understanding of the 6 Heavenly Book deepened, Chu Tianjun became increasingly aware that Lu Qingxue was unlike anyone else. The Gung chapter's golden foil had been a gift from her, signifying a bond that transcended ordinary connections. Chapter 66, The Sword Awakens Intelligence. The complete golden foil comprises 6 chapters, which together form the 6 Heavenly Book. Chu Tianjun had now nearly mastered the celestial script of the Rin chapter, even deriving insights into the supreme technique of grand divination. Moreover, over the past few years, he gradually sensed that there existed an even more formidable power beyond grand divination, something that not only represented an elevation of this technique, but also concealed the true secrets of the 6 Heavenly Book. It has become increasingly certain that the celestial script within the 6 Heavenly Book can aid one in comprehending divine powers. However, this is not its most significant value. The true worth lies within the book itself. While this assertion might appear paradoxical, after all, a book, whether of paper, gold foil, or jade slips, derives its value from the words or information it bears. The 6 Heavenly Book stands in stark contrast to this notion. To articulate it more directly, what Chu Tianjun currently perceives and grasps of the 6 Heavenly Book is merely the surface layer. In fact, it is only when he exerts his full strength that the ethereal projection of the compass behind him reveals the genuine power emanating from the 2 pieces of golden foil. As for the Gung chapter obtained from Lu Qingxue, Chu Tianjun has yet to fully decipher its celestial script, let alone attain a deeper understanding. CHT New Jersey instructed L. Qingxu for approximately half an hour, introducing her to the celestial script and elucidating the content of the RN chapter. He even expounded on the grand art of divination. L. Qingxu expressed her understanding, as she had grasped the meanings of each celestial character. Yet the coherence of these elements eluded her. As for the grand art of divination, she found herself completely bewildered. Akin to the experience when Yu shared her unwavering thoughts years ago, seemingly incomprehensible to others, L. Qingxu, however, felt at ease. Possessing 2 exceptional spiritual bodies of ice and thunder, she had already comprehended 2 mystical arts and did not harbor a fervent desire to acquire more. The 2 arts she had mastered were aptly named Frozen Expanse and Thunder Realm, reflecting their effects during application. On the following day, only 6 arenas remained within the G11O Grand Hall, with the 12 contenders upon them undoubtedly representing the elite of the younger generation of the G11O sect. Upon CHT New Jersey's command, the competitions commenced simultaneously across the 6 arenas, with 2 of them capturing the majority of attention. One arena featured G in QingEO, while the other showcased L and Y, both of whom were the most favored candidates for this year's championship. It was widely believed that the victor would emerge from among the 2. The progression of the matches unfolded precisely as CHT New Jersey and had anticipated the night before. LNY seemed deliberately to prolong the contest, while Jiangqiu swiftly claimed victory within moments. Jiangqiu, for your next match against LNFN, do you require a respite? Inquired Yuang Yiming, the host, as Jiangqiu's bout concluded. In response, Jiangqiu slightly bowed to Yuang Yiming, saying, "Disciple is ready to continue." "Very well, LNFN, please take the stage." Yuang Yiming nodded and called to LNFN, who approached the arena amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. Even Jiangqiu, typically confident, scrutinized her opponent with newfound seriousness. This lad surely cannot pull off an upset, can he? I doubt it. Senior Sister Jiang is a treasure from head to toe, and that flying sword, Qi Shu, is an exquisite creation crafted by the sect leader himself. Nevertheless, his fortune is quite remarkable. Many engaged in discussions regarding the outcome of the match between LNFN and Jiangqiu. While most did not hold high hopes for LNFN, the sheer peculiarity of his luck instilled a flicker of anticipation in their hearts. Perhaps a desire to witness him triumph once more through sheer fortune. QNS Peak LNFN, I greet you, Senior Sister Jiang. Upon taking the stage, LNFN appeared somewhat anxious, exuding the bashfulness of youth, yet remained impeccably polite. QNX Peak Jiangqiu. I humbly request your guidance, junior brother. Jiang Qingyao also clasped her fists in salute. Having said that, she formed a sword gesture with her hands, and countless strands of sword energy coalesced around her. Subsequently, beams of sword light shot forth towards Lin Fan like arrows. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan felt a surge of panic. Nonetheless, he swiftly produced a silken handkerchief and cast it forth. The handkerchief expanded rapidly, forming a barrier akin to a wall before him, effectively intercepting Jiang Qingyao's sword energy. At that moment, Chu Tianjun leaned slightly forward, scrutinizing Lin Fan with great intensity, attempting to discern the essence of this individual, but thus far, everything appeared to be in order. Jiang Qingyao was well aware that Lin Fan's fortune was somewhat uncanny, so she opted to probe with her sword technique first. However, since her opponent had deployed a magical artifact for defense, she decisively summoned the Autumn Water Sword, sparing no effort. In fact, due to Lin Fan's distinctiveness, she exhibited even greater resolve than in the previous matches, and no unexpected occurrences befell her. As the Autumn Water Sword descended, the silken handkerchief gifted to Lin Fan by Li Wanhua was effortlessly shattered, and the sword continued its relentless trajectory towards him. Should this strike land, Lin Fan would surely face annihilation. At this juncture, Jiang Qingyao had already prepared to withdraw, but having exerted her full strength earlier, it seemed she was already too late. Outside the arena, Ouyang Ming was poised to intercept the Autumn Water Sword, yet he hesitated, as did Chu Tianjun, both eager to witness whether Lin Fan possessed any miraculous fortune left. In that moment, Lin Fan was equally alarmed. His capabilities were limited, and his successful formation of the Golden Core had been exceedingly arduous, leaving him devoid of formidable treasures. Faced with the ferocity of the Autumn Water Sword, he could only resort to defensive spells, crossing his arms before his chest to conjure a barrier of his spiritual energy, bracing for the impact of the sword. The Autumn Water Sword struck Lin Fan's magical barrier, which held for but an instant before shattering. Ouyang Ming raised his hand, ready to intervene and halt the sword's descent. However, at that precise moment, the voice of Chu Tianjun resonated in Ouyang Ming's ear. Do not intervene. Even if his physical form is destroyed, I can still revive him. As the voice of Chu Tianjun resonated, the Qiu Shui sword had already pierced through Lin Fan's palm, as he instinctively raised his hand to block it. Jiang Qingyao was in the midst of recalling the Qiu Shui sword, but at that moment, the sword, which had once moved in perfect harmony with her will, suddenly became uncontrollable. Remarkably, instead of continuing to inflict harm upon Lin Fan, the sword paused briefly before withdrawing from his grasp, even circling around him. What could this mean? Why did the Qiu Shui sword suddenly seem to belong to Lin Fan? CHT New Jersey Inn suddenly rose to his feet, lifting his gaze momentarily, though no one could discern the object of his attention. In the next instant, he moved with agility, appearing on the arena. He extended his hand to grasp the Qiu Shui sword, which seemed to struggle within his grip, akin to a child unwillingly held by an adult. At that moment, LNFN clutched his palm in agony, his countenance darkened, yet he persevered, displaying an admirable stubbornness. Indeed, LNFN, fortune smiles upon you. The Qiu Shui sword has manifested sentience at this juncture, and it is your blood that has catalyzed a blood sacrifice-like effect, signifying its recognition of you as its master. CHT New Jersey Inn remarked, his expression relatively composed as he regarded LNFN. However, his words incited a wave of unrest among the onlookers. The idea that an adversary's sword could awaken consciousness in the midst of an attempt on his life, and furthermore, acknowledge him as its master, seemed a narrative better suited to fiction than reality. Chapter 67, The Significance of the Misty Moon. Yet, the occurrence was undeniably real. And the individual paling the most was undoubtedly Ji Ingqiu. She treasured the Qiushui sword as if it were her own child. And the thought of it suddenly disavowing her was a bitter pill to swallow for anyone. LNFN appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to fully grasp the implications of CHT New Jersey Inn's words, his expression marked by confusion. Nevertheless, CHT New Jersey Inn continued. The Qiushui sword was a gift bestowed upon my disciple, Jiang. Ultimately, it is not yours. I shall erase its sentience. Do you harbor any objections? Without pausing for LNFN's response, CHT New Jersey Inn exerted a slight force, forcibly obliterating the newly birthed consciousness within the sword. And it fell silent in an instant. I have no objections, LNFN murmured weakly, his head bowed. Chu Tianjun casually tossed the autumn water sword to Jiang Qingyao, then turned to Lin Fan and inquired, shall we continue this match? Lin Fan, with utmost respect, replied, I concede, Sister Jiang has prevailed. However, after he spoke, he lifted his gaze to glance at Chu Tianjun. CHT New Jersey Inn discerned little from the gaze of his opponent, yet the scene appeared somewhat amiss, as if he, the acting leader, was imposing his authority upon LNFN, compelling him to concede. From LNFN's perspective, this interpretation was perhaps accurate. The current sect competition was undeniably thrilling, yet the excitement stemmed not from the contests themselves, but rather from the series of extraordinary fortunes that befell LNFN. Ultimately, CHT New Jersey Inn eradicated the newly awakened sentience of the Qishu sword, a decision that the entire sect deemed unproblematic. Though those with sharper minds likely surmised that LNFN harbored some resentment within. As LNFN departed the stage, HNN Angxi Ing presented him with a healing elixir, while several senior disciples from the QNS peak promptly offered their consolation, affirming that achieving such results was indeed commendable. The subsequent matches were equally captivating, culminating in a fierce contest between Ji Ingqiu and LNY for the championship. Perhaps influenced by her earlier bout with LNFN, Ji Ingqiu's mindset faltered, allowing LNY to ultimately seize victory. This outcome was not unexpected, as LNY was already the frontrunner. And many observers noted that while Ji Ingqiu seemed somewhat off her game in the final round, LNY too had not exerted his full potential, thus rendering his title of champion well-deserved. Following the conclusion of the competition, Ji Ingqiu and LQ Nixu returned to the Q Nixu peak. As her master, LQ Nixu felt it imperative to engage in a heartfelt discussion with her sole direct disciple, ensuring that the events of the day would not unsettle her state of mind. Before long, CHT New Jersey Inn entered LQ Nixu's chambers. Previously, he had never set foot on the Q Nixu peak, let alone in her quarters. However, with their impending union and mutual affection, such a visit seemed only natural. With a warm smile, LQ Nixu rose to greet him, and they settled side by side. CHT New Jersey Inn addressed Ji Ingqiu, who knelt a short distance away. The emergence of sentience in the Qishu sword at that moment is indeed astonishing, yet not entirely implausible. The world operates in intricate and unfathomable ways, with every phenomenon existing in an infinite array of possibilities. Many circumstances lie beyond our control. But what remains entirely within our grasp is our true essence, regardless of fortune or adversity, even amidst dire straits. To remain steadfast in one's heart is to embrace one's true self. You need not dwell upon today's events. Chu Tianjun spoke with earnest intent, seeking to enlighten Jiang Qingyao, who is, after all, the sole disciple of Lu Qingxue and, in a sense, his own student as well. It was uncertain whether Jiang Qingyao absorbed Chu Tianjun's words. However, Lu Qingxue appeared to ponder his statements, for they indeed contained profound truths, reflecting Chu Tianjun's understanding of the evolution of events. Your master has likely informed you that you will soon be sent to the front lines of Yuesho for training? Prepare yourself accordingly. I have matters to discuss with your master. Regardless of Jiang Qingyao's reaction, Chu Tianjun instructed her to depart first, exhibiting a demeanor that suggested he considered himself the host in this space. Rather than feeling displeased, Lu Qingxue was instead quite delighted. The Nine Heavens Sect had always felt like home, but now, with Chu Tianjun's presence, it genuinely felt like a sanctuary. Brother, it is the first time in many years that you have visited me here. Why not stay the night? You will be heading to the southern region tomorrow. And who knows how long this journey will take. Lu Qingxue, now displaying a touch of youthful femininity, reflected the fact that neither she nor Chu Tianjun were the kind of cultivators to sever all emotional ties. Let us address serious matters. Chu Tianjun did not respond directly. Yet his words implied his consent to remain, as they were both of a certain age and had little to feel awkward about. Today, while I was erasing the intelligence of the autumn water sword spirit, I inquired whether Lin Fan harbored any grievances. His reply was, I dare not. Chu Tianjun began to speak earnestly, with Lin Fan being the matter of significance. To say I dare not is to imply he does have grievances. This young man possesses an unsettling fortune. We must tread carefully. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Ever since encountering the fated child Yichen, she had become increasingly cautious, and her first instinct was to eliminate Lin Fan outright. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjun chuckled softly and shook his head in mild exasperation. He remarked, "It appears that he poses no inherent issue. We cannot recklessly dismiss our disciples based on mere conjecture. Moreover, with his peculiar fortune, should we choose to act against him, the consequences may be utterly unpredictable. If he harbors loyalty towards our sect, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for the Nine Heavens Sect. However, should he entertain treacherous thoughts, it could herald boundless calamities. We cannot remain idle in such circumstances." Lu Qingxue's thoughts were persistently centered on the sect. In truth, if he were to truly betray us, our adversary would not be him, but rather that enigmatic force lurking in the shadows, an ineffable presence. To contend with such an entity, we may indeed need to rely on the esteemed figure from Tianshan Peak. CHT New Jersey Inn spoke with profound meaning, still organizing his thoughts, clearly struggling to articulate such concepts accurately. Before his arrival, CHT New Jersey Inn had contemplated extensively, even fervently propelling the compass to enhance divination techniques. Although the future remained shrouded in uncertainty, it illuminated certain fundamental issues for him. If LNFN harbored ulterior motives, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the G11O sect. Yet, LNFN was merely a conduit, or a vessel. The true dread lay in his almost supernatural fortune, an ethereal aspect far beyond LNFN's control. LQ Nixu listened with a degree of confusion, yet managed to grasp the essence. LNFN's luck was nearly otherworldly, and Ling Yu's innate talents and abilities were similarly extraordinary. Perhaps it was indeed the arcane that could vanquish the arcane. That night, CHT New Jersey Inn resided at Qningsu Peak. The night was exquisite and prolonged, rich with stories. However, these belonged to paid content, and the website forbade their dissemination, thus they shall be omitted. The following day, CHT New Jersey Inn departed from G11O Mountain, with no one but LQ Nixu aware of his whereabouts. Others assumed the acting sect leader remained within the sect. Subsequently, LQ Nixu announced on behalf of CHT New Jersey Inn that all exceptional disciples from this grand competition would embark on a 2-year journey of experience. They had 2 options for their training. One was the northern region, home to the demon clans, and the other was the front line of the conflict against the demonic path in UZHU. The northern region posed the greatest peril, being a realm of deathly battles against beings not of their kind. Conversely, the conflict with the demonic path was relatively manageable. Both sides had been engaged for millennia, fostering a mutual restraint, with practitioners from the demonic path often sneaking into the eastern region, just as many righteous practitioners from the eastern region infiltrated the southern region. Chapter 68, YGDI's assassination, commences orders GNQNEO was designated by LQNix to proceed to the UZHU front line, a decision she had no choice in and no objections to raise. Alongside the outstanding disciples of the sect, the couple ZHUQNGFing and LW Nu were also assigned a mission. They were to oversee the UZHU front line. As early that morning, CHT New Jersey Inn had retrieved the T-N sword while passing through the UZHU border. There were some UN realists affiliated with the G11O sect at the border, but the absence of the T-N sword rendered them devoid of combat power equivalent to that of the transformation stage. Having both attained the UN stage, ZHUQNGFing and LW Nu, with their combined swordsmanship, possessed the strength to contend with those of the transformation stage, hence they were chosen to hold the fort at QNS Peak. Besides these 2 UN realists, LNY and LNFN were also to partake in the training. Master and Mistress, I wish to venture to the northern region. declared LNY just as ZHUQ NGFing and LW Nu were preparing to escort LNY and LNFN to the UZHU frontline. Why venture to the northern region? At the UZHU border, you would have master and mistress to look after you. The northern region is fraught with danger. And this time the sect has not even dispatched any UNYing realists. LW Nu inquired of LNY, embodying a motherly concern. Without dismissing his decision, but rather seeking the rationale behind it and outlining the associated risks, LNY respectfully replied, "It is precisely due to the peril that I choose the northern region. I cultivate a sword path that demands relentless progression. Only amidst life and death circumstances can I swiftly elevate my abilities. Moreover, this time the sect has bestowed numerous rewards, and the disciple's strength has significantly increased, making it an opportune moment to repay the sect." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, several of his peers gazed at him with admiration. Yet only Lin Fan harbored a chilling glint in his eyes, subconsciously perceiving Lin Yu's remarks as mere ostentation, a display of his supposed genius. Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhuan were filled with satisfaction. Lin Yu, in both talent and character, appeared nearly flawless. Several nascent soul cultivators had privately discussed that Lin Yu was likely to be the next disciple of the Zhou sect to attain the nascent soul stage. As they parted, Lin Yu dutifully reminded Lin Fan of various matters, stemming solely from a brother's concern for his sibling. Regrettably, Lin Fan interpreted these words as condescension from his cousin. "Fan, this is a defensive talisman I procured from Master Ouyang. Keep it with you. Since I cannot be by your side, you must take good care of yourself." At their farewell, Lin Yu pulled Lin Fan aside, presenting him with a talisman resembling a turtle shell. Although Lin Yu used the word procured, in reality, it was a valuable item purchased with the rewards from the grand competition, a substantial sum for a golden core disciple. Lin Fan accepted the turtle shell talisman, his expression as stoic as ever, offering no words of gratitude or concern for Lin Yu's safety. Lin Yu, however, was indifferent. His kindness towards Lin Fan was not motivated by a desire for thanks, but rather by the responsibilities of brotherhood, believing all along that Lin Fan simply lacked the gift of words. Upon entering the southern domain, Chu Tianjun found his spiritual energy completely transformed into pure demonic essence, revealing his cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Nearly 30 years had elapsed since his last visit to the southern domain, yet for cultivators, 30 years is but a fleeting moment. Upon his arrival, Chu Tianjun made a beeline for the Black Wind Academy, intending to seek out Master Jin Shi to inquire about any new research findings, and subsequently learn about the origins of Yujio before seeking her out. However, upon his arrival at the Black Wind Academy, he was taken aback to discover that Master Jin Shi had passed away 2 decades prior, having been victim to a backlash from the main soul within the 10,000 Souls banner, a most tragic demise. The personnel at the Black Wind Academy conveyed to Chu Tianjun an unexpectedly humorous piece of news. The materials for the 10,000 Souls banner had been provided by him to Master Jin Shi. Although these materials were not standard, several were superior and capable of amplifying the power of the banner. However, it was likely that the quality of the materials was too high for Master Jin Shi's insufficient cultivation, leading to a disastrous backlash. I did not slay Bo-Ren, yet Bo-Ren perished because of me. Chu Tianjun pondered. Did Master Jin Shi have any family? I should eliminate them all, so that they may be gathered together in unity. Suddenly, Chu Tianjun interjected. The expressions of the Black Wind Academy personnel twitched slightly. All who delve into the demonic arts understood Chu Tianjun's intentions, which were evident even to the Holy Mountain. While he genuinely contemplated raiding the family, his primary objective was to seek Master Jin Shi's relics. With the 10,000 Souls banner already in place, it was indeed quite orderly. Do you know the origins of Yujio? Where might she be found? Chu Tianjun dismissed thoughts of Master Jin Shi, realizing he would have to pursue Yujio instead. A nascent soul cultivator commands respect anywhere, and the Black Wind Academy did not dare to be negligent, promptly providing all available information regarding Yujio. This marked the first occasion Chu Tianjun learned about Yujio. Although the Black Wind Academy possessed limited knowledge, they managed to sketch a rough outline of her character. Regrettably, Yujio's last known appearance was a decade ago. Within the Southern Domain's demonic path, she had garnered a modicum of fame, akin to an assassin in the mundane world, specializing in avenging families. However, her approach to accepting contracts was rather peculiar, or perhaps it stemmed from her personal preferences. She did not consider the monetary offers of her clients but rather the degree of their suffering. For instance, if a client had experienced the tragic annihilation of their family, she would take on the job to eliminate their enemies. but with the condition that after the vengeance was fulfilled, the client would be transformed into her sole slave. It seemed that she was particularly drawn to the intense emotional turmoil of her clients. Chu Tianjun's understanding of Yujio is currently limited to this extent. The most troublesome aspect is that this individual has been missing for a decade, and many in the southern region are seeking her out, hoping she can assist in avenging them. Upon departing from the Black Wind Academy, Chu Tianjun conceived a plan to locate Yujio. He first ventured into a city. For the Realm of Darkness also possesses its own urban centers, which are further divided into several factions. There exist 3 camps: evil lawful, evil neutral, and evil chaotic. There is little need for elaboration. The terms are quite self-explanatory. Within the cities, or the dark sects, the lawful faction predominates. On the very day that Chu Tianjun set foot in the city, whispers began to circulate, proclaiming the resurgence of the assassin Yujio, who was reportedly back in action. This news swiftly spread like wildfire, igniting hope in the hearts of many who, in their despair and yearning for vengeance, flocked to seek out Yujio. Chu Tianjun sat on the upper floor of the inn, listening to various prospective employers recount their tragic pasts. Very well, I shall take on your case. I will accompany you to exact vengeance. After hearing the tale from an elderly man, Chu Tianjun decided to accept the assignment. It was not that this old man had the most sorrowful fate, but rather that his target for revenge was a small sect, not too insignificant, boasting several hundred members and a measure of renown within a 1,000-mile radius. What Chu Tianjun values is fame. He impersonates Yujio solely to amplify the commotion, compelling the other party to reveal themselves. As for Chu Tianjun not employing any disguise, it is entirely superfluous. Although Yujio possesses a degree of renown, all who have encountered her are deceased, including the employer, leaving others oblivious to her gender. Chapter 69. She, how amusing. Upon accepting his first commission, Chu Tianjun found that the most formidable individual within the target sect was merely at the late Golden Core stage. Without exerting himself, he effortlessly laid waste to the entire sect. After all, it was not a reputable sect, and Chu Tianjun felt no discomfort in annihilating it. Once he had obliterated this minor sect, he also liberated his employer. Although he did not transform his employer into a soul slave, he nonetheless took it upon himself to end the other's life. This act served both as the reward promised by the employer and as a genuine release from their plight. CHT New Jersey Inn discerned that those who had come this far, seeking vengeance for YG, were consumed by a singular desire for retribution. Once their quest for revenge was fulfilled, they would find themselves bereft of purpose in life. With the initiation of the first contract, CHT New Jersey Inn aided YG in regaining some semblance of renown. Over the subsequent fortnight, CHT New Jersey Inn engaged in a relentless pursuit of assignments. Continually shifting locations, as he traversed the land, he left a trail of demise, thereby amplifying YG's notoriety. After 2 weeks, CHT New Jersey Inn arrived in a place known as TUN City, where he encountered the adversary of one of his clients, a family of considerable prominence within the city. This clan, flourishing in numbers, boasted a household that included over 1,000 individuals, with their ancestral estate occupying a substantial portion of the city. Behind Chu Tianjun stood a little girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old. She was filthy, barefoot, and her body bore numerous scars. To be frank, the moment Chu Tianjun laid eyes on her, he recognized that this child teetered on the brink of death. Her body was functionally lifeless, yet she persisted through sheer willpower. Such occurrences could only transpire in a realm steeped in dark sorcery. In Taiyuan City, a family boasted a nascent soul ancestor, yet when Chu Tianjun made his move, the ancestor was felled before he could even retaliate. Not a single member of the clan escaped, and their grand estate was reduced to ruins. As the little girl felt the weight of vengeance fulfilled, she prepared to embrace her fate. However, in the next moment, Chu Tianjun suddenly remarked, "Do not be in haste to depart. There may still be survivors among the remnants. I, Yujio, ensure that when I declare a thorough reckoning, it shall be executed without exception." With that, he waved his sleeve, shrouding both himself and the girl in concealment. The girl indeed hesitated to surrender to death, though her exchanges with Chu Tianjun were scarce. She discerned that there were still enemies lurking. After a day of concealment, a commotion erupted from the ruins, and soon a young man of around 17 or 18 emerged from beneath the debris. Although his clothes were covered in dust, it was evident that he had lived a life of comfort. "Hello, you can now reunite with your family," Chu Tianjun announced as he and the girl materialized behind the young man. The young man's face contorted in terror as he turned in shock. But before he could fully pivot, Chu Tianjun flicked his finger, unleashing a blade of energy that pierced through the young man's skull. His lifeless body collapsed, still bearing a visage of horror. Observing the expression frozen on the deceased's face, Chu Tianjun raised his hand once more, sending another blade of energy that severed the young man's neck, leaving only a sliver of flesh connecting the head to the body. "Uncle, why did you strike him in the neck again?" the little girl inquired, her curiosity piqued by the unfolding events. "CHT New Jersey," and casually replied. "When a person is under duress, their heart tends to rise to their throat. I noticed he appeared quite tense earlier, fearing he might not have fully succumbed." The young girl, her face adorned with a myriad of questions, surprisingly displayed a flicker of amusement upon her previously expressionless visage. "Uncle, may I now embrace death?" she inquired, believing that her enemies should all have perished and that she was finally liberated. However, CHT New Jersey merely shook his head and said, "We must wait a little longer." With that, the two figures once again vanished from sight. A couple of days later, the ruins stirred anew, revealing three individuals emerging, a pair of boys and a girl, all of tender years. CHT New Jersey did not greet his adversaries this time. Instead, three-sword chi shot forth, further enhancing the completion rate of his assassination order. As his opponents were not startled and appeared calm before their demise, he refrained from delivering a final stab to their throats. Nevertheless, he crushed the chests of all three men, justifying to his employer that some individuals possess particularly unique heart placements. The young employer displayed an expression of astonishment, acknowledging that this YG truly executed his tasks with remarkable professionalism. Indeed, such specialized matters ought to be entrusted to experts. Initially, the young girl believed she was destined to meet her end, yet CHT New Jersey urged her to wait a little longer. Consequently, the two of them remained in anticipation for a full fortnight. Throughout this period, no one emerged from the ruins, nor did any signs of resurrection manifest. It was not until 2 weeks later that a group of mourners arrived at the site, weeping as they began to adorn the area for the memorial service. Such is the nature of a prominent family, their relatives were truly numerous. CHT New Jersey concealed himself in the shadows, reflecting on the fact that these individuals were indeed part of the target's family. Cautiously, they returned to mourn only after a fortnight, wary of the assassin YG lurking in the darkness. Little did they know that CHT New Jersey was a consummate professional, who indeed waited the full 2 weeks. Had they delayed their return any longer, you would have been prepared to wait a month, or even half a year if necessary. Now that the mourners had gathered, many in number, CHT New Jersey still remained motionless. Subsequently, they engaged musicians and even hired a chef, and after another 7 days, a banquet was set up amidst the ruins. At last, the scene was complete. CHT New Jersey accompanied by the young employer, made his appearance. And before the assembled crowd could react, a colossal hand descended from the heavens. This time, even those partaking in the feast were annihilated without exception. Having accomplished this, CHT New Jersey stood atop the ruins. To execute his craft to such an extent, who would not proclaim that YG is a true professional? "All right, you may now meet your fate." He turned to the young employer and spoke earnestly. She gazed back at him with seriousness, and suddenly, a radiant smile illuminated her face. "Uncle, you are truly an intriguing person." After uttering this remark, the girl fell silent, her laughter echoing until it tragically led to her demise. Chu Tianjun cast a fleeting glance at the lifeless body of the young employer, and with a flick of his fingertips, a faint flame ignited, incinerating the unfortunate employer. This, of course, was a complimentary service. As the body neared the conclusion of its cremation, the sound of applause suddenly echoed from a distance. Chu Tianjun slightly turned, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. "Chu Laolu, have you gone to great lengths to lure me out, only to realize after 20 years of separation that you have developed feelings for me?" A somewhat slender figure emerged slowly from the ruins and from the voice. It was evident that it was Yu-Gio. CHT New Jersey gazed at YG, who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, her bright eyes reflecting an untouched innocence, as though time had bestowed no marks upon her. This truly astonished CHT New Jersey for although most cultivators managed to preserve their youthful appearances, 2 decades should have imparted some degree of change in demeanor. Chapter 70. Time cannot be reversed after 2 decades apart. It seems you have not grown at all. This is not my preferred type. How could I ever develop feelings for you? CHT New Jersey's gaze fixed intently upon YG, scrutinizing her figure until his eyes lingered on her somewhat flat chest. A child of 15 or 16 lacks the grace of LQ Nixu, and when it comes to allure, she pales in comparison to Li or Yin. As for her bosom, it is utterly eclipsed by Ling Yu, whose ample form is beyond comparison. Chu Tianjun shook his head, realizing that he had strayed from the topic at hand. To Yu Jiu's eyes, this was a clear indication that Chu Tianjun deemed her lacking in grandeur, which elicited a profound dissatisfaction upon the young girl's face. However, she quickly donned a playful smile, resembling a pampered little sister, and declared, "I don't care. Now that you've elevated your reputation, this was never my intention. Regardless, you must compensate me." "Compensate? That depends on whether you possess the qualifications." Chu Tianjun retorted with a cold smirk, and without warning, he struck out a palm toward Yu Jiu. This blow was infused with the power of the nascent soul stage, while Yu Jiu appeared to be at the golden core stage. Yet, as Chu Tianjun unleashed his attack, an unexpected transformation occurred. Yu Jiu's aura suddenly shifted, revealing the formidable presence of the nascent soul stage. Is the nascent soul stage truly impressive? Do I not possess the qualifications now? Yu Jiu, without employing any extraordinary techniques, simply formed a hand seal before her and effortlessly absorbed Chu Tianjun's strike. What a cunning strategy. If I were to reveal my strength at the transformation stage, how would you respond? Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy emanated from Chu Tianjun, and a towering avatar of his nascent soul materialized behind him, exuding a torrent of malevolent power. The manifestation sent tremors through the ranks of demonic cultivators within a radius of 10,000 miles. For a transformation stage cultivator was an unparalleled presence in any domain. Indeed, not a single truthful word escapes your lips, concealing your transformation cultivation to toy with me. Is it? If you dare, elevate yourself once more. Yu Jiu's face clearly reflected her rising anger, yet she remained undaunted. Not only did she verbally confront Chu Tianjun, but she also demonstrated her resilience in action. As she spoke, a colossal avatar of her own nascent soul emerged behind her, astonishingly revealing that she too was a practitioner of the transformation stage. Chu Tianjun felt a bit awkward. He found himself unable to elevate to a higher realm and was somewhat astonished to encounter a practitioner of demonic path cultivation in such a perfunctory manner. "My friend, it has been 2 decades since we last met. Allow me to lighten the mood with a jest," he said, quickly forcing a smile as he retracted his spiritual form, addressing Yu Jiu as my friend instead. "How do you intend to compensate me?" Yu Jiu inquired, also withdrawing her spiritual form. When two individuals possess comparable strength, they address each other as friends. However, should one party be significantly weaker, they might resort to direct means to obtain what they desire, a true reflection of the demonic path. "How about I prepare a spirit hall in advance and host a banquet, where we can indulge in merriment together?" Chu Tianjun proposed. Resembling a person grappling with a split personality, he appeared rather unhinged since arriving in the southern region. "To celebrate at my funeral? That sounds rather amusing, but alas, I am not one to perish easily. Perhaps we could instead consider your funeral?" Yu Jiu reverted to the demeanor of a neighborly little sister. "I too am not so easily brought to death. Shall we change the subject? Are you skilled in agriculture?" she asked. "What do you mean?" he replied, puzzled. "I mean, can you farm? Use a hoe to cultivate the land." Their conversation took a sudden turn, drifting far from their initial topic. "It shouldn't be too difficult. I believe I could manage," Chu Tianjun answered, albeit with uncertainty. "Help me tend to the fields for half a month, and we shall consider the matter settled." Yu Jiu stated cheerfully. Such an odd condition seemed agreeable. After all, she must have new insights regarding the immortal seal over the years. Could we perhaps validate each other's findings? Chu Tianjun pondered, unsure of Yu Jiu's intentions, yet recognizing this as a splendid opportunity to confirm their knowledge of the immortal seal. Furthermore, spending 2 weeks together might foster a deeper understanding of one another, potentially leading to the discovery of further clues related to the golden foil. The primary reason, of course, was that he was not entirely confident he could defeat her. Being allies was preferable to being adversaries. That sounds simple enough. Farm in the morning, discuss the immortal seal in the afternoon, and share drinks under the moonlight at night. What a delightful life that would be, Yu Jiu remarked, her expression reflecting a person who truly knew how to save her life. "You're not trying to entice me, are you?" Chu Tianjun questioned warily, eyeing her with suspicion. "Do not think I am oblivious. Your form is already tainted. I am quite particular about cleanliness," Yu Jiu replied disdainfully, casting a disapproving look at Chu Tianjun. At this moment, Chu Tianjun felt genuinely embarrassed. Yu Jiu's words held a kernel of truth. Ever since he had supported Lu Ruyan from behind the scenes, his own integrity had indeed been compromised. Ultimately, the two reached an agreement amidst an unwelcoming atmosphere. Chu Tianjun would assist Yu Jiu with farming for half a month, during which they would discuss the immortal seal and matters of cultivation. Shortly thereafter, Yu Jiu led Chu Tianjun to a large, towering mountain, where a few thatched cottages awaited at the summit, maintained in a relatively clean state, indicating that someone resided there. Chu Tianjun recognized that this must be the residence of Yu Jiu, yet it was rather unconventional for a cultivator at the transformation stage to inhabit such a place. Alongside several thatched cottages, he also observed some fields that had fallen into disrepair. Additionally, he noted with surprise that there was a grave situated behind the cottages. It was an ordinary earthen mound, lacking any tombstone. "Isn't your family still alive? Why is there a grave?" Chu Tianjun inquired directly, recalling that Yu Jiu had transformed both his elder brother and sister into soul servants, thus piquing his curiosity about who lay buried there. "It holds the remnants of my future," Yu Jiu replied promptly, leaving Chu Tianjun puzzled. "If you had said it contained your past, I would have respected you as a person of sentiment, but to claim it holds your future, do you take me for a fool?" Chu Tianjun scoffed. Aware that some individuals boast about forgetting the past and burying bygone memories, yet who can truly entomb their future? "Believe it or not, I possess only a past. My future is non-existent," Yu Jiu retorted, casting a glance at Chu Tianjun that suggested he had no intention of elaborating further. CHT New Jersey Inn found himself reluctant to press further with his inquiries, for he was a figure of the ascension stage, and it would not do to appear overly naive. Soon, YG introduced several modest huts to CHT New Jersey Inn, with one situated near the fields, designated as his temporary bedroom. In addition, there was a kitchen, a storage room, and a study where YG kept his collection of books. Within the study, CHT New Jersey Inn's curiosity was piqued as he observed numerous inscriptions in celestial script adorning the walls, indicating YG's extensive and dedicated research into this arcane writing. His attention was soon drawn to a paper affixed to one of the pillars. It resembled a couplet. Yet the content bore no relation to traditional couplets and was entirely composed of celestial script. As CHT New Jersey Inn meticulously read the text line by line, he was struck by an unprecedented shock, one that eclipsed even the impact of his own rebirth. The words conveyed a profound truth. Time does not exist in a tangible sense. Rather, it is the trajectory and process of development that shapes our reality. Trends may shift, leading to outcomes that are irrevocable, rendering time unalterable. Though the passage was succinct and not particularly complex, its implications compelled CHT New Jersey Inn to reevaluate the nature of his rebirth with great seriousness. Over the years, numerous experiences had sown seeds of doubt regarding his resurrection, and if these words held truth, they would undeniably affirm his suspicions. "Are you overwhelmed?" YG remarked with a sense of pride from behind him. "This is the culmination of my millennia of labor, and you have effortlessly appropriated it." CHT New Jersey Inn turned around, his expression slightly grave as he remarked, "Why do I feel as though this is something you deliberately wanted me to see?" Chapter 71. Jishuan Yu takes action. What evidence do you have to support such a claim? YG inquired nonchalantly, maintaining a relaxed and casual atmosphere between them. "I possess no evidence, yet I shall remember every word you utter henceforth," CHT New Jersey Inn replied with a degree of seriousness, having never fully comprehended YG, and thus refraining from pressing too hard. In the subsequent days, CHT New Jersey Inn adhered to YG's instructions, laboring in the fields each morning to cultivate vegetables, while afternoons were spent in the study discussing celestial inscriptions, and evenings were reserved for sharing wine in the courtyard. Of course, their drinking did not always lead to merriment. More often than not, they found themselves embroiled in heated disputes, the topics of contention invariably revolving around agricultural matters. One insisted that watering should occur in the morning, while the other staunchly argued for the evening, at times. Their arguments even extended to the spacing of seeds or the comparative advantages of bamboo trellises versus wooden ones for the growth of vines, with neither willing to concede ground. Fortunately, both were able to uphold the decorum of gentlemen, preferring verbal exchanges over physical confrontations. Ultimately, the outcome was invariably in favor of CHT New Jersey Inn. For YG's protests were merely rhetorical. Regardless of her vocal objections, it was CHT New Jersey Inn who undertook the labor of digging, sowing, and constructing the trellises. Thus, the eventual appearance of the fruits and vegetables in the fields was ultimately a testament to CHT New Jersey Inn's efforts. Over the course of more than 20 years, YG had indeed delved into the study of celestial inscriptions, and CHT New Jersey Inn had come to understand how she acquired her knowledge. This world still harbors remnants of antiquity, Ancient artifacts and even relics from the celestial realms circulate within it. Many of these objects bear celestial inscriptions, and YG had collected a significant number of such items. CHT New Jersey Inn was unaware of YG's motives behind researching the Tianjun. Yet he unreservedly shared his insights on the subject with her. Soon, half a month had nearly elapsed, and the two had nearly exhausted each other's reservoirs of knowledge. However, it seemed that CHT New Jersey Inn had gained more, for aside from her studies of Tianjun, YG delved into various other peculiar subjects. For instance, she spoke of a non-existent concept of time and the ethereal notions of fate and destiny, from which CHT New Jersey Inn gleaned understanding through her study or their discussions. Have you not shown yourself for over 20 years? Surely, you do not merely wish to validate the Tianjun with me? As the deadline of half a month approached in 2 days, the two sat in the courtyard that evening, sipping wine and enjoying a meal while engaging in idle chatter. Nearby, in the vegetable garden, some seeds had already sprouted, with the quicker-growing ones having developed slender tendrils that climbed the wooden trellis they had constructed. I intend to make a significant move. I am preparing to seize the Wu Dao fruit, CHT New Jersey Inn declared without reservation. YG's lips twitched slightly, and she instinctively shifted her position, perhaps anticipating what CHT New Jersey Inn would say next. Sure enough, the next moment, he spoke with an enticing expression. What do you think? Shall we join forces? Together we could achieve greatness anew, eliminate Jesu New York. And the Wu Dao tree would belong to me, while the position of the Holy Master would be yours. To be frank, CHT New Jersey Inn harbored a genuine desire for the Wu Dao tree. If the G11O sect possessed such a tree, it would almost guarantee the emergence of a transformation stage cultivator every millennium, a formidable asset for any sect. Are you out of your mind? YG regarded him as one might look at a fool, uttering only 3 words. Tell me, how much do you know about Jesu New York? Are you aware of the most formidable methods employed by this holy master? The more I understand, the better my chances will be when facing him. CHT New Jersey Inn inquired after receiving YG's exasperated glance, his demeanor becoming considerably more serious. Over a millennium ago, he was already at the refining void stage. Now, his current realm remains a mystery, YG succinctly replied. His cultivation method is called the T-N-T-I-N-Z-O-Hu-Ju, which allows him to absorb the strength of his opponents for his own use. Though her response was brief, the weight of the information was substantial. The T-N-T-I-N-Z-O-Hu-Ju? The name differed by just one character, yet the effects were strikingly similar. Suddenly, everything began to make sense to CHT New Jersey Inn. He recalled how, on several occasions, demonic cultivators had gazed at him in disbelief before muttering about a holy master. It dawned on him that they were likely referring to the title of Holy Master Jesu New York, mistaking him for this figure. That night, CHT New Jersey Inn spoke far less, and YG seemed to sense his preoccupation. They both retired to their chambers early. However, later, YG emerged again, leisurely strolling toward the vegetable garden, her face radiating satisfaction as she observed the quietly growing seedlings. Occasionally tenderly caressing the tender green leaves, she appeared rather peculiar. CHT New Jersey Inn was able to perceive YG's erratic behavior in the vegetable garden. After all, YG was not a conventional person, and he could easily comprehend any peculiar actions, thus he did not pay it much heed. The following day, everything resumed as usual, and soon they arrived at the agreed-upon final day. YG mentioned that CHT New Jersey Inn would be departing the next day, and as her host, she felt compelled to entertain him. Therefore, she descended the mountain to procure exquisite wine and delicacies from the town. Whether the purchases were of good quality was uncertain, as there were indeed many who indulged in free meals in the realm of demonic paths, and just as many had met their demise for doing so. Fellow cultivator, have you ever heard of the extraordinary tome known as the 6 Instruments of Heaven? In the face of the sumptuous feast, CHT New Jersey Inn finally posed the question he had been most eager to ask. Upon hearing the name of the 6 Instruments of Heaven, YG's expression subtly shifted. Contemplating, she responded, to be bestowed with the title of a heavenly tome, it must surely be an extraordinary artifact. I have not heard of it. Given your keen interest, why not visit the Tai Academy in Central State? It has a lineage spanning tens of thousands of years, and there may even be a Mahayana-level master in residence. The Academy gathers knowledge from across the world, so they must know much. As YG mentioned the Tai Academy, it became essential to elaborate on the regional divisions of this world. The land is primarily divided into 4 domains: East, West, South, and North, with each domain comprising several states. Central State lies at the heart of these 4 domains, and within this singular state resides a singular power known as the Tai Academy, which is rumored to be more formidable than all the sects and powers of the four domains combined. The Tai Academy has always admitted only prodigies. It is said that the threshold for entry is the nascent soul stage. According to the Academy's own assertions, no matter how talented one may be, if they cannot even reach the nascent soul stage, they are not a true prodigy. It is said that the Tai Academy currently boasts several eminent figures at the stage, with at least 10 formidable beings at the stage, and those at the nascent soul stages are plentiful. Of course, the most formidable of all is the founder of the Tai Academy, revered as the master, a powerful being of the Mahayana stage who is still alive to this day. When the time is right, I shall go. With your talents, why not seek admission to the Tai Academy? CHT New Jersey N inquired. Believing that YG was truly unaware of the 6 instruments of heaven, going there would yield the same results as now. Why should I bother? YG replied, her expression tinged with a hint of resignation. CHT New Jersey N remained silent, surmising that this was related to YG's assertion that he had no future. By the way, you need not vie for the enlightenment fruit any longer, YG suddenly remarked with a smile. Why? Surely you haven't gone to seize it already? CHT New Jersey N inquired, following the thread of the conversation. No, it's just that someone has had the same idea as you. Yesterday, they attempted to snatch the enlightenment fruit from the sacred mountain, but failed. However, they managed to inflict some damage on the enlightenment tree, postponing its full maturation by 3 years, YG cheerfully explained, clearly relishing the gossip, which had become the most talked about topic in the southern region. Even practitioners of the demonic path could not resist their penchant for scandal. Who would dare to be so audacious? CHT New Jersey N asked, his brow furrowing, as though someone were trying to steal from him. The Bloodslaughter Elder, an old fellow at the half-step void refinement stage, has not shown his face for several centuries. Many believed him dead, but this time, he truly is, YG recounted, as if sharing a tantalizing tale, indulging in the drama. Did Ji Xuanyu make a move? CHT New Jersey N had nearly deduced the series of events and consequently reassessed Ji Xuanyu's prowess as a sovereign of the demonic path. YG nodded and animatedly narrated the tale, explaining that she had merely heard the rumors. The most riveting part, of course, was how Ji Xuanyu had struck down the Bloodslaughter Elder, a half-step void refinement old monster, who, driven by greed, was forced to flee in a panic. It was said that in the end, only a faint remnant of his soul escaped, a fragment so feeble that it could not even attempt possession. Complete annihilation was merely days away. Chapter 72. He is fortunate. That seems quite reasonable, does it not? Early the next morning, Chu Tianjun departed from Yujio's humble abode. Yujio did not accompany him, but merely waved goodbye in front of the house. After leaving, Chu Tianjun inquired in the city. However, it was unnecessary, as he gleaned from the conversations of passers-by that indeed, the blood fiend sovereign had attempted to seize the enlightenment fruit, only to be left with but a wisp of residual soul after being bested by Ji Xuanyu. The enlightenment fruit would not ripen for another 3 years, and Chu Tianjun certainly could not attempt to seize it at this moment. Furthermore, with the blood fiend sovereign leading the charge, it was fortuitous for Chu Tianjun to return and cultivate for another 2 or 3 years. Although this journey to the southern region was brief, Chu Tianjun's gains were substantial. Setting aside the clues regarding his own rebirth, he had nearly grasped the contents of the Gung chapter of the celestial inscriptions he had recently learned. He sensed that with diligent contemplation, he could uncover a powerful divine technique from the Gung chapter. Currently, there were 3 pivotal matters for Chu Tianjun to attend to. Firstly, it was crucial to comprehend the Gung chapter and master a new divine technique. This was of utmost importance, as his current abilities primarily focused on enhancing his survivability and endurance, complemented by a method of deduction comparable to the Dongxian stage. What he lacked was a genuine offensive divine technique, one potent enough to instill fear in opponents of a significantly higher realm. Secondly, leveraging the knowledge he had accumulated over the years, he aimed to refine the creation of great freedom demonic art, seeking to harness more advanced powers, a step that would serve as his foundation for ascension to immortality in the future. Thirdly, he needed to elucidate the circumstances surrounding his rebirth. At present, Chu Tianjun had begun to piece together some clues, suspecting that the root of it all lay with the venerable Yu Xuanji, or rather, the points of suspicion centered on her. During the past half-month spent with Yujio, Chu Tianjun had experienced numerous insights and thoughts, leading him to a significant hypothesis. Perhaps he had not truly been reborn at all. Those heart-wrenching and despair-inducing memories of 30 years were merely visions of the most probable events that would unfold in the 30 years following his entry into the Jiuxiao Hall to seek a master. However, a grave issue arose. If Yu Xuanji was indeed merely at the Dongxian stage, she would be incapable of such feats, something even those at the Great Ascension stage could not accomplish, let alone those who had transcended it. Thus, power remained an urgent necessity for Chu Tianjun. On his return journey, Chu Tianjun passed through the front lines of Yuezhou, where battles continued to erupt intermittently, and recent events had stirred considerable activity. It was rumored that the remnant soul of the Blood Fiend sovereign was fleeing in this direction, piquing the interest of many in the demonic path. Numerous Yuan-ing practitioners, including many Golden Core cultivators, lingered nearby, observing the demonic path's restlessness. The Jiuxiao sect was not idle either, dispatching numerous disciples to gather intelligence. Skirmishes broke out frequently, with daily encounters among Yuan-ing practitioners, and occasionally, Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhua would personally engage, plunging the Yuezhou front lines into a state of chaos. Chu Tianjun passed by in haste, refraining from intervening. This served as a valuable experience for the disciples of the sect, as a prospective leader should not take charge of every matter. In fact, the few talented disciples who had come to the front lines of Lizhou reaped considerable rewards. Jiang Qingyao significantly enhanced her combat abilities, possessing the water spirit body and wielding a supreme-grade flying sword. She could slay opponents in the late Golden Core stage, even at the early stage of her own Golden Core, in just a few days on the front lines. She shone brilliantly. Conversely, Lin Fan initially appeared quite ordinary, seeming merely to fill the ranks. However, once the Blood Fiend Elder was left with only a remnant of his soul after being slain by Ji Xuanyu, Lin Fan's extraordinary fortune began to manifest once more. As Chu Tianjun passed through Yuezhou, Lin Fan and several other disciples in the Golden Core stage were engaged in a mission, their group comprising 6 members, including Jiang Qingyao. Initially, they believed that with Lin Fan in their midst, fortune would surely favor them. However, contrary to their expectations, the small team soon encountered 2 malevolent Yuan-ing cultivators. For reasons unknown, these 2 dark practitioners relentlessly pursued them, perhaps simply due to a bad mood that day. In a desperate attempt to escape, the group split up. But not long after, Jiang Qingyao and Lin Fan found themselves reunited, with the 2 Yuan-ing cultivators still in hot pursuit. Jiang Qingyao revealed all her hidden cards. Yet their only option was to flee, facing peril at every turn. Lin Fan also found himself in dire straits, but curiously, it seemed as though he did nothing. The malevolent Yuan-ing cultivators simply could not bring him to his end. In a rather dramatic turn of events, both fell into a demonic cave, which held not only the legendary 10,000-year spirit milk that could enhance their cultivation, but also a remnant soul that entered Lin Fan's body while Jiang Qingyao lay unconscious. Subsequently, the remnant soul struck a bargain with Lin Fan. Should he assist in the demise of the holy master Ji Xuanyu, the soul would impart all its knowledge to him. Before Lin Fan could even respond, the Blood Fiend sovereign, who had fortuitously acquired the supreme technique of the great Blood Fiend art years prior, passed this power onto Lin Fan, after which the remnant soul faded away, bidding farewell to this world. This place, having been the battlefield between righteous and demonic forces for thousands of years, had its ground upheaved, and it was indeed evident that Lin Fan's arrival had caused the cave to be exposed. Yet, what seemed utterly irrational in the world around him transformed into the realm of reason for Lin Fan. As Lin Fan and Jiang Qingyao absorbed the 10,000-year spirit milk within the cave, in just over 10 days, both advanced to the mid-Golden Core stage, sharing the remaining essence as they looked forward to the future. During this time, it was natural for them to engage in exchanges and interactions, and the emergence of deeper feelings between them seemed entirely plausible. Chu Tianjun was still unaware of these matters. Upon returning to the Jiuxiao sect, he entered seclusion, for his absence had not been protracted, and Lu Qingxue had also recently begun her own retreat. Lu Qingxue had ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage and held great promise for advancing to the transformation stage. Thus, Chu Tianjun refrained from disturbing her. However, prior to his seclusion, Chu Tianjun sent forth his consciousness to Tianxian Peak, where he took the initiative to observe Longyue for the first time. At this moment, Longyue was on the verge of another rebirth. In the silence of his secluded retreat, Chu Tianjun found that for individuals of their caliber, several years could pass in the blink of an eye. Yet, the world continued to unfold myriad events incessantly. For instance, a year later, disciples who had ventured out for training gradually returned. The turmoil within the southern region's demonic sect had subsided, as the search for the remnants of the Blood Fiend's sovereign yielded no results, leading to a period of calm between the righteous and demonic paths. Over the course of this year, many disciples exhibited remarkable progress. Naturally, Jiang Qingyao and Lin Yu were exemplary, their exceptional talents allowing them to ascend a minor realm within merely a year. However, the most significant advancement was achieved by the somewhat simple-minded Lin Fan, whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, nearing the latter stages, and his combat prowess had become formidable. Anyone who had sparred with Lin Fan over the years would find themselves severely weakened for an extended period, if they survived at all. Chapter 73, The Great Severing Technique. After a 2-year retreat, Chu Tianjun suddenly opened his eyes one day. Throughout this period, a phantom compass had continuously manifested behind him, slowly rotating. And with the passage of time, it showed distinct signs of solidification. By the time one reaches the nascent soul stage, their consciousness becomes immense. And the divine transformation stage is even more formidable, allowing for multitasking to become an effortless endeavor. During these 2 years, Chu Tianjun had engaged in dual contemplation, delving into the mystical arts of the Gung chapter from the 6 Instruments Heavenly Book, while simultaneously refining the techniques of the heaven-claiming transformation and the Great Freedom demonic art. After 2 years, both endeavors reached completion. He named the perfected techniques the Great Devouring Art and the Great Transformation Art, believing they were indeed on par with any divine power, and thus deserved such fitting titles. As he slowly rose, the phantom compass behind him dissipated. He then gently raised a finger, from which a jet-black thread erupted, a manifestation of an unprecedented power, unlike spiritual energy or sword chi. Yet, upon its emergence, a sensation of rift materialized in the void before him. With a flick of his fingertip, the thread sliced through the heavens, leaving a narrow black fissure in the sky. Although small, this crack exuded an intense sense of division. Ultimately, the thread struck the very edge of the firmament, unleashing a cacophony of thunder that roared like a slumbering beast suddenly awakened, filled with wrath. Such might. I fear that once I reach the cave profound stage, I could cleave through the barriers of worlds with this great cutting art. If I were to gather all the 6 Instruments Heavenly Book, I might even walk boldly through the immortal realm. Gazing skyward, Chu Tianjun realized that what he had just executed was indeed the pinnacle technique of the Gung chapter, the Great Cutting Art. Henceforth, he possessed 4 supreme techniques: the Great Deduction Art, the Great Cutting Art, the Great Devouring Art, and the Great Transformation Art. Mastery of the Great Cutting Art allows one to sever all things in the world, including souls. After a considerable time, the thunder in the sky subsided, and the dark fissure gradually closed, the sense of rift dissipating. No one knew what had transpired. They could only speculate about the formidable power Chu Tianjun had unleashed from the aura that Lin Chu Tianjun once again unleashed the grand severing technique, striking against the world barrier. In the next moment, the barrier, akin to a formation under assault, began to gather strength to counter the grand severing technique. The manifestation of this power resembled thunder, reminiscent of the tribulations faced by cultivators during their ascension. The intentions of Chu Tianjun were not to breach the barriers of the world at this moment. As the thunderous roars resounded, he immediately invoked the Great Devouring Technique to absorb the immense power. Simultaneously, with a flick of his other hand, several rare and precious treasures materialized before him. Following this, the Great Transformation Technique converted the energy within him into a gentle and pure force, devoid of any attributes. The precious items were swiftly molded into a form resembling a form-fitting armor, and the energy from his body continuously transformed and infused into this armor. This process persisted for a full half-month, during which the sky above was filled with flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. Initially, the people perceived it as an omen of some great calamity descending from the heavens, but gradually, the thunder took on a mournful tone, its might waning with time. After half a month, Chu Tianjun returned to Tianjun Peak, satisfied. By this time, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the transformation god realm, a speed of advancement that would evoke expressions of awe from any observer. It was time to indulge in a period of leisure, awaiting the recovery of Long Way to her nascent soul stage, after which he could venture to the southern domain to seize the Tao fruit. He pondered whether his current strength would allow him to snatch the Tao tree itself. Standing beneath the peach tree, he mapped out his forthcoming endeavors. Indeed, the essence of cultivating immortality ultimately boils down to competition, a truth from which even Chu Tianjun could not distance himself. Within the vast expanse of the Jiuxiao mountain, events transpired at any given moment. Every day here constituted the lives of countless disciples. Chu Tianjun held no interest in prying into the lives of others. So even though his consciousness was powerful enough to encompass the entirety of Jiuxiu Mountain, perceiving the actions of all, he refrained from doing so. On this day, bathed in sunlight and caressed by a gentle breeze, Chu Tianjun reclined in a chair beneath the peach tree for a leisurely nap. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and his consciousness directed itself toward a particular area of Jiuxiu Mountain. He had sensed a potent surge of magical energy. Someone was engaged in a confrontation within the Jiuxiu sect. His consciousness swiftly pinpointed a group of individuals in a picturesque location, adorned with waterfalls and pavilions, where disciples of the Jiuxiu sect occasionally gathered. However, at that moment, a female disciple lay on the ground, her clothing disheveled and torn, with claw marks marring her arms and face, appearing extremely disheveled. Beside her, another female disciple was administering a healing pill, while 3 male disciples glared angrily at a man and a wolf. The man, whom Chu Tianjun recognized, was none other than Lin Fan, a person whose luck seemed almost sinister, and beside him was a snow-white wolf, clearly an intelligent beast companion. Ever since the Jiuxiu sect conquered the northern region, many disciples had taken to raising spirit pets. Lin Fan, you have allowed your spirit beast to harm others. And you offer no apology? This is utterly unacceptable, admonished one of the male disciples, a late-stage golden core practitioner, pointing accusingly at Lin Fan. It was evident that the snow wolf had inflicted injury upon the female disciple. Lin Fan remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand, which summoned a jade vial and a pile of spirit stones onto the stone table before him. These are top-quality healing pills, along with 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Take them as compensation, Lin Fan declared, his words echoing with an air of generosity, though they felt more akin to an act of charity. Chu Tianjun had yet to comprehend the intricacies of the situation, yet he began to observe with keen interest. His initial impression was that Lin Fan's actions were indeed inappropriate. In the next moment, 3 male disciples could no longer contain themselves. They swiftly surrounded Lin Fan, preventing his escape. The disciple at the late golden core stage reiterated, "Junior brother Lin, what you ought to do is apologize. If you refuse to do so today, we shall not permit you to leave." The trio had already drawn their magical artifacts, assuming a stance of impending confrontation, clearly indicating that a prior skirmish had occurred, which was the very disturbance that had alerted Chu Tianjun. "Are you truly so formidable?" Lin Fan retorted, his expression impassive as he took a step forward, intent on departing. Observing this scene, Chu Tianjun could not help but furrow his brow, realizing that Lin Fan was genuinely prepared to engage further. The 3 male disciples, unable to swallow their indignation, summoned the full radiance of their artifacts, signaling that a conflict among peers was seemingly inevitable. Chapter 74, Punishment in the Ancestor Hall. Stop. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the distance, followed by a flash of crimson sword light that separated the 3 disciples from Lin Fan. Lin Yu materialized before Lin Fan, positioning himself protectively behind him, his face etched with concern. Chu Tianjun did not hasten to reveal himself. Rather, he wished to observe how Lin Yu, this prodigious disciple, would navigate the situation. In the next moment, Lin Yu clasped his fists toward the 3 fellow disciples and politely inquired, "I am Lin Yu from the Chinsa Peak. And this is my younger brother. May I ask what misunderstanding has occurred? Fellow disciples, let us first put away our treasures as comrades. It is best that we discuss this amicably." These disciples appeared to be familiar with Lin Yu. In truth, the moment he made his entrance, they had no intention of engaging in conflict, realizing they were certainly outmatched. The leader of the small group succinctly recounted the events. "We gathered here today for a pleasant meeting, and initially, all was well. However, out of the blue, this beast appeared and began to attack Sister Liang, attempting to inflict harm. We intended to subdue it. But this disciple Lin Fan insisted that the snow wolf is his spiritual companion, demanding an apology from us. Not only did he refuse to apologize, but he also chose to confront us." As Lin Yu listened, his brow furrowed deeply. He turned to cast a sharp glare at Lin Fan, a gesture clearly intended for the onlookers. In the next moment, he hastily bowed to the injured female disciple, saying, "Sister Liang, I sincerely apologize. My brother is not skilled in social interactions and has been quite offensive today. I shall offer my apologies on his behalf, and I will visit you later to provide a satisfactory resolution." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the expressions of the other disciples softened considerably, and Chu Tianjun secretly nodded in approval. Yet, at this juncture, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Perhaps Lin Fan was unwilling for Lin Yu to apologize on his behalf. Or perhaps he genuinely believed he was in the right. Thus, he adopted a defiant stance, asserting, "It was clearly my companion and I who were playing by the waterfall first. They were the ones who intruded upon us. My companion, Xiaobai, is typically gentle and never harms others without cause. Her sudden outburst today must be attributed to their actions. We have already offered elixirs and spirit stones. What more do they want? They are clearly taking advantage of the situation." At this moment, Lin Fan indeed appeared to embody the essence of a protagonist. Resolute even in the face of widespread condemnation, Chu Tianjun felt a surge of unease. He could not help but feel that Lin Yu was deserving of better. In his fervent defense of his brother, Lin Fan was, in fact, undermining their cause. Had Lin Fan refrained from adopting such an obstinate stance, the matter would have likely concluded right there. In that case, Lin Yu would not have needed to bring Lin Fan along to offer an apology. Instead, Lin Yu would have taken it upon himself to extend a gesture of contrition, perhaps claiming that Lin Fan was being punished with solitary reflection. Both the disciples and Sister Liang would have likely chosen to overlook the incident in light of Lin Yu's standing. Lin Fan's antics had now placed Lin Yu, the elder cousin, in a most uncomfortable predicament, caught between two worlds and belonging to neither. Chu Tianjun had already risen from his reclined position, fully aware that Lin Yu could no longer resolve the predicament. In the next moment, he materialized within the pavilion. His voice heralded his arrival before his form did. As he addressed Lin Fan with a piercing inquiry, "Do you recognize your transgressions?" Upon recognizing the visitor as Chu Tianjun, everyone present bowed deeply in respect. "We pay our respects to the acting sect leader." The snow wolf beside Lin Fan was startled by Chu Tianjun's sudden appearance, leaping into Lin Fan's embrace with a graceful bound. The synergy between the man and the wolf was evident as Lin Fan securely cradled the creature. While others offered a formal salute with cupped fists and bowing heads, he merely inclined slightly while holding the snow wolf. Acting sect leader, Brother Fan. Lin Yu, after performing his respectful greeting, sought to intercede on Lin Fan's behalf, hastening to position himself before Chu Tianjun. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Chu Tianjun gestured dismissively, interrupting him as he continued to approach Lin Fan with measured steps. The pressure exerted by Chu Tianjun was undeniably formidable, and in the hearts of the disciples of the Jiuxiu sect, he was regarded as a divine being, a paragon of omnipotence. Thus, even a prodigy like Lin Yu found himself swallowing back words that were on the verge of being spoken to a mere gesture from Chu Tianjun. "Do you recognize your error?" Chu Tianjun inquired once more as he approached Lin Fan, halting a mere 10 paces away. At this moment, the snow wolf nestled in Lin Fan's arms trembled uncontrollably, while Lin Fan retained an expression of apparent innocence, albeit with a hint of bewilderment. Noticing Lin Fan's silence, Chu Tianjun proceeded to assert, "Are you aware that the sect forbids the private rearing of demonic beasts? You have not established a master-servant contract with this creature. What do you have to say for yourself?" Although Chu Tianjun's voice did not convey an inquiry, his words caused the disciples in the pavilion to change their expressions dramatically. Among all sects, the rules of the Jiuxiu sect are considered relatively lenient. Nevertheless, being a legitimate sect, there are still certain fundamental regulations in place. The sect permits its disciples to capture and raise spirit pets, and even provides specific techniques, magical tools, and talismans for this purpose. However, this is contingent upon the requirement that regardless of the number of pets one raises, a master-servant contract must be established. From the very beginning, Chu Tianjun discerned that Lin Fan had not forged a master-servant contract with the snow wolf, which meant that the creature remained a free beast. "Xiaobai, she is not a mere beast. Xiaobai is my friend," Lin Fan mustered the courage to assert, though he felt an overwhelming pressure in the presence of Chu Tianjun. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, several disciples exchanged peculiar glances, while Chu Tianjun let out a cold snort. "You truly are devoted to your sentiments. Is this beast more significant than your fellow disciples?" Chu Tianjun's tone was palpably impatient, as he repeatedly referred to the creature as a beast. Perhaps their earlier clamor had disturbed Xiaobai, upsetting her mood. Did they not share any blame? Lin Fan clenched his fists tightly, sensing the unease of the snow wolf in his arms, and once more summoned his courage to defend his stance. "Brother Fan, what are you saying?" Lin Fan's words sent a chill of dread down Lin Yu's spine. The other disciples seethed with fury, had it not been for Chu Tianjun's presence. They would likely have resorted to their artifacts in a confrontation. "Silence. Do you intend to claim that I, as the acting leader, am oppressing you, disregarding the facts?" Chu Tianjun rarely exhibited anger, but at this moment, he was genuinely incensed. No disciple said such a thing. Lin Fan remained stubbornly defiant. his demeanor suggesting that no one in the world could comprehend his plight. You have privately raised a beast and injured a fellow disciple. You are to kneel before the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights. As for this creature, it must perish. Chu Tianjun unequivocally stated the consequences, wishing to cease any further discourse with Lin Fan. As Chu Tianjun's voice faded, he cast a glance at the snow wolf cradled in Lin Fan's arms. And with just that fleeting look, the snow wolf succumbed, its neck twisting in demise. Onlookers marveled at the terrifying prowess of a god transformation expert, while Lin Fan knelt upon the ground, cradling the lifeless body of the snow wolf in anguish. No, Xiaobai. Xiaobai. No one could fathom the tumult of emotions raging within Lin Fan at that moment, but it was certain that resentment and an acute sense of humiliation coursed through him. With a flick of his sleeve, Chu Tianjun departed. Having uttered his words, it was inevitable that a disciple from the law enforcement hall would escort Lin Fan to kneel before the ancestral hall as punishment. The other disciples ceased their chatter and left in unison. Though they harbored discontent towards Lin Fan, Chu Tianjun had already avenged their grievances, and thus they would not seek to trouble Lin Fan in private. As Chu Tianjun had just returned to Taolin, the couple, Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhu, arrived simultaneously. They knelt outside Chu Tianjun's courtyard, bowing their heads, and spoke. We, as a couple, have failed in our guidance. Please impose punishment on our behalf. Enough. Chu Tianjun replied with a grave tone. From now on, keep a closer watch on that Lin Fan. Although he appears to be honest and earnest, his heart is narrow-minded. Do not let him become a calamity for the sect in the future. He emphasized that it was unlikely for them to suffer the consequences of Lin Fan's actions. Thank you for your understanding, Master. We shall certainly provide strict guidance moving forward, Zhou Qifeng hastily affirmed, recognizing that Chu Tianjun's leniency was a sign of compassion. The couple returned to Qinsa Peak with heavy hearts, where Lin Fan was already kneeling in punishment before the ancestral hall. Reflecting on the recent events, Li Wanhu paced within the room and suddenly remarked with a serious expression, ever since his return from the front lines in Yuzhou, there has been a noticeable change in him. Could it be that he has been possessed? It is unlikely, Zhou Qifeng countered. If he were truly possessed, it would not be as simple as slaying a mere beast. However, he has indeed been rather audacious, raising a demon beast without forming a contract. We have been completely deceived. He dismissed Li Wanhu's concerns but shared her frustration, beginning to feel a sense of estrangement from his disciple. Chapter 75. The 9 Lives Battle Armor. Chu Tianjun paid no heed to Lin Fan's punishment of kneeling. Instead, he reflected upon the earlier incident of slaying the snow wolf. Xiaobai. He was resolute in his understanding that Lin Fan's fortune seemed to benefit only himself, leaving those around him untouched by such luck. Yet, while Chu Tianjun remained indifferent to Lin Fan, there were others who cared for him. That afternoon, Lin Fan knelt before the ancestral hall, and by nightfall, a figure emerged from the distant woods, observing Lin Fan from afar. Soon, the night sky opened up, pouring rain, yet the silhouette in the woods did not depart, as if silently accompanying Lin Fan in his solitude. At that moment, Lin Fan knelt in the rain, his head bowed, resembling a protagonist from a tale of injustice and humiliation. His hands were clenched tightly, his nails piercing into his palms until they bled, mingling with the rainwater beneath him, signifying a flicker of feeling. Third senior brother, do you intend to remain by his side for 3 days and nights? Another figure emerged from the woods, holding an umbrella. Tian Shaoyi. The third senior brother she referred to was none other than Lin Yu. She wished to shield him from the rain, but Lin Yu waved his hand in refusal. It is all my fault. These past 2 years, I have been too engrossed in my cultivation to properly guide Xiao Fan, allowing him to commit these errors. That spirit beast, the snow wolf, was one I captured from the northern region. On that day, he was immediately drawn to the snow wolf. Had I witnessed him contract the spirit beast, perhaps today's events would not have unfolded. Lin Yu let the rain wash over him, lost in deep remorse, believing that Lin Fan's current state was a consequence of his own inadequacies as an elder brother. Third senior brother, how can this possibly be your fault? You have done more than enough for him. We, your fellow disciples, have witnessed your efforts. Yet, Xiao Fan has always taken your kindness for granted. To be honest, we feel it is unjust for you. Does he even realize what you have endured today? Why must you bear this burden? Tian Shaoyi spoke with a hint of indignation. In truth, Tian Shaoyi and Lin Fan had shared a close bond in the past, as Lin Fan was the youngest disciple of the Qinsa Peak. However, since his return from Yuzhou last year, Lin Fan had gradually distanced himself from his senior brothers and sisters, perceiving their occasional critiques as a sign of their alienation. Lin Yu sighed. In truth, Xiao Fan possesses a strong sense of pride. He may appear dull and simple, Yet his thoughts are intricate, and his heart is fragile. If I were to be present by his side, he might interpret it as my condescension. Tian Shaoi chose not to respond further, feeling a deep sense of injustice for Lin Yu, this exceptionally gifted third senior brother. If only she had such an admirable brother, she would wake from dreams smiling. Yet, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the fortune he possessed. As night deepened and the rain intensified, Lin Yu continued to linger in the shadows beside Lin Fan. However, in the midst of the night, another figure appeared. The first to notice was Lin Yu, a woman holding an umbrella, her graceful figure captivating. What brings her here? Did she and Vandy? Lin Yu recognized the visitor, who was none other than Jiang Qingyao, the sole direct disciple of Lu Qingxue. Jiang Qingyao appeared beside Lin Fan, holding an umbrella, and soon Lin Fan noticed that the raindrops had ceased to fall upon him. Upon glancing upward, he found Jiang Qingyao gazing down at him. This moment was indeed a beautifully poetic scene. Alas, Chu Tianjun was not privy to it. Or else, he would have certainly questioned whether he truly relished the role of a villain within the sect. Senior sister Jiang. Lin Fan murmured softly. Little Fan. Junior brother, Jiang Qingyao replied. Xiaobai is gone. My friend has perished. You still have me. Lin Yu felt it was more appropriate for him to withdraw, as such a scene was ill-suited for a third party. He genuinely felt happy for Lin Fan, his gaze towards Jiang Qingyao transforming into that of a brother-in-law. Jiang Qingyao stayed by his side until the rain ceased, while Lin Yu remained present throughout. 3 days passed swiftly for cultivators. This punishment bore merely symbolic significance. And even a night of rain could not inflict any harm upon Lin Fan, who was at the golden core stage. In the days that followed, Lin Fan chose solitude, and there were no disturbances. Chu Tianjun paid little attention to him. As the acting sect leader, he secretly hoped Lin Fan would cause some trouble, for that would provide him with a legitimate excuse to take action. He could either expel Lin Fan from the sect or, in a more severe case, eliminate him on the spot. I govern my sect. No matter the so-called child of destiny, you may confront me openly, but if you seek to conspire within the sect, you have miscalculated. This was also the rationale behind Chu Tianjun's initial plan to orchestrate the rebirth of Jiuxiao sect, seizing absolute power. A few days later, the summit of Tianxian Peak was awash with radiant light and surging spiritual energy. Though no heavenly tribulation descended, everyone was aware that Master Longwei had returned to the nascent soul realm. Chu Tianjun emerged from the peach grove, leisurely soaring towards the Hall of Nine Heavens, a scene witnessed by many. Shortly thereafter, Hongwei ascended to the hall as well. From this day forth, Hongwei was recognized as a true disciple of the Nine Heavens Sect, presiding over Tianxian Peak. Soon, the voice of Chu Tianjun resonated within the hall. The ceremony to acknowledge Hongwei as a true disciple was, arguably, the most perfunctory in history. Yet, as she was a second-layer nascent soul, there might still be opportunities for further ascensions in the future, leading those in the know to regard it with indifference. It appeared that the acting sect leader and the true immortal Hongwei had reconciled their differences. Was there still a chance for them to become Dao partners? The nature of gossip does not diminish with the increase of cultivation at this moment. From the esteemed nascent soul experts to the aspiring Qi refinement disciples of the Nine Heavens Sect, all were abuzz with tidbits of gossip. Within the Hall of Nine Heavens, gazes met, and an atmosphere of awkwardness prevailed. May I still call you Tianjun? Hongwei was the first to break the silence. Chu Tianjun nodded in response. Can I become your Dao partner? Hongwei inquired further. CHT New Jian was nearly choked by a mouthful of phlegm, as the unfolding events seemed to be racing towards an entirely uncharted direction. Of course, the transformation of Yu was not without its traces. It was, in fact, influenced by Ning Qi Si. Perhaps this was a grand scheme orchestrated by Ning Qi Si from the very beginning. Fortunately, CHT New Jian was ultimately a true deity of transformation, and his understanding had evolved beyond the superficiality of the past. He felt no embarrassment, bore no cold demeanor towards Yu, nor displayed the disdain he once did. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he earnestly inquired of Yu, have you elevated your unwavering thoughts to the level of a great prayer technique? Yu nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, CHT New Jian smiled and, with a meaningful gaze, remarked to Yu, if that is the case, do I still have a choice? Upon hearing this, Yu was filled with joy, eager to respond, but was interrupted by CHT New Jian. He continued, although this may indeed be a potential outcome in the future, it ultimately requires a process. Shall we leave it to fate? Your words suffice. Yu replied with satisfaction, nodding. I will soon announce my union with Qingsu as my Dao companion. CHT New Jersey Inn added. It is all my fault. I arrived late, Yu expressed with a hint of regret, feeling no jealousy towards Ling Su, but rather attributing the situation to her own shortcomings. However, despite the tardiness, she had ultimately arrived. Chu Tianjun rose and approached Long Wei. As he neared her, he flipped his palm, revealing a miniature armor enveloped in radiant light. This is a gift for you. Imbued with sufficient pure energy for an ordinary cultivator to attempt the transformation into the divine realm multiple times. It will aid you in swiftly recovering your cultivation after utilizing the heavenly demon 9 transformations. He presented the armor he had crafted not long ago to Long Wei. What shall we name it? Long Wei joyfully accepted the armor. It was the first gift she had received from Chu Tianjun, holding profound significance. Moreover, it was evidently tailored specifically for her. How about calling it the 9 Lives Battle Armor? Chu Tianjun proposed a name, while also seeking her opinion. I will cherish whatever you name it, Long Wei replied with a smile. From the moment she stepped into the Jiuxiao Great Hall, her gaze had been solely fixed on Chu Tianjun. Chapter 76, Lin Fan begins his mischief on the day Long Wei returned to the nascent soul stage. Lu Qingxue also emerged from her seclusion, yet she had not yet faced the tribulation for the transformation into the divine realm. When these two women, who originally had little in common, met, their eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. How far are you from the divine realm? Chu Tianjun inquired with genuine concern. Just the tribulation left, Lu Qingxue replied succinctly. Are you afraid of the heart demon tribulation? Chu Tianjun continued to express his concern. Lu Qingxue remained silent. But Chu Tianjun immediately suggested, then let us wait until after the dual cultivation ceremony to face the tribulation. At his words, Lu Qingxue felt a mix of shyness and immense joy, nodding in agreement. The day after Long Wei returned to the nascent soul stage, Chu Tianjun publicly announced that in 3 days, he and Lu Qingxue would hold their dual cultivation ceremony, thus binding them as partners. This was, of course, a significant event for the Jiuxiao sect, marking a rare occasion of joy after many years. A partner does not necessarily equate to a spouse. So Lu Qingxue's status would not yet be that of the acting sect master's wife. She remained the holy maiden of the Jiuxiao sect, albeit now with the added identity of the acting sect master's partner. However, this status was already quite akin to that of a spouse, making the ceremony somewhat reminiscent of a wedding. Such an occasion was naturally festive, and nearly all disciples of the Jiuxiao sect attended, including Ning Qiuzi, who returned for the event. Ning Qiuzi's mundane parents had consumed longevity elixirs, allowing them to live longer than ordinary mortals and delaying their demise. However, Emperor Ning had long since abdicated, and the current emperor was Ning Qiuzi's nephew, while she herself held the title of Grand Princess of the Regency. Upon her return, Ning Qiuzi familiarized herself with the events that had transpired in the Jiuxiao sect over the years. Learning of Lin Fan, a fortunate and peculiar individual, she was dismissive upon hearing tales of him befriending demonic beasts, allowing them to harm fellow disciples without restraint. All the while adopting an attitude of my little white is innocent, the issue lies with those who are bitten. With a hint of disdain, she remarked. Does such a favored child of fortune look down upon your father, or does he look down upon me? Though Ning Qiuzi showed little concern for Lin Fan, her attention was wholly focused on Long Wei. Why did father not directly reveal to her the most likely outcome? Ning Qiuzi inquired directly, believing this to be the optimal choice. CHT New Jersey Inn replied directly. In truth, that is no longer significant. It will not become her inner demon. What remains is the matter between Waisu New Jersey and myself. The optimal choice is not always the most suitable. Upon hearing these words, Ning Qisi chose to remain silent. CHT New Jersey Inn and Nixa held a grand ceremony for their dual cultivation. Ju displayed neither regret nor jealousy, busily attending to matters. This return to the Yuan Ing realm marked a significant transformation, devoid of the previously serene demeanor she once possessed. After attending the ceremony, Ning Qisi departed from the G11O sect, restoring tranquility to the entire sect. Meanwhile, Nixu, invigorated by joyous events, felt confident in her pursuit of the transformation stage, seeking guidance from CHT New Jersey Inn regarding the intricacies of this breakthrough. Although the term seeking guidance seemed somewhat exaggerated, as they were now partners on the path. Today, Elnju was also present, arriving with her own inquiries for CHT New Jersey Inn, who, despite the potential for future partnership between the two, would not refuse her. However, this circumstance created an awkward atmosphere between Nix and Elnju, although they refrained from overt displays. An underlying sense of rivalry permeated their exchanges in CHT New Jersey Inn's presence. just as CHT Nu Jian began to feel a headache approaching. HNN Engxi Ing's voice unexpectedly called out from outside the courtyard, announcing her request for an audience with the acting sect leader. CHT Nu Jian promptly invited HNN Engxi Ing to enter. This junior was exceptionally perceptive, and at that moment, CHT Nu Jian felt as though a savior had arrived. In the presence of this junior, LQ Nix and Ling Yu finally assumed the demeanor befitting their seniority, though this could also be interpreted as a different form of expression. HNN Engxi Ing was the only disciple of CHT Nu Jian's true lineage permitted to meet him directly at any time. And this decision had now proven to be exceedingly wise and correct, since HNN Engxi Ing had joined the Jishio sect. The overall level of alchemy had ascended remarkably. Over the years, HNN Engxi Ing had engaged in numerous private discussions with CHT Nu Jian, and he firmly believed that this junior would eventually concoct elixirs potent enough to enable ordinary cultivators to transcend the Hu Shn stage. Furthermore, with HNN Engxi Ing's growth, the prospect of formulating elixirs for ascension was not beyond reach. In her hands, alchemy had truly become a pathway leading directly to the ultimate destination. What brings you here, dear disciple in Engxi Ing? CHT Nu Jian inquired, taking the initiative to ask. HNN Engxi Ing, poised and respectful, stood a distance of 10 feet from CHT Nu Jian, first bowing deeply to him, then slightly inclining her hands in salute to LQ Nix and Ling Yu. Finally, she addressed CHT Nu Jian with utmost reverence. Half an hour ago, on the TNXing platform, two fellow disciples engaged in combat, and one was grievously injured. While tending to this brother, I discovered that his wounds were peculiar. His body had been eroded by an unknown force not recorded with the sect, specifically the blood-fiendish power of the demonic path. Understanding the gravity of this matter, I have come to report to you, Master. Is this true? Are the recordings of the duel on the TNXing platform still available? CHT Nu Jian's expression grew serious upon hearing her words. Since the last incident involving LNFN and several Golden Core disciples, he had established the TNXing platform within the sect, a combat arena, so to speak. Given the vast number of disciples, occasional frictions were inevitable. The sect prohibited members from engaging in private duels. Yet they could challenge one another on the TNXing platform, allowing for unrestricted combat as long as lethal force was not employed. Since the establishment of the TNXing platform, disciples had indeed taken to it for duels from time to time, serving as an effective means of resolving grievances. And CHT Nu Jian had never intervened. As for HNN Engxi Ing's mention of an unregistered power, this referred to the regulations concerning the practice of demonic arts among disciples of the Jishio sect. Following its rebirth, the sect had undergone significant amendments to its rules, which could only be described as exceedingly lenient. Among these changes was the allowance for disciples to practice demonic arts, albeit with certain restrictions. Whether obtained through the sect or externally, any practice of demonic arts must first be reported to the sect. Techniques capable of awakening a cultivator's potential or temporarily enhancing their power, or those that could harmonize with orthodox methods, were permitted for cultivation. In fact, the Jishio sect even established dedicated halls to study demonic techniques. In summary, the Jishio sect permitted the cultivation of demonic arts from the chaotic yet lawful faction, and the sect would even provide guidance and assistance. Upon hearing this, HNN Engxi Ing immediately cast a series of incantations, conjuring a water mirror before her to recreate the duel between the two disciples on the TNXing platform. Why is it him again? Upon catching sight of the scene, Chu Tianjun immediately recognized one of the individuals as Lin Fan. Long Yu, having never encountered Lin Fan before, and Lu Qingxue, who remained unaware of the previous incident involving the snow wolf Xiaobai, both gazed on with intrigue. Their curiosity piqued as they attentively observed the reenacted duel. The footage of the contest was quite straightforward, depicting Lin Fan engaged in combat with a late-stage Golden Core disciple. From the visuals, it was evident that Lin Fan exerted little effort, while his opponent appeared to suffer greatly in defeat. Judging solely from this duel, Lin Fan exhibited remarkable prowess. After all, to effortlessly vanquish an adversary of a slightly lower realm is a testament to his innate talent and potential as a prodigy. Why were they ascending to the celestial trial platform? After viewing the scene, Chu Tianjun inquired once more. Han Ningxiang promptly replied. The injured disciple had reported a few days prior that he had witnessed Lin Fan meeting clandestinely with a female cultivator of the demonic path during the night at the foot of the mountain. However, Lin Fan did not acknowledge this, and the enforcement hall found no evidence to substantiate the claim. Thus Lin Fan requested to confront this disciple at the celestial trial platform. Chu Tianjun remained silent. The matter appeared deceptively simple. The Jiuxiao sect was indeed a rational sect. Since no evidence had been discovered, they would not hastily conclude that Lin Fan was colluding with the demonic path. Ningxiang, send forth my command for Lin Fan to come to the discipline hall for questioning. I shall personally interrogate him, he declared. Setting aside the issue of his entanglement with a female cultivator of the demonic path, the fact remained that he had trained in and utilized unregistered demonic arts. Chu Tianjun spoke in a grave tone. Having scrutinized the footage from the recent contest at Xingtai, he had already ascertained that Lin Fan had secretly practiced demonic techniques. Chapter 77. This child must not be allowed to remain. Han Ningxiang promptly accepted the order and departed. Soon, numerous disciples of the Jiuxiao sect made their way to the discipline hall, and the news of Lin Fan's clandestine practice of demonic arts spread swiftly among them. Chu Tianjun did not immediately proceed to the hall of discipline, for it is not customary for a deputy to await the missteps of disciples within the sect. Observing the curiosity of Lu Qingxue and Long Wei, he recounted the tale of how Lin Fan entered the Jiuxiao sect, detailing the extraordinary and sinister fortune that allowed him to shine brilliantly in the sect's grand competition, as well as the recent incident involving the snow wolf, Little White, that led to injury. What are your thoughts on this individual? After sharing, Chu Tianjun turned to Lu Qingxue and Long Wei, seeking their opinions. Lu Qingxue was the first to speak. During that sect competition, I found this individual quite suspicious. I did not anticipate that he would even privately raise a monstrous beast, injuring a fellow disciple while feigning a sense of victimhood. Such a person will inevitably become a calamity for the sect. Long Yue, eager to express her views, swiftly added after a brief pause from Lu Qingxue. To cultivate demonic arts in secret is a direct violation of sect regulations. This alone is grounds for expulsion. According to Tianjuan's account, this individual's character is indeed deeply flawed, making him a potential threat to the sect. Chu Tianjun observed the two women, who were somewhat envious of each other, and couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. So what shall we do? He inquired of both simultaneously. This individual must not be spared. Lu Qingxue and Long Wei exclaimed in unison, their opinions on this matter surprisingly aligned, exhibiting a remarkable synergy. Then let us proceed to the Hall of Discipline together, Chu Tianjun proposed, rising to invite both women to accompany him. When Chu Tianjun arrived at the Hall of Discipline, he found it surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Inside the hall, several nascent soul realms were present, along with many of their esteemed disciples. Lin Fan stood among them, his head bowed, projecting an aura of profound injustice and grievance from afar. Chu Tianjun walked directly to the main seat, and the disciples inside and outside the hall bowed in respect. Lin Fan, have you been practicing demonic arts in secret? Chu Tianjun inquired immediately upon sitting down. All eyes turned toward Lin Fan, particularly those of Lin Yu and the couple Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhu, who were visibly anxious, hoping fervently that Lin Fan would be unscathed. In the next moment, Lin Fan simply uttered a single word, yes. The sect does not prohibit disciples from cultivating demonic arts. However, prior notification is required, along with a declaration of the origins and nature of the technique. Are you aware of this sect rule? Chu Tianjuan's tone was measured, showing no overt hostility toward Lin Fan at this moment. I'm aware, Lin Fan replied succinctly, appearing surprisingly composed. His response sparked speculation among many, who anticipated a twist in the situation, wondering if Lin Fan had a valid justification. Since you are aware, why did you proceed anyway? Do you have any explanation? Chu Tianjun had yet to display anger, seemingly granting Lin Fan an opportunity to clarify. Lin Yu, filled with urgency, gazed at Lin Fan, his eyes fervently urging him to explain. Yet, Lin Fan disregarded Lin Yu's frantic signals, maintaining an expression of both grievance and determination. Finally, he met Chu Tianjuan's gaze and calmly stated, I cannot disclose the origins of the technique, as it is a promise made with a senior. However, I assure you, I have never used this technique to harm my fellow disciples, nor have I engaged in any morally reprehensible actions. Chu Tianjun once again perceived Lin Fan's unusual thought process. At this moment, the disciples of the Jiuxiao sect had begun to murmur among themselves. Most of them scoffed at Lin Fan's explanation. Yet there were a few who praised his faithfulness to his promises. However, in the next instant, Chu Tianjun, with a tone laced with sarcasm, inquired, so in your mind, an agreement with an enigmatic demonic cultivator holds greater weight than the regulations of our sect? As Chu Tianjuan's words resonated, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. The sect disciples who had previously leaned towards Lin Fan quickly grasped the gravity of the situation should a conflict arise. Making a choice often signifies an allegiance to one side. Lin Fan's decision to conceal the truth implied that he valued the position of a demonic cultivator over that of his own sect. Disciple, will you not confess your misdeeds? Chu Tianjun, his master, hastily admonished, although his tone was stern. It was evident to the observant that he was attempting to protect Lin Fan. Brother Fan, the world is fraught with treachery. How can you be certain that the demonic cultivator harbors no ulterior motives? The sect would never harm you. If there are hidden truths, you must reveal them. Lin Yu urged fervently, genuinely concerned for Lin Fan's well-being, and their reasoning held considerable merit. Regrettably, Lin Fan maintained an expression of profound misunderstanding, clenching his fist and lowering his head, as if he bore an immense grievance. Lin Fan, we do not have time to indulge your stubbornness. I shall ask you once more, will you confess? Chu Tianjun's voice grew impatient, his interest waning in playing the role of the obstinate youth alongside Lin Fan. Lin Fan bit his lip, lifting his gaze to meet Chu Tianjun's, his eyes resolute as he enunciated each word with conviction. I will not. The two syllables seemed to echo for an eternity, embodying a spirit of defiance amidst overwhelming odds. Disciple, has your mind become clouded? You are truly exasperating me. Chu Tianjun, a refined man of the nascent soul stage, found himself at his wit's end, his composure fraying. Li Wanhua gazed at her once beloved disciple with heartache, nearly brought to tears. Yet, her sorrow transformed into a speechless fury as a motherly figure. Xiao Fan, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You have deeply disappointed me. Lin Yu lamented, clutching his chest, struggling to suppress the urge to strike his cousin. But for the first time, Lin Fan regarded Lin Yu with a look of revulsion, as if to convey that they could never understand him. Thus, effective immediately. Lin Fan is hereby expelled from the sect, and all gifts bestowed by the sect shall be rescinded. Suddenly, Chu Tianjun's authoritative voice rang out, decisively casting Lin Fan from the sect. As soon as Chu Tianjun's words fell, he raised his hand to retrieve the possessions belonging to the Jiuxiao sect from Lin Fan, including the 3 pulse-opening pills he had already consumed. However, just as Chu Tianjun was about to act, a sudden voice broke the tension. Master Uncle, please quell your anger. I, your disciple, am willing to stake my life as a guarantee that Lin Fan, my junior brother, harbors no ulterior motives towards the sect. I implore you to grant him another chance. At that moment, someone unexpectedly interceded on Lin Fan's behalf, and to Chu Tianjun's surprise, it was none other than Jiang Qingyao, the sole disciple of Lu Qingxue, whom he knew very well. Chu Tianjun did not possess an omniscient perspective, to be candid. He was quite taken aback by Jiang Qingyao's sudden plea for mercy. At this moment, Lu Qingxue clenched her fist abruptly, casting a gaze of exasperation towards her disciple, filled with a sense of frustration akin to that of a mentor disheartened by a pupil's shortcomings. CHT New Jerseyan remained silent, casting a glance at Nixa. Sensing his gaze, Nixa hesitated momentarily before letting out a sigh, shaking her head in dismay and turning her face away, thereby conveying to CHT New Jerseyan that he should make the decision. Qingeo, the sect has invested countless resources in you. Is your life merely meant for this? CHT New Jerseyan's tone was heavy with disappointment. Qingeo trembled slightly. Yet her desire for love propelled her forward, and she mustered the courage to speak. Disciple believes in LNFN. I implore you, Uncle Master, to show mercy. Since you place your faith in LNFN, it implies a lack of faith in the sect. Thus, today I shall expel you from the sect as well. CHT New Jerseyan declared without hesitation, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. It was well known that CHT New Jerseyan, the acting sect leader, held Qingeo in high regard. His affection for her was evident, especially considering his bond with Nixa, who had become his partner. It was not an exaggeration to say that Qingeo was akin to a disciple of CHT New Jerseyan. However, his decision to expel her took everyone by surprise, even Qingeo herself. Before Qingeo could fully comprehend the situation, she witnessed CHT New Jerseyan extend his hand, summoning the Qishu Jin to fly from her possession and hover before him. With a firm grip of his fingers, the sword transformed into its original materials under an inexplicable force. This was another application of the Great Transformation technique, which transcended mere conversion of internal power. This supreme skill had already touched upon the very essence of the laws of reality. Thus, the Qishu Jin ceased to exist in this world. In an instant, Qingyeo's face turned ashen. her expression one of despair as she looked towards Su, bowing her head and pleading, "Master, do not call me master. Our bond as teacher and disciple has reached its conclusion. As for the gifts I have bestowed upon you over the years, consider them a compensation for all the years you have called me master. It is best that I never see you again," Su replied, her countenance grim. She chose not to plead for Jiangqiu, but rather to uphold Cht Nu Zhejian's resolution. Jiangqiu had not anticipated such an outcome. In that moment, it felt as though all her strength had been drained, leaving her to collapse to the ground, no longer the exalted and revered disciple she once was. Chu Tianjun did not cast a glance at Jiang Qingyao's pitiable appearance. Instead, he reached out toward Lin Fan with an intent grasp. This action did not directly extract anything from Lin Fan, yet he felt an inexplicable essence dissipate. Having already ingested the refined elixir, even Chu Tianjun's grand technique of transformation could not restore what was lost. In truth, he employed the great devouring technique to consume 3 meridian pills, thereby enhancing Lin Fan's cultivation aptitude. "You may leave," he declared, his hands clasped behind his back after completing his actions. As for the other treasures on Lin Fan, some were gifted by the couple Zhou Qingfeng and Li Wanhu, others by his cousin Lin Yu, and some were acquired by Lin Fan himself. Chu Tianjun chose not to seize them, for as a formidable true monarch of transformation, he held little regard for such trivial possessions. At this moment, Lin Fan's gaze no longer concealed his animosity, it was a raw display of resentment. However, he refrained from any reckless actions, merely bending down to assist Jiang Qingyao before striding out of the hall of discipline, oblivious to his surroundings. As he had not forfeited his cultivation, Lin Fan departed with Jiang Qingyao, breaking through the void. Subsequently, the members of Jiuxiu's sect gradually dispersed, though the events of this day would likely be a topic of fervent discussion for a considerable time to come. Chu Tianjun escorted Lu Qingxue back to Qingxue Peak. And this time, Long Wei did not accompany them. "Qingxue, you do not harbor any resentment towards me, do you?" Upon arriving at Lu Qingxue's chamber, Chu Tianjun took the initiative to inquire, specifically regarding the expulsion of Jiang Qingyao from the sect. His elder brother's decision was justified. The girl had shown unwavering loyalty to Lin Fan, placing him above the sect in her heart. She seemed to forget that it was the sect that had invested countless resources into her, and her current achievements were a product of that support. Since she had made her choice, it was perhaps better to resolve this matter swiftly, lest she become a source of turmoil for the sect in the future. "I must admit my negligence in overseeing her conduct." Lu Qingxue felt a profound sense of regret, yet she did not lament Jiang Qingyao's expulsion from the sect. Had she been given the authority to decide, her course of action would likely mirror that of Chu Tianjun. After all, in Lu Qingxue's perspective, the sect held a higher status than its disciples. She had once severed ties with her master, the Nine Swords True Man, for the sake of Jiuxiu's sect. Should there be no lingering attachments, it is best to undergo transformation swiftly. "I shall assist you," Chu Tianjun remarked, nodding in agreement, choosing not to dwell further on Jiang Qingyao and Lin Fan. At this moment, Lin Fan and Jiang Qingyao had already departed from the territory of Jiuxiao Mountain. Yet they could still glimpse the towering peaks reaching into the clouds in the distance. "One day, I shall ensure that your entire sect pays the price alongside Xiaobai." Suddenly, Lin Fan spoke harshly. Initially, Jiang Qingyao stood by, lost in her thoughts, but upon hearing Lin Fan's words, her body trembled in fright. She indeed harbored feelings for Lin Fan, yet the Lin Fan she adored was the unpretentious one. The person before her now felt strangely unfamiliar. Jiang Qingyao was willing to charge forth for love, even to the extent of relinquishing her status as the sole disciple of the Holy Maiden, and she could accept that. However, Lin Fan's recent statement starkly contrasted with her values. Jiang Qingyao was aware of the situation concerning the snow wolf, Little White, and had witnessed Lin Fan's profound sorrow over it for more than half a month, which was one of the reasons she held affection for him. Nevertheless, the thought of sacrificing the entire Jiuxiao sect for the sake of Little White seemed excessive to her. "Xiao Fan, where shall we go now?" Jiang Qingyao took the initiative to speak. She hoped that Lin Fan's words were merely spoken in a moment of anger. "To the southern region I must go, to expedite my cultivation to the Yuanying stage. It is said that in about a year, the enlightenment fruit of the holy demon sect will ripen. If I can seize the enlightenment fruit, with the protection of the demon Lord Ji Xuanyu, within a decade, the old rogue Zhu shall not stand a chance against me. The humiliation I have suffered today shall be repaid 100-fold. Lin Fan spoke with a tone laced with hatred, yet his thoughts were remarkably lucid, and his aspirations distinctly defined. In this moment, Lin Fan appeared as a transformed individual, devoid of the previous naivety that had characterized him. Jiang Qingyao felt somewhat disoriented, instinctively. She sensed that such actions were beneath her. After all, she was the direct disciple of the holy maiden of the foremost righteous sect, the Jiaoshu sect. What would it mean to abandon that and align herself with the demonic path? In the next moment, Lin Fan grasped Jiang Qingyao's hand and inquired, "Qingyao, you will stay by my side, won't you?" This was the first time Jiang Qingyao felt Lin Fan's hand clasp hers, and an exhilarating sensation swept over her, leaving her feeling weightless. Instinctively, she nodded and shyly murmured a soft mm. Subsequently, the two swiftly departed from the Jiaoshu sect, heading towards the southern region. In the evening, Lin Yu returned to Qinsa Peak, his spirit in disarray. Although Lin Fan had been expelled from the sect, he was still his cousin, and Lin Yu had searched for him in vain. Upon seeing Lin Yu's return, his fellow disciples at Qinsa Peak hesitated to speak, while the couple Zhou Qifeng and Li Wanhu clearly awaited his news, having discerned everything from Lin Yu's expression. "Did you find him?" Zhou Qifeng inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of anger. Lin Yu nodded, disappointment etched across his face. "He wouldn't even see you. It seems that fate has truly run its course. Alas, this is all a choice he made. From now on, let us each tread our separate paths." Zhou Qifeng sighed deeply. Chu Tianjun expelled Lin Fan from the sect, a decision supported by sound reasoning. The members of Qinsa Peak remained silent, harboring no resentment towards Chu Tianjun, yet they still held fond feelings for Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan's unwillingness to even meet them indicated that he no longer cherished his ties to Qinsa Peak, nor to his master, mistress, or senior brothers. 2 days later, on Qingxue Peak, calamity clouds began to gather, heralding the arrival of the transformation tribulation, specifically for Lu Qingxue. This process lasted a full half-month. Throughout this ordeal, Chu Tianjun refrained from intervening, yet he steadfastly remained at Qingxue Peak. Perhaps due to Lu Qingxue's inherently pure nature or her lack of inner turmoil, she did not encounter any heart demon tribulation. As the month drew to a close, the tribulation dissipated, yet Lu Qingxue did not emerge. Chu Tianjun noticed a drastic drop in temperature across Qingxue Peak, as if the very space had been encased in ice. Furthermore, despite the absence of the tribulation, numerous spherical bolts of lightning appeared, each pulsating with destructive power. Yet within these spheres, there seemed to be a vibrant life force, as if small worlds were gestating within them. This paradoxical force, combining destruction and vitality, left even Chu Tianjun in awe. Chapter 79, The Protagonist's Treatment. Senior Brother. I have comprehended the supreme divine art of the great eye sealing technique. However, it seems I still lack something in terms of lightning-related powers. Nevertheless, the Thunder Emperor armor has undergone a transformation. It was only after more than half a year that Lu Qingxue finally emerged, having attained the status of a true monarch in the transformation stage. With her arrival, her primordial spirit became manifest, bearing a purple lightning divine spear and clad in the refined Thunder Emperor armor, which now appeared even more majestic. "That is splendid. I can now confidently pursue the enlightenment of the Dao fruit," Chu Tianjun remarked with a smile, genuinely pleased by Lu Qingxue's growth. "Perhaps I should accompany you, senior brother. Now I am capable of assisting you," Lu Qingxue said, her eyes bright with anticipation. "You should remain at the sect. I no longer fear Jishuanyu." Chu Tianjun replied without hesitation, exuding formidable confidence. Though Lu Qingxue felt a twinge of regret, she complied with Chu Tianjun's wishes. Considering the time, only a month or two remained before the Dao fruit would mature, prompting Chu Tianjun to prepare for his journey to the sacred demon sect in the southern region. However, before departing from Jiaoshu sect, Chu Tianjun suddenly found himself alone outside the ancestral hall. He did not enter, but simply gazed at the hall, uttering absently, "Elder Xuanji, I am leaving." There was no response, not even a trace of Elder Xuanji's presence. Chu Tianjun was indifferent, merely offering a faint smile before transforming into a streak of light and departing. Shortly thereafter, he arrived in the southern region, making his way directly to the sacred demon sect. This time, he did not even alter his aura. However, the formidable pressure emanating from his nascent soul stage prevented him from encountering any obstacles until he reached the foot of the sacred demon sect's mountain. In a mere span of 3 years, it seems you no longer even bother to disguise your strength. It appears you have made significant progress during this time. Yet, at the base of the mountain, a familiar figure stood in Chu Tianjun's path. Yujio retained his usual demeanor, exuding an air of harmlessness accompanied by a subtle smile. "You have long known that I am not a practitioner of the demonic path," Chu Tianjun remarked, halting momentarily. This statement was not posed as a question. There are only a few who have attained the nascent soul stage in the demonic path. I have encountered them all, so it is unnecessary to guess who you are. Yujio replied calmly. Is that why you are here to impede my ascent? Chu Tianjun inquired with a smile. Yujio shook his head, saying, I am merely here to observe the spectacle. There is no conflict of interest between us, so why would I hinder your ascent? CHT New Jersey N found some merit in the other party's words. It is indeed futile to judge the practitioners of demonic arts by conventional standards, as their guiding principle is one of self-interest. In this regard, YG's assertion holds validity. As for YG's identity, CHT New Jersey N speculated that the individual might be a disciple of Jesu New York, yet such details were of little consequence. As long as there was no enmity towards him, all would remain tranquil. Should hostility arise, a confrontation or even a fatal encounter would suffice. Observing the spectacle? Would it be to witness my attempt to seize the Tao fruit? CHT New Jersey N continued his ascent up the mountain, engaging YG in conversation along the way. This year has been rather lively. Do you know to whom the Tao fruit belonged in the past? YG naturally positioned himself beside CHT New Jersey N, and the two appeared as ordinary folk enjoying a leisurely outing. CHT New Jersey N remained silent for a moment before YG spoke up. He is indeed the first Holy Son. This time, the competition is exceptionally fierce, as many prodigies have emerged in the sacred path over the years, several of whom possess spiritual bodies. Notably, a young fellow named LNFN has risen with tremendous force. Today, the three Holy Sons of the sacred path will establish their rankings, with the strongest securing the enlightenment fruit. LNFN, has he already become a Holy Son? CHT New Jersey N responded with a calm demeanor, not particularly surprised. He had anticipated that LNFN's extraordinary luck would soon lead him to prominence. However, CHT New Jersey N had his own schemes, truth be told. He could hardly be bothered to eliminate anyone who was not a prodigy. Do you know him? YG inquired, her tone equally tranquil. Once, he could barely be regarded as half my disciple. I expelled him from the sect about a year ago. The remnant soul of the blood fiend sovereign must have fallen into his hands. To be honest, he is indeed more suited to the southern region. CHT New Jersey N remarked with a smile, as if recounting an amusing tale from another sect. You are quite candid, I must say. However, I would like to witness the unfolding spectacle. Could you perhaps tone it down a bit? You're almost broadcasting the identity of the Nine Heavens Sect's leader on your face. YG directly revealed CHT New Jersey N's identity, marking the first time she had requested anything from him. My friend, times have changed. Subtlety is no longer in vogue. I believe honesty is the better path. CHT New Jersey N nodded in agreement. Although he spoke of the ineffectiveness of cunning, his aura had already transformed into that of a serious practitioner of the demonic path, even his appearance undergoing a subtle alteration. Should you manage to seize the enlightenment fruit, I shall reciprocate with sincerity, YG cheerfully remarked. Clearly grateful that CHT New Jersey N had not brazenly approached the sacred demonic sect. Agreed, it is settled, CHT New Jersey N responded, as if formulating a plan in his mind. Though CHT New Jersey N had never been to the sacred demonic sect, YG seemed well acquainted with the place. The two effortlessly ascended to the mountain peak, where magnificent palaces stood, and in the distance, a colossal ancient tree radiating a faint golden light could be seen. That is the Enlightenment Tree, and directly beneath it lies the plaza of the sacred sect. By now, the Holy Sons and Holy Maidens should already be engaged in competition, YG explained, gesturing towards the distant scene. Subsequently, the pair transformed into streaks of light and descended onto the plaza. The area was vast, even larger than the mountaintop platform of the Nine Heavens Sect, and it was teeming with people. In the center of the venue, within a barrier, two late-stage nascent soul practitioners of the demonic path were locked in combat. Now, as CHT New Jersey N observed these nascent soul cultivators battling, he found it akin to watching children fight. His gaze soon drifted away from the duel, landing instead on a youth clad in black amidst the crowd. The young man in black was none other than LNFN. His demeanor now bore no resemblance to the one he exhibited at the Nine Heavens Sect previously. He was the sort who could easily be overlooked in a crowd, yet now, even among thousands, he stood out remarkably. Such extraordinary fortune. In just a year, he has ascended from late-stage golden core to late-stage nascent soul? Upon perceiving Lin Fan's remarkable cultivation, Chu Tianjun was taken aback, for such swiftness was unprecedented. Have you laid eyes upon Lin Fan? Not only does he possess profound abilities, but he is also one of the three esteemed disciples of the sacred sect. surrounded by admirers. The girl clad in white beside him is his companion. Could she be one of your own disciples? And do you notice the girl in yellow not too far off? She is Chu Tianjun, another of the 3 distinguished disciples, and now also a cherished companion of Lin Fan. Yu Jiao chattered incessantly, clearly a gossip enthusiast, and she seemed well acquainted with Lin Fan's affairs. Jiang Qingyao, once the sole direct disciple of the sacred maiden Lu Qingxue from the Jiuxiao sect, finds herself amidst the intrigue of both righteous and demonic paths. Lin Fan resembles a protagonist from a tale, evoking envy in others. Chu Tianjun appeared nothing like someone who once shared a close bond with Jiang Qingyao. Rather, he seemed akin to a mere bystander relishing the spectacle. Chapter 80. Encountering the celestial artifact again. It is rumored that Lin Fan wishes to take Ji Xuanyu as his mentor, yet given Ji Xuanyu's stature, how could she possibly accept a disciple abandoned by his sect? Nevertheless, this fellow seems to possess extraordinary luck, as if he were destined to seize all the fortunes of the world. Yu Jiao appeared to harbor a dislike for Lin Fan, and it was evident that she was privy to much information. Chu Tianjun cast a somewhat unexpected glance at Yu Jiao. For those who could comprehend Ji Xuanyu's thoughts were certainly few. Excessive gains do not necessarily equate to fortune. With profound significance, Chu Tianjun remarked. At this moment, the contest between the 2 demonic yuaning cultivators had concluded, one having faced defeat. Shortly thereafter, another formidable male practitioner of the demonic path took the stage. Chu Tianjun discerned that although the newly emerged demonic cultivator was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, his prowess was already comparable to that of a transformation stage expert. This individual was likely one of the prodigies that had arisen in recent years. The great era of contention spoke not solely of the eastern region, but encompassed this entire realm, as the southern region had also produced numerous remarkable talents. This was one of the 3 great holy sons, Wansangyan. Soon, Lin Fan would also make his appearance, Fish Jiu remarked at an opportune moment beside Chu Tianjun. CHT New Jersey Inn nodded in silence as WNC Ingi Inn swiftly engaged in combat with the previous victor. It was evident that the 2 were not on the same level, and in a mere moment, WNC Ingi Inn emerged victorious. Allow me. Lin Fan called out loudly, stepping forward to stand opposite WNC Ingi Inn. In terms of raw strength, among the 3, SHCHN was the strongest, followed by Lin Fan, while WNC Ingi Inn held the least power. YG timely remarked, at this moment, Lin Fan is merely playing clever tricks. Such individuals are destined for a short journey. CHT New Jersey Inn's gaze fell upon Lin Fan, discerning that he was eager to challenge WNC Ingi Inn immediately after his recent bout, indicating that there was certainly an element of cunning at play. As soon as Chu Tianjun's voice faded, Lin Fan took the initiative to engage in combat with Wansangyan. The clash between these 3 esteemed disciples was unlike any prior encounters. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the 2 figures, each possessing strength comparable to the transformation realm. What, then, do you propose as the outcome? However, this time, Yu Jiao did not direct his attention towards Lin Fan and Wansangyan, but rather gazed curiously at Chu Tianjun. In this match, Lin Fan is destined to emerge victorious. Chu Chan would not dare to compete with him, and I suspect she will concede willingly. If all goes as anticipated, Lin Fan will effortlessly attain the fruit of enlightenment. Chu Tianjun spoke as if reciting from a script, narrating the events that were about to unfold. He and Yu Jiao conversed unabashedly, while those around them remained oblivious to their exchange, primarily due to the vast disparity in their strengths. They had no desire for others to overhear, and thus, they did not. Was this truly the unexpected turn of events? Yu Jiao inquired with eager anticipation. Let me be the source of that surprise, Chu Tianjun replied directly. The ensuing events transpired swiftly, precisely as Chu Tianjun had outlined. Wansangyan was defeated by Lin Fan, and the vast majority of his vitality was siphoned away. Despite his previous prowess, even with proper recuperation, he would find it exceedingly difficult to transcend to the transformation realm. This marked the first occasion for Chu Tianjun to witness Lin Fan employing the great blood-devouring technique. It must be said that this divine art bore a resemblance to the great devouring technique. The great blood-devouring technique could absorb any form of vitality to enhance oneself, albeit limited to vitality alone, which rendered the great devouring technique more formidable. With Wansangyan's defeat, all gazes shifted towards Chu Chan, clad in a yellow robe, who boldly approached Lin Fan amidst the throng of onlookers. At that moment, all attention was riveted upon them, as both were the most formidable disciples of the demon path. Undeniably a match made in heaven. It was also a moment for Chu Tianjun and Yu Jiao, who harbored disdain for Lin Fan, to scatter petals. creating an ambience of grandeur. Just as the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Chu Tianjun suddenly proclaimed, "I concede. The fruit of enlightenment belongs to Lin Fan." This declaration left everyone, save for Chu Tianjun and Yu Jiao, in a state of incredulity, particularly causing Jiang Qingyao's expression to shift multiple times. "I object." Yet, amidst the astonishment, another voice rang out. At this juncture, such a statement seemed exceedingly discordant. Subsequently, Chu Tianjun stepped forth, still not having restored his original guise, rendering Lin Fan and Jiang Qingyao unable to recognize him. In that moment, Chu Tianjun bore an uncanny resemblance to a quintessential villain, emerging at a critical juncture to thwart the hero's efforts. "I cannot concern myself with your concession, but to claim that the fruit of enlightenment rightfully belongs to Lin Fan. I cannot accept, for I too seek the fruit of enlightenment," Chu Tianjun stated calmly, without resorting to grandiloquent boasts. Lin Fan had not anticipated such a twist at the last moment. Having mingled in the southern region for a year, he had encountered formidable practitioners of the demon path, even winning Chu Tianjun's admiration. Previously, he had never considered that anyone could rival him for the fruit of enlightenment. If that is the case, then let the true contest unfold beneath our hands. Lin Fan was a decisive individual, and he engaged in combat with Chu Tianjun without any unnecessary conversation. This time, it was evident that Lin Fan was determined to acquire the fruit of enlightenment, and even Chu Tianjun did not stray too far away. Chu Tianjun was acutely aware of their intentions, should they find themselves unable to defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation. The man and woman were poised to launch a coordinated attack against him. Logically, Chu Tianjun should have been able to overpower Lin Fan effortlessly, yet at the outset, he refrained from exerting his full strength, only utilizing the capabilities of an early-stage transformation realm practitioner. Through this encounter, Chu Tianjun confirmed a hypothesis, except under specific circumstances. Lin Fan's fortuitous luck would not manifest unless he faced a significant crisis. Upon further contemplation, Chu Tianjun understood that all things in the world fundamentally adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. Good fortune does not arise from thin air. The better Lin Fan's luck, the greater the cost incurred somewhere, even if he himself was not the one to pay it. Anything that comes with a price is inherently limited. After a brief probing, Lin Fan discerned Chu Tianjun's formidable strength and ceased to conceal his methods, commencing the invocation of the Great Blood Curse technique. Chu Tianjun did not evade the Great Blood Sacrifice technique. He immediately sensed the vitality of his corporeal form being siphoned away. However, this arcane art solely affected flesh and blood, leaving the primordial spirit entirely unscathed. "What a formidable Great Blood Sacrifice technique! Devour it!" he exclaimed, feeling the essence of his body being drained without a hint of panic. In the next moment, he bellowed, and the Great Devouring technique reclaimed the vitality that had been absorbed. Lin Fan was taken aback, for this was the first time he had witnessed the Great Blood Sacrifice technique being countered. Furthermore, the Great Devouring technique not only restored the vitality that had been taken but also siphoned a portion of Lin Fan's own power. In an instant, Lin Fan retreated in haste, uttering in terror, "The Celestial Devouring Transformation Technique? You are the Holy Master Ji Xuanyu? The child of destiny indeed possesses remarkable prowess." He finally managed to articulate this revelation. It was highly plausible that Chu Tianjun's Great Devouring technique was, in fact, the Celestial Devouring Transformation Technique. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the onlooking practitioners of the demonic path began to withdraw, for the name of Holy Master Ji Xuanyu was widely recognized. Yet, even among the most adept practitioners of the demonic arts, none had beheld the true visage of Ji Xuanyu. Whether male or female remained a mystery. Although revered as a holy master, Ji Xuanyu was certainly no benevolent figure. Whispers circulated in the demonic realm, suggesting that this holy master was capricious. In moments of good fortune, she might consume a few practitioners, while in times of displeasure, she could devour a multitude. If the being before them truly was Ji Xuanyu, who could ascertain her current disposition? "You, a forsaken disciple of a sect, are not worthy of this knowledge," Chu Tianjun retorted to Lin Fan, yet offered no further response. Chu Tianjun had never anticipated that the Great Devouring technique would swiftly vanquish Lin Fan. Indeed, the technique had merely managed to absorb a fraction of Lin Fan's feeble power when the circumstances shifted dramatically. This was not merely an improbable twist of fate. Rather, a bell-shaped treasure materialized above Lin Fan's head, enveloping him in a golden bell's ethereal projection that shielded him from the Great Devouring technique's grasp. The inadequacy of the technique was not a reflection of its potency, but rather an indication of the user's relative weakness. compounded by the elevated status of the Golden Bell artifact. An immortal weapon? It would not be surprising. This lad seemed to possess extraordinary fortune. If Yi Chun could acquire an immortal weapon at the first opportunity, it was only reasonable for Lin Fan to stumble upon one as well. Upon observing the Golden Bell, Chu Tianjun discerned two celestial inscriptions, which he read as universal salvation. Chapter 81. The relationship between Yu Xuanji and Ji Xuanyu. Lin Fan summoned the universal salvation bell, resembling a turtle retreating into its shell. Chu Tianjun realized that, relying solely on ordinary means, he truly had no way to contend with him. After all, the essence of a celestial artifact transcended mere realms. Nevertheless, having engaged in combat, Chu Tianjun resolved to eliminate Lin Fan without hesitation. With unwavering determination, he unleashed a thread of darkness from his fingertips. The aura of the great cutting technique evoked an instinctive sense of peril among all present. Ultimately, the great cutting technique collided with the universal salvation bell, resonating a sound that reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing those with cultivation below the nascent soul realm to suffer excruciating headaches upon hearing it. Inside the universal salvation bell, Lin Fan staggered, his expression laden with astonishment. Clearly unprepared for the formidable strength of his opponent. I wonder how long your wretched bell can endure. Chu Tianjun scoffed, subsequently executing the great cutting technique multiple times in quick succession. Almost instantaneously, the space between Chu Tianjun and Lin Fan exhibited a severe sense of tearing, akin to a sheet of white paper being shredded into countless fragments. Under the relentless onslaught of the great cutting technique, the chaotic chimes of the universal salvation bell provoked tremendous tremors, causing cultivators below the nascent soul realm to flee in desperation from the holy demon sect, with even those at the nascent soul level retreating several miles away. Beneath the enlightenment tree, only a handful remained standing: Chu Tianjun, Lin Fan, Yu Jiu, who appeared unperturbed, Shu Chan, who was struggling to maintain her composure, and Jiang Qingyao, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Who exactly are you? Lin Fan sensed Chu Tianjun's murderous intent and understood that this was far more than merely contending for an enlightenment fruit. Lin Fan, do you still recognize me? Your former sect leader? Suddenly, Chu Tianjun revealed his true visage, his aura reverting to its original form. You old thief. Lin Fan spat with venomous contempt. It seems that most of these children of fortune lack decorum. When confronted with what they perceived as a villain, they referred to them as old dogs or old thieves. It appears your animosity towards me runs deep. Thus, you cannot be spared. Shall we engage in a little game? These two are your beloved confidants. Now that I have chosen not to slay you, I shall eliminate them instead. I wonder, whom will you choose to save? Chu Tianjun ceased his onslaught, a playful smile gracing his countenance. As he spoke, he simultaneously unleashed a formidable great cleaving technique towards both Jiang Qingyao and Shu Chan. At that moment, Lin Fan found himself positioned between the two lovely figures. His celestial artifact, the universal bell, indeed had the capacity to withstand the great cleaving technique. However, due to the opposing directions of the attacks, he was compelled to shield only one of them, thus faced with an agonizing choice. This scenario was undoubtedly a favorite dilemma for villains to present to protagonists, and now Lin Fan too was forced to make such a decision. From a distance, Yu Jiu watched with bated breath, seemingly reveling in the unfolding drama. Jiang Qingyao, rendered unconscious, remained blissfully unaware, while Shu Chan's expression was one of sheer terror. Her gaze fixed upon Lin Fan with an expression that mingled hope and dread. Shu Chan, a prodigy of the demonic path, was indeed formidable. Yet in the presence of Chu Tianjun, even prodigies seemed insignificant. Aside from Lin Fan, who was a veritable anomaly, he could vanquish 10 others with ease. The dual great cleaving techniques allowed Lin Fan little time for contemplation. Chu Tianjun, wearing a cold smirk, scrutinized Lin Fan, eager to discover whether this child of fortune would choose to save the devoted Jiang Qingyao, who had surrendered all for him, or the enchanting Shu Chan, equally devoted. Yet, in the next breath, Lin Fan's choice left both Chu Tianjun and Yu Jiu utterly astounded. The great cleaving techniques effortlessly cleaved Jiang Qingyao and Shu Chan in twain, severing even Shu Chan's nascent soul and Jiang Qingyao's golden core. In an astonishing turn of events, Lin Fan seized the moment to make a swift escape. Jiang Qingyao, in her stupor, perished without pain, oblivious to the abandonment by her beloved, perhaps a stroke of fortune in its own right. However, for Shu Chan, the first to perish was her very heart. Even Chu Tianjun, a figure of villainous demeanor, was left flabbergasted. Wasn't he, the child of fortune. Supposed to at least save one? The narrative had taken an unexpected turn. To be slain by the great cleaving technique was an irreversible fate. Lin Fan didn't spare even a glance at his beloved. A reassessment of Lin Fan was now in order. He appeared to be a man of significant ambition. Chu Tianjun chose not to pursue Lin Fan. Until now, he had yet to trigger Lin Fan's extraordinary luck. And his purpose in the southern domain was not to eliminate Lin Fan. As the acting head of the Jiushu sect, Chu Tianjun declared, "Those irrelevant. Step aside." Once Lin Fan had fled, Chu Tianjun unleashed his full aura. Although still in the late stage of the transformation realm, his presence now rivaled that of the virtual realm. Just a single proclamation was enough to send the observing demonic cultivators fleeing further away. Yet, Yujio remained, her interest piqued as she awaited Chu Tianjun's next move. In the next moment, with a flick of his sleeve, he set ablaze the bodies of Jiang Qingyao and Shu Chan, effectively cremating them. He then turned his gaze towards the highest point of the holy demon sect and called out, "Ji Xuanyu, come forth. Do not think that I am unaware of your identity merely because your name is spoken in reverse. Yes, yes, I heard you. Must you shout so loudly? My ears are ringing." In the next moment, the voice of Yujio resonated behind Chu Tianjun, still adorned with that seemingly harmless expression. Chu Tianjun turned to gaze at Yujio, having deduced a significant connection between Yujio and Ji Xuanyu. Yet he was astonished to discover that Yujio was indeed Ji Xuanyu. "It appears we have been acquainted for quite some time. Ancestor, you truly know how to amuse." Chu Tianjun regarded Yujio, or rather, Ji Xuanyu, with an expression of calm. In the next moment, Yujio smiled and shook her head, and in an instant, her appearance and demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. As he looked again, Chu Tianjun beheld the image of a girl from his memories, dressed simply yet immaculately, who had escorted him to the peak of Jiuxiao Mountain, and whose name he had forgotten. "To be precise, I am not the ancestor you are familiar with. Since we agreed to forego any tricks, allow me to take you to a place of splendid scenery where we can sit and converse at our leisure." Ji Xuanyu resembled the figure of the revered ancestor etched in Chu Tianjun's memory, yet at this moment, she still refrained from admitting that she was indeed the one who had guided him to Jiuxiao sect. With that, Ji Xuanyu proceeded toward the enlightenment tree, and without hesitation. Chu Tianjun followed closely behind, their distance merely a step apart. The enlightenment tree was immense, with spiraling pathways along its trunk, vines and branches growing from the colossal tree, which from afar appeared indistinct, but upon closer inspection resembled a staircase. Aside from her altered appearance, Ji Xuanyu exuded an aura akin to Yujio, reminiscent of the time, 3 years prior, when they had labored and conversed on an unnamed mountain. At present, Ji Xuanyu bore no trace of hostility. She walked ahead while Chu Tianjun trailed behind. The transformation into the likeness of Yu Xuanji evoked in Chu Tianjun a sense of nostalgia, as if he were once again following Yu Xuanji to Jiuxiao sect many years ago. "Let us first address your relationship." He could not suppress his curiosity. "For I sense that you are one and the same." Given their agreement to avoid deception, he thought it prudent to inquire directly. This time, Ji Xuanyu did not keep him in suspense, yet her response left Chu Tianjun feeling perplexed. "I am the self-forgotten by Yu Xuanji, a being that ought not to exist in this world." Chapter 82. Yu Xuanji cultivating the path of forgetfulness. Ji Xuanyu's words were intellectually taxing, and Chu Tianjun found them hard to fathom. His mind was consumed by the phrase, "I am the self-forgotten by Yu Xuanji," as he silently followed Ji Xuanyu. Soon, they arrived beneath the tree's canopy, where the branches remained colossal, spacious enough in some areas to accommodate a table, and the elevated position offered a broad view, making it an excellent spot for enjoying the scenery. Still struggling to comprehend? Ji Xuanyu inquired with a natural smile. No one could link the person before him to the infamous demon lord. Subsequently, Ji Xuanyu led Chu Tianjun to sit on a wide, horizontal branch. And as they gazed at the picturesque landscape of the southern domain, a sense of tranquility enveloped them. "It is indeed challenging to comprehend. But what I wish to ask most is whether you recognized me long ago, or if your transformation into Yujio was to approach me for some purpose." CHT New Jersey and currently finds himself amidst a myriad of uncertainties. However, having promised Jesu New York to eschew subterfuge, he opts for straightforward inquiries. "Although I am unfamiliar with you, I am aware that you too have practiced the devouring heaven transformation sutra, which suffices. Jesu New York, devoid of any ruse, candidly elucidates the reasons to CHT New Jersey in. Speaking of this, I must pose another question. Have you ventured to the G11O sect? And did you not rename the devouring heaven transformation sutra and place it in the sect's scripture repository? Furthermore, Did you not traverse the northern domain and procure numerous celestial materials and earthly treasures? CHT New Jersey Inn promptly inquires, convinced that only in this manner could everything cohere. Yet, the subsequent words of J. Su New York leave him further perplexed. No, after parting ways with Y. Su New Jersey, I departed from the G11O sect. And for 3 millennia, I have not returned. How could I possibly have returned the techniques? Nor have I ever journeyed to the northern domain. J. Su New York replies with unwavering clarity. Then does Y. Su New Jersey also possess the devouring heaven transformation sutra? CHT New Jersey Inn presses on. 3,000 years ago. She indeed did. But she has forgotten not only her past, but undoubtedly these techniques as well. She cannot possibly possess them now, J. Su New York asserts, her demeanor betraying no deceit. So enigmatic is this that CHT New Jersey Inn wonders what she now cultivates. If she can forget even herself, what remains? He realizes that all his inquiries inevitably circle back to Y. Su New Jersey. Moreover, J. Su New York's revelations further solidify CHT New Jersey Inn's prior speculations regarding reincarnation. If previously he held a 7 or 8 out of 10 certainty that he had not been reborn, now he is nearly 99% convinced of his continuity, believing instead that he merely glimpsed the most probable outcomes of the future. Yet, this revelation is even more astonishing, for while grand divination can predict certain futures, relying solely on such foresight should not enable one to master techniques reserved for the future, nor inherit cultivation experiences that manifest within the prophecies. Such power transcends mere divine abilities, surpassing the very fabric of reality itself. She cultivates the path of forgetting emotions. J. Su New York murmurs. The path of forgetting emotions? What is this? Is it mightier than the devouring heaven transformation sutra? CHT New Jersey Inn contemplates, having never before encountered such concepts, leaving him both bewildered and in awe. J. Su New York responds with a smile. It is utterly incomparable. If divine abilities are akin to the mundane vernacular, expressing only superficial meanings, then the path of forgetting emotions is of celestial script quality. Is it truly so formidable? She must be incredibly powerful now, beyond the Dongxian stage. Could she have already attained immortality? CHT New Jersey Inn is once again astounded, fully aware of the might of divine abilities, which pale in comparison to the path of forgetting emotions. The cultivation of the path of forgetting emotions diverges fundamentally from techniques and divine abilities, theoretically. When one reaches the pinnacle of this path, having genuinely forgotten all, one's strength is limited only by the world's boundaries. J. Su New York speaks with a haunting calmness, her words seemingly detached, as if recounting the life of another, despite being a part of Y. Su New Jersey herself. As Chu Tianjun listened, his heart grew increasingly uneasy. Yet he found himself questioning Ji Xuanyu's words. He continued, "It does not make sense. If she has forgotten herself entirely, why did she bring me up the mountain decades ago? Did you not ask me earlier what she has yet to forget? I believe it must be the Jiuxiao sect. She may have forgotten everything else, yet she cannot seem to forget the Jiuxiao sect, remaining steadfast there, which indicates something significant." Ji Xuanyu responded to this inquiry, appearing to affirm that the Jiuxiao sect held great importance for Yu Xuanji. The decision to bring Chu Tianjun to the Jiuxiao sect now appeared more comprehensible. It suggested that Yu Xuanji did not truly desire the sect's legacy to be severed. At least for the present, Chu Tianjun had indeed managed to uphold this continuity, perhaps aligning with her original intentions. Yet, something felt amiss. As her former self, you should understand her best. Why does it seem that your knowledge is rather limited? Chu Tianjun discerned the dilemma within Ji Xuanyu. Although she claimed to be the forgotten aspect of Yu Xuanji, her understanding of her was evidently scant. Before losing her own identity, she had already forgotten a multitude of things. Emotions, as ephemeral as they are akin to time, merely concepts. Whether it be love, hatred, or resentment, these feelings do not arise in a vacuum. Rather, they are forged through interactions with others and various experiences. Thus, at its core, forgetting one's emotions equates to relinquishing all past memories. Hence, my knowledge is also quite limited. Did I not mention that I possess no future? Even if I were to cultivate, my abilities would remain stagnant in their current state. Should Yu Xuanji ultimately complete the path of emotional oblivion, I will cease to exist. Conversely, if she fails in her cultivation and recalls her past, I too shall vanish. Ji Xuanyu continued to explain with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianjun suddenly gazed at Ji Xuanyu with a sense of sympathy. Perhaps sensing his empathetic glance, Ji Xuanyu nonchalantly continued, "Many things can be forgotten. Yet there is one thing that cannot be erased: habits. I cherish the time spent cultivating vegetables on the mountain, the study of immortal scripts, and those peculiar artifacts. These are habits, undoubtedly reflective of what Yuxuanji once cherished most. CHT New Jersey Inn nodded, acknowledging that habits are indeed not easily forgotten. Regardless of whether the 30 additional years of memory he possessed were real or mere projections, many of those habits remained immutable. Habits, after all, can reveal certain facets of one's character. Observing CHT New Jersey Inn lost in thought, Jesu New York suddenly reached up towards the treetops and, with a swift motion, grasped a fruit the size of a fist, its surface glistening like glass. Here, this is the enlightenment fruit, she stated decisively, handing it over to CHT New Jersey Inn. Chu Tianjun, not one to indulge in pretense, accepted the enlightenment fruit without hesitation, and with a smile remarked, "You have been rather kind to me. Thank you." At this moment, in Chu Tianjun's eyes, Ji Xuanyu appeared as Yuxuanji. Strictly speaking, they were one and the same. "Your presence pleases me. Even had you not come today, I would not have bestowed the enlightenment fruit upon Lin Fan. I was never meant to exist in this world, and my actions have always been guided by personal whim. You are the only individual who captivates my interest, thus revealing the wondrous nature of fate. Perhaps the forgotten self of Yuxuanji exists merely to await your arrival." Suddenly, Ji Xuanyu articulated her conjecture. She is Yuxuanji, yet not entirely so. As a fragment of the once complete Yuxuanji, she too finds herself pondering the essence of the current Yuxuanji. CHT New Jersey and appeared deep in thought. Jisu New York's conjecture was not without merit, and its likelihood was indeed substantial. Suddenly, CHT New Jersey Inn turned to Jisu New York and said, "I possess an extraordinary skill known as the Great Deduction Technique, which enables me to extrapolate the past and future from known information. Shall we give it a try?" "Absolutely," Jisu New York replied promptly. She and CHT New Jersey Inn rose together, and then she inquired, "What do you need me to do?" "Simply open your mind and cooperate with me," CHT New Jersey Inn casually remarked, as the ethereal image of a compass materialized behind him. He extended a finger and pointed to Jisu New York's forehead. She, showing no resistance, seemed to place her complete trust in him. As the Great Deduction Technique commenced, a scene gradually unfolded before their eyes. The primary setting was immediately familiar to CHT New Jersey Inn. It was a mountaintop featuring several dwellings and fields. Yet it was not the hill where Jisu New York resided in the southern region. Judging by the surrounding environment, it appeared to be the peak housing the ancestral hall of the Jiuxiu sect. Then, the image revealed Waisu New Jersey, who appeared devoid of any cultivation. The room was filled with books and papers. At this moment, CHT New Jersey Inn realized that this scene likely dated back several thousand, if not tens of thousands, of years, when Waisu New Jersey was still an ordinary person. Suddenly, in the vision, Waisu New Jersey lifted her head, her face alight with joy as she gazed toward the entrance, clearly anticipating someone's arrival. Chu Tianjun was also filled with curiosity when, in the next moment, a man's silhouette emerged. However, upon observing this figure, he felt an unsettling peculiarity, for it was so indistinct that he could only ascertain it was a man. At that very moment, the figure abruptly turned, and an uncanny illusion enveloped Chu Tianjun. It seemed as though someone from his previous deductions had sensed his presence in the past, as if this turn was intended to behold him. Yet, before he could fully discern the man's visage, or even grasp his general form, a horrifying event transpired. The ethereal compass, which had been revolving in a manner consistent with certain patterns, suddenly halted, akin to a mechanical device encountering a jarring obstruction. Following this, Chu Tianjun violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his skin fracturing under the strain, and even his primordial spirit's manifestation dimmed significantly. Such a terrifying entity. Chu Tianjun hastily ceased his deductions. Had it not been for Ji Xuanyu's quick reflexes in supporting him, he would have surely tumbled down from the tree in utter disarray. The past had solidified into a predetermined fate. It was evident that this man had foreseen long ago that he would attempt to peer into the past through grand deductions, serving as a warning. It seemed that this formidable presence was the one who imparted the path of forgetfulness to Yuxuanji. The power within Ji Xuanyu continuously flowed into Chu Tianjun's body, aiding in the repair of his physical injuries. Ji Xuanyu, indeed, was exceptional, as he swiftly grasped many things in an instant. This individual was undoubtedly not from this realm. Such a dreadfully powerful being might not even exist within the celestial realm. To be unable to glimpse him even through a fixed past, merely managing to catch a fleeting, indistinct silhouette, had caused Chu Tianjun to experience a minor descent in his realm. He was still filled with trepidation had he not reined in his efforts in time. He would have truly plummeted in cultivation. It was clear that Yu Xuanji's path of forgetfulness could not be cultivated to fruition. Suddenly, Ji Xuanyu uttered a remark. CHT New Jersey Inn gazed at the other person with a perplexed expression, to which Jesu New York responded with a gentle smile. Such an existence leaves an indelible mark. Surely, the forgetting path cannot easily erase it, can it? Thank you. CHT New Jersey Inn uttered a word of gratitude, having managed to control his physical injuries. There is no need for thanks. At the very least, you have enlightened me about my own fate. Waisu New Jersey on the forgetting path is destined for incompletion. And I will inevitably unite with her. Perhaps you will even hasten this process, Jesu New York observed with profound clarity. I await that day with anticipation. Regardless, the person she was not long ago served as my guiding light in cultivation. You, a former version of her, are akin to a fellow practitioner to me. I shall be at G11O Sect, awaiting the true you to return. CHT New Jersey Inn spoke these words laden with significance, yet upon finishing, he sensed a disquiet within himself. Jesu New York merely smiled, aware that CHT New Jersey Inn needed to return to recuperate. The damage to his primordial spirit would not mend easily. Shortly thereafter, CHT New Jersey Inn returned to G11O Sect, not concealing his aura. Many disciples within the sect sensed his return. Upon reaching his dwelling, he immediately sat cross-legged. His waning primordial spirit was evident, indicating that his injuries were indeed severe. El Qingxu and El Ingyu approached T New Jersey Inn peak almost simultaneously, landing together at the entrance of the courtyard. Although El Qingxu had already reached the transformation stage, El Ingyu, still at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, showed no sign of weakness. Nearly rushing in alongside El Qingxu, both women quickly spotted the waning primordial spirit of CHT New Jersey Inn. Senior brother, T New Jersey Inn, you were injured. In the next moment, they were both at his side. El Qingxu revealed her primordial spirit's manifestation, while El Ingyu emanated an inexplicable energy. Clearly eager to assist CHT New Jersey Inn in recovering from his injuries. Please, hold on. Allow me to speak. CHT New Jersey Inn interjected directly. Despite their concern, the two complied obediently, squatting by his side, awaiting his next words. Qingxu, you shall disseminate the news externally, stating that I was gravely injured in combat with Jesu New York. Additionally, summon the disciples stationed outside to return to the sect and instruct Yuing Ing to activate the protective array. CHT New Jersey Inn first directed El Qingxu. Will Jesu New York lead the demonic forces to attack? El Qingxu inquired, her expression tense. Chu Tianjun shook his head and remarked. Ji Xuanyu would not strike a fallen foe, yet Lin Fan undoubtedly would. I encountered him at the Holy Demon Sect. This young man possesses a celestial artifact. He then recounted his experiences in the southern region, including the slaying of Jiang Qingyao and Shu Chan, and how Lin Fan had escaped without a care. However, he chose to conceal the details of his conversation with Ji Xuanyu and the incident where he was gravely injured by merely glancing at a past entity during a grand divination. I shall go and eliminate this boy before he matures. Otherwise, he may become an insurmountable threat in a few years, Lu Qingxue declared, rising to pursue Lin Fan. I will accompany you, Hongwei eagerly interjected, seizing the opportunity for involvement, even if it meant collaborating with Lu Qingxue. Wait, allow me to finish. Chu Tianjun quickly stopped them. Before they could respond, he elaborated, Lin Fan is favored by fortune. He stumbles upon celestial artifacts as he walks. Surely he possesses many treasures awaiting discovery. If we were to kill him now, would it not be a waste of those resources? Should we wait for Lin Fan to grow stronger before making our move? Is that not too perilous? Hongwei instantly grasped Chu Tianjun's intentions, sharing his concerns that once this fortunate child matured, he could become uncontrollable. Fortune favors the bold. In such a vast sect, one must seek unexpected wealth to advance rapidly. This newly opened avenue is a risk worth taking, Chu Tianjun explained. He indeed viewed Lin Fan's extraordinary luck as a pathway to rapidly enhance the sect's power. After all, having established his villainous persona, it would be remiss not to eliminate a few fortunate youths. I trust my senior brother, Lu Qingxue expressed her unwavering support, demonstrating that when it came to the sect's interests and her faith in Chu Tianjun, no one could rival her loyalty. In the ensuing years, the sect's treasury was open to supply disciples for cultivation, particularly those with exceptional aptitude. Qingxue, please make the arrangements. Hongwei, stay for a moment. Chu Tianjun continued to delegate, ultimately asking Hongwei to remain alone. Lu Qingxue cast a complex glance at Hongwei before departing. In the depths of Hongyue's eyes, Excitement and pride shimmered. This was the first time Chu Tianjun had actively sought her out for a private conversation, marking a significant milestone. Chapter 84, The Alliance of Chu Tianjun. What can I do for you? Honghua asked proactively after Lu Qingxue left, her gaze filled with affection, no longer concealing her feelings. If I can still trust you when I confront Lin Fan. I hope you can use the great prayer technique to sever his fortune and disrupt the unnameable blessings he receives, Chu Tianjun stated, locking his eyes onto Honghua with profound meaning. You can certainly trust me. Just wait and see. I will prove everything through my actions. Lone Moon spoke with a solemn expression. However, after making her statement, she awkwardly inquired, while the great prayer technique can manifest wishes, how can it interfere with his fortune? I possess a grand divination technique, and within my projections, the outcomes of my duel with Lin Fan present countless possibilities. Yet, among these myriad endings, only a few indicate his defeat. If we were to select the outcome most advantageous to us and pray accordingly, the ultimate result would converge infinitely towards that conclusion. Chu Tianjun articulated his thoughts, which he believed represented the true application of the great prayer technique and the grand divination technique. Lone Moon was taken aback, yet her eyes were filled with concern. Hearing that Lin Fan's failures were exceedingly rare implied that, statistically, Chu Tianjun was likely to suffer defeat, a result that was certainly not her desire. Which outcome do you wish for? Lone Moon inquired earnestly once more. Perhaps you should observe for yourself before making a choice, Chu Tianjun replied calmly. Immediately, an ethereal compass appeared behind him, and beams of light shot forth from his eyes, conjuring a dynamic tableau before Lone Moon. The scene unveiled innumerable potential outcomes, the majority depicting Chu Tianjun's demise, the annihilation of the Nine Heavens Sect, and the slaughter of all sect disciples, with only a scant few scenarios showing Lin Fan's death. The sheer multitude of possibilities was astonishing, with many outcomes starkly contrasting one another, truly two extremes. This was Lone Moon's first encounter with the marvel of such divination, leaving her in awe of the future's unpredictability. Chu Tianjun's feelings ran deeper than those of Longwei. The most likely outcome initially appeared to be his demise at the hands of Longwei. However, the situation had dramatically shifted to a state where he remained indifferent to her, while she, in contrast, was wholly devoted to him. Have you made your choice? Chu Tianjun inquired, interrupting Long Yue's contemplation. Longwei nodded, naturally opting for the outcome that would be most advantageous to Chu Tianjun and the Jiuxiao sect among the myriad of possibilities. Yet, in the next moment, it seemed as though a sudden thought struck her, and with a look of terror, she exclaimed, wait. If I were to cultivate the great prayer technique to its utmost perfection, combined with your grand deduction technique, would I not be able to dictate any outcome at will? Is this not akin to mastering fate itself? Chu Tianjun nodded, acknowledging that the destined outcome was indeed fate, and the exquisite art of grand divination, combined with the profound art of great prayer, could indeed yield the desired effect of predetermined destiny. Naturally, both he and Longyue were still far from mastering these two formidable powers to their fullest potential. Discussing such matters now seemed like mere fantasy. It appeared that the bond between us was destined to be profound. After a moment of astonishment, Longwei shyly lowered her gaze and spoke softly. Are you curious about what was originally most likely to transpire between us? Chu Tianjun suddenly inquired of Longyue. This was a question that had long intrigued Longyue, and now she too was eager to know, instinctively nodding in response. We were meant to become master and disciple. The journey has become inconsequential. The conclusion, as Chiu Ci has informed you, has already been revealed. Although none of this has come to pass, I must admit that it feels so vividly real that I believe I understand you quite well. When you expressed your desire to become my partner, I was genuinely taken aback because I know you too intimately. I fear that if such a day were to truly arrive, I might find it difficult to act. Chu Tianjun spoke candidly, yet such words inevitably led to flights of fancy. Initially, Longwei maintained her composure, but as the conversation progressed, she became flushed and shy, unable to meet Chu Tianjun's gaze. Indeed, Chu Tianjun felt overly familiar with Longwei, having unconsciously grown accustomed to calling her master. There have been several occasions in the past where he nearly let the title slip, a habit he had gradually learned to temper over the years. If he were to attempt to remove Longyue's garments now, he would find himself unable to do so, unable to summon the resolve. Regardless of such matters, I believe that the present state is quite satisfactory. It is filled with twists and misunderstandings, yet ultimately, it is the past. It is the rugged experiences that render one's treasures more precious. I shall cherish everything before me and strive to guide the conclusion towards the most favorable outcome. The ethereal, you solemnly remarked, a smile gracing her countenance. Engaging in such a heartfelt conversation with Chu Tianjun for the first time indeed instilled a sense of ease within her. Moments later, you departed from Tianjun Peak. And soon after, a throng of disciples from Jiuxiu sect returned. Subsequently, the grand formation of the sect was activated, distributing vast resources. And the entire Jiuxiu sect commenced an unprecedented retreat for cultivation. It is foreseeable that within a decade, numerous golden core cultivators will ascend to the yuaning stage. And new golden core practitioners will emerge like mushrooms after the rain. However, the news of the severely injured Chu Tianjun, the acting sect leader nearing the pinnacle of the transformation stage, spread rapidly. Rumors suggested that during his confrontation with Ji Xuanyu, he had been forced down a minor realm. And now Jiuxiu sect was retreating behind its protective formation due to the significant depletion of Chu Tianjun's strength. The rapid development of Jiuxiu sect over the years had caused considerable distress to both the eastern and northern territories. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. In recent years, remnants of rival sects in the northern demon tribes have stirred unrest, especially now that Jiuxiu sect has withdrawn. Soon, those with a vendetta against Jiuxiu sect. The unruly demon tribes, opportunistic rogue cultivators, and the troublemaking demonic cultivators from the southern territory formed an alliance to oppose Chu Tianjun. Their singular aim was to overthrow him and dismantle Jiuxiu sect, ultimately to divide its coveted resources. It was clear to all that the division of resources was their fundamental objective. Concurrently with the establishment of this alliance, Lin Fan's stroke of good fortune resumed. He inexplicably entered a cave and awakened an ancient, powerful being who had been sleeping within an exquisite coffin. This was a breathtaking female cultivator in the virtual refinement stage, who had been in slumber for thousands of years through a special secret technique. Upon awakening, this ancient being developed an inexplicable fondness for Lin Fan and, within merely 3 days, yielded her heart to him. After hearing Lin Fan recount his tragic experiences, this virtual refinement cultivator, having slept for millennia, resolved to engage in dual cultivation with him to assist in his breakthrough to the transformation stage. Following their dual cultivation, Lin Fan successfully ascended to the transformation stage. Now accompanied by a formidable and enchanting ally. A series of extraordinary opportunities then unfolded before him, his cultivation soared, and he amassed treasures in abundance, attracting yet another group of enchanting partners and powerful followers through his various conquests. Among them were the dignified and noble female cultivator of the righteous path. Over 3,000 years old, the fiery and passionate fire phoenix demon queen with the bloodline of an upper realm divine beast, and a captivating sorceress with countless disciples. Ultimately, Lin Fan effortlessly seized control of the anti-Jiuxiu sect alliance, becoming its leader. Years later, the alliance had dominion over more than 70% of the northern, eastern, and southern territories, and Lin Fan exuded an air of sovereignty. One day, he personally led the allied forces towards Jiuxiu sect, brimming with confidence, as if the very heavens and earth were under his command. Chapter 85. My life as if walking on thin ice in nearly a decade. Chu Tianjun had not made an appearance. He remained in his residence, diligently cultivating, while outsiders assumed he was recuperating from his injuries. Lu Qingxiu had devoted herself to her training with even greater fervor. The air atop Qingxiu Peak felt as though it had been frozen, with thunder reverberating relentlessly over the past 10 years. Similarly, you seldom departed from Tianxian Peak, yet having already reached the pinnacle of the yuaning stage, she hesitated to break through to the transformation stage. One could only wonder what she was truly cultivating. In the past decade, no one from the Jiuxiu sect has managed to break through to the transformation stage. However, most of the disciples, including Zhou Qingfeng, have reached the later stages or peaks of the nascent soul realm. Additionally, a group of talented disciples has gradually ascended to become nascent soul realms, among whom Lin Yu was the first to achieve this milestone. Apart from Lin Yu, there are 3 others, one being Han Ningxiang. While the other 2 are not nascent soul disciples, but rather ordinary golden core disciples who have advanced, a feat that, while not exceptional, still marks them as rare talents. With these younger disciples steadily attaining the nascent soul, the future of the Jiuxiu sect will witness an increasing number of nascent soul realms. Master, I have matters to discuss. Shortly after Lin Fan vowed to confront the Jiuxiu sect, Han Ningxiang appeared outside Chu Tianjun's courtyard. In the past 10 years, Han Ningxiang had only visited once when she heard of Chu Tianjun's severe injuries and sought to offer her assistance. Come in, Chu Tianjun's voice resonated. Han Ningxiang swiftly entered the courtyard, and observed that Chu Tianjun was not engaged in cultivation, but rather seated on a bamboo chair, surrounded by numerous ordinary paper books. Master, I have successfully refined the Butian Dan, a potion capable of swiftly healing damage to the primordial spirit. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Han Ningxiang stood before Chu Tianjun, bowing respectfully before presenting a pill enveloped in a radiant glow, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. Upon noticing the change in expression, Chu Tianjun immediately rose to his feet. Instead of hastily retrieving the patching heaven pill, he gazed at Han Ningxiang with a heart full of warmth. How long did it take? He inquired softly. Since my disciple entered the nascent soul stage 5 years ago, he has been diligently refining this pill. Given the high rank of the patching heaven pill, it has taken 5 years to produce just this one, Han Ningxiang replied naturally. Your dedication is commendable. I shall accept this divine pill for now. In truth, my spiritual essence has long since recovered, and my cultivation has surpassed my former self. Chu Tianjun said with a smile as he accepted the patching heaven pill. The fact that Han Ningxiang took 5 years to craft a single pill moved Chu Tianjun to reveal the truth to his disciple. That's wonderful. The fact that my esteemed uncle is well is indeed a momentous blessing, Han Ningxiang exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. She did not entertain thoughts of Chu Tianjun deceiving her. Hearing that he was safe filled her with elation. In fact, I deliberately spread the news of my severe injury to lure out the rebels, allowing Lin Fan to believe he had the upper hand. Otherwise, how would he have come to me voluntarily? Chu Tianjun disclosed his intentions. Han Ningxiang, upon hearing this, felt even more jubilant, her demeanor considerably relaxed. In recent days, the majority of the Jiuxiu sect had been plagued by anxiety, as Lin Fan's allied forces were indeed formidable, teeming with skilled warriors. Not only was Lin Fan himself at the transformation stage, but he was also backed by an old monster of the refinement stage, several confidants at the transformation stage, and numerous followers whose strength was comparable to those at the transformation stage. Furthermore, the alliance boasted 10 times the number of disciples of the Jiuxiu sect. To be candid, with such a disparity in strength, any other sect would have long since scattered or surrendered outright. I shall immediately share this good news with my fellow disciples. The pressure has been immense, and some may even waver under such strain. Han Ningxiang expressed her desire to uplift the morale and cohesion of the sect. However, in the next moment, Chu Tianjun hastily intervened. Hold on, this matter must not be publicized. Instead, you should find Ouyang Ming and discreetly instruct him to leave a loophole in the protective array of the sect. Should anyone wish to leave, let them do so. Han Ningxiang looked at Chu Tianjun in utter astonishment. Having devoted herself to alchemy over the years, she momentarily struggled to grasp the underlying intent behind Chu Tianjun's words. Chu Tianjun smiled gently, then patiently elucidated. The Jiuxiu sect has enjoyed a stable development for several decades. Over the years, the disciples entering our ranks have inevitably been a mixed bag. This opportunity is indeed fortuitous, as it allows us to purge some of the dross. The elder's foresight is commendable, and the disciple has grasped the essence. Han Ningxiang immediately understood and proceeded to seek out Ouyang Ming as instructed by Chu Tianjun. The protective formation of the sect quietly opened a small breach, which soon became known to many disciples. That very night, several disciples hastily packed their belongings and fled, predominantly those in the Qi refining stage, with a few from the foundation establishment stage, while none from the golden core stage opted to escape, at least not yet. In the following days, the number of escapees swelled, including several elite disciples at the golden core level. However, Chu Tianjun and the other high-ranking members of the sect refrained from any form of obstruction, adopting a seemingly laissez-faire attitude. Days later, Lin Fan led the allied forces to a location merely 200 miles from the Jiuxiu sect, where the Fun River flowed. Standing by the riverside, he gazed up at the familiar main peaks of Jiuxiu Mountain, his expression imbued with a sense of exhilaration. Behind him stood a cadre of formidable followers. Yet the most striking were the enchanting beauties, each exceptional in her own right. Closest to Lin Fan was the long-slumbering Yun Ming, who had awakened after millennia. Her cultivation was the highest, earning Lin Fan's profound respect. Is this the Jiuxiu sect? It certainly possesses a certain grandeur. Their protective formation is formidable, crafted by a master. And even I cannot breach it at this moment. Nonetheless, our strength dwarfs that of the Jiuxiu sect. Their annihilation is merely a matter of time, Yun Ming murmured softly, embodying the role of a supportive partner, standing resolutely behind Lin Fan. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the surging river. Clad in a finely tailored black robe, his demeanor austere and commanding. My life has been a precarious tightrope for a decade. I finally returned to Zhuxiao sect with my head held high. The humiliation of yesteryears shall be repaid tenfold, especially to that old scoundrel Zhu. I intend for him to witness the demise of his disciples, one by one. Lin Fan's tone was devoid of hysteria, yet the boundless fury within him stirred the waters of the Fan River into violent waves. Yun Ming gazed at Lin Fan's proud silhouette with a heart full of compassion. She was unaware of the reasons behind Lin Fan's expulsion from the sect a decade prior, only that he had endured great humiliation. Everything he had done in the past 10 years was directed towards the extermination of the Zhuxiao sect and the eradication of Zhu. In Yun Ming's heart, Lin Fan's journey was a poignant tale of a youth unafraid of tyranny. Lin Fan, you are destined to ascend to immortality and in the celestial realm. You shall undoubtedly find your place. This mere sect from the mortal realm is but a small obstacle on your path to greatness. Once you surpass it, you will soar to unimaginable heights, and there is no need to harbor such deep-seated obsession. The gentle voice of the fairy of Yun Ming resonated, as she appeared to possess profound knowledge of the celestial realm, firmly believing that Lin Fan's achievements would be remarkable. Chapter 86. The Victor. Lin Fan, the capital of the Ning dynasty, now echoed with an atmosphere of trepidation. The emergence of the rebel alliance not only disrupted the dynamics of the cultivation world, but also sent ripples through the secular realm, stirring a tempest of unrest. Particularly when news spread that the Zhuxiao sect had retreated into seclusion and that Chu Tianjun had sustained grave injuries. Various factions within the secular world, comprising aged aristocrats, ambitious scions, and noble families, began to stir with newfound vigor. As Lin Fan led the alliance's forces against the Zhuxiao sect, these powers in the mundane world swiftly rose in rebellion, igniting a conflagration of turmoil, with numerous rebel kings vying for dominance. Not long ago, Ning Chotzi had sensed some irregularities and promptly dispatched troops to strategically defend key cities, with elite forces largely retreating to the strongholds of the great cities. On this day, the emperor, accompanied by several esteemed ministers, arrived at Ning Chotzi's palace. A few days prior, both the former emperor and the empress had passed away on the same day, and the capital remained engulfed in the solemnity of mourning amidst the chaos that had befallen the realm. Your Highness, I come to pay my respects, declared the emperor, who, despite being in his 40s, exhibited utmost courtesy towards Ning Chotzi, who appeared to embody the grace of youth. Ning Chotzi glanced up to see a considerable assembly. Behind the emperor stood 3 prominent officials, all of whom she had personally nurtured and elevated over the years. I pay my respects to the Grand Princess. The 3 esteemed ministers greeted each other with the decorum befitting their ranks. Arise, for I have surmised your intentions. In times of prolonged peace, many have grown accustomed to a life of ease, relishing the benefits of order, yet they now yearn for what they deem freedom. A mere beating would suffice to resolve their discontent, Ning Chotzi remarked after stretching languidly. Subsequently, a cascade of orders emanated from the imperial palace. The once cowering elite of the dynasty, previously ensconced within the fortified city,